Preface of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by Theodore and Mrs. Bent. If my fellow traveler had lived, he intended to have put together in book form such information as we had gathered about Southern Arabia. Now, as he died 4 days after our return from our last journey there, I have had to undertake the task myself. It has been very sad to me, but I have been helped by knowing that, however imperfect this book may be, what is written here will surely be a help to those who, by following in our footsteps, will be able to get beyond them, and to whom I so heartily wish success and a happy homecoming, the best wish a traveler may have. It is for their information that I have included so many things about the price of camels, the payment of soldiers, and so forth, and yet even casual readers may care to know these details of explorers' daily lives. Much that is set down here has been published before, but a good deal is new. My husband had written several articles in the 19th century, and by the kindness of the editor I have been able to make use of these. Also, I have incorporated the lectures he had given before the Royal Geographical Society and the British Association. The rest is from his notebooks and from the chronicles that I always wrote during our journeys. I thought at first of trying to keep our several writings apart, but to avoid confusion of inverted commas, I decided, acting on advice, just to put the whole thing into as consecutive a form as possible, only saying that the least part of the writing is mine. The bibliography is far from complete, as I can only name a few of the many books that my husband consulted on all the districts round those which we were going to penetrate. As to the spelling of the Arabic, it must be remembered that it is a very widely spread language, and there are naturally many different forms of the same word. For example, ibn, ben, bin, and such various ways of pronouncing the name of the Muslim prophet that I have heard it pronounced Mehmet, Mamad, and Mad. I must give hearty thanks in both our names to all who helped us on in these journeys, and especially to Mr. Headlam, who has given me much assistance by going through the proofs of this book. Mr. W. C. Irvine has kindly provided the column of Literary Arabic for the vocabulary. Mabel Virginia Anna Bent, 13 Great Cumberland Place, West, October 13th, 1899. End of Preface.
Chapter 1 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 1. Manamah and Moharek. The first Arabian journey that we undertook was in 1889, when we visited the islands of Bahrain in the Persian Gulf. We were attracted by stories of mysterious mounds, and we proposed to see what we could find inside them, hoping, as turned out to be the fact, that we should discover traces of Phoenician remains. The search for traces of an old world takes an excavator now and again into strange corners of the new. Out of the ground he may extract treasures, or he may not. That is not our point here. Out of the inhabitants and their strange ways he is sure, whether he likes it or not, to extract a great deal, and it is with this branch of an excavator's life we are now going to deal. We thought we were on the track of Phoenician remains, and our interest in our work was like the fingers of an aneroid, subject to sudden changes. But at the same time we had perpetually around us a quaint, unknown world of the present, more pleasing to most people than anything pertaining to the past. The group of islands known as Bahrain, dual form of Bahr, i.e., 2 seas, lies in a bay of the same name in the Persian Gulf, about 20 miles off the coast of El-Hasa in Arabia. Bahrain is really the name of the largest of the islands, which is 27 miles long by 10 wide. The second in point of size is Moharek, which lies north of Bahrain, and is separated from it by a strait of horseshoe form, 5 miles in length, and in a few places as much as a mile wide, but for the greater part half a mile. The rest of the group are mere rocks. Sitra, 4 miles long, with a village on it of the same name, Nebi Saleh, Saya, Khasaifa, and to the east of Moharek, Arad, with a palm grove and a large double Portuguese fort, an island or peninsula according to the state of the tide. It was no use embarking on a steamer which would take us direct from England to our destination, owing to the complete uncertainty of the time when we should arrive, so we planned out our way via Karachi and Maskat. Then we had to go right up to Bushehr, and again change steamers there, for the boats going up the Gulf would not touch at Bahrain. At Bushehr we engaged 5 Persians to act as servants, interpreter, and overseers over the workmen whom we should employ in excavating. We had as our personal servant and interpreter combined a very dirty Haji Abdullah, half Persian, half Arab. He was the best to be obtained, and his English was decidedly faulty. He always said mules for meals, foals for fowls, and anyone who heard him say, "What time you eat your mules today, Sahib?" or "I have boiled 2 foals for dinner," or "Mim Sahib, now I go in bazaar to buy our provisions of grub," or "What place I give you your grub, Mim Sahib," would have been surprised. He had been a great deal on our men of war. He also took a present of horses from the Sultan of Maskat to the Queen, so that he could boast, "I've been to home," and alluded to his stay in England as "when I was in home." Abdullah always says chuck and never throw, and people unused to him would not take in that "those peacock no good, carboys much better," referred to pickaxes and crowbars. He used to come to the diggings and say, "A couple of sheikhs come here in camp, Sahib. I am standing them some coffee. Shall I stand them some mixed biscuits too?" I must say, I pity foreigners who have to trust to interpreters whose only European language is such English as this. With the whole of our party we embarked on the steamer which took us to Bahrain, or rather as close as it could approach, for owing to the shallowness of the sea, while still far from shore we were placed in a bagala in which we sailed for about 20 minutes. Then, when a smaller boat had conveyed us as near to the dry land as possible, we were in mid-ocean transferred, bag and baggage, to asses, those lovely white asses of Bahrain, with tails and manes dyed yellow with henna, and grotesque patterns illuminating their flanks. We had no reins or stirrups, and as the asses, though more intelligent than our own, will not infrequently show obstinacy in the water, the rider, firmly grasping his pommel, reaches with thankfulness the slimy, oozy beach of Bahrain. Manamah is the name of the town at which you land. It is the commercial capital of the islands, just a streak of white houses and bamboo huts, extending about 1.5 miles along the shore. A few mosques with low minarets may be seen, having stone steps up one side, by which the priest ascends for the call to prayer. These mosques and the towers of the richer pearl merchants show some decided architectural features, having arches of the Saracenic order, with fretwork of plaster and quaint stucco patterns. On landing, we were at once surrounded by a jabbering crowd of Negro slaves, and stately Arabs with long flowing robes, and twisted camel hair cords, a caul, around their heads. Our home, while in the town, was one of the best of the battlemented towers, and consisted of a room 16 feet square on a stone platform. It had 26 windows with no glass in them, but pretty lattice of plaster. Our wooden lock was highly decorated, and we had a wooden key to close our door, which pleased us much. Even though we were close upon the tropics, we found our abode chilly enough after sunset, and our nights were rendered hideous, firstly by the barking of dogs, secondly by cocks which crowed at an inordinately early hour, and thirdly by pious Mussulmans hard at work praying before the sun rose. From our elevated position we could look down into a sea of bamboo huts, the habitations of the pearl fishers, neat enough abodes, with courtyards paved with helix shells. In these courtyards stood quaint large water jars, which women filled from goat skins carried on their shoulders from the wells, wobbling when full like live headless animals, and cradles like hen coops for their babies. They were a merry, idle lot of folk just then, for it was not their season of work. Perpetually playing games, of which tipjack and top spinning appeared the favourite for both young and old, seemed to be their chief occupation. Staid Arabs, with turbans and long flowing robes, spinning tops, formed a sight of which we never tired. The spinning tops are made out of whelk shells, which I really believe must have been the original pattern from which our domestic toy was made. The doorposts of their huts are often made of whales' jaws. A great traffic is done in sharks. The cases for their swords and daggers are all of shagreen. The gulf well deserves the name given to it by Ptolemy of the Ichthyophagorium sinus. Walking through the bazaars, one is much struck by the quaint, huge iron locks, some of them with keys nearly 2 feet long, and ingeniously opened by pressure of a spring. In the commoner houses the locks and keys are all of wood. In the bazaars, too, you may find that queer Al-Hassa money called tawila, or long bits, short bars of copper doubled back and compressed together, with a few characters indicating the prince who struck them. The coffee pots of Bahrain are quite a specialty, also coming from Al-Hassa, which appears to be the centre of art in this part of Arabia. With their long beak-like spouts and concentric circles with patterns on them, these coffee pots are a distinct feature. In the bazaars of Manamah and Moharek, coffee vendors sit at every corner with some huge pots of a similar shape simmering on the embers. In the lid are introduced stones to make a noise and attract the attention of the passers-by. Coffee shops take the place of spirit and wine shops, which in the strict Wahhabi country would not be, for a moment, tolerated. In private houses it is thought well to have 4 or 5 coffee pots standing round the fire to give an appearance of riches. Besides the coffee pots, other objects of Al-Hassa workmanship may be seen in Bahrain. Every household of respectability has its wooden bowl with which to offer visitors a drink of water or sour milk. These are beautifully inlaid with silver in very elaborate patterns. The guns used by Bahraini sportsmen are similarly inlaid, and the camel saddles of the sheikhs are most beautifully decorated on the pommels in the same style. The anvils at which the blacksmiths in the bazaars were squatting were like large nails with heads about 6 inches square, driven into the ground and about a foot high. The old weapons of the Bedouin Arabs are still in use in Bahrain. The long lance, which is put up before the tent of the chief when he goes about, the shield of camel skin decorated with gold paint and brass knobs, the coat of mail, and other objects of warfare used in an age long gone by. Every other stall has dates to sell in thick masses, the chief food of the islanders. Then you may see locusts pressed and pickled in barrels. The poorer inhabitants are very fond of this diet, and have converted the curse of the cultivator into a favourite delicacy. As for weights, the stallholders would appear to have none but stones, whelk shells, and potsherds, which must be hard to regulate. An ancient Arab author states that in Oman, men obtain fire from a spark by rolling the tinder in dry Arab grass and swinging it round till it bursts into flame. We often saw this process, and bought one of the little cages, hanging to a long chain, which they use in Bahrain. Of course, pearl fishing is the great occupation of the islands, and Manamah is inhabited chiefly by pearl merchants and divers. Bahrain has in fact been celebrated for its pearl fishing ever since the days of the Periplus of Nearchus, in the time of Alexander the Great. Albuquerque, in his commentaries, beginning of footnote 1, page 164, end of footnote 1, thus speaks of Bahrain pearl fishing in 1510. Bahrain is noted for its large breeding of horses, its barley crops, and the variety of its fruits, and all around it are the fishing grounds of seed pearls, and of pearls which are sent to these realms of Portugal, for they are better and more lasting than any that are found in any other of these parts. This is also the verdict of the modern pearl merchants, who value Bahrain pearls as more lasting and harder than those even of Ceylon. Evidently Albuquerque got an order from his sovereign for pearls, for he writes, beginning of footnote 2, page 328, end of footnote 2, in 1515, that he is getting the pearls which the king had ordered for the pontifical of Our Lady. To this day in their dealings, the pearl merchants of Bahrain still make use of the old Portuguese weights and names. The pearl oyster is found in all the waters, from Ras Musendum to the head of the Gulf, but on the Persian side there are no known banks of value. They vary in distance from 1 to 90 miles from the low-lying shore of Araby the Blessed. But the deep-sea banks are not so much fished till the Shamal, or near-westers, of June have spent their force. The 3 seasons for fishing are known as the spring fishing in the shallow water, the summer fishing in the deep waters, and the winter fishing, conducted principally by wading in the shoals. The pearls of these seas are still celebrated for their firmness and do not peel. They are commonly reported to lose 1% annually for 50 years in color and water, but after that they remain the same. They have 7 skins, whereas the Singhalese pearls have only 6. The merchants generally buy them wholesale by the old Portuguese weight of the shao. They divide them into different sizes with sieves and sell them in India, so that, as is usually the case with specialties, it is impossible to buy a good pearl on Bahrain. Diving here is exceedingly primitive. All the necessary paraphernalia consists of a loop of rope and a stone to go down with, a curious horn thing to hold the nose, and oil for the orifice of the ears. Once a merchant brought with him a diving apparatus, but the divers were highly indignant, and leaguing against him, refused to show the best banks. In this way the fisheries suffer, for the best pearls are in the deeper waters, which can only be visited late in the season. The divers are mostly Negro slaves from Africa. They do not live long, poor creatures, developing awful sores and weak eyes, and they live and die entirely without medical aid. At present, the pearl fisheries employ about 400 boats of from 8 to 20 men each. Each boat pays a tax to the sheikh. The fishing season lasts from April to October. Very curious boats ply in the waters between Manamah and Moharek. The huge, ungainly bagalas can only sail in the deeper channels. The Bahrain boats have very long pointed prows, elegantly carved and decorated with shells. When the wind is contrary, they are propelled by poles or paddles, consisting of boards of any shape tied to the end of the poles with twine, and the oarsman always seats himself on the gunwale. Perhaps the way these boats are tied and sewn together may have given rise to the legend alluded to by Sir John Mandeville when he saw them at the Isle of Hormuz. Near that isle there are ships without nails of iron or bonds, on account of the rocks of adamants, lodestones, for they are all abundant there in that sea that is marvellous to speak of. And if a ship passed there that had iron bonds or iron nails, it would perish, for the adamant, by its nature, draws iron to it, and so it would draw the ship, that it should never depart from it. Many of the boats have curious-shaped stone anchors, and water casks of uniform and doubtless old-world shape. The sheikh has some fine war vessels, called batils, which did good execution about 50 years ago, when the Sultan of Oman and the rulers of El Hassa tried to seize Bahrain, and a naval battle took place in the shallow sea off the coast in which the Bahraini were victorious. Now that the Gulf is practically English and piracy at an end, these vessels are more ornamental than useful. His large bagala, which mounted 10 tiny guns and was named the Dunija, is now employed in trade. Then there are the bamboo skiffs, with decks almost flush with the side, requiring great skill in working. Boats are really but of little use immediately around the islands. You see men walking in the sea quite a mile out, collecting shellfish and seaweeds, which form a staple diet for both man and beast on Bahrain. The shallowness of the sea between Bahrain and the mainland has contributed considerably to the geographical and mercantile importance of the Bahrain. No big vessels can approach the opposite coast of Arabia. Hence, in olden days, when the caravan trade passed this way, all goods must have been transshipped to smaller boats at Bahrain. Sir M. Durant, in a consular report, states it as his opinion that, under a settled government, Bahrain could be the trading place of the Persian Gulf for Persia and Arabia, and an excellent harbour near the warehouses could be formed. If the Euphrates Valley Railway had ever been opened, if the terminus of this railway had been at Kuwait, as it was proposed by the party of survey under the command of Admiral Charlwood and General Chesney, the Bahrain group would at once have sprung into importance as offering a safe emporium in the immediate vicinity of this terminus. Bahrain is the Cyprus of the Persian Gulf, in fact. This day is, however, postponed indefinitely until such times as England, Turkey, and Russia shall see fit to settle their differences, and with a better understanding between these powers, and the development of railways in the East, the Persian Gulf may yet once more become a high road of commerce, and the Bahrain Islands may again come into notice. The Portuguese, who were the first Europeans after the time of Alexander to visit the Gulf, recognized the importance of Bahrain. Up to their time, the Gulf had been a closed Mohammedan lake. The history of their rule in that part has yet to be written, but it will disclose a tale of great interest, and be a record of marvellous commercial enterprise. It was Albuquerque who first reopened the Gulf to Europeans. Early in the 16th century, 1504, he urged the occupation of the Gulf. In 1506, 3 fleets went to the east under the command of Tristan d'Acunha, with Albuquerque as second in command. Tristan soon took his departure further afield, and left Albuquerque in command. This admiral first attacked and took Hormuz, then governed by a king of Persian origin. Here, and at Maskat, he thoroughly established the Portuguese power, thereby commanding the entrance into the Gulf. From de Barros' account, it would appear that the king of Bahrain was a tributary of the king of Hormuz, paying annually 40,000 perdaus, and from Albuquerque's letters we read that the occupation of Bahrain formed part of his scheme. With Hormuz and Bahrain in their hand, the whole Gulf would be under their control, he wrote. In fact, Albuquerque's scheme at that time would appear to have been exceedingly vast and rather chimerical, namely, to divert the Nile from its course and let it flow into the Red Sea, ruin Egypt, and bring the Indian trade via the Persian Gulf to Europe. Of this scheme we have only the outline, but beyond establishing fortresses in the Gulf, it fell through, for Albuquerque died, and with him his gigantic projects. The exact date of the occupation of Bahrain by the Portuguese I have as yet been unable to discover, but in 1521 we read of an Arab insurrection in Bahrain against the Persians and Portuguese, in which the Portuguese factor, Rui Bali, was tortured and crucified. Sheikh Hussein bin Said, of the Arabian tribe of Bin Zabia, was the instigator of this revolt. In the following year, the Portuguese governor, Dom Luís de Menezes, came to terms with him and appointed him Portuguese representative in the island. A few years later, when Ras Berdaadim, Wazir or governor of Bahrain, made himself objectionable, and against him Simon d'Acunha was sent. He and many of his men died of fever in the expedition, but the Portuguese power was again restored. Towards the close of the 16th century, the Portuguese came under the rule of Spain, and from that date their power in the Persian Gulf began to wane. Their soldiers were drafted off to the wars in Flanders instead of going to the east to protect the colonies, and the final blow came in 1622, when Shah Abbas of Persia, assisted by an English fleet, took Hormuz and then Bahrain. 20 years later, a company of Portuguese merchants, eager for the pearls of these islands, organized an expedition from Goa to recover the Bahrain, but the ships were taken and plundered by the Arabs before ever they entered the Gulf. Thus fell the great Portuguese power in the Gulf, the sole traces of which now are the numerous fortresses, such as the one on Bahrain. From 1622 to the present time, the control over Bahrain has been contested between the Persians and the Arabs, and as the Persian power has been on the wane, the Arabian star has been in the ascendant. In 1711, the Sultan bin Saif wrested Bahrain from Persia. In 1784, the Utubi of El Hassa conquered it. They have held it ever since, despite the attempts of Sayyid Said of Oman, of the Turks and Persians, to take it from them. The Turks have, however, succeeded in driving them out of their original kingdom of El Hassa on the mainland of Arabia opposite, and now the Bahrain is all that it remains to them of their former extensive territories. The royal family is a numerous one, being a branch of the Al Khalifa tribe. They are the chiefs of the Utubi tribe of Arabs. Most of them, if not actually belonging to that strict sect of Arabians known as Wahhabi, have strong puritanical proclivities. Our teetotalers are nothing to them in bigotry. If a vendor of intoxicating liquor started a shop on Bahrain, they would burn his house down, so that the wicked who want to drink any intoxicating liquor have to buy the material secretly from ships in the harbour. Many think it wrong to smoke and spend their lives in prayer and fasting. Church decoration is an abomination to the Wahhabi. Therefore, in Bahrain, the mosques are little better than barns with low minarets, for the very tall ones of other Mohammedan sects are forbidden. The Wahhabi are fanatics of the deepest dye. There is one God, and Muhammad is his prophet, they say with the rest of the Mohammedan world. But the followers of Abdul Wahhab add, and in no case must Muhammad and the Imams be worshipped, lest glory be detracted from God. All titles to them are odious. No grand tombs are to be erected over their dead, no mourning is allowed. Hence the cemetery at Manamah is but a pitiful place. A vast collection of circles set with rough stones, each with a small uninscribed headpiece, and the surface sprinkled with helix shells. The Wahhabi would wage, if they dared, perpetual war not only against the infidel, but against such perverted individuals as those who go to worship at Mecca and other sacred shrines. The founder of this revival is reported to have beaten his sons to death for drinking wine, and to have made his daughters support themselves by spinning, but at the same time he felt himself entitled to give to a fanatical follower who courted death for his sake an order for an emerald palace and a large number of female slaves in the world to come. In 1867 the Shah of Persia aimed at acquiring Bahrain, though his only claim to it was based on the fact that Bahrain had been an appanage of the Persian crown under the Safavian kings. He instituted a revolt on the island, adopted a claimant to the sheikhdom, and got him to hoist the Persian flag. Our ships blockaded Bahrain, intercepted letters, and obliged the rebel sheikh to quit. Then it was that we took the islands under our protection. In 1875 the Turks caused trouble, and the occupation of Bahrain formed part of their great scheme of conquest in Arabia. Our ship, the Osprey, appeared on the scene, drove back the Turks, transported to India several sheikhs who were hostile to the English rule, and placed Sheikh Isa on the throne under British protection, under which he rules happily to this day. We went to see him at Moharek, where he holds his court in the winter time. We crossed over in a small bagala, and had to be poled for a great distance with our keel perpetually grating on the bottom. It was like driving in a carriage on a jolting road. The donkeys trotted independently across, their legs quite covered with water. We were glad when they came alongside, and we completed our journey on their backs. The courtyard of the palace, which somewhat recalls the Alhambra in its architecture, was, when we arrived, crowded with Arab chiefs in all manner of quaint costumes. His Majesty's dress was exceedingly fine. He and his family are entitled to wear their camel hair bands bound round with gold thread. These looked very regal over the red turban, and his long black coat, with his silver-studded sword by his side, made him look every inch a king. He is most submissive to British interests, inasmuch as his immediate predecessors who did not love England were shipped off to India, and still languish there in exile. As he owes his throne entirely to British protection, he and his family will probably continue to reign as long as the English are virtual owners of the Gulf, if they are willing to submit to the English protectorate. We got a photograph of a group of them resting on their guns, and with their khanjars, or sickle-shaped daggers, at their waists. We took Prince Mohammed, the heir apparent, and the stout Said bin Omar, the Prime Minister of Bahrain, but Sheikh Isa refused to place his august person within reach of our camera. During our visit we were seated on high armchairs of the kind so much used in India, and the only kind used here. They were white and hoary with old age and long estrangement from furniture polish. For our sins we had to drink the bitterest black coffee imaginable, which tasted like varnish from the bitter seeds infused in it. This was followed by cups of sweet syrup, flavoured with cinnamon, a disagreeable custom to those accustomed to take their coffee and sugar together. Moharek is aristocratic, being the seat of government. Manamah is essentially commercial, and between them in the sea is a huge dismantled Portuguese fort, now used as Sheikh Esau's stables. The town of Moharek gets its water supply from a curious source, springing up from under the sea. At high tide there is about a fathom of salt water over the spring, and water is brought up either by divers who go down with skins, or by pushing a hollow bamboo down into it. At low tide there is very little water over it, and women with large amphora and goat skins wade out and fetch what water they require. They tell me that the spring comes up with such force that it drives back the salt water and never gets impregnated. All I can answer for is that the water is excellent to drink. This source is called Bir Mahab, and there are several of a similar nature on the coast around, the Kasr spring and others. There is such a spring in the harbour of Syracuse, about 20 feet under the sea. The legend is that in the time of MaryAnn, a chief, Ibn Hakim from Katif, wished to marry the lovely daughter of a Bahrain chief. His suit was not acceptable, so he made war on the islands and captured all the wells which supplied the towns on the bigger island. But the guardian deity of the Bahraini caused this spring to break out in the sea just before Moharek, and the invader was thus in time repulsed. It is a curious fact that Arados or Arvad, the Phoenician town on the Mediterranean, was supplied by a similar submarine source. Sheikh Esau's representative at Manamah, his prime minister or viceroy we should call him, though he is usually known there by the humble-sounding title of the Bazaar Master, by name Said bin Omar, is a very stout and nearly black individual, with a European cast of countenance. He looked exceedingly grand when he came to see us, in his underrobe of scarlet cloth, with a cloak of rustling and stiff white wool with a little red woven into it. Over his head floated a white cashmere shawl, with the usual camel hair rings to keep it on, and sandals on his bare feet. He was deputed by his sovereign to look after us, and during the fortnight we were on the island he never left us for a single day. Though outwardly very strict in his asceticism, and constantly apt to say his prayers with his nose in the dust at inconvenient moments, we found him by no means averse to a cigarette in the strictest privacy. And we learnt that his private life would not bear European investigation. He is constantly getting married. Though 60 years of age, he had a young bride of a few weeks' standing. I was assured that he would soon tire of her and put her away. Even in polygamous Arabia, he is looked upon as a much-married man. End of Chapter 1. Southern Arabia.
Chapter 2 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Schempf. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 2. The Mounds of Ali. And now behold us excavators on the way to the scene of our labours. 6 camels conveyed our tents, a 7th carried goatskins full of water. 4 asses groaned under our personal effects. Hens for consumption rode in a sort of lobster pot by the side of clattering pickaxes and chairs. 6 policemen, or peons, were in our train, each on a donkey. One carried a paraffin lamp, another a basket of eggs on the palm of his hand, and as there were no reins or stirrups, the wonder is that these articles ever survived. As for ourselves, we, like everybody else, rode sideways, holding on like grim death before and behind, especially when the frisky Bahrain donkeys galloped at steeplechase pace across the desert. For some distance around Manamah all is arid desert, on which grow a few scrubby plants. which women cut for fodder with sickle-like saws and carry home in large bundles on their backs. Sheikh Esau's summer palace is in the center of this desert, a fortress hardly distinguishable from the sand around and consisting, like Eastern structures of this nature, of nothing but one room over the gateway for His Majesty and a vast courtyard 200 feet long, where his attendants erect their bamboo huts and tents. Around the whole runs a wall with bastions at each corner, very formidable to look upon. Passing this, the palm groves, which are exceedingly fine, are soon reached, and offer delicious shade from the burning sun. Here amongst the trees were women working in picturesque attire, red petticoats, orange-colored drawers down to their heels, and a dark blue covering over all this, which would suddenly be pulled over the face at our approach, if they had not on their masks or boutras, which admit of a good stare. The boutra is a kind of a mask, more resembling a bridle than anything else. In shape it is like two diamond frames made of gold and colored braids, fastened together by two of their lower edges. This middle strip comes down the nose and covers the mouth, and the sides come between the ears and eyes. It affords very little concealment, but is very becoming to most of its wearers, particularly if they happen to be negresses. On their heads would be baskets with dates or citrons, and now and again a particularly modest one would dart behind a palm tree until that dangerous animal man had gone by. About halfway to the scene of our labors, we halted by the ruins of an old Arab town, Beled al-Kadim. This ancient capital, dating from a period prior to the Portuguese occupation, still presents some interesting ruins. The old mosque, Madrasa-i Abu Saidan, with its two slender and elegant minarets, so different from the horrible Wahhabi constructions of today, forms a conspicuous landmark for ships approaching the low-lying coasts of these islands. Around the body of the mosque runs a fine inscription in Kufic letters, and from the fact that the name of Ali is joined with that of the Prophet in profession of faith, we may argue that this mosque was built during some Persian occupation and was a Shiite mosque. The architecture, too, is distinctly Persian, recalling to us in its details the ruins of Ray, the Rajas of Tobit, and the Sultanate, which we saw in the north of Persia, and has nothing Arabian about it. Ruins of houses and buildings surround this mosque, and here in the open space in the center of the palm groves the Bahraini assemble every Thursday for a market. In fact, the place is generally known now as Souk el-Khamis, or Thursday's Market. On our journey out, not a soul was near, but on our return we had an opportunity of attending one of these gatherings. Sheikh Esau has here a tiny mosque, just an open loggia, where he goes every morning in summertime to pray and take his coffee. Beneath it he has a bath of fresh but not overly clean water, where he and his family bathe. Often during the summer heats he spends the whole day here, or else goes to his glorious garden about a mile distant, near the coast, where acacias, hibiscus, and almonds fight with one another for the mastery and form a delicious tangle. Another mile on, closer to the sea, is the fine ruined fortress of the Portuguese, Giblia, as the natives now call it, just as they do one of the fortresses at Maskat. It covers nearly 2 acres of ground, and is built out of the remains of the old Persian town. For many Kufic inscriptions are let into the wall, and the deep well in the center is lined with them. It is a regular bastion fortification of the 16th century, with moat, embrasures in the parapets, and casemated embrasures in the re-entering angles of the bastions, and is one of the finest specimens of Portuguese architecture in the Gulf, an evidence of the importance which they attach to this island. Among the rubbish in the fort we picked up numerous fragments of fine Nankin and Celadon china, attesting to the ubiquity and commerce of the former owners, and attesting also to the luxury of the men who ruled here, a luxury as fatal almost as the Flanders Wars to the well-being of the Portuguese in the East. Our road led us through miles of palm groves, watered by their little artificial conduits and producing the staple food of the island. Said bin Omar talked to us much about the date. Mohammed said, he began, honor the date tree, for she is your mother. A true enough maxim in parched Arabia, where nothing else will grow. When ripe, the dates are put into a round tank, called a madabash, where they are exposed to the sun and air, and throw off excessive juice which collects below. After 3 days of this treatment they are removed and packed for exportation in baskets of palm leaves. The Bahreini, for their own consumption, love to add sesame seeds to their dates, or ginger powder and walnuts pressed with them into jars. These are called sirah, and are originally prepared by being dried in the sun and protected at night. Then diluted date juice is poured over them. The fruit which does not reach maturity is called salang, and is given as food to cattle, boiled with ground date stones and fish bones. This makes an excellent sort of cake for milk cows. This and the green dates also are given to the donkeys, and to this food the Bahreini attribute their great superiority. The very poor also make an exceedingly unpalatable dish out of green dates, mixed with fish for their own table, or should I say, floor. Nature here is not strong enough for the fruitification of the palm, so at given seasons the palm is removed by cutting off the male spathes. These they dry for 20 hours, and then they take the flower twigs and deposit 1 or 2 in each bunch of the female blossom. Just as we were there, they were very busy with the spathes, and in Thursday's market huge baskets of the male spathes were exposed for sale. The palm groves are surrounded by dikes to keep the water in. The date tree is everything to a Bahreini. He beats the green spadix with wooden implements to make fiber for his ropes. In the dry state he uses it as fuel. He makes his mats, the only known form of carpet and bedding here, out of it. His baskets are made of the leaves. From the fresh spathe, by distillation, a certain stuff called tara water is obtained, of strong but agreeable smell, which is much used for the making of sherbet. Much legendary lore is connected with the date. The small round hole at the back is said to have been made by Mohammed's teeth, when one day he foolishly tried to bite one, and in some places the expression, "at the same time a date and a duty," is explained by the fact that in Ramazan the day's fast is usually broken by first eating a date. Among all these date groves are the curious Arab wells with sloping runs and worked by donkeys. Tall poles to which the skins are attached are date tree trunks. Down goes the skin bucket as the donkey comes up a steep slope in the ground, and then, as he goes down, up it comes again full of water, to be guided into the channel which fertilizes the trees by a slave who supports himself going up and adds his weight to that of the descending donkey by putting his arm through a large wooden ring hung at the donkey's shoulder. Day after day in our camp we heard the weird creaking from these wells, very early in the morning and in the evening when the sun had gone down, and we felt as we heard it what an infinite blessing is a well of water in a thirsty land. Leaving the palm groves and the Portuguese fortress behind us, we re-entered the desert to the southwest, and just beyond the village of Ali we came upon that which is the great curiosity of Bahrein, to investigate which was our real object in visiting the island. For there begins that vast sea of sepulchral mounds, the great necropolis of an unknown race which extends far and wide across the plain. The village of Ali forms, as it were, the culminating point. It lies just on the borders of the date groves, and there the mounds reach an elevation of over 40 feet. But as they extend further southward, they diminish in size, until miles away, in the direction of Rufa'a, we found mounds elevated only a few feet above the level of the desert, and some mere circular heaps of stones. There are many thousands of these tumuli extending over an area of desert for many miles. There are isolated groups of mounds in other parts of the islands, and a few solitary ones are to be found on the adjacent islets, on Moharek, Arad, and Sitra. Complete uncertainty existed as to the origin of these mounds, and the people who constructed them. But from classical references and the result of our work, there can now be no doubt that they are of Phoenician origin. Herodotus gives us as a traditional current in his time that the forefathers of the Phoenician race came from these parts. The Phoenicians themselves believe in it. It is their own account of themselves, says Herodotus, and Strabo brings further testimony to bear on the subject, stating that 2 of the islands, now called Bahrein, were called Tyros and Arados. Pliny follows in Strabo's steps, but calls the island Telos instead of Tyros, which may only be an error in spelling, or may be owing to the universal confusion of R with L. Ptolemy in his map places Gera, the mart of ancient Indian trade and the starting point for caravans on the great road across Arabia, on the coast just opposite these islands, near where the town of El Katif is now, and accepts Strabo's and Pliny's names for the Bahrain Islands, calling them Tharos, Telos or Tyros, and Arados. The fact is that all our information on the islands prior to the Portuguese occupation comes from the Periplus of Nearchus. Eratosthenes, a naval officer of Alexander, states that the Gulf was 10,000 stadia long, from Cape Armozum, i.e. Hermuz, to Teredon, Kuwait, and the mouth of the Euphrates. Eratosthenes of Thasos, who was of the company of Nearchus, made an independent geographical survey of the Gulf on the Arabian side, and his statements are that on an island called Icaros, now Pellucid, just off of Kuwait, he saw the temple of Apollo. Southwards at a distance of 2,400 stadia, or 43 nautical leagues, he came on Gera, and close to it the islands of Tyros and Arados, which have temples like those of the Phoenicians, who were, the inhabitants told him, colonists from these parts. From Nearchus, too, we learn that the Phoenicians had a town called Sidon, or Sidodona in the Gulf, which he visited, and on an island called Tyrrhene was shown the tomb of Erythras, which he describes as an elevated hillock covered with palms, just like our mounds. And Erythras was the king who gave his name to the Gulf. Justin accepts the migration of the Phoenicians from the Persian Gulf as certain, and M. Renan says the primitive abode of the Phoenicians must be placed on the lower Euphrates, in the center of the great commercial and maritime establishments of the Persian Gulf. As for the temples, there are no traces of them left, and this is also the case in Syrian Phoenicia. Doubtless they were all built of wood, which will account for their disappearance. As we ourselves, during the course of our excavations, brought to light objects of distinctly Phoenician origin, there would appear to be no longer any room for doubt that the mounds which lay before us were a vast necropolis of this mercantile race. If so, one of two suppositions must be correct. Either, firstly, that the Phoenicians originally lived here before they migrated to the Mediterranean, and that this was the land of Punt from which the Punai got their name, a land of palms like the Syrian coast from which the race got their distorted Greek appellation of Phoenicians, or secondly, that these islands were looked upon by them as a sacred spot for the burial of their dead, as the Hindu looks upon the Ganges, and the Persian regards the shrines of Kerbela and Mashhad. I am much more inclined to the former supposition, judging from the mercantile importance of the Bahrain Islands, and the excellent school they must have been for a race that was to penetrate all the then known corners of the globe, to brave the dangers of the open Atlantic, and to reach the shores of Britain in their trading ventures. And, if nomenclature goes for anything, the name Tyros and the still existing name of Arad ought to confirm us in our belief and make certainty more certain. Our camp was pitched on this desert among the tumuli. The ground was hard and rough, covered with very sharp stones. Though dry, it sounded hollow, and it seemed as though there were water under it. Our own tent occupied a conspicuous and central place. Our servants' tent was hard by, liable to be blown down by heavy gusts of wind, which event happened the first night after our arrival, to the infinite discomfiture of the bazaar master, who, by the way, had left his grand clothes at home and appeared in the desert clad in a loose coffee-coloured dressing-gown, with a red band about his waist. Around the tents swarmed turbaned diggers, who looked as if they had come out in their nightgowns, dressing-gowns, and bath-sheets. These lodged at night in the bamboo village of Ali hard by, a place for which we developed the profoundest contempt, for the women thereof refused to pollute themselves by washing the clothes of infidels, and our garments had to be sent all the way to Manamah to be cleansed. A bamboo structure formed a shelter for the kitchen, around which on the sand lay curious coffee-pots, bowls, and cooking utensils, which would have been eagerly sought after for museums in Europe. The camel which fetched the daily supply of water from afar grazed around on the coarse desert herbage. The large white donkey which went into town for marketing by day, and entangled himself in the tent ropes by night, was also left to wander at his own sweet will. This desert camp was evidently considered a very peculiar sight indeed, and no wonder that for the first week of our residence there we were visited by all the inhabitants of Bahrein who could find time to come so far. It was very weird to sit in our tent door the first evening and look at the great mound we were going to dig into the next morning, and think how long it had stood there in the peace its builders hoped for it. There seemed to be quite a mournful feeling about disturbing it, but archaeologists are a ruthless body, and this was to be the last night it would ever stand in its perfect shape. After all, we were full of hope of finding out the mystery of its origin. The first attack the next morning was most amusing to behold. My husband headed the party, looking very tall and slim, with his legs outlined against the sky, as he, with all the rest, in single file and in fluttering array, wound first round the mound to look for a good place to ascend, and then went straight up. They were all amazed when I appeared and gave orders to the division under my command. They looked very questioningly indeed, but as the Persians had learnt to respect me, the Bahreini became quite amenable. The dimensions of the mound on which we began our labors were as follows: 35 feet in height, 76 feet in diameter, and 152 paces in circumference. We chose this in preference to the higher mounds, the tops of which were flattened somewhat and suggested the idea that they had fallen in. Ours, on the contrary, was quite rounded on the summit, and gave every hope that in digging through it we should find whatever was inside in statu quo. At a distance of several feet from most of the mounds are traces of an outer encircling wall or bank of earth, similar to walls found around certain tombs in Lydia, and also around a tumulus in Tara in Ireland, and this encircling wall was more marked around some of the smaller and presumably more recent tombs at the outer edge of the necropolis. In some cases several mounds would appear to have been clustered together, and to have had an encircling wall common to them all. We dug from the top of our mound for 15 feet, with great difficulty, through sort of a conglomerate earth, nearly as hard as cement, before we reached anything definite. Then suddenly this close earth stopped, and we came upon a layer of large loose stones, entirely free from soil, which layer covered the immediate top of the tombs for 2 feet. Beneath these stones, and immediately on the flat slabs forming the roof of the tomb, had been placed palm branches, which in the lapse of ages had become white and crumbly, and had assumed the flaky appearance of asbestos. This proved that the palm flourished on Bahrein at the date of these tombs, and that the inhabitants were accustomed to make use of it for constructive purposes. 6 very large slabs of rough unhewn limestone, which had obviously come from Jebel Dukhan, lay on the top of the tomb, forming a roof. One of these was 6 feet in length and 2 feet 2 inches in depth. The tomb itself was composed of 2 chambers, one immediately over the other, and approached by a long passage, like the dromos of rock-cut Greek tombs, which was full of earth and small stones. The entrance, as was that of all the tombs, was towards the sunset. This passage was 53 feet in length, extending from the outer rim of the circle to the mouth of the tomb. Around the outer circle of the mound itself ran a wall of huge stones, evidently to support the weight of earth necessary to conceal the tomb, and large unhewn stones closed the entrance to the 2 chambers of the tomb at the head of the passage. We first entered the upper chamber, the floor of which was covered with gritty earth. It was 30 feet long, and at the 4 corners were recesses 2 feet 10 inches in depth, and the uniform height of this chamber was 4 feet 6 inches. The whole surface of the interior to the depth of 2 or 3 inches above the other debris was covered with yellow earth, composed of tiny bones of the jerboa, that rat-like animal which is found in abundance on the shores of the Persian Gulf. There was no sign of any recent ones, and only a few fragments of skulls to show what this yellow earth had been. We then proceeded to remove the rubbish and sift it for what we could find. The chief objects of interest consisted in innumerable fragments of ivory, fragments of circular bones, pendants with holes for suspension, obviously used as ornaments by this primitive race, the torso of a small statue in ivory, the hoof of a bull fixed onto an ivory pedestal, evidently belonging to a small statue of a bull, the foot of another little statue, and various fragments of ivory utensils. Many of these fragments had patterns inscribed on them, rough patterns of scales, rosettes, encircling chains, and the two parallel lines common to so many ivory fragments found at Kamerios and now in the British Museum. In fact, the decorations on most of them bear a close and unmistakable resemblance to ivories found in Phoenician tombs on the shores of the Mediterranean, and to the ivories in the British Museum from Nimrud in Assyria, universally accepted as having been executed by Phoenician artists, those cunning workers in ivory and wood whom Solomon employed in the building of his temple, and before the spread of Egyptian and Greek art, the traveling artists of the world. The ivory fragments we found were given into the hands of Mr. A. S. Murray, of the British Museum, who wrote to my husband as follows: "I have not the least doubt, judging from the incised patterns, from bull's foot, part of a figure, etc., that the ivories are of Phoenician workmanship." The pottery found in this tomb offered no very distinctive features, being coarse and unglazed, but the numerous fragments of ostrich eggshells, colored and scratched with rough patterns and bands, also pointed to a Phoenician origin, or at least to a race of wide mercantile connection, and in those days the Phoenicians were the only people likely to combine in their commerce ostrich eggshells and ivory. We also found small shapeless pieces of oxidized metal, brass or copper. There were no human bones in the upper chamber, but those of a large animal, presumably a horse. The chamber immediately beneath was much more carefully constructed. It was the exact same length, but was higher, being 6 feet 7 inches, and the passage was wider. It was entirely coated with cement of two qualities, the upper coat being the finest, in which all round the walls, at intervals of 2 feet, were holes sloping inward and downward. In similar holes, in one of the other tombs we opened, we found traces of wood, showing that poles on which to hang drapery had been inserted. The ground of this lower chamber was entirely covered with a thin brown earth of a fibrous nature, in appearance somewhat resembling snuff. It was a foot in depth, and evidently the remains of the drapery which had been hung around the walls. Prior to the use of coffins, the Phoenicians draped their dead, and amongst this substance we found traces of human bones. Thus we were able to arrive at the system of sepulture employed by this unknown race. Evidently their custom was to place in the upper chamber broken utensils and the body of an animal belonging to the deceased, and to reserve the lower chamber for the corpse enshrouded in drapery. For the use of this upper chamber our parallels are curiously enough all Phoenician. Perrault gives us an example of 2-storied tombs in the cemetery of Amrit in Phoenicia, where also bodies were embedded in plaster to prevent decay prior to the introduction of the sarcophagus, reminding us of the closely cemented lower chambers in our mounds. A mound containing a tomb with one chamber over the other was in 1888 observed in Sardinia, and is given by Della Marmora as of Phoenician origin. Here, however, the top of the tomb is conical, not flat as in our mounds, which would point to a later development of the double chamber, which eventually blossomed forth into the lofty mausolea of the later Phoenician epoch and the grandiose tombs of Hellenic structure. Also at Carthage, that very same year that we were in Bahrain, i.e. 1889, excavations brought to light certain tombs of early Phoenician settlers, which also have the double chamber. In answer to Perrault's assertion that all early Phoenician tombs were hypogea, we may say that as the Bahrain Islands offer no facility for this method of sepulture, the closely covered-in mound would be the most natural substitute. Before leaving the tombs, we opened a second and a smaller one of coarser construction, which confirmed in every way the conclusions we had arrived at in opening the larger tomb. Near the village of Ali, one of the largest mounds has been pulled to pieces for stones. By creeping into the cavities opened, we were able to ascertain that the chambers in this mound were similar to those in the mound we had opened, only they were double on both stories, and the upper story was also coated with cement. 2 chambers ran parallel to each other, and were joined at the 2 extremities. Sir M. Durand also opened one of the mounds, but unfortunately the roof of the tomb had fallen in, which prevented him from obtaining any satisfactory results. But from the general appearance, it would seem to have been constructed on exactly the same lines as our larger one. Hence we had the evidence of 4 tombs to go upon, and felt that these must be pretty fair specimens of what the many thousands were which extended around us. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 3. Our Visit to Rufa'a. During the time that we spent at Ali, we had numerous visitors. The first day came 5 camels with 2 riders apiece, and a train of donkeys, bringing rich pearl merchants from the capital. These sat in a circle and complacently drank our coffee and ate our mixed biscuits, without in any way troubling us, having apparently come for no other object than to get this slender refreshment. Next day came Sheikh Mohammed, a young man of 17, a nephew of Sheikh Isa, who was about to wed his uncle's daughter, and was talked of as the heir apparent to the throne. He was all gorgeous in a white embroidered robe, red turban, and head rings bound in royal gold. He played with our pistols with covetous eyes, ate some English cake, having first questioned the bazaar master as to the orthodoxy of its ingredients, and then he promised us a visit next day. He came on the morrow, on a beautifully caparisoned horse, with red trappings and gold tassels. He brought with him many followers, and announced his intention of passing the day with us, rather to our distress. But we were appeased by the present of a fat lamb with one of those large bushy tails which remind one forcibly of a lady's bustle, and suggests that the ingenious milliner who invented these atrocities must have taken for her pattern an Eastern sheep. This day Prince Mohammed handled the revolver more covetously than ever, and got so far as exchanging his scarlet embroidered case with red silk belt and silver buckle for my leathern one. Sheikh Mohammed was very anxious to see how I could shoot with my revolver, so a brown pot containing about half a pint of water was put on a lump of rock as a mark. I was terrified, for I knew if I missed, as I surely expected, I should bring great discredit on myself and my nation, and there was such a crowd. My husband said I must try, and I am sure no one was more astonished than I was that I shattered the pot. If I had not, it would have been said that I only carried the revolver for show. That afternoon a great cavalcade of gazelle huntsmen called upon us. The 4 chief men of these had each a hooded falcon on his arm, and a tawny Persian greyhound, with long silky tail, at his side. They wore their sickle-like daggers in their waistbands. Their bodies were enveloped in long cloaks, and their heads in white cloths bound round with the camel hair straps. They were accompanied by another young scion of the El Khalifa family, who bestrode a white Arab steed with the gayest possible trappings. Thus was this young prince attired. On his head a cashmere kerchief with gold akal. He was almost smothered in an orange cloth gown trimmed with gold and lined with green, the sleeves of which were very long, cut open at the ends and trimmed. Over this robe was cast a black cloth cloak, trimmed with gold on the shoulders, and a richly inlaid sword dangled at his side, almost as big as himself, for he was but an undersized boy of 15. The sportsmen made a very nice group for our photography, as did almost everything around us on Bahrain. Any excavator would have lost patience with the men of Bahrain with whom we had to deal. Tickets had to be issued to prevent more men working than were wanted, and claiming pay at the end of the day. Ubiquity was essential, for they loved to get out of sight and do nothing. With unceasing regularity the pipe went round, and they paused for a drink at the bubble, as the Arabs express it. Morning, noontide, and evening prayers were, I am sure, unnecessarily long. Accidents would happen which alarmed us at first, until we learnt how ready they were to cry wolf. One man was knocked over by a stone. We thought by his contortion some limb must be broken, and we applied Vaseline, our only available remedy, to the bruise. His fellow workmen then seized him by the shoulders, he keeping his arms crossed the while, shook him well to put the bones right again, as they expressed it, and he continued his work as before. The bazaar master and the policeman would come and frantically seize a tool and work for a few seconds with Herculean vigour by way of example, which was never followed. Yallah, hurry on, in other words, O God. Marhaba, "Very good," the men would cry, and they would sing and scream with a vigour that nearly drove us wild. But for the occasional application of a stick by the bazaar master and great firmness, we should have got nothing out of them but noise. One day we had a mutiny because my husband dismissed 2 men who came very late. The rest refused to work, and came dancing round us, shouting and brandishing spades. One had actually got hold of a naked sword, which weapon I did not at all like, and I was thankful Prince Mohammed had not yet got the revolver. For some time they continued this wild weird dance, consigning us freely to the lower regions as they danced, and then they all went away, so that the bazaar master had to be sent in search of other and more amenable men. Evidently Sheikh Issa, when he entrusted us to the charge of the bazaar master and sent policemen with us, was afraid of something untoward happening. Next day we heard that His Majesty was coming in person with his tents to encamp in our vicinity, and I fancy we were in more danger from those men than we realised at the moment, fanned as they are into hatred of the infidel by the fanatical Wahhabi. 30 years ago, I was told, no infidel could have ventured into the centre of Bahrein with safety. Another important visitor came on Saturday in the shape of Sheikh Khalid, a cousin of the ruling chief, with a retinue of 10 men from Rufa'a, an inland village. We sat for a while on our heels in rows, conversing and smiling, and finally accepted an invitation from Sheikh Khalid to visit him at his village and make a little tour over the island. Accordingly, on Sunday morning we started, accompanied by the bazaar master, for Rufa'a, and we were not a little relieved to get away before Sheikh Issa was upon us, and escape the formalities which his royal presence in our midst would have necessitated. We had an exceedingly hot ride of it, and the wind was so high that our position on our donkeys was rendered even more precarious than usual. The desert sand whirled around us. We shut our eyes, tied down our hats, and tried to be patient. For miles our road led through the tumuli of those mysterious dead, who once in their thousands must have peopled Bahrein. Their old wells are still to be seen in the desert, and evidences of a cultivation which has long ago disappeared. As we approached the edge of this vast necropolis, the mounds grew less and less, until mere heaps of stones marked the spot where a dead man lay, and then we saw before us the 2 villages of Rufa'a. Of these, one is known as Rufa'a Sherga, or southwestern Rufa'a. The other, which belongs to the young Prince Mohammed, is called Rufa'a Jebeli. The Rufa'a are much older than Moharek or Manamah. They are fortified with castellated walls of mud brick. Many of the El Khalifa family reside here in comfortable houses. Southwestern Rufa'a is quite a big place, and as our arrival became known, all the village turned out to see us. The advent of an English lady among them was something too excessively novel. Even close-veiled women forgot their prudery, and peered out from their blue coverings, screaming with laughter, and pointing as they screamed to the somewhat appalled object of their mirth. "Hey, di bibi! There goes the lady!" shouted they again and again. No victorious potentate ever had a more triumphant entry into his capital than the English bibi had on entering southwestern Rufa'a. Sheikh Khalid was ready to receive us in his kahwa, or reception room, furnished solely by strips of matting and a camel hair rug with coarse embroidery on it. 2 pillows were produced for us, and Arabs squatting on the matting all round the wall, for it was Sheikh Khalid's morning reception, or majlis, just then, and we were the lions of the occasion. Our host, we soon learnt, rather to our dismay, was a most rigid ascetic, a Wahhabi to the backbone. He allows of no internal decorations in his house. No smoking is allowed, no wine, only perpetual coffee and perpetual prayers. Our prospects were not of the most brilliant. Some of the Wahhabi think even coffee is wrong. After a while all the company left, and Sheikh Khalid intimated to us that the room was now our own. 2 more large pillows were brought, and rugs were laid down. As for the rest, we were dependent on our own very limited resources. We had brought our own sheets with us. Sheikh Saba, who had married Sheikh Khalid's sister, was a great contrast to our host. He had been in Bombay and had imbibed in his travels a degree of worldliness which ill became a Wahhabi. He had filled his house, to which he took us, with all sorts of baubles. gilt looking-glasses hanging on the walls, coloured glass balls in rows and rows up to the ceiling, each on a little looking-glass, lovely pillows and carpets, Zanzibar date baskets, Bombay inlaid chests, Lhasa coffee pots, and a Russian tea urn. A truly marvellous conglomeration of things, which produced on us a wonderful sense of pleasure and repose after the bareness of our host's abode. Sheikh Saba wore only his long white shirt and turban, and so unconventional was he that he allowed his consort to remain at one end of the room whilst my husband was there. The courtyards of these houses are architecturally interesting. The Saracenic arch, the rosettes of open-work stucco, the squares of the same material with intricate patterns. Great boons in a hot land to let in the air without the sun. There is also another contrivance for obtaining air. In building the house, a niche 3 feet wide is left in the outer wall, closed in on the inner side except for about a foot. It is funny to see the heads of muffled women peering out of these air shafts, into which they have climbed to get an undisturbed view. Here some of the women wear the Arabian butra or mask, which, while it hides their features, give their eyes full play. They are very inquisitive. Some of the women one meets on Bahrain are highly picturesque when you see them without the dark blue covering. I was fetched to one harem after the other, always followed by a dense crowd, to the apparent annoyance of my hostesses, who, however, seemed powerless to prevent the intrusion. I saw one woman holding on to the top of the door and standing on the shoulders of one who was squatting on the floor. One good lady grew enraged at the invasion, and threw a cup of hot coffee in an intruder's face. In the afternoon we rode over to mountainous, and it might be added ruinous, Rufa'a. It is built on a cliff 50 feet above the lowest level of the desert. From here there is a view over a wide, bleak expanse of sand, occasionally relieved by an oasis, the result of a well and irrigation. And beyond this the eye rests on Jebel Dukhan, the Mountain of Mist, which high-sounding name has been given to a mass of rocks in the centre of Bahrain, rising 400 feet above the plain, and often surrounded by a sea fog. For Bahrain, with its low-lying land, is often in a mist. Some mornings, on rising early, we looked out of our tent to find ourselves enveloped in a perfect London fog. Our clothes were soaking, the sand on the floor of our tent was soft and adhesive. Then, in an hour, the bright orb of heaven would disperse all this, for we were very far south indeed, on the coast of Arabia. Alas! On arrival, we found that our young friend, Sheikh Mohammed, was out, for he had to be in attendance on his uncle, Sheikh Isa, who had just arrived at his tent near our encampment, and he had to provide all his uncle's meals. We saw a donkey with a cauldron on its back large enough to boil a sheep in, large copper trays, and many other articles dispatched for the delectation of the sovereign and his retinue. Sheikh Mohammed's mother, quite a queenly-looking woman, was busying herself about the preparation of these things, and when she had finished she invited us to go into the harem. My husband felt the honour and confidence reposed in him exceedingly, but, alas, all the women were veiled. All he could contemplate was their lovely hands and feet dyed yellow with henna, their rich red shirts, their aprons adorned with coins, their gold bracelets, and turquoise rings. However, I assured him that with one solitary exception, he had lost nothing by not seeing their faces. In one corner of the women's room was the biggest bed I ever saw. It had 8 posts, a roof, a fence, a gate, and steps up to it. It is a sort of dais, in fact, where they spread their rugs and sleep, and high enough to lay beds under it too. Occasionally we got a good peep at the women as they were working in the fields, or cutting with semicircular saws the scrub that grows in the desert for their cattle. Halfway between the 2 Rufa'as we halted at a well, the great point of concourse for the inhabitants of both villages. It was evening, and around it were gathered crowds of the most enchanting people in every possible costume. Women and donkeys were groaning under the weight of skins filled with water. Men were engaged in filling them, but it seems to be against the dignity of a male Arab to carry anything. With the regularity of a steam crane, the woodwork of the well creaked and groaned with a sound like a bagpipe, as the donkeys toiled up and down their slope, bringing to the surface the skins of water. It was a truly Arabian sight, with the desert all around us, and the little garden hard by which Sheikh Saba cultivates with infinite toil, having a weary contest with the surrounding sand which invades his enclosure. The sun was getting low when we returned to our bare room at Sheikh Khalid's, and to our great contentment we were left alone, for our day had been a busy one and a strain on our conversational powers. Our host handed us over to the tender mercies of a black slave, Zamzam by name, wonderfully skilled at cooking with a handful of charcoal on circular stoves coloured red, and bearing a marked resemblance to the altars of the Persian fire worshippers. He brought us in our dinner. First he spread a large round mat of fine grass on the floor. In the centre of this he deposited a washing basin filled with boiled rice and a bowl of ghee or rancid grease to make it palatable. Before us were placed 2 tough chickens, a bowl of dates, and for drink we had a bowl of milk with delicious fresh butter floating in it. Several sheets of bread about the size and consistency of bath towels were also provided, but no implements of any kind to assist us in conveying these delicacies to our mouths. With pieces of bread we scooped up the rice, with our fingers we managed the rest, and we were glad no one was looking on to witness our struggles save Zamzam with a ewer of water, with which he washed us after the repast was over, and then we put ourselves away for the night. Very early next morning we were on the move for our trip across the island. The journey would be too long for donkeys, they said, so Sheikh Khalid mounted us on 3 of his best camels, with lovely saddles of inlaid El Hassa work, with 2 pommels, one in front and one behind, like little pillars, capped and inlaid with silver. We, that is to say, my husband and I and the bazaar master, ambled along at a pretty smart pace across the desert in the direction of a fishing village called Askar, on the east coast of the island, near which were said to exist ancient remains. These of course turned out to be myths, but the village was all that could be desired in quaintness. The houses were all of bamboo, and the floor strewn over with little white helix shells. In one of them we were regaled with coffee, and found it delicious after our hot ride. Then we strolled along the shore and marvelled at the bamboo skiffs, the curiously fashioned oars and water casks, the stone anchors, and other primitive implements used by the seafaring race. The bazaar master would not let us tarry as long as we could have wished, for he was anxious for us to arrive before the midday heat at a rocky cave in the Mountain of Mist, in the centre of the island. We dismounted from our camels and proceeded to examine Jebel Dukhan, an escarped mass of limestone rocks with rugged outline and deep caves. From the gentle elevation of the misty mountain one gets a very fair idea of the extent and character of Bahrain. The island has been likened to a sheet of silver in a sea of pearl, but it looked to us anything but silvery, and for all the world like one of the native sheets of bread, oval and tawny. It is said to be 27 miles long and 12 wide at its broadest point. From the clearness of the atmosphere and the distinctness with which we saw the sea all around us, it could not have been much more. There are many tiny villages dotted about here and there, recognizable only by their nest of palm trees and their strips of verdure. In the dim distance, to our left, arose the mountains of Arabia, beyond, the flat coastline of El Hassa, encircling that wild, mysterious land of Nejd, where the Wahhabi dwell, a land forbidden to the infidel globetrotter. Yet another sheikh of the El Khalifa family was introduced to us, by name Abdullah. He owns the land about here, and having been advised of our coming, had prepared a repast for us, much on the lines of the one we had had the evening before. We much enjoyed our cool rest and repast in Abdullah's cave, and for 2 hours or more our whole party lay stretched on the ground courting slumber, whilst our camels grazed around. Another sheikh was anxious to take us to his house for the night, but we could not remain, as our work demanded our return to camp that night, so we compromised matters by taking coffee with him on a green oasis near his house, under a blazing sun, without an atom of shade, and without a thing against which to lean our tired backs. Then we hurried back to Rufa'a to take leave of our friend, Sheikh Khalid, and started off late in the evening for our home. Soon we came in sight of Sheikh Isa's tent. His Majesty was evidently expecting us, for by his side in the royal tent were placed 2 high thrones, formed of camel saddles covered with sheepskins for us to sit upon, whilst his Arabian Majesty and his courtiers sat on the ground. As many as could be accommodated sat round within the walls of the tent. Those for whom there was no room inside continued the line, forming a long loop which extended for some yards outside the tent. Here all his nephews and cousins were assembled. That gay youth, Sheikh Mohammed, on ordinary occasions as full of fun as an English schoolboy, sat there in great solemnity, incapable of a smile, though I maliciously tried to raise one. When he came next morning to visit us, he was equally solemn, until his uncle had left our tent. Then his gaiety returned as if by magic, and with it his covetousness for my pistol. Eventually an exchange was effected, he producing a coffee pot and an inlaid bowl, which had taken our fancy, as the price. On the surrounding desert a small gazelle is abundant. One day we came across a cavalcade of Bahraini sportsmen, who looked exceedingly picturesque in their flowing robes and floating red keffeyehs, and riding gaily caparisoned horses, with crimson trappings and gold tassels. Each had on his arm a hooded falcon, and by his side a Persian greyhound. When the gazelle is sighted, the falcon is let loose. It skims rapidly along the ground, attacks the head of the animal, and so confuses it that it falls an easy prey to the hounds in pursuit. Albuquerque, in his commentaries, says, "There are many who hunt with falcons about the size of our goshawks, and take by their aid certain creatures smaller than gazelles, training very swift hounds to assist the falcon in catching the prey." In their ordinary life, the Bahrain people still retain the primitiveness of the Bedouin. There are about 50 villages scattered over the islands, recognizable from a distance by their patch of cultivation and groups of date palms. Except at Manamah and Moharek, they have little or nothing to do with the pearl fisheries, but are an exceedingly industrious race of peasants who cultivate the soil by means of irrigation from the numerous wells with which the island is blessed. There are generally 3 to 6 small wheels attached to the beam, which is across the well, over which the ropes of as many large leathern buckets pass. When these buckets rise full, they tilt themselves over. The contents are then taken by little channels to a reservoir which feeds the dikes, transferred thence to the palms in buckets raised by the leverage of a date trunk lightly swung by ropes to a frame, and balanced at one end by a basket of earth into which it is inserted. It is so light to lift that women are generally employed in watering the trees. To manure their date groves they use the fins of a species of ray fish called owl, steeped in water till they are putrid. Owl, by the way, was an ancient name of the island of Bahrain, perhaps because it was the first island of the group in size, Owl in Arabic meaning first. The area of fertility is very rich and beautiful. It extends all along the north coast of the island, and the fishing village of Naim, with its bamboo huts nestling beneath the palm trees, is highly picturesque. And all this fertility is due to the number of fresh water springs which burst up here from underground, similar no doubt to those before alluded to which spring up in the sea. The Arabs will tell you that these springs come straight from the Euphrates by an underground channel through which the great river flows beneath the Persian Gulf, doubtless being the same legend alluded to by Pliny when he says, "Flumen per quad Euphratem emerge putant." There are many of them, the Gosari well, Umishan, Abu Zaidan, and the Adari, which last supplies many miles of date groves through a canal of ancient workmanship. The Adari well is one of the great sights of Bahrain, being a deep basin of water 22 yards wide by 40 long, beautifully clear and full of prismatic colours. It is said to come up with such force from underground that a diver is driven back, and all around it are ruins of ancient date, proving that it was prized by former inhabitants as a bath. The water is slightly brackish, as is that of all these sources, so that those who can afford it send for water to a well between Rufa'a Jebeli and Rufa'a Shergah, called Hanaini, which is exceedingly good, and camels laden with skins may be seen coming into Manamah every morning with this treasure. We obtained our water supply thence. The other well, Abu Zaidan, is situated in the midst of the ruins known as Balad al-Qadim, or Old Town. 2 days later our camp was struck, and our long cavalcade, with Said bin Omar, the bazaar master, at its head, returned to Manamah. He had ordered for us quite a sumptuous repast at his mansion by the sea, and having learnt our taste for curiosities, he brought us as presents a buckler of camel skin, his 8-foot-long lance, and a lovely bowl of al-hassa work, that is to say, minute particles of silver inlaid in wonderful patterns in wood. This inlaying is quite a distinctive art of the district of Arabia along the northeastern coast known as al-hassa. Curious old guns, saddles, bowls, and coffee pots, in fact everything with an artistic tendency, comes from that country. The day following was the great Thursday's market at Balad al-Qadim, near the old minarets and the wells. Mounted once more on donkeys, we joined the train of peasants thither bound, I being, as usual, the object of much criticism, and greatly interfering with the business of the day. One male starer paid for his inquisitiveness by tumbling over a stall of knickknacks and precipitating himself and all the contents to the ground. The minarets and pillars of the old mosques looked down on a strange scene that day. In the half-ruined domed houses of the departed race, stall-holders had pitched their stalls, lanes and cross-lanes of closely packed vendors of quaint crockery, newly cut lucerne, onions, fish, and objects of European fabric such as only Orientals admire. And amongst all was a compact mass of struggling humanity. But it was easy to see that the date palm and its produce formed the staple trade of the place. There were all shapes and sizes of baskets made of palm leaves, dates in profusion, fuel of the dried spades, the male spades for fructifying the palm, and palm leaf matting, the only furniture and sometimes the only roofing of their comfortless huts. The costumes were dazzling in their brilliancy and quaintness. It was a scene never to be forgotten, and one of which a photograph, which I took from a gentle eminence, gives but a faint idea. It was our last scene on Bahrain, a fitting conclusion to our sojourn thereon. End of Chapter 3, Southern Arabia. Chapter 4 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 4. Some historical facts about Oman. On 2 separate occasions we visited Maskat. The first time was in 1889 on our way to Persia, and the second in 1895 when we were starting for Dhofar, on the journey which I shall describe later. On each occasion we had to reach it by way of India, for like all the rest of the Persian Gulf, Maskat is really an outlying portion of our Indian Empire. By just crossing a range of mountains in Persia, you cross the metaphorical watershed between our India and foreign offices. At Shiraz you hesitate between India and England. You ask the question, shall I send my letters via Bombay or via Russia? You hasten to get rid of your rupees, for this is the last place where their merit is recognized. North of Shiraz you are in a distinctly foreign country. Our officials hail from the Foreign Office and belong to the legation of Tehran. You are no longer under British protection, you are in the dominions of the Shah. But so long as you are on the shores of the Gulf you are, so to speak, in India. The officials receive their pay in degenerate rupees instead of pounds sterling. They live in bungalows. They talk of tiffin and eat curry at every meal. We keep a British ship of war in the Gulf. We feel that it is a matter of the first importance that those countries should remain under our protection, and that the Turks should not build forts at Fao and otherwise interfere with our trade in the Karun, and that no other power should have a foothold thereon. The last generation talked much about a Euphrates Valley Railway, with its terminus at Kuwait. We now hear a great deal about the opening up of the Karun. But it is the lordship of the Gulf which is the chief matter of importance just at present both for India and for ourselves. In this district, Maskat is the most important point. The kingdom of Oman, of which it is nominally the capital, commands the entrance to the Gulf. In the 9th century of the Christian era, ships trading from Sharif to China took in water at Maskat from the wells which still supply the town. Between Aden and the Persian Gulf, it is the only harbour where ships of any size can find anchorage, and it may, in fact, be said to play much the same part with respect to the Persian Gulf that Aden does to the Red Sea. In many other ways, the places are strikingly similar. They are both constructed on arid volcanic rocks, which produce the smallest amount of verdure and reflect the greatest amount of heat. Water in both of them is the scarcest of commodities. Of all places in the world, Maskat has the reputation of being the hottest, facing, as it does, the Indian Ocean, and protected from every cooling breeze by rugged volcanic hills, without a blade of cultivation upon them, and which reflect and intensify the scorching rays of the burning sun. Aden is said to have but a piece of brown paper between it and the infernal fires. Maskat would seem to want even this meagre protection, and gives, as a Persian poet has expressed it, to the panting sinner a lively anticipation of his future destiny. The approach to the cove of Maskat is highly striking. Many coloured volcanic rocks of fantastic form protect the horseshoe-shaped harbour, whilst behind the white town, as far as the eye can reach, stretch deeply serrated arid mountains, which culminate in the heights of Jebel Akhdar, or the Green Mountains, some 50 miles as the crow flies inland, reaching an elevation of 9,000 feet. We were told that snow sometimes falls in the winter time on Jebel Akhdar, and it rejoices in a certain amount of verdure, from which it derives its name. This range forms the backbone of Oman, and at its foot lie Nezwa and Rostak, the old capitals of the long line of imams of Oman, before Maskat was a place of so much importance as it is at present. The streams which come down from these mountains nowhere reach the sea, but are lost in the deserts, and nevertheless in some places they fertilize oases in the Omani desert, where the vegetation is most luxuriant and fever very rife. Grapes grow on the slopes of Jebel Akhdar, and the inhabitants, despite the strictures of Mohammed, both make and drink wine of them, and report says, how far it is true I know not, that the Portuguese exported thence the vines to which they gave the name of muscatel. The inhabitants of this wild range are chiefly Bedou and pastoral, and it is from this quarter that the troubles which beset the poor Sultan, Faisal, generally emanate. The harbour of Maskat is full of life. The deep blue sea is studded with tiny craft. Canoes painted red, green, and white, steered by paddles, swarm around the steamer, fishermen paddling themselves about on a plank or two tied together, or swimming astride of a single one, hawk their wares from boat to boat. The oars of the larger boats are generally made with a flat, circular piece of wood fastened on to a long pole, and are really more like paddles than oars. In the northern corner lie huddled together large dhows, which, during the northeast monsoons, make the journey to Zanzibar, returning at the change of the season. Most of these belong to Banyan merchants in Maskat, and are manned by Indian sailors. Close to them is the small steamer Sultania, which was presented by the Sultan of Zanzibar to his cousin, Sultan Turki of Maskat, now a perfectly useless craft, which cannot even venture outside the harbour by reason of the holes in its side. From its mast floats the red banner of Oman, the same flag that Arab boats at Aden fly. It was originally the banner of Yemen, to which place the Arabs who rule in Oman trace their origin, for early in our era, according to Arab tradition, Oman was colonized and taken possession of by descendants of the old Himyarites of Yemen. The shore of the town is very unpleasant, reeking with smells, and at low tide lined with all the refuse and offal of the place. At high tide shoals of fish come in to feed on this refuse, and in their train follow immense flocks of seagulls, which make the edge of the water quite white as they fly along and dive after their prey. Here and there out of the sand peep the barrels of some rusty old cannon, ghostly relics of the Portuguese occupation. In the middle of the beach is the Sultan's palace, but it is immeasurably inferior to the new residency of the British political agent, which stands at the southern extremity of the town, just where it can get all the breeze that is to be had through a gap in the rocks opening to the south. Here we were most hospitably entertained by Colonel Hayes Sadler on our second sojourn. Even in this favoured position the heat in summer is almost unendurable, making Maskat one of the least coveted posts that the Indian government has at its disposal. The cliffs immediately round the town are of a shiny schist, almost impossible to walk upon, and reflect the rays of the sun with great intensity. On either side of the town stand two old Portuguese forts kept up and manned by the Sultan's soldiers. In them are still to be seen old rusty pieces of ordnance, one of which bears a Portuguese inscription with the date 1606 and the name and arms of Philip III of Spain. Also, the small Portuguese chapel in the fort is preserved and bears the date of 1588. These are the principal legacies left to posterity by those intrepid pioneers of civilization, in a spot which they occupied for nearly a century and a half. These forts testify to having been of great size and strength in former times, and show considerable architectural features, and the traces of a luxuriant and opulent population. With regard to the ancient history of Oman, there is little known. The empire of the Himyarites, which filled Yemen and the Hadhramout valley with interesting remains, does not appear to have extended its sway so far eastward. No Sabaean remains have as yet been found in Oman, nor are there any that I have heard of further east than the frankincense country of Dhofar, over 600 miles west of Maskat. Neither Ptolemy nor the author of the Periplus gives us any definite information about the existence of a town in the harbour of Maskat, and consequently the first reliable information we have to go upon is from the early Arabian geographers. From Torisi we learn that Sobar was the most ancient town of Oman, but that in his day Maskat was flourishing, and that in old times the China ships used to sail from there. Oman was included in Yemen by these earlier geographers, doubtless from the fact that Arabs from Yemen were its first colonizers. But all that is known with any certainty is that from the 9th century AD a long line of imams ruled over Oman, with their capitals at Nezwa or Rostok, at the foot of Jabal Akhdar. This title, by which the Arab rulers were known, had been conferred on the Arab rulers of Oman for centuries, and signifies a sort of priest-king like Melchizedek, to whom, curiously enough, is given the same title in the Quran. The election was always by popular acclamation, and inasmuch as the Omani do not recognize the two imams who immediately succeeded Muhammad but chose their own, they form a separate sect. In olden days the men of Oman were called outsiders by their Mohammedan brethren, because they recognized their own chief solely as the head of their own religion, and are known otherwise as the Ibadiyet or Ibaduya, followers of Abdullah bin Ibad, as distinct from the Shiites, and Sunni, between which sects the rest of Islam is pretty equally divided. Internecine wars were always rife amongst them, but at the same time these early Omani had little or no intercourse with the outer world. Of the internal quarrels of the country, the Omani historian Salih bin Rajik has given a detailed account, but for the rest of the world they are of little interest. In those days Oman seems to have had two ports, Sur and Kalhat, on the Indian Ocean, which were more frequented than Maskat. Marco Polo, 1280 A.D., calls the second Kalati in his journal, and describes it as a large city in a gulf called also Kalatu, and the Omani paid tribute to the Melik, or king of Hormuz, for many generations, but with the rise of Maskat, Sur and Kalhat declined. Oman first came into immediate contact with Europeans in the year 1506, when Albuquerque appeared in Maskat harbour bent on his conquest of the Persian Gulf, and with the object, not even yet accomplished, of making a route to India by way of the Euphrates Valley. From Albuquerque's commentaries we get a graphic description of the condition of the country when he reached it. At first the Arabs were inclined to receive the Portuguese without a struggle, but, taking courage from the presence of a large army of Bedouin in the vicinity, they soon showed treacherous intentions toward the invaders, so that the Portuguese admiral determined to attack the town and destroy it. And the commentator states that within were burned many provisions, 34 ships in all, large and small, many fishing barks, and an arsenal full of every requisite for shipbuilding. After effecting a landing, the Portuguese ordered 3 gunners with axes to cut the supports of the mosque, which was a large and very beautiful edifice, the greater part being built of timber finely carved, and the upper part of stucco, and it was accounted a propitious miracle by the Portuguese that the men who performed this deed were not killed by the falling timber. Maskat was then burnt and utterly destroyed, and having cut off the ears and noses of the prisoners, he liberated them. The commentator concludes his remarks on Maskat as follows: Maskat is of old a market for carriage of horses and dates. It is a very elegant town with very fine houses. It is the principal entrepot of the kingdom of Ormuz, into which all the ships that navigate these parts must of necessity enter. The 140 years during which the Portuguese occupied Maskat and the adjacent coast town was a period of perpetual trouble and insurrection. The factory and forts of Jalali and Marani were commenced in 1527, but the forts in their present condition were not erected till after the union of Portugal and Spain in 1580. The order for their erection came from Madrid, and the inscription bears the date 1588. Not only were the Arabs constantly on the lookout to dislodge their unwelcome visitors, but the Turks attacked them likewise, with a navy from the side of the Persian Gulf, and the naval victory gained by the Portuguese off Maskat in 1554 is considered by Turkish historians to have been a greater blow to their power than the better-known battle off Preface in 1538, where Doria defeated Barbarossa and obliged Suleiman to relinquish his attempt on Vienna. When, after the union of Portugal with Spain, the colonial activity of the former country declined, the colonies in the Persian Gulf fell one by one into the hand of the Persians and the Arabs. Out of the kingdom of Oman they were driven in 1620 and confined to the town of Maskat by the victorious Imam, Nasser bin Murshid, during whose reign of 26 years the legend is told that no man in Oman died a natural death. 2 years later they were also driven from Maskat itself, and those 2 forts, Jalali and Marani, which they had built, the last foothold of the Portuguese on the Omani territory, were taken from them. The historian Saleh tells the amusing story of the final fall of Maskat into the hands of the Arabs. The Portuguese governor, Pereira, was deeply enamoured of the daughter of a Banyan merchant of Maskat. The man at first refused to let him have his daughter, but at length consented, on condition that the wedding did not take place for some months. Pereira was now entirely in the hands of the Banyan, and did everything he told him. So the crafty Indian communicated with the Arabs outside Portuguese territory, telling them to be ready when due notice was given to attack the town. He then proceeded to persuade Pereira to clean out the water tanks of the fort, and to clear out the old supplies of food preparatory to revictualling them. Then, when the forts were without food and water, and finally having damped all the powder, he gave notice to the Arabs, who attacked and took the town on a Sunday evening when the Portuguese were carousing. Captain Hamilton gives another account in his travels, beginning of footnote 7, Pinkerton, volume 8, end of footnote 7, and tells us that the Arabs were exasperated by a piece of pork wrapped up in paper being sent as a present to the Imam by the governor, Pereira. And he also adds that the Portuguese were all put to the sword save 18, who embraced Mohammedanism, and that the Portuguese cathedral was made the Imam's palace, where he took up his residence for a month or 2 every year. Since those days, these 2 forts have been regularly used by rival claimants to the sovereignty of Oman as convenient points of vantage from which to pepper one another, to the infinite discomfiture of the inhabitants beneath. The departure of the Portuguese did not greatly benefit the Omani. Writing in 1624 to the East India Company, Thomas Carriage speaks of Maskat as a beggarly poor town, and Ormuz, he says, is become a heap of ruins. At last, in 1737, owing to the jealousies of the rival imams, Said and Ibn Murshad, Maskat was taken by the Persians. They were, however, soon driven out again by Ahmed bin Said, or Saud, a man of humble origin but a successful general. As a reward for his services, he was elected imam in 1741, and was the founder of the dynasty which still rules there. The successors of Ahmed bin Said found the obligations of being imam, and the oath which it entailed to fight against the infidel both awkward and irksome, so his grandson Saud, who succeeded in 1779, never assumed the title of Imam, but was content with that of Sultan, and consequently the imamate of Oman has, with one short exception, been in abeyance ever since. Under the first rulers of this dynasty, Oman became a state of considerable importance. During the reigns of Sultan Saud and his son, Sultan Saud Sayyid, a large part of the Arabian mainland was under the rule of Oman, as also Bahrain, Hormuz, Larij, Qishm, Bandar Abbas, many islands and their pearl fisheries, and Linga, also a good part of the coast of Africa, and it was they who established the alliances with England and the United States. The first political relations between the East India Company and the ruler of Oman took place in 1798, the object being to secure the alliance of Oman against the Dutch and French. A second treaty was made 2 years later, and it was provided in it that an English gentleman of respectability on the part of the Honourable East India Company should always reside at the port of Maskat. An English gentleman of respectability has consequently resided there ever since, and from the days of Sultan Sayyid has become the chief factor in the government of the place. Sultan Sayyid bin Sayyid stands out prominently as the great ruler of Oman, and under his rule Oman and its capital, Maskat, reached the greatest pitch of eminence to be found in all its annals. He ascended the throne in 1804 and reigned for 52 years. He found his country in dire distress at the time of his accession, owing to the attacks of the fanatical Wahhabi from Central Arabia, who had carried their victorious arms right down to Maskat, and had imposed their bigoted rules and religious regulations on the otherwise liberal-minded Mohammedans of Eastern Arabia. With Turkish aid on the one hand, and British support on the other, Sultan Sayyid succeeded in relieving his country from these terrible scourges, and drove them back into the central province of Nejd, from which they had carried their bloodthirsty and fanatical wars over nearly the whole of the peninsula. And when all fear from the Wahhabi was over, Sultan Sayyid extended his conquests in all directions. He occupied several points on the Persian Gulf and the opposite coast of Baluchistan, and materially assisted the Indian government in putting down the piracy which had for long closed the Gulf to all trade. And finally, in 1856, he added the important Arab settlement of Mombasa in Zanzibar, on the African coast, to his dominion. During this long reign, Maskat prospered exceedingly. It was the great trade centre for the Persian Gulf, inasmuch as it was a safe depot, where merchants could deposit their goods without fear of piracy. Vessels going to and from India before the introduction of steam used frequently to stop at Maskat for water. As a trade centre in those days, it was almost as important as Aden, and with the Indian government Sultan Sayyid was always on most friendly terms. When Sultan Sayyid died, the usual dispute took place between his successors. England promptly stepped in to settle this dispute, and with the foresight she so admirably displays on such occasions, she advocated a division of Sayyid's empire. Zanzibar was given to one claimant, Oman to the other, and for the future Oman and Sultan Turkey remained under British protection. Since the death of Sultan Sayyid, the power of Oman has most lamentably gone down, partly owing to the very success of his attempts to put down piracy. This, followed by the introduction of steam, has diminished the importance of Maskat as a safe port for the merchants to deposit their wares. It is also partly due to the jealousies which prevail between the descendants of Sayyid, who rule in Zanzibar and in Maskat. Palgrave in 1863 describes Maskat as having 40,000 inhabitants. There are probably half that number now. The Sultan of Zanzibar has to pay an annual tribute of 40,000 crowns to his relative of Maskat in order to equalize the inheritance, and this tribute being a constant source of trouble, of late years he has taken to urging the wild Bedouin tribes in Oman to revolt against the present, rather weak-minded Sultan who reigns there. He supplies them with the sinews of war, namely money and ammunition, and the insurrection which occurred in February 1895 was chiefly due to this mode of power. One of his sisters married a German, the English conniving at her escape from Zanzibar in a gunboat. On her husband's death, her elder brother having in the meantime also died, she returned to Zanzibar, thinking her next brother, the present sultan, to be of a milder disposition, but he refused to take any notice of her and her children. The present ruler of Maskat, Sultan Faisal, is a grandson of Sultan Sayed and son of Sultan Turki by an Abyssinian mother. Since his accession in 1889, he has been vacillating in his policy. He has practically had but little authority outside the walls of Maskat, and were it not for the support of the British government and the proximity of a gunboat, he would long ago have ceased to rule. When we first saw him in 1889, he was but a beardless boy, timid and shy, and now he has reached man's estate. He still retains the nervous manner of his youth. He lives in perpetual dread of his elder brother Mahmoud, who, being the son of a negress, was not considered a suitable person to inherit the throne. The two brothers, though living in adjacent houses, never meet without their own escorts to protect them from each other. The way in which Faisal obtained possession of the Sultan's palace on his father's death, to the exclusion of his brother, is curious. Faisal said his grief for his father was so great that his feelings would not admit of his attending the funeral, so he stayed at home while Mahmoud went, who, on his return, found the door locked in his face. The palace is entered by a formidable-looking door, decorated with large spiked bosses of brass. This opens into a small court which contained at the time of our first visit the most imposing sight of the place, namely, the lion in his cage to the left, into which Faisal was in the habit of introducing criminals of the deepest dye, to be devoured by this lordly executioner. Opposite to this cage of death is another, a low probationary cage, which, when we were there, contained a prisoner stretched out at full length, for the cage is too low to admit of a sitting posture. From this point he could view the horrors of the lion's cage, so that during his incarceration he might contemplate what might happen to him if he continued, on liberation, to pursue his evil ways. Another door leads into a vaulted passage full of guards, through which we passed and entered into an inner court with a pool in the centre and a wide cloister around it supporting a gallery. Sultan Faisal was then a very young man, not much over 20. He was greatly interested in seeing us, for we were the first English travellers who had visited him since his accession. We caught sight of him peeping at us over the balcony as we passed through the courtyard below, and we had to clamber up a ladder to the gallery, where we found him ready to welcome us. He seized our hands and shook them warmly, and then led us with much effusiveness to his khawa, a long room just overhanging the sea, which is his reception and throne room. Here were high cane-bottomed chairs round the walls, and at one end a red chair, which is the throne. Just over it were hung two grotesque pictures of our queen and the prince consort, such as one could buy for a penny at a fair. They are looked upon as objects of great value here, and act as befitting symbols of our protectorate. The imam fed us with sweets and coffee, asked us innumerable questions, and seemed full of boyish fun. Certainly with his turban of blue and red checked cotton, which would have been a housemaid's duster at home, his faded greenish-yellow cloak fastened round his slender frame by a red girdle, he looked anything but a king. As we were preparing to depart, the young monarch grew apparently very uneasy, and impatiently shouted something to his attendants, and when the servant came in, Faisal hurried to him, seized 4 little gilt bottles of attar of roses, thrust 2 of them into each of our pockets, and with some compliments as to our queen having eyes everywhere, and Faisal's certainty that she would look after him, the audience was at an end. Sultan Faisal was a complete autocrat as far as his jurisdiction extended. At his command, a criminal could be executed either in the lion's cage or in a little square by the sea, and his body cut up and thrown into the waves. The only check upon him was the British resident. His father, Turki, not long before sewed up a woman in a sack and drowned her, whereupon a polite message came from the Residency requesting him not to do such things again. Hence, young Faisal dared not to be very cruel. To offend the English would have been to lose his position. His half-brother, Mahmoud, whose mother was a Swahili, lives next door to his brother, Sultan Faisal. in the enjoyment of a pension of $600 a month. The uncles, however, are not so amenable. The eldest of them, according to Arabian custom, claimed the throne and had collected an army amongst the Bedouin to assert his claims, and was then in possession of all the country, with the exception of Maskat and El Matra, for Faisal had no money, and hence he could not get his soldiers to fight. But then it had been intimated to Faisal that in all probability the English would support his claims if he conducted himself prudently and wisely. So there was every likelihood that in due course he would be thoroughly established in the dominions of his father. When we visited the town for the second time, an even more serious rebellion was impending, the Bedouin of the interior, under Sheikh Saleh, having attacked Maskat itself. The Sultan and his brother, who hastily became friends, retired together to the castle, and the town was given up to plunder. There were dead bodies lying on the beach, and but for the kindness of Colonel Hay Sadler, the British resident, there would have been difficulties in the fort as regards water. They relied principally on HMS Sphinx, which lay in the harbour to protect British interests and to maintain Sultan Faisal in his position. This state of terror lasted 3 weeks, when the rebels, having looted the bazaars and wrecked the town, were eventually persuaded to retire, free and unpunished, with a considerable cash payment, probably intending to return for more when the cooler weather should come and the date harvest be over. With the consent of, and at the request of, the Indian government, Sultan Faisal has imposed additional heavy duty on all the produce coming in from the rebel tribes, that he may have a fund from which to pay indemnities to foreigners who suffered loss during the invasion. A good many Banyan merchants, British subjects, suffered losses, and their claim alone amounted to 120,000 rupees. As a natural result of this disaster and its ignominious termination, Sultan Faisal's authority at the present moment is absolutely nil outside the walls of Maskat and El Matra, and he is still in a state of declared war with all the Bedouin chiefs in the mountains behind Maskat. A few British subjects were scared but not killed, and as all was over in a few weeks, no one thought much more about it except those more immediately interested, and few paused to think what an important part Maskat has played in the opening up of the Persian Gulf and the suppression of piracy, and what an important part it may yet play should the lordship of the Persian Gulf ever become a casus belli. Although Maskat has been under Indian influence for most of this century, it has latterly gone down much in the world. The trade of the place has well nigh departed, and with a weak sultan at the head of affairs, confidence will be long in returning. Unquestionably, our own political agent may be said to be the ruler in Maskat, and his authority is generally backed up by the presence of a gunboat. There is also an American consul there, who chiefly occupies himself in trade and steamer agencies, and in 1895 the French also sent a consul to inquire into the question of the slave trade, which is undoubtedly the burning question in Arabia. Whilst England has been doing all she can to put slavery down, it is complained that much is carried on under cover of the French flag, obtained by Arab dhows under false pretexts from the French consul resident in Zanzibar. Sultan Faisal remonstrated with France on this point, and the appointment of a consul is the result. The great reason for our unpopularity in Arabia is due without doubt to our suppression of this trade. Slavery is inherent in the Arab. He does as little work as he can himself, and if he is to have no slaves nothing will be done and he must die. In other parts of South Arabia, Yemen, the Hadhramout, the Moharek country, and Dhofar, slavery is universal, and there is no doubt about it, the slaves are treated very well and live happy lives. But here in Oman, under the very eye of India, slavery must be checked. Our gunboat, the Sphinx, goes the round of the coast to prevent this traffic in human flesh, and frequently slaves swim out to the British steamer and obtain their liberty. This naturally makes us very unpopular in Sur, where the Genefa tribe have their headquarters, the most inveterate slave traders of southern Arabia. The natural result is that whenever they get a chance, the Genefa tribe loot any foreign vessel wrecked on their shores and murder the crew. In the summer of 1894, however, a boat was wrecked near Rubat el Hashish, containing some Creoles from the Seychelles Islands, after being driven for 45 days out of their course by southeast monsoons, during which time 3 or 4 of them had died. The survivors were much exhausted, but the Bedouin treated them kindly, for a wonder, and brought them safely to Maskat. For doing this they were handsomely rewarded by the Indian government. Though they had kept possession of the boat and its contents, nevertheless they had saved the lives of the crew, and this, being a step in the right direction, was thought worthy of reward. The jealousies, however, of other tribes were so great that the rescuers could not return to their own country by the land route, but had to be sent to Sur by sea. Faisal has had copper coins of his own struck, of the value of a quarter anna. On the obverse is a picture of Maskat and its forts, around which in English runs the legend, Sultan Faisal bin Turki Sultan and Imam of Maskat and Oman, and on the reverse is the Arab equivalent. He has also introduced an ice factory, which however is now closed, and he wished to have his own stamps, principally with a view to making money out of them. But our agent represented to him that it was beneath the dignity of so great a sultan to make money in so mean a way, and the stamps have never appeared. Sultan Faisal had done much in the last few years since our first visit to modernize his palace. British influence has abolished many horrors and cruelties, and the lion, having died, has not been replaced. For the Indian government the question of Maskat is by no means pleasant, for, should any other power choose to interfere and establish an influence there, it would materially affect the influence which we have established in the Persian Gulf. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 5. Maskat and the Outskirts. I never saw a place so void of architectural features as the town of Maskat itself. The mosques have neither domes nor minarets, a sign of the rigid Wahhabi influence which swept over Arabia. This sect refused to have any feature about their buildings or ritual which was not actually enjoined by Muhammad in his Quran. There are a few carved lintels and doorways, and the bazaars are quaintly pretty, but beyond this the only architectural features are Portuguese. All traces of the Portuguese rule are fast disappearing, and each new revolution adds a little more to their destruction. 3 walls of the huge old cathedral still stand, a window or 2 with lattice-work carving, after the fashion of the country, are still left. But the interior is now a stable for the Sultan's horses, and the walls are rapidly crumbling away. The interior of Maskat is particularly gloomy. The bazaars are narrow and dirty, and roofed over with palm matting. They offer but little of interest, and if you are fond of the Arabian sweetmeat called halwa, it is just as well not to watch it being made there, for niggers' feet are usually employed to stir it, and the knowledge of this is apt to spoil the flavor. Most of the town is now in ruins. 50 years ago the population must have been nearly 3 times greater than it is now. There is also wanting in the town the feature which makes most Muslim towns picturesque, namely the minaret, the mosques of the Ibadiyya sect being squalid and uninteresting. At first it is difficult to distinguish them from the courtyard of an ordinary house, but by degrees the eye gets trained to identify a mosque by the tiny substitute for a minaret attached to each, a sort of bell-shaped cone about 4 feet high, which is placed above the corner of the enclosing wall. I have already mentioned the Ibadiyya's views with regard to the imams. I believe they hold also certain heterodox opinions with regard to predestination and free will, which detach them from other Muslim communities. At any rate, they are far more tolerant than other Arabian followers of the Prophet, and permit strangers to enter their mosques at will. Tobacco is freely used by them, and amongst the upper classes skepticism is rife. The devout followers of Muhammad look upon them much as Roman Catholics look on Protestants, and their position is similar in many respects. As elsewhere in Arabia, coffee is largely consumed in Oman, and no business is ever transacted without it. It is always served in large copper coffee pots, of the quaint shape which they use in Bahrain. Some of these coffee pots are very large. An important sheikh, or the mullah of a mosque, whose guests are many, will have coffee pots 2 or 3 feet in height, whereas those for private use are quite tiny, but the bird-like form of the pot is always scrupulously preserved. The bazaars of Oman do not offer much to the curio hunter. He may perchance find a few of the curved Omani daggers with handsome sheaths adorned with filigree silver, to which is usually attached, by a leather thong, a thorn extractor, an ear pick, and a spike. The belting, too, with which these daggers are attached to the body, is very pretty and quite a specialty of the place. Formerly many gold daggers were manufactured at Maskat and sent to Zanzibar, but of late years the demand for these has considerably diminished. The iron locks in the bazaars are very curious and old-fashioned, with huge iron keys which push out the wards, and are made like the teeth of a comb. These locks are exceedingly cumbersome, and seem to me to be a development of the wooden locks with wooden wards found in the interior of Arabia. Some of them are over a foot long. I have seen a householder, after trying to hammer the key in with a stone, at last in despair climb over his own garden wall. Perchance a shark skin or wooden buckler may be picked up from a Bedou from the mountains, and there are chances of obtaining the products of many nationalities, for Maskat, like Aden, is one of the most cosmopolitan cities of the East. Here, as in El Matra, you find Banyans from India, Baluchi from the Mekran coast, Negroes from Zanzibar, Bedouin, Persians from the Gulf, and the town itself is even less Arab than Aden. The ex-prime minister's house, which occupies a prominent position in the principal street, is somewhat more oriental in character than most, and possesses a charmingly carved projecting window which gladdens the eye, and here and there in the intricacies of the town one comes across a carved door or a carved window, but they are now few and far between. The suburbs of Maskat are especially interesting. As soon as you issue out of either of the 2 gates which are constructed in the wall, shutting the town off from the outer world, you plunge at once into a new and varied life. Here is the fish and provision market, built of bamboos, picturesque, but reeking with horrible smells and alive with flies. Hard by is a stagnant pool into which is cast all the offal and filth of this disgusting market. The water in the pool looks quite putrid, and when the wind comes from this quarter, no wonder it is laden with fever germs and mephitic vapours. Consequently, Maskat is a most unhealthy place, especially when the atmosphere is damp and rain has fallen to stir up the refuse. The women with their mask veils called butra, not unlike the masks worn with the domino, pleased us immensely, so that we sought to possess a specimen. They brought us several, which, however, did not quite satisfy us, and afterwards we learnt that an enterprising German firm had made a lot of these butra for sale amongst the Maskat women, but the shape being not exactly orthodox, the women will not buy them. So the owners of these unsaleable articles are anxious to sell them cheap to any unsuspecting traveller who may be passing through. Outside the walls the Sultan is in the habit of distributing 2 meals a day to the indigent poor, and inasmuch as the Omani are by nature prone to laziness, there is but little doubt that His Highness's liberality is greatly imposed upon. In the market outside the walls we lingered until nearly driven wild by the flies and the stench, so we were glad enough to escape and pursue our walk to the Paradise Valley and see the favourable side of Maskat. There the sleepy noise of the wells, the shade of the acacias and palms, and the bright green of the lucerne fields refreshed us, and we felt it hard to realize that we were in arid Arabia. As you emerge, you come across a series of villages built of reeds and palm branches, and inhabited by members of the numerous nationalities who come to Maskat in search of a livelihood. Most of these are Baluchi from the Mekran coast, and Africans from the neighbourhood of Zanzibar. The general appearance of these villages is highly picturesque, but squalid. Here and there palm trees, almond trees, and the ubiquitous camel thorn are seen interspersed amongst the houses. Women in red and yellow garments, with turquoise rings in their ears and noses, peep at you furtively from behind their flimsy doors. And as you proceed up the valley you find several towers constructed to protect the gardens from Bedouin incursions, and a few comfortable little villas built by Banyan merchants, where they can retire from the heat and dust of Maskat. The gardens are all cultivated with irrigation, and look surprisingly green and delicious in contrast with the barren, arid rocks which surround them. The wells are dug deep in the centre of the valley, in the bed of what elsewhere would be a river, and are worked by a running slope and bullocks who draw up and down skin buckets, which, like those in Bahrain, empty themselves automatically into tanks connected with the channels which convey the water to the gardens. After walking for a mile or two up this valley, all traces of life and cultivation cease, and amidst the volcanic rocks and boulders hardly a trace of vegetable life is to be seen. It is a veritable valley of desolation, and there are many such in waterless Arabia. By ascending paths to the right or to the left of the valley, the pedestrian may reach some exquisite points of view. All the little calls or passes through which these paths lead are protected at the summit by walls and forts, not strong enough, however, as recent events have shown, to keep off the incursions of the Bedouin. The views over Maskat and the sea are charming, but one view to the south will be forever impressed on my mind as one of the most striking panoramas I have ever seen. When the summit of a little pass on the south side of the valley is reached, after a walk of about 2 miles, you look down through a gateway over the small valley and fishing village of Saadad, amongst the reed houses of which are many palm trees, and a thick palm garden belonging to Seyyid Yusuf, which gives the one thing wanting to views about Maskat, namely, a mass of green to relieve the eye. A deep inlet of the sea runs up here with its blue waters, and beyond stretch into illimitable space the fantastic peaks of the Oman mountains, taking every form and shape imaginable. These are all rich purples and blues, and the colouring of this view is superb. From Saadad one can take a boat and row round the headlands back to Maskat. The promontories to the open sea are very fine, beetling cliffs of black, red, and green volcanic rocks, and here and there stand up rocky islets, the home of the cormorant and the bittern. In a small cove called Sheikh Jabar, halfway between Saadad and Maskat and accessible only by boat, for none but the most active of the natives can scale the overhanging rocks, is a tiny strand which has been chosen as the Christian burial place. There are not very many graves in this weird spot, and most of them are occupied by men from the gunboats which have been stationed at Maskat. Among them is the grave of Bishop French, who came to Maskat some years ago with the object of doing missionary work amongst the Omani, but he fell a sacrifice to the pernicious climate before he had been long at his post, and before he had succeeded in making any converts. About 3 miles from Maskat lies the town of El Matra, the commercial centre of the kingdom of Oman. It would be the seat of government also, were it not exposed to the southern winds. The journey is nearly always made by sea. It takes much longer to go by land, for a ridge of hills has to be crossed. In a canoe it is only half an hour's paddle, and when the weather is favourable, the canoe owners drive a rattling trade. The canoes, which they call huris, are hollowed out of a tree trunk, double prowed, and with matting at the bottom. They are not very stable, and make one think unpleasantly of sharks. You pass the Fahl, or Stallion Rock, in the harbour, a name constantly given by Arabs to anything large and uncanny looking, and turning sharp round a rocky corner you see before you Al Matra. The town is governed by a wali chosen by the imam, and in the bazaars may be seen, in hopeless confusion, Banyans from India, Omani, Bedouin, Persians, and Jews. These nationalities have each their separate wards for living in, walled off to keep them from perpetual brawls, and they only meet one another in the bazaars, where the eye of the bazaar master is upon them, ready to inflict condign punishment on disturbers of the peace, in which cases the innocent more frequently suffer than the guilty. The Monday's market is filled with quaint country folk, bringing in baskets of fruit and wearing the upper garment of red cotton and the large white girdle and turban. At El Matra live most of the richest merchants, and it is the point from which all the caravan roads into the interior start. It, too, has a Portuguese castle, and presents a much more alluring frontage than Maskat. In a nice-looking house by the shore dwelt Dr. Jayakar, an Indian doctor who had lived for 25 years at Maskat, combining the post of British vice-consul with that of medical advisor to the few Europeans who dwell there. He said he preferred Maskat to any other place in the world and hoped to end his days there. He was a great naturalist, and his house was filled with curious animals from the interior and marvels from the deep. He showed us specimens of a rabbit-like animal which the Arabs called wahabba, and which he affirmed is the coney of the Bible, and of the oryx, which lives up on the Jebel Akhdar. It has 2 straight horns, which for one instant, and from one point of view when it is running sideways, look like one. And some say the fact gave rise to the mythical unicorn. It is, to say the least of it, a great disadvantage to have your medical man at El Matra when you are ill at Maskat. If the weather is stormy, boats cannot go between the 2 places. There is a troublesome road across the headland by which the doctor can come, partly by water and partly on foot, in case of dire necessity. But the caravan road, entirely by land, goes a long way inland, and would take the medical man all day to traverse. Behind El Matra are pleasant gardens, watered by irrigation, which produce most of the fruit and vegetables consumed in these parts. During our fortnight's stay at Maskat in 1895, we frequently in the evening coolness rowed about the harbour and examined its bays and promontories. The energetic crews of numerous gunboats of various nationalities stationed here at different times have beguiled their time by illuminating the bare cliffs with the names of their ships in large letters done in white paint. French, Russian, Italian, and German names are here to be read, but by far the largest number are in English. The rocks at the mouth of the harbour are literally covered with delicious oysters, and one of our entertainments was at low tide to land on these rocks and get our boatmen to detach as many of the shellfish as we could conveniently consume. Such is Maskat as it exists today, a spot which has had a varied history in the past, and the future of which will be equally interesting to those who have any connection with the Persian Gulf. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 6. Mukalla. After our journeys in South Africa and Abyssinia, it was suggested to my husband that a survey of the Hadhramout by an independent traveler would be useful to the government. So in the winter of 1893-1894, we determined to do our best to penetrate into this unknown district, which anciently was the center of the frankincense and myrrh trade, one of the most famed commercial centers of Araby the Blessed, before Mohammedan fanaticism blighted all industries and closed the peninsula to the outer world. In the proper acceptation of the term, the Hadhramout at the present time is not a district running along the southeast coast of Arabia between the sea and the central desert, as is generally supposed, but it is simply a broad valley running for 100 miles or more parallel to the coast, by which the valleys of the high Arabian tableland discharge their not abundant supply of water into the sea at Sehut, towards which place this valley gradually slopes. There is every reason to believe that anciently, too, the Hadhramout meant only this valley. We learnt from Himyaritic inscriptions that 5 centuries B.C. the name was spelt by the Himyars as it is now, namely T-M-R-D-H. Beginning of reader's note, symbol, see page image, end of reader's note, and meant in that tongue the enclosure or valley of death, a name which in Hebrew form corresponds exactly to that of Hazar-Maveth of the 10th chapter of Genesis, and which the Greeks, in their usual slipshod manner, occasioned by their inability, as is the case still, to pronounce a pure H, converted into Hadhramout, a form which still survives in the Italian word getrame, or pitch. Owing to the intense fanaticism of the inhabitants, this main valley has been reached only by one European before ourselves, namely Leo Hirsch in 1893. In 1846 von Wrede made a bold attempt to reach it, but only got as far as the collateral valley of Doan. My husband and I were the first to attempt, in the latter part of 1893 and the early part of 1894, this journey without any disguise, and with a considerable train of followers. And I think, for this very reason, that we went openly, we made more impression on the natives, and were able to remain there longer and see more than might otherwise have been the case, and to establish relations with the inhabitants which, I hope, will hereafter lead to very satisfactory results. Having arrived at Aden with letters of recommendation to the resident from the Indian government and the India Office, besides private introductions, we were amazed at all the difficulties thrown in our way. It quite appeared as if we had left our native land to do some evil deed to its detriment, and we were made to feel how thoroughly degrading it is to take up the vocation of an archaeologist and explorer. Many strange and unexpected things befell us, but the most remarkable of all was that when a certain surgeon captain asked for leave to accompany us, it was refused to him, on the ground that Mr. Theodore Bent's expedition was not sanctioned by government, in spite of the fact that the Indian government had actually placed at my husband's disposal a surveyor, Imam Sharif, Khan Bahadur. We had no assistance beyond two very inferior letters to the sultans of Makall and Sheher, which made them think we were people of the rank of merchants, they afterwards said. Imam Sharif has travelled much with Englishmen, so he speaks our language perfectly, and having a keen sense of humour, plenty of courage and tact, and no Mohammedan prejudices, we got on splendidly together. He was a very agreeable member of the party. My husband paid all his expenses from Quetta via Bombay, with 3 servants, including their tents and camp equipage, and back to Quetta. Our party was rather a large one, for besides ourselves and our faithful Greek servant Matthios, who has accompanied us in so many of our journeys, we had with us not only the Indians, but a young gardener from Kew, William Lunt by name, as botanist, and an Egyptian named Mahmoud Bayoumi as naturalist, sent by Dr. Anderson, whose collections are now in the British Museum of Natural History at South Kensington. The former was provided with all the requisites for digging up forest trees, and Mahmoud had with him all that was necessary for pickling and preserving large mammals, for no one knew what might be found in the unknown land, and many were the volunteers to join the party as hunters, who promised to keep us in game, whereas if they had come they would only have found reptiles. An interpreter was recommended to us by the native political agent at Aden, Saleh Mohammed Jafar, Khan Bahadur, a certain Saleh Hassan. He proved to be a fanatical Muslim, whose only object seemed to be to terrify us and to raise enemies against us, in order to prevent our trampling the Holy Land where Muhammad was born. Throughout our journey he was a constant source of difficulty and danger. Our starting point for the interior was Makall, which is 230 miles from Aden, and is the only spot between Aden and Maskat which has any pretensions to the name of port. The name itself means harbour. It is first mentioned by Ibn Mujawir. Hamdani calls it El-Asa Lahsa, and Masudi gives the name as Lahsa. The harbour is not available during the southwest monsoon, and then all the boats go off to Ras Burum or the Basalt Head. Here we were deposited in December 1893 by a chance steamer, one which had been chartered and on which for a consideration we were allowed to take passage. I took turns with the captain to sleep in his cabin, but there was nothing but the deck for the others. Immediately behind the town rise grim arid mountains of a reddish hue, and the town is plastered against this rich tinged background. By the shore, like a lighthouse, stands the white minaret of the mosque, the walls and pinnacles of which are covered with dense masses of seabirds and pigeons. The gate of this mosque, which is really nearly in the sea, is blocked up by tanks, so that no one can enter with unwashed feet. Not far from this rises the huge palace where the sultan dwells, reminding one of a whitewashed mill. White, red, and brown are the dominant colours of the town, and in the harbour the Arab dhows, with fantastic sterns, rock to and fro in the unsteady sea, forming altogether a picturesque and unusual scene. Beyond the Bab Asab are huts where dwell the Bedouin who come in from the mountains. They are not allowed to sleep within the town. There is a praying place just outside the gate. In the middle of the town is a great cemetery full of tamarisks, and containing the sacred tomb of the sainted Wali Yaqub in the centre. We were amused by a dance at a street corner to the beating of drums. It consisted of a hot, seething mass of brown bodies writhing about and apparently enjoying themselves. Stone tobacco pipes are made here of a kind of limestone, very curly silver powder flasks rather like nautilus shells, and curious guns without stocks. The Bedou women wear tremendously heavy belts and very wide brass armlets. Their faces are veiled with something like the yashmak of Egypt, but it is of plain blue calico, a little embroidered. Makall is ruled over by a sultan of the Al-Qaiti family, whose connection with India has made them very English in their sympathies, and His Majesty's general appearance, with his velvet coat and jewelled daggers, is far more Indian than Arabian. Really, the most influential people in the town are the money-grubbing Parsis from Bombay, and it is essentially one of those commercial centres where Hindustani is spoken nearly as much as Arabian. The government of the country is now almost entirely in the hands of the Al-Qaiti family, which at present is the most powerful family in the district, and is reputed to be the richest in Arabia. About 5 generations ago, the Sayyids of the Abu Bakr family, at that time the chief Arab family at the Hadhramout, who claimed descent from the first of the Khalifs, were at variance with the Bedou tribes, and in their extremity they invited assistance from the chiefs of the Yafa tribe, who inhabit the Yafa district, to the northeast of Aden. To this request the Al-Qaiti family responded by sending assistance to the Sayyids of the Hadhramout, putting down the troublesome Bedou tribes, and establishing a fair amount of peace and prosperity in the country, though even to this day the Bedouin of the mountains are ever ready to swoop down and harass the more peaceful inhabitants of the towns. At the same time the Al-Qaiti family established themselves in the Hadhramout, and for the last 4 generations have been steadily adding to the power thus acquired. Makall, Shahr, Shibahm, Hawra, Hagarain, all belong to them, and they are continually increasing, by purchase, the area of their influence in the collateral valleys, building substantial castles, and establishing one of the most powerful dynasties in this much divided country. They get all their money from the Strait settlements, for it has been the custom of the Hadrami to leave their own sterile country to seek their fortunes abroad. The Nizam of Hyderabad has an Arab regiment composed entirely of Hadrami, and the Sultan Nawazjang, the present head of the Al-Qaiti family, is its general. He lives in India and governs his Arabian possessions by deputy. His son Ghalib ruled in Shahr. His nephew Manasseh, who receives $1 a day from England, ruled in Makall, and his nephew Saleh ruled in Shibahm, and the governors of the other towns are mostly connections of this family. The power and wealth of this family are almost the only guarantee for peace and prosperity in an otherwise lawless country. The white palace of the Sultan Manasseh is 6 stories high, with little carved windows and a pretty sort of cornice of openwork bricks, unbaked of course, save by the sun. It stands on a little peninsula, and like Riviera towns has pretty coast views on either side. The Sultan received us with his 2 young sons, dressed up in as many fine clothes as it was possible to put on, and attended by his vizier, Abdul Khalik. No business was done as to our departure, but only compliments were paid on both sides. After we had separated, presents were sent by us, loaves of sugar being an indispensable accompaniment. The so-called palace in which we were lodged was next to the mosque and close to the bazaar. The smells and noise were almost unendurable. so we worked hard to get our preparations made and to make our sojourn here as short as possible. This palace was a large building. A very dirty staircase led to a quantity of rooms, large and small, inhabited in rather a confusing manner, not only by our own party, but by another, and to get at our servants we had to pick our way between the prostrate forms of an Arabian gentleman and his attendants. We were the first arrivals, so we collected from the various rooms as many bits of torn and rotten old matting as we could find, to keep the dust down in our own room, which was about 40 feet long by 30 feet wide, so very much covered with dust that no pavement could be seen without digging. It would have been necessary to have 7 maids with 7 brooms to sweep for half a year before they could have cleared that room. Windows were all round, unglazed of course, and quite shutterless. We set out our furniture and had plenty of room to spread the baggage round us. An enormous packing case from Kew Gardens had little besides a great fork in it, so that case came no farther. Another case, to which the botanist had to resort constantly, had always to be tied up with rope, as it had neither lock nor hinges. We were 6 days at Makall, arranging about camels and safe conduct, and wondering when we should get away. So of course we had plenty of time to inspect the town, which on account of the many Parsees had quite an Indian air in some parts. Sometimes one comes upon a deliciously scented part in the bazaars, where myrrh and spices, attar of roses, and rose leaves are sold in little grimy holes almost too small to enter. But for the part near the fish market, I can only say that awful stenches prevail, and the part where dates and other fruits are sold is almost impassable from flies. For our journey inland, we were entrusted by the Sultan to a tribe of Bedouin and their camels. Moharek was the name of our Muqaddam, or headman, and his tribe rejoiced in the name of Khailiki. They were tiny spare men, quite beardless, with very refined, gentle faces. They might easily have been taken for women, so gentle and pretty were they. They were naturally dark, and made darker still by dirt and indigo. Their long, shaggy hair was twisted up into a knot and bound by a long plaited leather string, like a bootlace, which was wound round the hair and then 2 or 3 times round the head, like the fillet worn by Greek women in ancient times. They were naked save for a loincloth and the girdle to which were attached their brass powder flasks, shaped like a ram's horn, their silver cases for flint and steel, their daggers, and their thorn extractors, consisting of a picker and tweezers fastened together. They are very different from the stately Bedouin of Syria and Egypt, and are, both as to religion and physique, distinctly an aboriginal race of southern Arabia, as different from the Arab as the Hindu is from the Anglo-Saxon. Our ideas as to Bedouin and Bedawi, which latter word we never heard while we were in southern Arabia, were that they were tall, bearded men, not very dark in colour, and our imaginations connected them with hospitality and much clothes. None of these characteristics are found among the Bedouin of this district. Bedouin is not a word in use, but Bedou for both singular and plural. They speak of themselves as el Bedou, and when they have seen us wondering at some strange custom, they have said apologetically, "Ah, Bedou, Bedou." I have heard them address a man whose name they did not know, Ya Bedou. I mean to use Bedou for singular and Bedouin for plural. Besides the Bedouin, we were accompanied by 5 soldiers, Muwafiq al-Buriti, Taysir Fahari, Buriki, and an old man. For the 22 camels we paid $175 to Hagarain, a journey, we were told, of 20 days. It would have been useless to have had riding camels, as one could get no faster than the baggage and soldiers, and travelling so far daily and up such rocks, one had to go at foot pace. We should have had to wait longer at Makall while more camels were collected, and the more camels you have, the farther they stray when food is scarce, and the more chance there is of the annoyance of waiting for lost camels to be found, and sometimes found too late to start that day. We need not have had 22 camels, and once later all the baggage was sent on 10, but this was to suit the purposes of the Bedouin. Before proceeding further with our journey, I will here say a few words concerning the somewhat complex body politic of this portion of Arabia, the inhabitants of which may be divided into 4 distinct classes. Firstly, there are numerous wild tribes of Bedouins scattered all over the country, who do all the carrying trade, rear and own most of the camels, and possess large tracts of country, chiefly on the highlands and smaller valleys. They are very numerous and powerful, and the Arabs of the towns are certainly afraid of them, for they can make travelling in the country very difficult, and even blockade the towns. They never live in tents, as do the Bedouin of northern Arabia. The richer ones have quite large houses, whilst the poorer ones, those in Shabwa and the Wadi Adim, for instance, dwell in caves. Secondly, we have the Arabs proper, a decidedly later importation into the country than the Bedouin. They live in and cultivate the lands around the towns. Many of them carry on trade and go to India and the Straits settlements, and some of them are very wealthy. They also are divided into tribes. The chief of those dwelling in the Hadhramout are the Yafai, Katiri, Minhali, Amri, and Tamimi. The Bedouin reside amongst them, and they are constantly at war with one another, and the complex system of tribal union is exceedingly difficult to grasp. Thirdly, we have the Sayyids and Sharifs, a sort of aristocratic hierarchy, who trace their descent from the daughter and son of the Prophet. Their influence in the Hadhramout is enormous, and they fan the religious superstition of the people, for to this they owe their existence. They boast that their pedigree is purer than that of any other Sayyid family, even than those of Mecca and Medina. Sayyids and Sharifs are to be found in all the large towns and considerable villages, and even the Arab sultans show them a marked respect and kiss their hands when they enter a room. They have a distinct jurisdiction of their own, and most disputed points of property, water rights, and so on are referred to their decision. They look with peculiar distrust on the introduction of external influence into their sacred country, and are the obstructionists of the Hadhramout, but at the same time their influence is decidedly towards law and order in a lawless land. They never carry arms. Lastly, we have the slave population of the Hadhramout, all of African origin, and the freed slaves who have married and settled in the country. Most of the tillers of the soil, personal servants, and the soldiers of the sultans are of this class. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 7. Our Departure into the Interior. Never shall I forget the confusion of our start. Moharek and 10 of his men appeared at 7 in the morning of the day before in our rooms, with all the lowest beggars of Makall in their train, and were let loose on our 70 packages like so many demons from Jahannam, yelling and quarrelling with one another. First of all, the luggage had to be divided into loads for 22 camels. Then they drew lots for these loads with small sticks. Then they drew lots for us riders. And finally, we had a stormy bargain as to the price, which was finally decided upon when the vizier came to help us, and ratified by his exchanging daggers with Moharek, each dagger being presented on a flat hand. In the bazaars, bargains are struck by placing the first 2 fingers of one contractor on the hand of the other. All that day they were rushing in and weighing, and exhorting us to be ready betimes in the morning, so we were quite ready about sunrise. We felt worn and weary when a start was made at 2 o'clock, and our cup of bitterness was full when we were deposited, bag and baggage, a few hundred yards from the gate, and told that we must spend the night amidst a sea of small fish drying on the shore, and surrounded on all sides by dirty Bedou huts. These fish, which are rather larger than sardines, are put out to dry by thousands along this coast. Men feed on them, and so do the camels. They make lamp oil out of them. They say the fish strengthens the camel's back, and they consider it good for camels to go once a year to the sea. Large sacks of them are taken into the interior as merchandise. They are mixed with small leaves like box, and carried in palm leaf sacks, about 3 feet wide and 1½ feet high, and the air everywhere is redolent of their stench. At this point we had the first of many quarrels with our camel men. We insisted on being taken 2 miles farther on, away from the smells. Nothing short of threats of returning and getting the Sultan to beat them and put them in prison enabled us to break through the conventional Arab custom of encamping for the first night outside the city gates. However, we succeeded in reaching Bahrain, where white wells are placed for the benefit of wayfarers, and there, beneath the pleasant shade of the palm trees, we halted for the remainder of the day and recovered from the agonies of our start. Among the trees was a bungalow belonging to the Sultan, where we had hoped to have been able to sleep, but it was pervaded by such a strong smell of fish that we preferred to pitch our tents. Between this place and Makall all is arid waste, but near the town, by the help of irrigation, bananas and coconut trees flourish in a shallow valley called the Beginning of Light. There are numerous fortresses about Bahrain, so the road is now quite safe for the inhabitants of Makall. The Sultan has done a good deal to repress the Bedouin who used to raid right into the town. He crucified many of them. We took a couple of hours over our start next day, the Bedouin again quarrelling over the luggage, each trying to scramble for the lightest packages and the lightest riders. They tried to make me ride a camel and give up my horse to my husband. As he was so tall he could obtain neither a horse nor a donkey, so had perforce to ride a camel. He had been able to buy a little dark donkey for Imam Sharif, and the Sultan gave me a horse, but all the rest were on camels. I thought I should enjoy riding by the camels and talking to everyone, but my hopes were not carried out. The difficulty of passing the strings of camels was enormous. The country was so very stony that if you left the narrow path, it took a long time to pick your way. I used to start first with Imam Sharif, and then my horse, at foot pace, got so far ahead that the soldiers said, "We cannot guard both you and the camels." I had then to pull in the horse with all my might. Sometimes I went on with Imam Sharif, one soldier and a servant carrying the plane table. He used to go up some hill to survey, and I, of course, had to climb too for safety. I had to rush down when I saw our kafila coming and mount to keep in front. If I got behind, the camels were so terrified that they danced about and shed their loads, and I was cursed and sworn at by their drivers. We stopped 3 hours at Basra, 10 miles, where there are a few houses, water, and some cultivation, and where the camels were suddenly unloaded without leave, and there was a great row because we moved the soldiers' guns from the tree, the shade of which we wished to have ourselves. We again threatened to return, but at last, as Taysir fortunately could speak Hindustani, he could make peace, and they ended by kissing hands and saying Salam, peace. The sun was setting when we reached a sandy place called Tukhum, another 5 miles on, where we camped near some stagnant water. We had to wait for the moon to find our baggage and get out the lantern. We had travelled over almost leafless plains, save that they had little patches of mesembryanthemum and the inevitable balloon shrub, matar. Rising and starting by moonlight on Christmas morning, we stopped in Wadi Rafit, matar, a very pretty side valley with warm water and palm trees, and what looked like a grassy sward near the water, but which really consisted of a tiny kind of palm. The camel men wanted to pass this place and camp far away on the stones, sending skins for water, but somehow my husband found this out after we had passed Wadi Rafit and managed to carry off the camels, tied tail after tail to his own camel, so the Bedouin had to follow unwillingly. We gave them some presents, saying it was not an everyday occurrence, but that this was a great feast with us, so we made friends. The Bedouin were very unruly about the packing. We could not get our most needful things kept handy, and they liked to pack our bread with their fish and the water skins anywhere among our bedding. Moharek did not seem to have much authority over the various owners of the camels, and they were always quarrelling among themselves, robbing each other of light loads and leaving some heavy thing that no one wished for lying on the ground. This often occasioned repacking. They had for each camel a stout pair of sticks with strong ropes attached, and having bound a bundle of packages to each stick, 2 men lifted them and wound the ropes round the sticks over a very tiny pack saddle and a mass of untidy rags. When we arrived, they liked to simply loose the ropes from the sticks and let the baggage clatter to the ground and lead away the camels. as they would not be persuaded to sort the things, and as 22 camels cover a good deal of space, it was like seeking the slain on a battlefield when we had to wander about, having every bundle untied. 3 days camel riding up one of the short valleys which lead towards the high tableland offered little of interest beyond arid igneous rocks and burnt up, sand-covered valleys, with distorted strata on either side. Here and there, where warm volcanic streams rise out of the ground, the wilderness is converted into a luxuriant garden in which palms, tobacco, and other green things grow. One of the scrub trees which clothe the wilderness is called by the Arabs brak, and is used by them for cleaning their teeth. It amused us to chew this as we went along. It is slightly bitter, but cleans the teeth most effectually. There is also a poisonous sort of cucumber, called by the Arabs madakdak. They clean out the inside and fill the skin with water, which they drink as a medicine. At Sibah, which we reached after a very hot ride of 12 or 13 miles, we found water with scores of camels lying round it, for there were 2 or 3 other kafilas, or caravans, beside our own. It was dreadfully cold that night, and we could not get at our bag of blankets. Next we entered the narrow, tortuous valley of Wadi, which ascends toward the highland, in which the midday heat was intense, and at our evening halts we suffered not a little from camel ticks, which abound in the sand, until we learnt to avoid old camping grounds and not to pitch our tents in the immediate vicinity of the wells. We encamped in a narrow, stony river bed between walls of rock, near a little village called Tahaya. There is a good deal of cultivation about. The closeness of the situation made the smell of the dried fish we carried for the camels almost unbearable. These sacks are stretched open in the evening and put in the middle of a circle of camels, their masters often joining in the feast. One of the men was attacked by fever, so he was given quinine, and his friends were told to put him to bed and cover him well. When we went to visit him later, we found him quite contented in one of these fish sacks, his head in one corner and his legs all doubled up and packed in. Only a bare brown back was exposed. So we had a few of the camel's rags thrown on his back, and he was well next day. We went on 10 miles to Al Ghail, rising to an altitude of 2,000 feet above the sea level. This word, Ghail, begins with the Arabic ghin, which is a soft sound between R and G. There are 2 villages near the head of the Wadi Wadi, where there is actually a ghail, that rare phenomenon in Arabia, a rill or running stream. Here the Bedou inhabitants cultivate the date palm, and have green patches of lucerne and grain, very refreshing to the eye. We had come up one of the narrowest of gorges, but with hundreds of palm trees around Al Ghail, the first of the 2 villages, which is in the end of the Wadi Wadi. It is an uninteresting collection of stone huts, with many pretty little fields, and maidenhair fern overhanging the wayside. There are little enclosures with walls round them and small stones in them, on which they dry the dates before sending them to Aden. The rocky riverbed itself is waterless, the Ghail being used up in irrigation. At Al Batha, which is just above the tableland, we actually encamped under a spreading tree, a wild, unedible fig called luthba by the Arabs, a nickname given to all worthless, idle individuals in these parts. Bedou women crowded around us, closely veiled in indigo-dyed masks, with narrow slits for their eyes, carrying their babies with them in rude cradles resembling hen coops, with a cluster of charms hung from the top, which has the twofold advantage of amusing the baby and keeping off the evil eye. After much persuasion, we induced one of the good ladies to sit for her photograph, or rather to sit still while something was being done which she did not in the least understand. There is very good water at Al Batha, and so much of the kind of herbs that camels like that we delayed our departure till 8, shivering by a fire and longing as ardently for the arrival of the sun as we should for his departure. The road had been so steep and stony that the camel riders had all been on foot for 2 days. I am sure that, except near a spring, no one dropped from the skies would dream he was in Arabia the Happy. It is hard to think that the stony and the desert must be worse. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 8, The Akaba. Having left these villages behind us, we climbed rapidly, higher and higher, until at an elevation of over 4,000 feet we found ourselves at last on a broad, level tableland, stretching as far as the eye could reach in every direction. This is, no doubt, the Maratha Mountains of Ptolemy, the Mons Excelsis of Pliny. Beginning of footnote 8.
In medio Arabiae fere sunt Hadhramitae bagus saborium in monte excelso.
End of footnote 8. Which shuts off the Hadhramout, where once flourished the frankincense and the myrrh. Words cannot express the desolate aspect of this vast tableland, Akaba, or the going up, as the Arabs call it. It is perfectly level and strewn with black lumps of basalt, looking as though a gigantic coal scuttle had been upset. Occasionally there rises up above the plain a flat-topped mound or ridge, some 80 feet high, the last remnant of a higher level which is now disappearing. There is no sign of habitation. Only here and there are a few tanks, dug to collect the rainwater, if any falls. These are protected or indicated by a pair of walls built opposite one another, and banked up on the outer side with earth and stones, like shooting butts. The Akaba is exclusively Bedou property, and wherever a little herbage is to be found, there the nomads drive their flocks and young camels. Of the frankincense which once flourished over all this vast area, we saw only one specimen on the highland itself, though it is still found in the more sheltered gullies, and farther east in the Mehri country there is, I understand, a considerable quantity left. We were often given lumps of gum arabic, and myrrh is still found plentifully. It is tapped for its odoriferous sap. It is a curious fact that the Somali come from Africa to collect it, going from tribe to tribe of the Bedouin, and buying the right to collect these two species, sometimes paying as much as $50. They go round and cut the trees, and after 8 days return to collect the exuded sap. In ancient times, none but slaves collected frankincense and myrrh. This fact, taken probably with the meaning of the name Hadhramout, the later form of the ancient name Hazarmaveth, gave rise to the quaint Greek legend that the fumes of the frankincense trees were deadly, and the place where they grew was called the Valley or Enclosure of Death. From personal observation it would appear that the ancients held communication with the Hadhramout almost entirely by the land caravan route, as there is absolutely no trace of great antiquity to be found along the coastline, whereas the Wadi Hadhramout itself and its collateral branches are very rich in remains of the ancient Himyaritic civilization. Though we were always looking about for monuments of antiquity, the most ancient and lasting memorial of far past ages lay beneath our feet in that little narrow path winding over Akaba and Wadi, and polished by the soft feet of millions of camels that had slowly passed over it for thousands and thousands of years. We found the air of the tableland fresh and invigorating after the excessive heat of the valleys below. For 3 days we travelled northwards across the plateau. Our first stage was Habel Gabrin. This is, as it were, the culminating point of the whole district. It is 4,150 feet above the sea. From it the tableland slopes gently down to the northward towards the main valley of the Hadhramout, and eastwards towards the Wadi Adim. After 2 days more travelling we approached the heads of the many valleys which run into the Hadhramout. The Wadis Douain, Rahi, Al-Isa, Al-Ain, Ben Ali, and Adim all start from this elevated plateau and run nearly parallel. The curious feature of most of these valleys is the rapid descent into them. They look as if they had been taken out of the high plateau like slices out of a cake. They do not appear to have been formed by a fall of water from this plateau. In fact, it is impossible that a sufficient force of water could ever have existed on this flat surface to form this elaborate valley system. In the valleys themselves there is very little slope, for we found that, with the exception of the Wadi Adim, all the valley heads we visited were nearly of uniform height with the main valley, and had a wall of rock approaching 1,000 feet in height, eaten away, as it were, out of the plateau. We were therefore led to suppose that these valleys had originally been formed by the action of the sea, and that the Hadhramout had once been a large bay or arm of the sea, which, as the waters of the ocean receded, leaving successive marks of many strands on the limestone and sandstone rocks which enclosed them, formed an outlet for the scanty water supply of the southern Arabian highlands. These valleys have, in the course of ages, been silted up by sand to a considerable height, below which water is always found, and the only means of obtaining water in the Hadhramout for drinking purposes, as well as for cultivation, is by sinking wells. The water of the main valley is strongly impregnated with salt, but is much sweeter at the sides of the valley than in the centre. No doubt this is caused by the weight of the alkaline deposits washed down from the salt hills at Shebwa, at the head of the main valley. The steep reddish sandstone cliffs which form the walls of these valleys are themselves almost always divided into 3 distinct stories or stratifications, which can be distinctly seen on the photographs. The upper one is very abrupt, the second slightly projecting and more broken, and the third formed by deposit from above. The descent into the valley is extremely difficult at all points. Paths down which camels can just make their way have been constructed by the Bedouin, by making use of the stratified formation and the gentler slopes, but only in the case of the Wadi Adim of all the valleys we visited is there anything approaching a gradual descent. It appears to me highly probable that the systematic destruction of the frankincense and myrrh trees through countless generations has done much to alter the character of this Akaba, and has contributed to the gradual silting up of the Hadhramout and its collateral valleys, to which fact I shall again have occasion to refer. The aspect of this plateau forcibly recalled to our minds that portion of Abyssinia which we visited in 1892 through 1893. There is the same arid coastline between the sea and the mountains, and the same rapid ascent to a similar absolutely level plateau, and the same draining northwards to a large riverbed in the case of Abyssinia, into the valleys of the Marib and other tributaries of the Nile, and in the case of this Arabian plateau into the Hadhramout. Only Abyssinia has a more copious rainfall, which makes its plateau more productive. It had not been our intention to visit the Wadi al Isa, but to approach the Hadhramout by another valley called Doan, parallel and further west, but our camel-men would not take us that way, and purposely got up a scare that the men of Khurayba at the head of Wadi Doan were going to attack us and would refuse to let us pass. A convenient old woman was found who professed to bring this news, a dodge subsequently resorted to by another Bedou tribe which wanted to govern our progress. The report brought to us, as from the old woman, was to this effect: a large body of sheikhs and sayyids having started from Khurayba, beginning of footnote 9, the town of Khurayba in the Wadi Doan may represent the town of Doan itself mentioned by Hamdani, the Thobani of Ptolemy, which Pliny calls Toani. The name Khurayba signifies ruins. End of footnote 9. To meet and repel us, Mokaik's father had left home to help us. As we had now abandoned Khurayba, Mokaik said he was anxious to hurry home to meet his father and prevent a hostile collision. Mokaik was told he could not go, as he was responsible for our safety, but that some others might go. No, said Mokaik. They cannot be spared from the camels. We will get 2 men from the village. My husband agreed to this, but when Mokaik proposed that my husband should at once pay these men, he told Mokaik that he must pay them himself, as he was paid to protect us. This attempt at extortion having failed, we passed a peaceful night and subsequently found Mokaik's father, Suleiman Bakran, safe at home, which he had never thought of leaving. Our first peep down into the Wadi al Isa, towards which our Bedouin had conducted us, was striking in the extreme, and as we gazed down into the narrow valley with its line of vegetation and its numerous villages, we felt as if we were on the edge of another world. The descent from the tableland to the Wadi is exactly 1,500 feet by a difficult but very skillfully engineered footpath. The sun's rays, reflected from the limestone cliffs, were scorchingly hot. The camels went a longer way round, nearer the head of the valley, but so difficult was our shortcut that they arrived before us, and the horse and the donkey. Having humbly descended into the Wadi al-Isa, because we were not allowed to go by the Wadi Doan, we found ourselves encamped hard by the village of Khaila, the headquarters of the Khailiki tribe, within a stone's throw of Moharek's father's house, and under the shadow of the castle of his uncle, the sheikh of the tribe. These worthies both extorted from us substantial sums of money, and sold us food at exorbitant prices, and so we soon learnt why we were not permitted to go to Khoreba, and why the old woman and her story had been produced. We thought Moharek and his men little better than naked savages when on the plateau, but when we were introduced to their relatives, and when we saw their castles and their palm groves and their long line of gardens in the narrow valley, our preconceived notions of the wild homeless Bedou and his poverty underwent considerable change. We climbed up the side of the valley opposite Khaila to photograph a castle adorned with horns, but were driven away. Too late, for the picture had been taken. During the 2 days we encamped at Khaila, we were gazed upon uninterruptedly by a relentless crowd of men, women, and children. It amused us at first to see the women, here for the most part unmasked, with their exceedingly heavy girdles of brass, their anklets of brass half a foot deep, their bracelets of brass, their iron nose rings, and their massive and numerous earrings, which tore down the lobe of the ear with their weight. Every Bedou, male or female, has a ring or charm of cornelian set in base silver, and agates and small tusks also set in silver. The root with which the women paint themselves yellow is called Shibahm. It is dried and powdered. It only grows when there is rain. The whole of the poultry at Khaila was carried about in the arms of the women and children who owned them, all the time of our sojourn, in the hopes of selling them. They, at least, were glad of our departure. Not far from Khaila, we saw a fine village which we were told was inhabited by Arabs of pure blood, so we sent a polite message to the Sayyid or headman of the place to ask if we might pay him our respects. His reply was to the effect that if we paid $30 we might come and pass 4 hours in the town. Needless to say, we declined the invitation with thanks, and on the morrow when we marched down to the Wadi al-Isa, we gave the abode of this hospitable Sayyid a wide berth, particularly as the soldiers told us it was not safe, for the Arabs meant to kill us. Leaving Khaila, where we remained 2 nights and saw the New Year in, we passed a good many towered villages. Larsma was one, Hadouf another, also Subak and others. We passed the mouth of the Wadi Doan, which runs parallel to Wadi al-Isa, and has 2 branches, only the largest having the name Doan. The mouth is about 3 miles below Khaila. 5 miles more brought us to Saleh, where we halted for a night. It is also inhabited by pure Arabs, who treated us with excessive rudeness. It is a very picturesque spot, perched on a rock, with towers and turrets constructed of sun-dried brick. Only here, as elsewhere in these valleys, the houses being so exactly the same colour as the rocks behind them, they lose their effect. The rich have evidently recognized this difficulty and whitewashed their houses. But in the poorer villages there is no whitewash, and consequently nothing to make them stand out from their surroundings. One can pretty well judge of the wealth of the owners of the various towers and castles by the amount of whitewash. Some have only the pinnacles white, and some can afford to trim up the windows and put bands round the building. At Saleh, several men came once or twice and begged my husband to let me go out that the women might see me, but when I went out they would not allow me to approach or hold any intercourse with the Arab women, using opprobrious epithets when I tried to make friendly overtures, with the quaint result that whenever I advanced towards a group of gazing females, they fled precipitately like a flock of sheep before a collie dog. so we discovered that it was the men themselves who wished to see me. These women wear their dresses high in front, showing their yellow painted legs above the knee, and long behind. They are of deep blue cotton, decorated with fine embroidery, and patches of yellow and red sewn on in patterns. It is the universal female dress in the Hadhramout, and looks as if the fashion had not changed since the days when Hazarmaveth the patriarch settled in this valley and gave it his name. Beginning of footnote 10. Genesis 10:26. End of footnote 10. The tall, tapering straw hat worn by these women when in the fields contributes with the mask to make the Hadrami females as externally repulsive as the most jealous of husbands could desire. I am pretty sure that this must be the very same dress which made such an unfavourable impression upon Sir John Mandeville when he saw the foul women who live near Babylon the Great. He says, "They are vilely arrayed. They go barefoot and clothed in evil garments, large and wide, but short to the knees, long sleeves down to the feet like a monk's frock, and their sleeves are hanging about their shoulders." The dress is certainly wide for the two pieces of which it is composed, exactly like the Greek peplus, when the arms are extended, stretch from fingertip to fingertip. So when this dress is caught into the loose girdle far below the waist, it hangs out under the arms and gives a very round-backed look, as is the case with the peplus. There are a great many Arabs at Sif, a most unhealthy, diseased-looking lot. They are of the yellow kind of Arab, with Jewish-looking faces. Saleh retired into Sif on our arrival, and we saw him no more till we started next day. He was a very useless interpreter. He used to like to live in the villages, saying he could not bear to live in the camp of such unbelievers as we were, and used to bring his friends to our kitchen and show them some little tins of Lazenby's potted meat, adorned with a picture of a sheep, a cow, and a pig, as a proof that we lived on pork, whereas we had none with us. He always tried to persuade the people that he was far superior to any of us, and when places had to be made amongst the baggage on the camels for my husband and the servants to ride, he used to have his camel prepared and ride on, leaving some of the servants with no seat kept on the camels for them. My husband cured him of this, for one morning, seeing Saleh's bedding nicely arranged, he jumped on to the camel himself and rode off, leaving Saleh an object of great derision. Once we got down into the valley, we had to ride very close together for safety, and I found it most tiresome making my horse, Basha, keep pace with the camels. The people at Sif were so disagreeable that I told Saleh to remind them that if our queen wanted their country, she would have had it long before we were born, and that they were very foolish to fear so small an unarmed party, who had only come to pass the winter in a country warmer than their own. At the same time, unless we had been quite confident that our safety was well secured from behind, such a party with a woman among them would never have come. We set off early next morning for Hagarain. We passed after 1 hour Qaidun, with its own private little valley to the west, a tributary of the main one which in this part is called Wadi Kasr. There is the grave of a celebrated saint, and a very pious Sayyid, called Al-Habib Taha Ali al-Haddad, abides near it. He never goes out of his house, but is so much revered that many thousands of dollars are sent him from India and other parts. And when his son visited Aden, he was received with great honour by the merchants there. Then we passed several other villages, including Al-Hadi and Nemr. It was at the ziyaret, or pilgrimage, to the grave in Qaidun that Van Ghaida, who was disguised, was discovered to be a Christian and forced to turn back. The town of Hagarain or Hajarain is the principal one in the collateral valleys, and is built on a lofty isolated rock in the middle of the Wadi Kasr, about 20 miles before it joins the main valley of the Hadhramout. With its towers and turrets, it recalled to our minds as we saw it in the distance certain hill-set medieval villages of Germany and Italy. Here a vice-sultan governs on behalf of the Al-Kaiti family, an ill-conditioned, extortionate individual whose bad reception of us contributed to his subsequent removal from office. Internally, Hagarain is squalid and dirty in the extreme. Each street is but a cesspool for the houses on either side of it, and the house allotted to us produced specimens of most smells and most insects. The days of rest we proposed for ourselves here were spent in fighting with our old camel-men who left us here, in fighting with the new ones who were to take us on to the main valley, and in indignantly refusing to pay the Sultan the sum of money which our presence in his town led him to think it his right to demand. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 9. The Hadhramout, through Wadi Kasr. When we reached the foot of the hill on which Hagarain stands, we dismounted. There was tremendous work to get out the sword of the oldest soldier. He had used it so much as a walking stick that it was firmly fixed in the scabbard. The scabbards are generally covered with white calico. A very steep, winding, slippery road led us to the gate, where soldiers received us and conducted us to a courtyard, letting off guns the while. There stood the Sultan Abdul Mberek Hamut al-Kaiti, a very fat, evil-looking man pitted by smallpox. After shaking hands, he led us down the tortuous streets to his palace, and then took us up a narrow mud staircase, so dark that we did not know whether to turn to the right or left. We sometimes went one way, and sometimes the other. At length we reached a small room with some goat-hair carpets, and we and the Sultan, the soldiers, his and ours, the Bedouin, and my groom, Moharek, all seated ourselves round the wall, and after a long time a dirty glass of water was handed round as our only entertainment. As we had had nothing to eat since sunrise, and it was about 2 o'clock, we did not feel cheerful when the Sultan abruptly rose and said he must pray. Praying and sleeping are always the excuses when they want to get rid of guests or say, "Not at home," and indeed the sleeping excuse prevails in Greece also. Some time after, our 4 chairs were brought, so we sat till near 4 o'clock homeless, and getting hungrier and hungrier, when the Sultan reappeared, telling my husband all our things were locked up in a courtyard, and giving him a great wooden key. We hastened to our home, up a long dark stair, past many floors, all used as stalls and stables, etc., only the 2 top floors being devoted to human habitation. Each floor consisted of 1 fair-sized room and 1 very tiny den, a kitchen. The whole Indian party had the lower room, and 3 of our soldiers the den. I cannot think how they could all lie down at once, and they had to cook there besides. Above that we had the best room, the botanist and naturalist the den, and Theos made his abode on the roof, where he cooked. The Bedouin, having unloaded the camels in the courtyard across the street, refused to help us, and, as no one else could be got, my husband and all his merry men had to carry up the baggage, while I wrestled with the beds and other furniture in our earthy room. The instant the baggage was up, the Bedouin clamored for payment, and it was trying work opening the various packages where the bags of money were scattered, and to begin quarreling when we were so weary and hungry. We had been told that our journey to Hagarain would take 20 days, whereas it only took 13, and that we must take 2 camels for water, which had proved unnecessary. Besides, the camels had been much loaded with fish and other goods belonging to the Bedouin. My husband said he would pay for the 20 days, and they would thus have $30 as bakshish. But in the end the soldiers from Makall said we must pay bakshish. It would be an insult to their Sultan if we did not, and they would go no further with us. The local Sultan also insisting, $14 more had to be produced. Our own soldiers soon came shouting and saying they must have half a rupee a day for food, which my husband thought it wise to give, though the wazir at Makall had said he was to give nothing. They were hardly gone when the Sultan came back personally, conducting 2 kids and saying we need think of no further expense. We were his guests, and were to ask for what we wished. All my husband asked for was daily milk. We got some that day, but never again. My groom, Moharek, then came, saying he must have food money, That being settled, he returned, saying the Sultan said he must have half a rupee a day for my horse, which became very thin on the starvation he got. All this time we could get no water, so not till dark could Matthaios furnish us with tea, cold meat, bread, and honey. We were fortunate in having plenty of bread. We had 6 big sacks of large cakes of plain bread dried hard, and of this we had learnt the value by experience. We kept it sheltered, if there was any fear of rain, as in Abyssinia, for instance, and before a meal soaked it in water, wrapped it in a napkin a few minutes, and then dried it up to the consistency of fresh bread. We were often obliged to give it to the horses, for the difficulty as to forage makes them unfit to travel in such barren places. We also took charcoal, and found that, with it and the bread, we had our meals long before the Indian party, who had a weary search for fuel before they could even begin with pat a cake, baker's man. The making of chapatis also causes delay in starting. As to the honey, it is most plentiful and tastes like orange flowers, but really it is the date flower which imparts this flavor. It is much more glutinous than ours. It is packed, for exportation and to bring as tribute, in large round tin boxes, stopped up round the edges with mud. It is used in paying both taxes and tribute. We were quite worn out with this day. The Sultan received a present next morning of silk for a robe, a turban, some handkerchiefs, 2 watches, some knives, scissors, needle cases, and other things, but he afterwards sent Saleh to say he did not like his present at all and wanted dollars. He got 10 rupees and was satisfied. We again visited him with our servants and soldiers, and were given tea while we talked over the future, and all seemed fair. Later the Sultan came to visit us and talk about the escort. He said we must take 5 soldiers, bargained for their wages, food, and bakshish, and obtain the money. My husband inquired about some ruins near Meshed, 3 hours by camel from Hagarain, and said that if the Sultan would arrange that we should dig safely, he could have $40, and he settled to go with my husband next day to see the place. Accordingly, next day the Sultan came with 8 soldiers, singing and dancing all the way, and some men of the Nehed tribe as Siada, as we were then in their land. The Sultan showed us 2 letters, in which it was said that we were to have been attacked between Sif and Qaidun, and we remembered having seen a man on a camel, apparently watching for us. But instead of coming forward, he galloped away, and thus it appears we got past the place from which they meant to set upon us, before the attacking party could arrive. During the days we were at Hagarain, several weddings were celebrated. To form a suitable place for conviviality, they cover over a yard with mats, just as the Abyssinians do, and the women, to show their hilarity on the occasion, utter the same gurgling noises as the Abyssinian women do on a like occasion, and which in Abyssinia is called ululta. From our roof we watched the bridegroom's nocturnal procession to his bride's house, accompanied by his friends bearing torches, and singing and speechifying to their heart's content. On our return from the ruins near Meshed, Taysir, our soldier, came to us and was very indignant about the price the Sultan charged for his soldiers. He was given 10 rupees to attach himself to us, as an earnest of the good bakshish he would get at the coast, as he said all the other soldiers would go back from Shibahm, and really in that case I think he would have been glad of our escort. Then Saleh, who had 100 rupees a month and ate with everyone, came to demand half a rupee a day for food. This was granted, as we thought it could come off his bakshish, and he soon appeared to make the same request for Mahmoud, the naturalist. Matthaios was furious, as Mahmoud ate partly with him, and no one was angrier with him than Saleh. It was settled that we should give him tea, bread, and 4 annas, and they all went off bawling. Afterwards we heard Saleh had said, "Mr. Bent is giving so much money to the Sultan. Why should we not have some?" We really thought at first that we should be able to encamp at Meshed and dig, for there was a Sayyid who had been in Hyderabad and was very civil to us. But this happiness only lasted 1 hour. The Sultan said it would really not be safe unless we lived in Hagarain, so we had to give it up, as it was an impossibility to dig in the heat of the day, with 6 hours' journey to fatigue us. Besides, we must have paid many soldiers, and we were told no one would dig for us. So much was said about the dangers of the onward road that Saleh was sent with the letters for Shibahm and Shahr, and told to hold them tight, and say that if we could not deliver these in person, we should return to the Wali of Aden, and say that the Sultan of Hadhramout would not let us go on. This frightened him, so he made a very dear bargain for 15 camels, and we were to leave next day. We were glad enough to depart from Hadhramout, which is so picturesque that it really might be an old medieval fortified town on the Rhine, built entirely of mud and with no water in its river. All the houses are enormously high, and they have a kitchen and oven on each floor. The bricks of which they are built are about 1 foot square and with straw in them. They have shooting holes from every room, and machicolations over the outer doors and along the battlements. And what makes the houses seem to contain even more stories than they do is that each floor has 2 ranges of windows, one on the ground, so that you can only see out if you sit on the floor, and another too high to see out of at all. Below every lower window projects a long wooden spout. The narrow lanes are mere drains, and the whole place a hotbed of disease. The people looked very unhealthy. When cholera comes, they die like flies. As a wind-up to this, last evening, Mahmoud came into our room and soon began to say his prayers. We could not make out why, but it turned out he had no light in his room. Altogether, we had not a reposeful time in Hadhramout. We were told early next day that 14 men of the Nahad tribe had come as our siyara, though we had been told 2 would be sufficient, so we had to agree to take 4. Then we were asked to pay those who had come unbidden. The Sultan came himself about it, and his children came to beg for annas. At last the Sultan, who had often said he felt as if he were our brother, obtained 12 rupees, which he asked for to pay his expenses for the kids and honey, and said my horse had eaten the worth of twice as much money as he had asked before. When we finally got off, we found the old rascal had only sent half the Nahadi, and had only sent 2 soldiers, and so had really made $40 out of us over that one item. The Nahad men had $10 each. They are not under the Sultan of Makall, but independent. The Nahad tribe occupy about 10 miles of the valley through which we passed, and the toll money we paid to this tribe for the privilege of passing by was the most exorbitant demanded from us on our journey. When once you have paid the toll money, siyar, and have with you the escort, siyara, of the tribe in whose territory you are practically safe wherever you may travel in Arabia. But this did not prevent us from being grossly insulted as we passed by certain Nahad villages. Qaidun, where dwells the very holy man so celebrated all the country round for his miracles and good works, is the chief center of this tribe. We had purposely avoided passing too near this town, and afterwards learnt that it was owing to the influence of this very holy Sayyid that our reception was so bad amongst the Nahad tribe. All about Hadhramout are many traces of the olden days when the frankincense trade flourished, and when the town of Doan, which name is still retained in the Wadi Doan, was a great emporium for this trade. Acres and acres of ruins, dating from the centuries immediately before our era, lie stretched along the valley here, just showing their heads above the weight of superincumbent sand, which has invaded and overwhelmed the past glories of this district. The ruins of certain lofty square buildings stand upon hillocks at isolated intervals. From these we got several inscriptions, which prove that they were the high platforms alluded to on so many Himyaritic inscribed stones as raised in honor of their dead. As for the town around them, it has been entirely engulfed in sand. The then dry bed of a torrent runs through the center, and from this fact we can ascertain, from the walls of sand on either side of the stream, that the town itself has been buried some 30 feet or 40 feet by this sand. It is now called Raydun. The ground lies strewn with fragments of Himyaritic inscriptions, potteries, and other indications of a rich harvest for the excavator. but the hostility of the Nahad tribe prevented us from paying these ruins more than a cursory visit. And even to secure this we had to pay the sheikh of the place $19, and his greeting was ominous as he angrily muttered, "Salam to all who believe Muhammad is the true prophet." We were warned that our eyes should never be let to see Meshhed again. We might camp before we got there or after, as we wished. So were led by a roundabout way to Adab, and saw no more of the leprous Sayyid who told such wondrous tales about the English king who once lived in Hagarain, and how the English, Turks, and Arabs were all descended from King Sam. Also he told the Arite fable of how the giants and rich men tried to make a paradise of their own, the beautiful garden of Eden, and defied God, and so destruction came upon the tribe of Ad, the remnant of whom survive at Aden on Jebel Shimthan, in the form of monkeys. This is the Mohammedan legend of the end of the Sabaean Empire. We were much amused with what Imam Sharif said to this Sayyid. Imam Sharif is himself a Sayyid or Sharif, a descendant of Muhammad, his family having come from Medina, so he was always much respected. He said to him, "You think these English are very bad people, but the Quran says that all people are like their rulers. Now we have no spots or diseases on our bodies, but are all clean and sound, which shows plainly that our ruler and the rest of us must be the same. Now you, my brother, must be under the displeasure of God, for I see that you are covered with leprosy." This was not a kind or civil speech, I fear, but not a ruder one than those addressed to us. This leprosy shows itself by an appearance as if patches of white skin were neatly set into the dark skin. At Adab they would not allow us to dip our vessels in their well, nor take our repast under the shadow of their mosque. Even the women of this village ventured to insult us, peeping into our tent at night and tumbling over the jugs in a manner most aggravating to the weary occupants. The soldiers had abandoned us and gone to sleep in the village. A dreary waste of sand led past Kerin to Badora. I arrived first with Imam Sharif, a servant and a soldier. We dismounted as there was some surveying to be done. The people were quite friendly, we thought, though they crowded round me shouting to see the woman. I went to some women grouped at a little distance, and we had no trouble as long as we were there. We had left before the camels came, and heard that the rest of the party had been very badly received. Stones were thrown, and shouts raised of, "Pigs! Infidels! Dogs! Come down from your camels, and we will cut your throats." We attributed this to Saleh Hassan, for he made enemies for us wherever we went. At this village they were busy making indigo dye in large jars like those of the 40 Thieves. We were soon out of the Nahad country. Our troubles on the score of rudeness were happily terminated at Haura, where a huge castle belonging to the Al-Kaiti family dominates a humble village surrounded by palm groves. Without photographs to bear out my statement, I should hardly dare to describe the magnificence of these castles in the Hadhramout. That at Haura is 7 stories high, and covers fully an acre of ground beneath the beetling cliff, with battlements, towers, and machicolations bearing a striking likeness to Holyrood. But Holyrood is built of stone, and Haura, save for the first story, is built of sun-dried bricks. And if Haura stood where Holyrood does, or in a rainy climate, it would long ago have crumbled away. Haura is supposed to be the site of an ancient Himyaritic town. We were told that the Sultan of Hagarain is not entirely under Makall, but that he of Haura is. The castle of the Sultan is nice and clean inside, and it was pleasant, after some very reviving cups of coffee and ginger and some very public conversation, to find our canvas homes all erected on a hard field, a pleasant change from our late dusty places. Mahmoud obtained a fox, which was his first mammal, saving a bushy-tailed rat. We were sent a lamb and a box of honey, and soon after the governor arrived to request a present. He asked 30 rupees, but got 20, and the new soldiers in place of the Nahadi men were to have 5 rupees on arrival at Koton. We were now nearing the palace of Sultan Saleh bin Muhammad al-Kaiti of Shibahm, the most powerful monarch in the Hadhramout. who has spent 12 years of his life in India, and whose reception of us was going to be magnificent, our escort told us. As we were leaving Haura, just standing about waiting to mount, I felt something hard in one finger of my glove, which I was putting on. I thought it was a dry leaf, and hooked it down with my nail and shook it into my hand. Imagine my terror on lifting my glove at seeing a scorpion wriggling there. I dropped it quickly, shouting for Mahmoud and the collecting bottle, and then caught it in a handkerchief. This was the way that Buthia Binti introduced himself to the scientific world, for he was of a new species. It turned out that the oldest soldier was father to the Sultan of Haura. He went no farther with us. The next day, 3 miles after leaving Haura, we quitted the Wadi Kasr, and at last, at the village of Al-Aymani, entered the main valley of the Hadhramout. It is here very broad, being at least 8 miles from cliff to cliff, and receives collateral valleys from all sides, forming as it were a great basin. Hitherto our way had been generally northward, from Makall to Tokhum, northeast and then northwest. Now we turned westward down the great valley, though still with a slight northward tendency. We passed Ghanima, Ajlania on a rock to the right, and Hanan and the Wadi Menweb behind it on our left. Wellsted, in his list of the Hadhramout towns, mentions Hanan as Aynan, and as a very ancient town on the hill near which are inscriptions and rude sculptures. For 7 hours we travelled along the valley, which from its width was like a plain till we were within a mile of the castle of Koton, where the Sultan of Shibahm resides. Thus far all was desert and sand, but suddenly the valley narrows, and a long vista of cultivation was spread before us. Here miles of the valley are covered with palm groves. Bright green patches of lucerne, called kadlib, almost dazzling to look upon after the arid waste, and numerous other kinds of grain are raised by irrigation, for the Hadhramout has beneath its expanse of sand a river running, the waters of which are obtained by digging deep wells. Skin buckets are let down by ropes and drawn up by cattle by means of a steep slope, and then the water is distributed for cultivation through narrow channels. It is at best a fierce struggle with nature to produce these crops, for the rainfall can never be depended upon. We had intended to push on to Al-Koton, but Sultan Saleh sent a messenger to beg us not to arrive till the following morning, that his preparations to receive us might be suitable to our dignity, as the first English travellers to visit his domains. So we encamped just on the edge of the cultivation, about a mile off at Farhud, where under the shade of palm trees there is a beautiful well of brackish water, with 4 oxen, 2 at each side to draw up the water. Outside the cultivation, in its arid waste of sand, the Hadhramout produces but little. Now and again we came across groups of the camel thorn, tall trees somewhat resembling the holm oak. It is in Arabic a most complicated tree. Its fruit, like a small crab apple, is called bidom, very refreshing and making an excellent preserve. Its leaves, which they powder and use as soap, are called ghasl, meaning washing, whereas the tree itself is called aib, and is dearly loved by the camels who stretch their long necks to feed off its branches. We wondered what kind of reception we should have, for people's ideas on this point vary greatly. In order not to offend the Sultan's prejudices too much, we determined to dissemble, and I decided not to wear my little camera, and Imam Sharif packed the plain table out of sight. We settled that he should have the medicine chest in his charge and be the doctor of the party, and addressed him as Hakim. Even Saleh feared so much what the future might hold in store that he removed his drawers and shoes and advised Imam Sharif to do the same, as Muhammad had never worn such things. Imam Sharif refused to take these precautions, saying that if Muhammad had been born in Kashmir, he would have assuredly worn both drawers and shoes. Imam Sharif wore a Norfolk jacket and knickerbockers and a turban when on the march, but in camp he wore Indian clothes. However, we were soon visited by the Sultan's 2 wazirs on spirited Arab steeds, magnificent individuals with plaited turbans, long lances, and many gold mohurs fixed on their dagger handles, all of which argued well for our reception on the morrow by the Sultan of Shibahm. We were a good deal stared at, but not disagreeably, for all the soldiers were on their best behaviour. At Khaila and Sif we had to be tied up, airless in our tents, as if we left them open a minute when the crowd, tired of seeing nothing, had dispersed, and one person saw an opening, the whole multitude surged round again, pressing in, shouting and smelling so bad that we regretted our folly in having tried to get a little light and air. We saw among others a boy who had a wound in his arm, and therefore had his nostrils plugged up. Bad smells are said not to be so injurious as good ones. Some women came and asked to see me, so I took my chair and sat surrounded by them. They begged to see my hands, so I took off my gloves and let them lift my hands about, from one sticky hand to another. They looked wonderingly at them and said "Miskeen" so often and so pityingly that I am sure they thought I had leprosy all over. Then they wished to see my head, and having taken off my hat, my hair had to be taken down. They examined my shoes, turned up my gaiters, stuck their fingers down my collar, and wished to undress me. So I rose and said very civilly, "Peace to you, O women, I am going to sleep now," and retired. Arab girls, before they enter the harem and take the veil, are a curious sight to behold. Their bodies and faces are dyed a bright yellow with turmeric. On this ground they paint black lines with antimony over their eyes, the fashionable colour for the nose is red, green spots adorn the cheek, and the general aspect is grotesque beyond description. We stayed in bed really late next morning till the sun rose, and then prepared ourselves to be fetched. The two young wazirs, Salim bin Ali and Salim bin Abdullah, cousins, came again at 7:30 with 2 extra horses, which were ridden by my husband and Saleh, as Imam Sharif stuck to the donkey which we named Mahsoud, happy. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 10. Our Sojourn at Koton. Like a fairy palace of the Arabian Nights, white as a wedding cake, and with as many battlements and pinnacles, with its windows painted red, the colour being made from red sandstone, and its balustrades decorated with the inevitable chevron pattern. The castle of El Koton rears its battlemented towers above the neighbouring brown houses and expanse of palm groves. Behind it rise the steep red rocks of the encircling mountains, the whole forming a scene of oriental beauty difficult to describe in words. This lovely building, shining in the morning light against the dark, precipitous mountains, was pointed out to us as our future abode. My horse, Basha, seemed to have come to life again, and enjoyed galloping once more, for we had left the servants, camels, etc. to follow. As we approached, Fedejois announced our arrival, and at his gate stood Sultan Saleh to greet us, clad in a long robe of canary-coloured silk, and with a white silk turban twisted around his swarthy brow. He was a large, stout man, negroid in type, for his mother was a slave, and as generous as he was large, to Arab and European alike. He looked about 55 or 60, but said his age was 45 or 40. At first, on being seated in his reception room, we were very cautious in speaking of our plans, as we were surrounded with all sorts and conditions of men. He placed at our disposal a room spread with Dagestan carpets and cushions, furnished with 2 tables and 3 chairs, and not a mouthful of our own food would he allow us to touch, a hospitality which had its drawbacks, for the Arab cuisine is not one suited to Western palates. We were very glad of this hospitality at first, as it would give Matthäus a holiday, which he could devote to the washing of clothes, water being so plentiful. I will describe one day's meals, which were invariably the same. At 8 o'clock came several cups, all containing coffee and milk, honey, eggs, hard-boiled and peeled, and a large, thin, leathery kind of bread made plain with water, and another large, thin kind made with ghee, and like pastry. About 2:30 came 2 bowls like slop bowls, one containing bits of meat, vegetables, eggs, and spices and sauce, under about an inch of melted ghee, the other a kind of soup. They were both quite different, but at the same time very much alike, and the grease on the top kept them furiously hot. There were little pieces of boiled lamb and little pieces of roast lamb, tiny balls of roast meat and also of boiled, a mound of rice and a mound of dates, and upon requesting some water we were given 1 large glassful. Identically the same meal came at 9:30, an hour when the bona fide traveller pines to be in his bed. These things were laid on a very dirty coloured cotton cloth, but no plates or knives, etc., were provided. At several odd times through the day a slave walked in and filled several cups of tea, a few for each of us. The cups were never washed by him. After struggling for a few days, many of the party having had recourse to the medicine chest, we were at length compelled humbly to crave his majesty to allow us to employ our own cook. This he graciously permitted, and during the 3 weeks we passed under his hospitable roof, our cook was daily supplied by the sultanas, most excellent housewives we thought them, with everything we needed. One of the most striking features of these Arabian palaces is the wood carving. The doors are exquisitely decorated with it, the supporting beams and the windows, which are adorned with fretwork instead of glass. The dwelling rooms are above, the ground floor being exclusively used for merchandise and as stables and cattle stalls, and the first floor for the domestic offices. The men servants lie about in the passages. We lived on the second floor. The 2 next stories were occupied by the sultan and his family, and above was the terraced roof where the family sleep during the summer heat. Every guest room has its coffee corner, provided with a carved oven, where the grain is roasted and the water boiled. Around are hung old china dishes for spices, brass trays for the cups, and fans to keep off the flies, also the carved censers, in which frankincense is burnt and handed round to the guests, each one of whom fumigates his garments with it before passing it on. It is also customary to fumigate with frankincense a tumbler before putting water into it, a process we did not altogether relish, as it imparts a sickly flavour to the fluid. We found the system of door fastening in vogue a great nuisance to us. The wooden locks were of the tumbler order. The keys were about 10 inches long, and composed of a piece of curved wood. At one end were a number of pegs stuck in irregularly, to correspond with a number of the tumbling bolts which they were destined to raise. No key would go in without a tremendous lot of shaking and noisy rattling, and you always had to have your key with you, for if you did not lock your door on leaving your room, there was nothing to prevent its swinging open, and if you were inside, you must rise and unbolt it to admit each person, and to bolt it behind him for the same reason. We got very friendly with Sultan Saleh during our long stay under his roof, and he would come and sit for hours together in our room and talk over his affairs. Little by little he was told of all our sufferings by the way, and he was very angry. We also consulted him as to our plans, and told him how badly Saleh was behaving. We used sometimes to think of dismissing Saleh, but thought him too dangerous to part with. It was better to keep him under supervision, and leave him as much in the dark as possible about our projects. The Sultan took special interest in our pursuits, conducting us in person to archaeological sites, and manifesting a laudable desire to have his photograph taken. He assisted both our botanist and naturalist in pursuing their investigations into the somewhat limited flora and fauna of his dominions, and was told by Imam Sharif that his work with the sextant was connected with keeping our watches to correct time. He would freely discourse, too, on his own domestic affairs, giving us anything but a pleasing picture of Arab harem life, which he described as a veritable hell. Whenever he saw me reading, working with my needle, or developing photographs, he would smile sadly and contrast my capabilities with those of his own wives, who, as he expressed it, are unable to do anything but painting themselves and quarrelling. Poor Sultan Saleh has had 12 wives in his day, and he assured us that their dissensions and backbitings had made him grow old before his time. His looking so old must be put down to the cares of polygamy. At Koton, the Sultan had at that time only 2 properly acknowledged wives, whom he wisely kept apart. His chief wife, or sultana, was sister to the Sultan of Makall, and the Sultan of Makall is married to a daughter of Sultan Saleh by another wife. In this way do Arabic relationships get hopelessly confused. The influence of the wife at Koton was considerable, and he was obviously in awe of her, so much so that when he wanted to visit his other wife he had to invent a story of pressing business at Shibahm. "Our wives," said he one day, "are like servants, and try to get all they can out of us. They have no interest in their husband's property, as they know they may be sent away at any time." And in this remark he seems to have properly hit off the chief evil of polygamy. He also told us that, having got all they can from one husband, they go off to a man that is richer, though how they make these arrangements, if they stick to their veils, is a mystery to me. Then again, he would continually lament over the fanaticism and folly of his fellow countrymen, more especially the priestly element, who systematically oppose all his attempts at introducing improvements from civilized countries into the Hadhramout. The Sayyids and the Mullahs dislike him, the former, who trace their descent from the daughter of Muhammad, forming a sort of hierarchical nobility in this district, and on several occasions he has been publicly cursed in the mosques as an unbeliever and friend of the infidel. But Sultan Saleh has money which he made in India, and owns property in Bombay. Consequently, he has the most important weapon to wield that anyone can have in a Semitic country. The Sultan told us a famous plan they have in this country for making a fortune. 2 Hadrami set out for India together, a father and son or 2 brothers. They collect enough money before starting to buy a very fine suit of clothes each, and to start trade in a small way. They then increase the business by credit, and when they have got enough of other people's money into their hands, one departs with it to the inaccessible Hadhramout, while the other waits to hear of his safe arrival, and then he goes bankrupt and follows him. Sultan Saleh had not a high opinion of his countrymen, and told us several other tales that did not redound to their credit. "Before I went to India, I was a rascal, harami, like these men here," he constantly asseverated, and his love for things Indian and English is unbounded. "If only the Indian government would send me a Mohammedan doctor here, I would pay his expenses, and his influence, both political and social, would be most beneficial to this country." It is certainly a great thing for England to have so firm a friend in the centre of the narrow, habitable district between Aden and Maskat, which ought by rights to be ours. Not that it is a very profitable country to possess, but in the hands of another power it might unpleasantly affect our road to India, and in complying with this simple request of Sultan Saleh's, an easy way is open to us for extending our influence in that direction. Likewise, from a humane point of view, this suggestion of Sultan Saleh's is of great value, for the inhabitants of the Hadhramout are more hopelessly ignorant of things medical than some of the savage tribes of Africa. Certain quacks dwell in the towns, and profess to diagnose the ailments of a Bedou woman by smelling one of her hairs brought by her husband. For every pain, no matter where, they brand the patient with a red-hot iron, kaya. To relieve a person who has eaten too much fat, they will light a fire round him to melt it. To heal a wound, they will plug up the nostrils of the sufferer, believing that certain scents are noxious to the sore, the pleasant scents being the most harmful. Iron pounded up by a blacksmith is also a medicine. On an open sore they tie a sheet of iron, tin, or copper with 4 holes in the corners for strings. We heard of the curious case of a man who, for a wager, ate all the fat of a sheep that was killed at a pilgrimage. He lay down to sleep under a shady tree, and all the fat congealed in his inside. The doctor ordered him to drink hot tea, while fires were lit all around him, and thus he was cured and was living in Shibahm when we were there. We had a crowd of patients to treat whilst stationed at Koton, and I have entered quantities of quaint experiences with these poor helpless invalids in my notebook. We had many an interesting stroll round the Sultan's gardens at Koton, and watched the cultivation of spices and vegetables for the royal table, or rather floor, the lucerne and clover for his cattle, the indigo and henna for dyeing purposes, and the various kinds of grain. But on the cultivation of the date palm the most attention is lavished. It was just then the season at which the female spathe has to be fructified by the male pollen, and we were interested in watching a man going round with an apron full of male spathes. With these he climbed the stem of the female palm, and with a knife cut open the bark which encircles the female spathe, and as he shook the male pollen over it he chanted in a low voice, "May God make you grow and be fruitful." No portion of the palm is wasted in the Hadhramout. With the leaves they thatch huts and make fences. The date stones are ground into powder as food for cattle, and they eat the nutty part which grows at the bottom of the spathes, and which they call kurzan. On a journey a man requires nothing but a skin of dates, which will last him for days, and when we left, Sultan Saleh gave us 3 goat skins filled with his best dates, and large tins of delicious honey, for which the Hadhramout was celebrated as far back as Pliny's time. Beginning of footnote 11, Pliny 6:28, section 161, Melis Curaeque Proventu, end of footnote 11, which he sent on camels to the coast for us, as well as a large inscribed stone that I now have in my house. Innumerable wells are dotted over this cultivated area, the water from which is distributed over the fields before sunrise and after sunset. The delicious creaking noise made by heaving up the buckets greeted us every morning when we woke, delicious because it betokened plenty of water. And these early morning views were truly exquisite. A bright crimson tinge would gradually creep over the encircling mountains, making the parts in shade of a rich purple hue, against which the feathery palm trees and whitewashed castles stood out in strong contrast. All the animals belonging to the Sultan are stabled within the encircling wall and immediately beneath the palace windows. The horses' stable is in the open courtyard, where they are fed with rich lucerne and dates when we should give corn. Here also reside the cows and bullocks, which are fed every evening by women, who tie together bunches of dried grass and make it appetizing by mixing therewith a few blades of fresh lucerne. The sheep and the goats are penned on another side, while the cocks and hens live in and around the main drain. All is truly patriarchal in character. The Sultan only possesses 4 horses, and one of these, a large white mare, strangely enough came from the Cape of Good Hope, via Durban and Bombay. The Sultan of Makall had 3. The Arab courser lives farther north. As for the soldiers, they sent, as if it were a matter of course, for some money to buy tobacco, and were given $2 or $3 each, and we gladly parted from them friends. The Sultan of Makall had paid them for a fortnight's food, and had written to Sultan Saleh to pay what was owing. My groom was dismissed also without bakshish. He was only a rough fellow taken from the mud brick works at Makall, and my poor Basha would have fared ill if really dependent on Mbarek for care. My entreaties alone saved him from being publicly bastinadoed, as the Sultan wished, when he heard of all his rudeness and disobedience. The Sultan was most anxious to arrange for our onward journey, and wrote 7 letters to different sheikhs and sultans, and sent them to us to read, but we could not read them ourselves, and would not let Saleh, so we were none the wiser. The sultans of Sewun and Tarim are brothers of the Kateri tribe, but have no real authority outside their towns. We were anxious to proceed along the Hadhramout valley, and to reach the tomb of the prophet Hud. The Sultan also went to Shibahm to meet some of the arbiters of our fate, and the Sultan of Sewun agreed to let us pass, but others said we had 500 camels loaded with arms and all sorts of other fables, and they all quarrelled dreadfully about us, so the Sultan returned to Koton to await replies to his letters. The day the Sultan was absent, the women were determined to have a little enjoyment from our presence themselves. So a great many servants came bringing the Sultan's 10-year-old daughter, Sheikha, a rather pretty little girl, with long earrings all round her ears, which, like all the other women's, hang forward like fringed bells. An uneven number is always worn, and a good set consists of 23. They are rings about 2 inches in diameter, with long drops attached. Her face was painted with large dots, stripes, and patterns of various colours, and she had thick antimony round the eyes. Her neck, arms, and shoulders were yellow, and her hands painted plain black inside and in a pattern like a lace mitten on the back, the nails being red with henna. I was also asked to pay a visit to the ladies. I went upstairs. Every floor is like a flat, with its bathroom containing a huge vase called kesba, and the bath is taken by pouring over the person from a smaller utensil water which runs away down drain holes to the wooden spouts. I found myself in some very narrow passages, among a quantity of not over-clean women, who all seized me by the shoulders, passing me on from one to the other till I reached a very large carpeted room, with pillows round it, some very large looking-glasses, and a chandelier. I advanced across the room amid loud exclamations from the seated ladies, and was pointed out a position in front of the 2 principal ones, who were seated against the wall. One was the chief wife of the Sultan, and the other a daughter married to a Sayyid, whose hand his father-in-law must always kiss. He is a very disagreeable-looking man, who was much offended because Imam Sharif would neither kiss his hand, being a Sayyid himself, nor let his own be kissed. I squatted down, and round me soon squatted many more ladies. They were certainly not beautiful, but one, who was nearest to me and seemed to be my guardian or showman, had a very nice, kind, clever face. Her lips were not so large as most. We seemed all to be presided over, as we literally were, by a kind of confidential maid, who sat on the little raised hearth in the corner, amongst all the implements for the making of coffee and burning of incense, chanting constantly, Saleh ala Muhammad, and something more, of which I can only remember that it was about the faith. Sometimes she was quiet a little, and then above all the din, she raised her shout, accompanying it with an occasional single loud blow with a stone pestle and mortar. There was no difficulty about seeing the gold anklets the ladies wore, for their clothes, as they sat, were well above their knees. Their feet were painted like fanciful black slippers with lace edges. Their examination of me was very searching, even reaching smelling point, and I feel sure I was being exorcised, for so much was being said about Muhammad. At last an old lady said to me, "There is no God but God," with which I agreed, and murmurs of satisfaction went round, while she nodded her head triumphantly. Later on she pointed to the ceiling and asked if I considered this was the direction in which Allah dwells, and seemed glad when I agreed. Of course no infidel would, she thought. Presently the woman who had prepared the frankincense brought it down in a small chafing dish, continuing the same chant and handing it round. I wondered if I should be left out, or left till the last, but neither happened, and when my turn came, like the rest, I held my head and hands over the fumes, and we were all fumigated inside our garments. I may have been partaking in some unholy rite, but my ignorance will be my excuse, I hope. I was then told I might go, which I was glad of, as I had been afraid to offend them by going too soon. I was asked, as I left, if I should like to see their jewellery. Of course I said yes, and had hardly got home and recovered from the deafening row when I was fetched again. There were crowds more women of all classes, clean and dirty, and as they came trooping in to see me, the room seemed to resound with the twittering sound of their kisses, for the incoming visitor kissed the sitter's hand, while the sitter kissed her own, and there was kissing of foreheads besides. Numerous little baskets were brought in with immense quantities of gold ornaments, some very heavy, but with few gems in them, absolutely none of value. They consisted of coral, onyx, a few bad turquoises, crooked pearls, and many false stones. Everything was of Indian work. Sheikha came in a silk dress with a tremendous, much alloyed silver girdle, and loaded with chains and bracelets of all sorts, clanking and clashing as she came. We had very good coffee with ginger and cloves in it, and at this time there was a very great deal of religious conversation and argument, and as they were exciting themselves, I thought I would go, for I did not feel very comfortable. But the chief lady said to me, in a very threatening and dictatorial voice, La ilaha illallah, Muhammad Rasul Allah. I looked as much like an idiot as I could, and pretended neither to notice nor understand. But I was patted and shaken up by all that were near enough neighbours to do so, and desired to look at that lady. Again she said, La ilaha illallah, in the same tone, and I was told I must repeat it. So she said the first part again in a firm tone, and I cheerfully repeated after her, There is no God but God. Then she continued, Muhammad is his prophet. I remained dumb. Then the name of Isa, Jesus, went round, and I bowed my head. The coffee woman then called out, Isa was a prophet before Muhammad. They then asked me if Isa was my prophet. I could only say that he is, for my Arabic would not allow of a further profession of my faith. I gladly departed, and gave Sheikha afterwards 2 sovereigns for her necklace. They said they would show me their clothes, but they never did. I have described the shape of these dresses, but I omitted to say that they are gaily trimmed with a kind of ribbon about 2 inches wide, made of little square bits of coloured silks and cottons sewn together. This is put round the armholes, over the shoulder, and down to the hem of the garment over the seam, where a curious gusset or gore runs from the front part to the corner of the train. The dress is trimmed round the neck, which is cut square and rather low, and generally hangs off one shoulder, and across the breast it is much embroidered, beads and spangles being sometimes introduced. These women seem to live in a perpetual noise. They gurgled loudly when we arrived, and we could always hear them playing the tambourine. Tiny girls wear, as their only garment, a fringe of plaits as in Nubia, and their heads are shaven in grotesque patterns, or their hair done in small plaits. Boys have their heads shaven also, all except locks of long hair dotted about in odd places. I never saw such dreadful objects as the women make of themselves by painting their faces. When they lift their veils, one would hardly think them human. I saw eyes painted to resemble blue and red fish, with their heads pointing to the girl's nose. The upper part of the face was yellow, the lower green with small black spots, a green stripe down the nose, the nostrils like 2 red cherries, the paint being shiny. 3 red stripes were on the forehead, and there was a red moustache, there being also green stripes on the yellow cheeks. There was a delightful, tiny room on the roof, just a little place to take and make coffee in. and we were allowed to clamber up to this, but not without calling a slave and assuring ourselves that there was no danger of my husband meeting any of the ladies, for it commanded the roof, to which we had not access. We liked going up there very much, for the views were splendid, and we could see down into the mosque, which is built like cloisters, open in the middle. I took some photographs from there, and also, with the greatest difficulty, managed to get one of the room itself by tying my camera, without its legs of course, with a rope to the outside of the fretwork frame of the little window, which was on a level with the floor. It was hard work not to be in the way myself, as I had to put both arms out of the next window to take out the slides and to guess at the focus. The Sultan, though his Hindustani was getting a trifle rusty, said he greatly liked the company of Imam Sharif, whose uncle had in some way befriended him in India. Intelligent conversation he had not enjoyed for a long time. He was certainly a little scandalized at Imam Sharif's lax ways in religion, for he was one day sitting without his turban when some coffee was brought. The Sultan put his hands up to cover Imam Sharif's head, saying, "My brother, you are drinking with a bare head, and this is contrary to the Koran." The same remark was often made in camp by people who looked into his tent. They said, "Look, he is a Christian, his head is bare." At the same time, no one thought anything of the Bedouins' bare heads. During this period of uncertainty we made several little explorations of the surrounding valleys. One day we started out with the Sultan, who had on his long coat, which made him look like a huge sulphur-coloured canary. It was lined with light blue. He, my husband, Saleh, and a groom rode the 4 horses. Imam Sharif and I had our Basha and Mahsoud, and a camel most smartly decorated carried the Wazir Salim bin Abdullah and a soldier. Other soldiers followed on foot. We went about 5 miles to Al Agran to see some ruins perched on a rock beneath the high wall of the plateau, prettily situated with palms, gardens, and wells. The ruins, which are those of a well-built fortress, consist of little more than the foundation, but all embedded in modern houses, so that excavations would be impossible. It must once have been a place of considerable importance. There was a scrap of very well-cut ornament, which looked as if it might have belonged to a temple. It was from Al Agran, or Algran, that we obtained a stone with a spout to it, with rather a long Sabaean inscription on it, a dedication to the god Sienna, known to have been worshipped in the Hadhramout. We were given coffee in a very dirty room, which we were all the time longing to tear down, that we might dig under it. End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 11. The Wadi Ser and the Sabr Salah. On January 17 we started from Al Koton with only 7 of our camels and 2 of the Sultan's, packed with forage, to be away several days. The Sultan wished to lend his horses, but my husband refused. However, he had to ride one, a grey, for fear of giving offence, and this was given to him as a present afterwards, and he rode it whenever the rocks allowed, till we reached the coast. We eventually sent this horse, Zubda, Butter, and my Basha back to their respective donors, though they really expected us to take them to Aden. We had 2 men of the Nahad tribe as our Esiera. Our start took a very long time, for the Sultan, attended by many people, came a mile on foot. We travelled 4 hours and a half, partly through land that would have been cultivated had there been rain, and partly through salt desert, till we turned north-west into the Wadi Ser, where there is a sandy desert. From the entrance to Wadi Ser we could see Shibahm in the distance, an unpromising looking spot among sandhills. We were able to find shelter at Hanya, under an enormous thorny badam tree covered with fruit. and we felt like birds out of a cage, for we never could walk out at Al Koton without a crowd, and the greasiness and spiciness of the food was beginning to pall. We had a delightful camp, but had to be very careful not to drop things in the sand, as they so quickly disappeared. We had a new man called Iselem, who had to take care of the horses, pluck chickens, and help in pitching the camp. His wonder at the unfolding and setting up of the beds, chairs, etc., was great. There was also an old man called Hadhramout. He and one of the soldiers could talk Hindustani, so with Imam Sharif's help we were somewhat independent of Saleh, though we had thought it necessary to bring him to keep him from working us harm. We continued our way up the Wadi Ser for about 5 hours and camped at Al-Had in a field near a house, close to some high banks which radiated intense heat, and suffered the more that we had to wait a long time for the tea that we always had with our luncheon, as our water had been stolen in the night. We always tried to save some to carry on and start with next day, fearing we might fare worse in the next place we came to. The well at this spot is the last water in this direction, for we were reaching the confines of the great central desert. Wadi Ser, being such a waste of sand, is very sparsely populated. The Bedouin here, like the Turkomans, live in scattered abodes, little groups of 2 or 3 houses dotted about, and solitary homesteads. It belongs to the Kattiri tribe, who are at war with the Yafai. They once owned Shahar and Makall and took Al Koton, but in a war in 1874 the Yafai were supported by the English, hence their friendship for England. The animosity still continues, and there is little intercourse between Siwan and Shibahm, though only 12 miles apart. The Kattiri have more of the Bedou about them, and the Yafai have more of the Arab. Our SCR was $25. The people were preparing for rain, which may never come. They had had none for 2 years, but if they get it every 3 years they are satisfied, as they get a sufficient crop. As it comes in torrents and with a rush, each field is provided with a dike and a dam, which they cut to let the water off. This dike is made by a big scraper, like a dustpan, called mishap, harnessed by chains to a camel or bullocks. The camel goes over the existing bank, and when the dustpan reaches the summit, the men in attendance upset the surface sand or soil that has been scraped off, and carry the scraper down. When this is done, the field is lightly ploughed. There is nothing more to do except to sit and wait for rain. We saw signs of great floods in some parts. Whenever we found ruins still visible in or near the Hadhramout, we found them on elevated spots above the sand level, from which we might argue that all centres of civilization in the middle of the valleys lie deeply buried in sand, which has come down in devastating masses from the highland and the central desert. The nature of the sand in this district is twofold. Firstly, we have the less, or firm sand, which can be cultivated, and secondly, the disintegrated desert sand, which forms itself into heaps and causes sandstorms when the wind is high. The mountains diminish in height the farther north one goes. The character of the valleys is pretty much the same as that of those to the south of the main valley, only they are narrower and much lower, and thus the deep indenture of the valley system of the Hadhramout gradually fades away into the vast expanse of the central desert. The wazir had been given a bag of money to buy fowls and lambs for us, but Saleh came and said, "The wazir wants some money for a lamb," so it was sent and returned. It had not been asked for and caused some offence, but that odious little wretch only wished to make mischief. The Bedouin are rather clever at impromptu verses, and when we were in Wadi Ser they made night hideous by dancing in our camp. The performers ranged themselves in 2 rows as in Sir Roger de Coverley. Time is kept by a drum and by perpetual hand clapping and stamping of the feet, whilst 2 men execute elaborate capers in the centre, singing as they do so such words as these: "The ship has come from Europe with merchandise. They shot at the minaret with 1,000 cannon." Bedouin women also take part in these dances, and the Arabs think the dances very impious. It was very weird by the light of the moon and the campfire, but wearisome when we wanted to sleep, particularly as they kept it up until after we were all astir in the morning, yelling, bawling, singing, and screeching, Iselem being the ringleader. The ground was shaken as if horses were galloping about. A Bedou was playing a flute made of 2 leg bones of a crane bound together with iron. At a distance of half an hour from our camp there is a stone with an inscription. This was visited on the day of our arrival, but we went again next day that I might photograph it, very difficult in the position in which it is. It is a great rough boulder about 10 feet high that has slipped down from the mountain, with large rough Sabaean letters just punched on the surface, of no depth, but having a whitish appearance. The letters run in every direction, sometimes side by side, sometimes in columns. The central and most important word, which my husband was able to make out, with the help of Professor Hammel's admirable dictionary of hitherto ascertained Himyaritic words, is Masabam, or Caravan Road. The stone seemed to be a kind of signpost, for as the old Bedou sheikh who was with us said, there was in olden days, about 500 years ago, a caravan road this way to Mecca, before the Bahr Safi made it impassable. The Bahr Safi is a quicksand, north of Shabwa, but none of those present had been there, and they all laughed at Von Reed's story of King Safi and his army being engulfed in it. The Bedou sheikh with his retinue came to see that we took no treasure out of the stone. There are a good many old stones built into the side of the stream bed. Having taken a copy and a photograph, which my husband sent later to Dr. D. H. Müller in Vienna to decipher, we departed. We were told that the Wadi Ser goes 4 hours from that stone to the great desert. We then turned back and followed our kafila to Alagam, at the junction of Wadi Ser and Wadi Latat, about 2 hours' journey. Alagam is a large cluster of high houses surrounded by stables and houses excavated in the sandhills, where the inhabitants and their cattle live in hot weather. This is quite an idea suited to the Bedouin who live in caves, when they can find them. The Bedouin in southern Arabia never have tents. We found that Saleh had joined the camel men in resisting our own people who wanted to camp under trees. They had unloaded in the open, and Saleh and Iselem had then retired into the village till the tents were pitched, so, as we were to remain in this place 2 days, we had them moved. We had by this time some of the Kattiri tribe with us as Assyara. At Al Garin, the Wadi Ser is entered by a short collateral valley called the Wadi Konab, in which valley is the tomb of the Prophet Saleh, one of the principal sacred places of the district. Kabr Saleh is equally venerated with the Kabr Haud, also called the tomb of the Prophet Aber, for from what we could gather from the statements of intelligent natives, Aber and Haud are synonymous terms, which is to be found in the Tamimi country further up the main valley. The Prophet Haud was sent to reclaim the tribe of Ad. The Mahra tribe are descended from a remnant of the Adites, as also are the Hadrami, according to the legends. Once a man named Kolab, when seeking for camels, came upon a beautiful garden of Aramdatala Ahmad, which is supposed to have been in the desert near Aden. He found and brought away a priceless jewel which came into possession of the first Omniad Khalifa, Nurajaddid. Those who embraced Islamism on the preaching of the Prophet Haud were spared, but the rest either were suffocated by a stifling wind or survived in the form of apes, whose descendants still inhabit Jabal Shamshan at Aden. A remnant are also said to have fled to the Kuria Maria Islands. We again met with considerable opposition from the Bedouin and our escort when we proposed a visit to Kabr Saleh next day. However, this was overcome by threats of reporting the opposition to Sultan Saleh on our return to Al Koton. So next morning we started. The Sultan of Shibahm's people were just as anxious to go as we were, for they were delighted to get the chance of making a pilgrimage to so holy a place, which being in an enemy's country they would not have done but for our escort. A short ride of 2 hours brought us nearly to the head of Wadi Konab, and there, situated just under the cliff, in an open wilderness, is the celebrated tomb. It consists simply of a long uncovered pile of stones, somewhat resembling a potato pie, with a headstone at either end, and a collection of fossils from the neighbouring mountains arranged along the top. Hard by is a small house where the pilgrims take their coffee, and the house of the Bedou Mullah, who looks after the tomb, is about a quarter of a mile off. Beyond this there is no habitation in sight. A more desolate spot could hardly be found. The tomb is from 30 to 40 feet in length, and one of the legends concerning it is that it never is the same length, sometimes being a few feet shorter, sometimes a few feet longer. The Bedouin have endless legends concerning this prophet. He was a huge giant, they said, the father of the prophet Houd, or a bear. He created camels out of rock, and hence is especially dear to the wandering Bedou. And he still works miracles, for if even unwittingly anyone removes a stone from this grave, it exhibits symptoms of life and gives the possessor much discomfort until it is returned. Once a domed building was erected over the tomb, but the prophet manifested his dislike of being thus enclosed, and it was removed. Men are said to go blind if they steal anything connected with the tomb. Once a man took a cup from the coffee house, unaware of the danger he incurred, tied it to his girdle, and carried it off. It stuck to him till he restored it. Another man took a stone away and gave it to his children to play with, but it hopped about till taken back again. At the time of the Sierra, or pilgrimage, which takes place in November, crowds of Bedouin, we are told, come from all over the valleys and hills around to worship. All our men treated the grave with the greatest respect, and said their prayers around it barefoot. I do not know what they would have done to Imam Sharif if he had not comported himself as the others did, so that wretched man had to walk barefoot all round on the sharp stones, and thus we obtained the measurements. He got dreadfully prickled by thorns, and coveted the fossils very much. The stones of which the tomb is composed are about the size of cannon balls, and look just as if newly put together and quite weedless. People stroke the upright stone at the head and then rub their hands on their breast and kiss them, and do the same at the foot. The wazir would have led us up close to it, but the Bedouin hated our being there at all, and would by no means let us sleep there, as we wished to do. We overheard our horrid little Salah Hassan telling the bystanders that we live on pork. When we first got there, we were permitted to approach within a few yards of the tomb, so that we saw it very distinctly. But when, after eating our luncheon and taking a siesta under a tree, we again advanced to inspect it, the Bedou Mullah attacked us with fierce and opprobrious language, and fearing further to arouse the fanaticism of these wild people, we speedily mounted our horses and rode away. We hoped to be able to visit Kabr Houd, the tomb of Nebi Saleh's son, in the main valley, but as it will appear, we were to be disappointed. I am told on reliable Arab authority that it is similar in every way to the Kabr Saleh, just a long pile of stones about 40 feet in length, uncovered, and with its adjacent mosque. These two primitive tombs of their legendary prophets, zealously guarded and venerated by the Bedouin, are a peculiar and interesting feature of the Hadhramout. It is a curious fact that when one turns to the 10th chapter of Genesis, the best record we have of the earliest populations of our globe, we find the patriarchal names Salah, Aber, and Hadhramout, which last, as I previously stated, corresponds to Hadhramout, following one another in their order, though not in immediate sequence. I am at a loss to account for these names still being venerated by the Bedouin, unless one admits a continuity of legendary history almost too wonderful to contemplate, or else one must consider they were heathen sites of veneration which have under Moslem influence been endowed with orthodox names. Certain it is that these tombs in the midst of the wilderness are peculiarly the property of the Bedouin, and though visited, and to a certain extent venerated by the Arabs, the latter do not attach so much importance to them as they do to the tombs of their own walis, or saints, which are always covered tombs, near or in the centre of the towns. Another curious point I may mention in connection with these tombs is that the Arab historian Yaquet, in his Mugam, tells us of a god in the Hadhramout called Al-Ghalsad, who was a gigantic man. Perhaps this god may have some connection with the giant tombs of Salah and Aber. Also, Makrisi, who wrote in the 10th century A.D., speaks of a giant's grave he saw near Shabwa, near Al-Agam. We saw a quantity of very ancient stone monuments situated on slightly elevated ground above the sand, At first we imagined them to be tombs, but on closer inspection we discovered that the erections, which are large unhewn ones of the cromlech type, are decorated inside with geometric patterns, somewhat similar to those we found in the Mashonaland ruins, and therefore my husband was more inclined to believe they were originally used for religious purposes. There are traces of letters above the pattern. The buildings are about 20 feet square and several are surrounded by circular walls. They are apparently of extreme antiquity and doubtless far anterior in date to any other Himyaritic remains that we saw in the Hadhramout. The Wazir joined us as usual on our return from the Kabr Salah, as we sat outside our tent in the moonlight with Imam Sharif and the Indian interpreters, and we had a pleasant evening. We were perfectly charmed to see great preparations for sleep going on among the Bedouin. We thought they really must be tired, after dancing the whole night and walking the whole day. They were busy putting themselves to bed in graves dug in the loose dust, not sand. Turbans, girdles, and so forth being turned into bedclothes. Just as they were still, Iselem began capering about, and they all got up, shouting and screaming. But the Wazir, seeing my distress, with the greatest difficulty quieted them, as he did when they broke out again at 3 o'clock in the morning. It took us 6 hours the following day to ride back to Al Koton, where, not being expected, we could not get a meal of even bread, honey, and dates for about an hour and a half, and then had to wait till we were very sleepy indeed for supper. We endured great hunger that day. Salem Ben Ali, the other Wazir, had not come with us because he was not well. The day of our reception, in curvetting about, he fell from his horse and had suffered various pains ever since. The Sultan had had another stone brought for us from Al Grand. We did not care to take this away, as it had very little writing on it, only Al Amin, to the protection. It is circular, 1 foot 4½ inches in diameter, 2½ inches high, made of coarse marble. We saw a similar circular stone at Rye Down. The wildest reports were going about as to the water stone we already had. It was almost the cause of an insurrection against the Sultan of Shibahm. They said, "It is very wrong to give that stone to a Gavir," as they call us, for all the K's are pronounced G. "Only think of our carelessly letting him have it. The Englishman has taken 15 jewels of gold and gems out of it, and named a high value." "You are sure of this?" said the Sultan to the ringleader. "Oh yes, quite certain," he said. So the Sultan led him to our room where the stone was, and said, "Do you know the stone again? Look closely at it. Has anything happened to it but a washing?" The man looked extremely small. They said my husband's only business was to extract gold from stones. It is extraordinary how widespread this belief is. It is firmly rooted in Greece. Many a statue and inscription have been shivered to atoms because of it, and our interest in inscriptions was constantly attributed to a wish to find out treasure. We once saw 2 men in Asia Minor industriously boring away into a column to find gold, they told us. They already had made a hole about 8 inches deep and 4 or 5 inches wide. They think that the ancients had a way of softening marble with acid. We had again at this time a great many patients, for as we really had effected some cures the first time we were at Al Koton, our fame had spread. We always had Matthias and Imam Sharif to help us to elicit the symptoms, and also to consult with us as to the cures, because some remedies which suit Europeans were by no means suited to the circumstances of our patients. For instance, the worst coughs I have ever heard were very prevalent, but it would be useless to ask the sick to take a hot foot bath and stay in bed. The one blue garment, which in different shapes was all the men and women wore, was little protection from the chill of the evening. The women's dresses were always hanging off their backs, and the men, who had each 2 pieces of thick blue cotton, about 2 yards long by 1½ yard wide, with fringes half a yard long, wore one as a permanent petticoat and the other as a girdle by day, and when cold as a shawl, often put on in a very uncomfortable way, thrown on in front and left hanging open behind, forming no protection to the back of the lungs. The poor little baby, aged 15 months, of the Wazir Salim bin Abdullah, was brought shrieking in agony, gnawing hard at its emaciated little arms, and all covered with sores. Our hearts were wrung at this wretched sight, and we longed to help. We even thought of giving it part of a drop of chlorodyne, much diluted, but fortunately for us dared not do so, for my husband said to them, "I do not think the child will live long." It mercifully was released in a few hours. Then an old man came who had a flame in his inside. My husband examined him and decided that he had an abscess, and to please him gave him a dessert spoonful of borax and honey, which he swept up with his finger, and I suppose it did relieve him, for after some minutes he said, "The fire is gone out." It grieved us sorely when poor souls came to us so hopefully and so confident of help, with a withered arm or an empty eye socket. Some with less serious complaints than these last we recommended to go to Aden Hospital, a building of which we never thought at that time we should be inmates ourselves. We found the ladies, to whom a plentiful supply of violent pills had been administered, were better, but the sultan, who had an attack of indigestion, had to be taken in hand at once by us doctors. His wife required a tonic, so we got out some citrate of iron and quinine, a bright, shiny, greenish yellow flaky thing, which Imam Sharif assured us would be more beneficial and better liked if shown and admired as gold. So after some conversation about pious frauds, I packed the medicine up neatly and wrote in ornamental letters, "Golden Health Giver," and this name being explained and translated gave great satisfaction. We were glad to be able to give the kind sultan a new bottle of quinine, more acceptable than gold. While we were away, Mahmoud had found 2 little hedgehogs. One was dead and stuffed, the other we kept alive for some time, and it always liked to creep into my clothes and go to sleep, I suppose because I never teased it. In the little book of directions for zoological collectors we saw that little is known of the reproduction of lizards, so special attention is to be paid, etc. Mahmoud had brought me 2 little fragile eggs to keep, about half an inch long, and I had put them in a matchbox tow and packed them in my trunk, and on my return to Al Koton I found 2 little lizards about 1 1/4 inch long, one alive and the other dead. Both had to be pickled, as we did not understand how to bring so small a lizard up by hand. They proved to be new to science, as was also a large lizard we found near Hara, whose peculiarity is that he has no holes along his legs to breathe by, like other lizards. His name is Aporosceles bentiti. The first lizard's egg I had I was determined should not slip through my fingers, but alack and well a day, my fingers slipped through it. In the meantime we were terrible bones of contention, and had the Wadi Hadhramout all by the ears. We were very anxious indeed as to whether we could proceed any farther, or should have to go back, and whether we could do either safely. We wanted to go right along the Wadi Hadhramout, and to see Bir Borhat, or Barahat, a Solfatare, as far as we could make out. But Mosadi in the 10th century speaks of it as the greatest volcano in the world, and says that it casts up immense masses of fire and that its thundering noise can be heard miles away. On the heights near is much brimstone, which the Bedouin find useful for gunpowder. They consider this place is the mouth of hell, and that the souls of the Kafirs go there. In Iceland there's a similar accommodation for those souls. Von Reed thinks it was the Fons Styges of Ptolemy, but M. de Guige thinks that Ptolemy alluded to some place farther west and south of Marib. Certainly the position given by Ptolemy does not coincide with that of Bir Borhat. From Arabian Society in the Middle Ages by S. Lanepool, I take the following notices of this place. Al-Kaswini says of Bir Borhat, "It is a well near Hadhramout, and the Prophet, God bless and save him, said, 'In it are the souls of infidels and hypocrites.' It is an Adite well in a dry desert and a gloomy valley, and it is related of Ali, may God be well pleased with him, that he said, "The most hateful of districts to God, whose name be exalted, is the valley of Barahout, in which is a well whose waters are black and fetid, where the souls of infidels make their abode." El-Azmi has narrated of a man of Hadhramout that he said, "We find near Barahout an extremely disgusting and fetid smell, and then news is brought to us of the death of a great man of the chiefs of infidels." Ejeb el Makluget also relates that a man who passed a night in the valley of Barahout said, "I heard all night exclamatives of 'O Rumeh, O Rumeh,' and I mentioned this to a learned man, and he told me that it was the name of the angel commissioned to keep guard over the souls of the infidels." Bir Borhut is not far from Kabr Houd, which is said by some to be even longer and wider than Kabr Saleh. The route lies through the territory of the Kattiri, and the Yafai are quite ignorant of it. It would be quite unsafe for them to go to the sea along the valley, and they always use the road over the tableland. The Kattiri tyrannize over the Sultan of Siwan and are enemies to the Sultan of Shibahm. Beyond them are the Minhali, who are also enemies, then the Amri and the Tamimi, who are friendly, and then come the Mahri. The Sultan told us that not even he could prevent us going along the Kafila path, but we should not be admitted into any villages and should probably be denied water. One source of enmity between the Kattiri and the Yafai is, I believe, a debt which the Kattiri owe and will not pay. The Sultan of Siwan borrowed 3 lakhs of rupees from a grandfather of the present Sultan of Makall. He would not repay them. So after much squabbling the case was referred to the English at Aden, who, after duly considering the papers, gave Makall and Shahir, bombarding them first, to the Yafai. In answer to the 7 letters there was nothing from the Sultan of Siwan, and the Sultan of Tarim sent a verbal answer, "Do as you please," taking no responsibility, to which Sultan Saleh replied, "I have sent you a letter, send me a letter." The sheikh of the Kattiri tribe came to Al Koton and said he would take us, but on January 23 we heard that the Sultan of Siwan had made a proclamation in the mosque there, forbidding the people to admit the unbelievers to the town, though we could easily go by the Kafila road, leaving the town of Siwan 2 miles on one side. The Sultan deemed it wiser for us not to attempt it, as brawls might arise, the 2 tribes being at war. So we then decided to mount on to the Akaba, pass the inhospitable Siwan and Tarim, and reach the friendly Tamimi tribe. The Kattiri Kabila, or tribe, really came to Siwan to be ready for us, but the Saids had collected a large sum of money and bribed the Sultan to send them away. We were hoping to get off to Shibahm, but as the Sultan was neither well nor in a very good humour, we had to resign ourselves to settling down in Al Koton in all patience. He said he must accompany us, as he could not depend on his wazirs, for they were too stupid. My husband and I were always occupied. He used to sketch in watercolours, and I had plenty of work developing photographs in a delightful little dark room, where I lived and enjoyed as many skins of water as I could use, till I had to stop and pack my celluloid negatives like artificial flowers, for they curled up and the films contracted and split from the alkaline water. I had to put glycerin on them when I reached Aden. Our botanist nearly died of dullness and impatience. Mahmoud was quite contented to sit quite still, and I do not think the Indian servants minded much. Poor Imam Sharif used to gaze up at half a dozen stars from a yard, but he dared not venture on the roof to see more. We took a stroll with the Sultan one day, no crowd being allowed, and remarked how many things were grown for spices, those spices which were becoming rather wearisome to us. There was samauta, an umbelliferous plant, the seed of which is used in coffee, and habat asoba for putting in bread, coriander, chili, fennel, and heft, a plant very much like tall cress, which is used in cookery and also raw, and which we liked as a salad. Also attar, a purple creeping bean, very pretty and good to eat. There was another low-growing bean, brinjal, eggplant, cucumber, watermelon, henna, and indigo. The sultan had besides a private enclosure where he had some lime trees, not our kind of lime tree, of course, but the one which bears fruit. And I must not forget cotton, from which the place originally took its name, as it is abundant in a wild state. At last another polite letter came from the Kattiri, and a letter from the Sultan of Terem. I have both your letters, and you can do as you like. My answer is the same. This did away with all hope of progress in that direction. Our spirits, however, were much cheered by hearing that the Sultan had received a letter from a Sayyid at Meshed, probably the nice one who had been in India and had leprosy in his legs, telling him how badly the Sultan of Hadhramout had behaved about us. As this was spontaneous, we hoped that the negotiation our sultan was going to undertake about our excavations at Meshed Raidoun or Kubar al-Molek, for some part of the ruin is called the Tomb of the Kings, would turn out successfully. The Sultan of Hadhramout was summoned to Al Koton, but we were away before he came. I believe in the end he was turned out of his place, former misdeeds counting against him. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 12. The City of Shibahm. On January 25th we started for Shibahm, carpets having been sent forward the day before. The sultan was to follow us in a day or two, when some sheikhs had been to see him. We started at 8:30 and were at Shibahm in 4 hours. We had 11 camels only, 3 horses and the donkey. We travelled as soon as we left Al Koton through sand nearly all the way. We passed the tall white dome of Sheikh Abu Bakr bin Hassan's tomb, near which the ruling family are buried, if the Sayyids permit. They are all powerful, and the sultan can do nothing in this respect without them, not even be buried in his own family tomb. There is a well beside the tomb, or rather the kind of building from which water is obtained in the open valleys. This consists of a small white building 8 or 9 feet square, with a dome resting on an open pattern composed of a herringbone course of bricks. A little wooden ladle, 4 or 5 inches wide, stands in one of the little openings to dip out the water, which would otherwise evaporate. They drink out of the ladle and fill the water skins and the drinking trough for animals, which stands always near. They would never let us drink from the ladles. As we neared Shibahm we passed through a good deal of ground that had once been irrigated, but it had had its ups and downs, and was now abandoned. First there had been plenty of soil, and the palm trees were planted in it. Then the wind had denuded the roots, some of which had been banked up and walled in with stones. Others were standing on bare roots, but at this time the sand was burying the whole place. There were high drifts against many of the walls and among the trees. Shibahm is 12 miles distant from Al Koton and is one of the principal towns in the Hadhramout valley. It is built on rising ground in the middle of the narrowest part of the valley, so that no one can pass between it and the cliffs of the valley out of gunshot of the walls. This rising ground has doubtless been produced by many successions of towns built of sun-dried bricks, for it is the best strategical point in the neighbourhood. Early Arab writers tell us that the Himyaritic population of this district came here when they abandoned Shabwa, early in the Christian era. We succeeded, however, in finding evident traces of an occupation of earlier date than this, both in a seal, which is described further on, and in an inscription in which the name Shibahm occurs, and which certainly dates from the 3rd century B.C. Even if the Shibahm were not the site of the original capital, it must always, centuries before our era, have been a place of considerable importance, as a centre of the frankincense trade. for here must have been made up the caravans which brought the spices westward by the great frankincense road across Arabia. The caravans take 25 days on the journey to Sahut and 5 to Makall. They go also to Nejd, but we could not find out how long they take. Shibahm is now the property of the Sultan of Makall, but was administered by his cousin Saleh, who received 40,000 rupees a year for the purpose. It is now 300 years since these Yafai left their old home and came to settle in the Hadhramout. They were then a wild, predatory race, plundering caravans. Now they have become peaceable and rich. They still remain close friends with the Yafai farther west, but are quite independent of them. It is the maintenance of a residence for the Nizam of Hyderabad and their constant communication with India that has doubtless made all the difference between the Yafai tribe and others. Building seems to have been their mania. The Sultan of Shibahm has numbers of houses at Koton and Shibahm, and he was intending to spend 20,000 rupees in rebuilding his father's house, for the castle at Koton is not his own but government property, and the strip of land across the valley, part of it sandy, goes with it. He was buying up land for himself in the Wadi and elsewhere. He told us his father left 11 million rupees to divide among his numerous progeny. Relationships in that family must be a trifle confused. Manassar of Makall had married 2 sisters, both now dead, of his cousin Saleh. Saleh had married 2 of Manassar's sisters. A daughter of Saleh's married Manassar, and another of them was married to one of Manassar's sons, and Manassar's brother, Hussein of Shahar, married, or was married to, a third daughter of Saleh. Apparently the same complications existed in the generation before this, but into them it is impossible to go. As in India, the favourite marriage that a man can make is to marry his uncle's daughter. Possibly the fact that property goes from brother to brother till a whole generation is dead, instead of from father to son, has something to do with this arrangement. The town of Shibahm offers a curious appearance as one approaches. Above its mud brick walls, with bastions and watchtowers, appear the tall houses of the wealthy, whitewashed only at the top, which make it look like a large round cake with sugar on it. Outside the walls several industries are carried on, the chief of which is the manufacture of indigo dye. The small leaves are dried in the sun and powdered, and then put into huge jars and filled with water. Next morning these are stirred with long poles, producing a dark blue frothy mixture. This is left to settle, and then the indigo is taken from the bottom and spread out on the cloths to drain. The substance thus procured is taken home and mixed with dates and saltpetre. 4 pounds of this indigo to a gallon of water makes the requisite and universally used dye for garments, the better class of which are calendered by beating them with wooden hammers on stones. This noise was a great mystery to us, till we traced our way to it and found out what it was. They used to also beat the dried leaf of a kind of acacia called karada, and when pounded make of it a paste which has a beautiful pea green appearance. It is used for giving a polish to leather. Another industry carried on outside Shibahm is rope making out of the fibres of the fan palm sap, which grows wild in the narrower valleys. The leaves are first left to soak in the water, and then beaten till the fibres separate. Yet another is that of making lime for whitewash kilns. It is curious to watch the Bedouin beating the lime thus produced with long sticks, singing quaint little ditties as they thump, in pleasant harmony to the beating of their sticks. We entered the town by some very sloping steps which led through the gateway, passing some wells and the indigo dyers outside, also some horrible pools where they had put the little fish that the camels eat, to drain the oil from them. We entered a sort of square, having the castle on the right-hand side and a ruined mosque in front of us. This huge castle was built by the grandfather of the Sultan Manassar, Sultan of Makall, but owing to some difference about his wives, he left the 2 topmost stories unfinished. No one lives in it, so we had the whole of this immense pile of buildings to ourselves. It belongs to the Manasar. It is larger than Al Koton by far, and that is also exceeded in size by Haura. It is a most imposing structure and much more florid than the others. The gateway is a masterpiece of carving in intricate patterns. On entering this you turn sharp to the right up a shallow staircase, protected from without, but exposed to fire from the inmates of the castle. The pillars in the lofty rooms are beautifully carved. All the windows are filled with pretty fretwork. Bolts, doors, and window frames are also carved. The huge doors are carved on one side only, the outer one, and inside they are rough and ill-grained, and splashed with whitewash. They are pretty dado patterns round the walls, and the staircase, as in the other castles, has numerous doors for defence, usually put in the middle of the flights. Shooting holes are in every direction. We established ourselves in a room about 30 feet by 25 feet, and used to go up and dine in one of the unfinished rooms at the top, where there was a little bit of roof and where the cooking was done. We generally thought it wise to dine in our grill room, in order to have our food hot. We all greatly enjoyed the works of our own cooks, provisions being supplied to us. We overlooked a huge puddle into which the surrounding houses drain, and it is a proof of the scarcity of water in this part of Arabia that they carefully carry this filthy fluid away in skins to make bricks with, even scraping up the remaining drops in the pool with their hands. In fact, it scarcely ever rains in the Hadhramout. From the roof of our lofty castle we had an excellent view straight down the broad Hadhramout valley, dotted with towns, villages, palm groves, and cultivation for fully 30 miles, embracing the two towns of Sojourn and Tadaim, ruled over by the two brother sultans of the Kattiri tribe. Close to Shibahm, several collateral valleys from north and south fall into the Hadhramout, and a glance at the map made by our cartographer, Imam Sharif Han Bahadur, will at once show the importance of the situation. Shibahm is the frontier town of the Yafai tribe, the Kattiri occupying the valley about 2 miles to the east, and these two tribes are constantly at war. Sultan Saleh's big standard was in one of our dwelling rooms, ready to be unfurled at a moment's notice. He has cannons on the walls pointed in the direction of his enemy, old cannons belonging to the East India Company, the youngest of which bore the date of 1832. From the soldiers we obtained a specimen of the great conch shells that they use as trumpets in battle, and which are hung to the girdle of the watchmen, who are always on the lookout to prevent a surprise. The Kattiri are not allowed to stay in the town at night, for we heard that 7 months before some of them were detected in an attempt to blow up the palace with gunpowder. There was a fight also about a quarter of a mile outside the town, in which 5 Kattiri and 7 Yafai were killed. There are 3 or 4 armed soldiers to protect Shibahm. The sultan has erected bastions and forts all about it, and the walls are patrolled every night. There are many ruined houses in the plain, relics of the great war 40 years ago, when the Kattiri advanced as far as Al Koton and did great damage. The Sultan of Siwan was invited with 7 sheikhs to the palace of Shibahm on friendly terms, and there murdered in cold blood, while 40 of his followers were killed outside. The inhabitants of Shibahm were not at all friendly disposed to us. On the day of our arrival my husband ventured with 2 of the sultan's soldiers into the bazaar and through the narrow streets, but only this once, for the people crowded round him, yelled at him, and insulted him, trying their best to trip him up and impede his progress. He was nearly suffocated by the clouds of filthy dust that the mob kicked up, and altogether they made his investigations so exceedingly disagreeable that he became seriously alarmed for his safety, and never tried to penetrate into the heart of Shibahm again. On the whole, I should accredit Shibahm with a population of certainly not less than 6,000 souls. There are 13 mosques in it, and fully 600 houses, tall and gaunt, to which an average population of 10 souls is but a moderate estimate. The slave population of Shibahm is considerable. Many slaves have houses there, and wives and families of their own. The Sultan's soldiers are nearly all slaves or of slave origin, and one of them, Moharek, whose grandfather was a Swahili slave and who had been one of our escort from Makall, took us to his house, where his wife, seated unveiled in her coffee corner, dispensed refreshments to quite a large party there assembled, while Moharek discoursed sweet music to us on a mandolin and a flute made out of the two bones of an eagle placed side by side. Taisir and Aboud were also abiding in Shibahm. Taisir, when he met us, on the minute asked for bakshish, saying he had been ill when we parted and had had none, though we had sent it to him. Oh, there was such kissing of hands! So we thought it politic to love our enemy and gave him a present. The Wazir Salim bin Ali had travelled with us to take care of us in the absence of his master. Once the Arabs had a good laugh at the expense of 3 members of our party. One morning our botanist went forth in quest of plants and found a castor oil tree, the berries of which pleased him exceedingly. Unwilling to keep so rare a treat for himself, he brought home some branches of the tree and placed the delicacy before 2 of our servants, Matthaios and, I am glad to say, Saleh, who also partook heartily. Terrible was the anguish of the 2 victims, which was increased by the Arabs, veritable descendants of Job's comforters, who told them that they were sure to die, as camels did which ate these berries. The botanist did not succumb as soon as the others, who, not believing he had eaten any berries himself, vowed vengeance on his head if they should recover, and demanded that, to prove his innocence, he should eat 12 berries in their presence. To our great relief, the botanist was at last seized with sickness, and thereby proved his guiltlessness of a practical joke. 3 more miserable men I never saw for the space of several hours. However, they were better, though prostrate, the next day, and for some time to come the popular joke was to imitate the noises and contortions of the sufferers during their anguish. In consequence of the enmity manifested towards us, we were even debarred from walking in that interesting though smelly part, just outside the town under the walls, with the well, the brickworks, the indigo, the oil making, the many lime kilns, the armourers, and all the industrious people of the town. We used to take the air on the roof in the evening. There were no mosquitoes, but we were never so persecuted with flies. Fortunately our castle was near the wall, for to dwell in the narrow, tortuous, dirty streets must be fearful. Most likely the dust does much to neutralise the evils of the defective drainage. The houses are very high and narrow, and built of mud brick, kucha, which is constantly, though slowly, powdering away. There are many houses in ruin. We had 2 or 3 days of slight cold. The temperature was 62° Fahrenheit in the shade, and it was so cloudy that we expected rain, but none came. Saleh managed to get 10 rupees from my husband, who refused any more, though he bought a piece of cloth which he said he wished to buy from the Sultan. The money was only wanted for gambling. He went to Imam Sharif and said, 'How is this that Mr. Bent, who at first was like my brother, now is quite changed?' Imam Sharif said, 'If he was kind to you when you were a stranger, and now that he knows you is different, there must be some reason for it.' 'What have I done?' 'You know best,' said Imam Sharif, 'and I advise you to beg pardon.' Saleh exclaimed, 'And you, who are a Moslem, take part against me with these Christians?' This is the keynote of his conduct to us. We rode 2 hours one day, without Saleh, to a place called Kamor, on the southern side of the valley, where there is an inscribed stone at the mouth of a narrow slit or gorge leading to the Akaba. The words thereon were painted light red, dark red, yellow, and black, and scratched. The decipherable words 'Morning Light' and 'Offerings' point to this having been a sacred stone when sun worship was prevalent. The letters are well shaped, some letters being strange to us. The writing is boustrophedon, which means that it runs backwards and forwards like an unbroken serpent, each line being read in an opposite direction to that preceding or following it. There is no difficulty in seeing this at a glance, as the shapes of the letters are reversed. For instance, if this occurred in English, the two loops of a B would be on the left, if the writing were to be read in that direction. The Greek name comes from this style of writing being originally likened to cattle wandering about. This at once relegates it, according to the best authorities, to at least the 3rd century before Christ, and we were forcibly reminded of the large stone in the ruins of Zimbabwe and its similar orientation. We heard of a cave with an inscription in it in the Kattiri country, about 6 miles off, almost in sight. We longed to dance on the Tom Tiddler's ground and make a dash for it, but the forfeits we might incur deterred us, being our lives. The Wazir said he would try to arrange for this, but that even if the Sayyids consented, we must take 40 soldiers well armed, pay them as well as the Siyar to the Kattiri, pay the expenses of the Siyara, and take as short a time about the business as possible. On the 27th, we heard that some of the tribe of Al-Jabbar, descended from Mohammed's great friend of that name, had passed Shibahm for Al-Koton to fetch us, but there was no news of the Minhali or of the Tamimi. It was said that the Jabberi could not take us over their highland, past the Kattiri and into the Tamimi country, without consulting the Kattiri, who sometimes helped them in their wars. It must be remembered that the Kattiri Bedouin were for us, no doubt in view of the payment of Siyar, while the Sayyids and Arabs of that tribe at Siwan and their friends at Terim were against us. I need not say we were weary of this indecision, so we sent a letter to the Sultan of Shibahm by a messenger, saying, 'We have been here 3 days. What are we to do next?' and planned that Imam Sharif should ride over the next day, as he could communicate mouth to mouth with the Sultan in Hindustani. We had one consolation in our imprisonment, for the seal of Yarsahal, which had been mentioned before, was brought to us. The stone is in brown and white stripes, and the setting is very pretty. It had been in the bezel of a revolving ring. We began bargaining for it at once, my husband offering 10 rupees for the stone and 10 for the golden setting, but the Sayyid who brought it said it was the property of a man in Siwan, who wished to keep it for his children, and he must take it back to him. My husband said he should like to look at it very quietly by himself and think over the stone, and therefore asked the Sayyid to remain outside the door for a few minutes. I quickly utilized this quiet time to make an impression with sealing wax, in case we never saw the seal again. In 2 hours the Sayyid appeared again and said he had had a letter from Siwan, 24 miles off, saying the imaginary owner would not part with it under 30 rupees, but he very soon took 20 and laughed most heartily when I said that if I had known how near Siwan was, I would have gone myself. This seal is of particular interest, for on it were the words Yarsahal, the elder of Shibahm, and in an inscription published by M. Halevi we have the 2 Yarsahals and various members of this family described as vassals of the king of the Gabaniti. Now Pliny says that the capital of the country was Thumna. This is quite correct and was confirmed by the seal, for Thumna was the capital of the Gabaniti, who were a Himyaritic tribe west of the Hadhramout. It is therefore an additional confirmation of the accuracy of the ancient geographers concerning this district. In the old days, Shabwat, as it is called in inscriptions, or Sabatha, Shaba, and Sabatha, as it is written in the ancient authors, was the capital of the country. Hamdani tells us in his Geography of the Arabian Peninsula that there were salt works at Shabwa, and that the inhabitants, owing to the wars between Himyar and Mahig, left Shabwa, came down into the Hadhramout, and called the place Shibahm, which was originally called Shabbat. Times are much changed since Shabwa was a great town, for from all accounts it is now quite deserted except for the Bedouin, and is 6 days from good water. The water there is salt and bitter, like quinine, the Sultan said. The Bedouin work the salt and bring it on camels, as is mentioned by Makrisi. The effect of salt is traceable in the water of all the wells in the main valley. We would gladly have gone into Shabwa, but it was obviously impossible. There was a great deal of gun firing when the Jabberi went by with the Sheikh of the Gatiri, and our next interest was a letter from Al Koton saying that the Tamimi, who had sworn on their heads and their eyes to do so, had never appeared, and that the Jabberi wanted $110, exclusive of camel hire, to go with us, the camels only to go a short distance, and then we must change. What did we wish to do? Of course we could not start without providing camels for our onward way, so this answer was sent back: we have not come to fight. We do not much care when we go, and we await the advice of the Sultan when he comes tomorrow. Saleh was quite delighted, but we thought any direction would be good for our map, and we still had hopes of digging near Meshed, though we began to have fears that a repulse eastward would strengthen the hands of our enemies westward. On January 29th a letter was brought to us by the wazir and the governor of the town, attended by Saleh, more pleased than ever. They said the letter had arrived last night, and it was to say that the sultan's pain had increased, so he could not come today, and adding what we already knew as to the 3 neighbouring tribes. We had a council of 3, and feeling that the journey to Bir Borhat was out of the question, we determined to beat what we hoped would be a masterly retreat. So the wazir and the governor were summoned, and the following answer was sent: we cannot understand the letters of the sultan, having no means of communicating with him privately. Therefore we will return to Al Koton tomorrow and see him face to face. The servants were all quite delighted at this, for Saleh told them the letter was to say we and the soldiers were all going to be murdered. We had stayed 5 days at Shibahm, and on the first 3 had taken sundry walks in the neighbourhood, but during the last 2 we never ventured out, as the inhabitants manifested so unfriendly a disposition towards us. After the Friday's prayer in the mosque, a fanatical mullah, Al-Habib Yar bin Abdullah Sumayat, alluded to our unwelcome presence, and offered up the following prayer 3 times: O God, this is contrary to our religion, remove them away. And 2 days afterwards his prayer was answered. This very gentleman had not long before been imprisoned for praying to be delivered from the liberal-minded Sultan Saleh, but the people had clamoured so much that he was released. As we halted at the well outside the town, whilst the various members of our caravan collected, we overheard a woman chide a man for drawing too much water from the well, to which he replied, "We have to wash our town from the infidel this day." Needless to say, we gladly shook the dust of Shibahm off our feet and returned to the flesh pots of Al Koton with considerable satisfaction. Of a truth, religion and fanaticism are together so deeply ingrained in the Hadhrami that anything like friendly intercourse with the people is at present next to impossible. Religion is the moving spirit of the place. Without religion the whole Hadhramout would have been abandoned long ago as useless, but the inhabitants look upon it as the most sacred spot on earth, Mohammed having been born in Arabia, and hence their objection to its being visited by unbelievers. The Shafi sect prevails to the exclusion of all others. The men go in crowds to India, Batavia, and elsewhere, sometimes remaining absent 20 years from their wives and families, and indeed we were told of one case in which a husband had been away for 40 years. They return at last to spend their gains and die in their native sanctity. We reached Al Koton on January 30th, and found our friend the Sultan very well indeed. We had begun to suspect we were being deceived as to his illness, for when the wazir and Saleh, who seemed in league together, heard the Sayyid's son-in-law, who came straight from Al Koton soon after the letter, telling us that the Sultan was much better. They looked disconcerted, whispered together, and the Wazir said, "You should not talk of what you know nothing about." We were most anxious to learn all that had gone on in our absence and what arrangements had been made. It seemed to be considered a mistake our ever having gone to Shibahm, but I do not think it was. Had we not gone, we should never have seen that fine and interesting town, and assuredly not have obtained King Yarsahal's seal. The Sultan told us there had been a great uproar about us, and all the Yafei tribe were now considered Kafirs. The Kattiri absolutely refused the Jabberi leave to conduct us, and the Nahadi, through whose land we had passed from Hagarein, said that if they had known how the Kattiri would treat us, they would have treated us just the same. It would be madness to go to Shabwa, as we should, even if we could get there, be only further hemmed in. The Wadi bin Allah was closed to us. The Nahadi were between us and Majd. Nevertheless, the Sultan had actually sent a man to ask if we could dig there a few days, he camping with us. Our very faint hope of this was only founded on the fact that the Saids of Majd are at enmity with those of Siwan. On February 1st, the Tatmini sent to say they had really started to fetch us, but the Kattiri told them they would declare war on them unless they retired. The following evening we were thrown into some excitement by the arrival of the Sultan in our room with 7 letters, the general tenor of which was that 8 of the Tatmini had come, with the Esyari of 4 Amri only, and no Syari of Kattiri, as far as Shawan, and asked to be passed on, but that the Kattiri refused them safe conduct. They asked the Sultan of Shibahm to go to Shibahm and arrange for them to reach us. They proposed that we should, without touching Shibahm, turn into the very next wadi and go up onto the Akaba. The men who went with us were to stay with us all the way to the coast. The Sultan promised to keep hostages till his returning soldiers told of our safety. We had another council with Imam Sharif. We counted up our dollars, for we had to live on our money bags till we reached the sea, and determined to reach Bir Borhat if we could, saying nothing to the servants to upset their minds till all was settled. The Sultan went away to Shibahm the next day, and as usual the women became very noisy, and during his absence we were close prisoners on account of our fear of being mobbed. The Indian party were generally looked upon as Jews. In the evening the Sultan came back, telling us that the Tahmini wished to bring 400 soldiers, unpaid, and to take us through their country, but the Kattiri were too strong for them. They said, one man came disguised to see us, Herr Venrida. One man came undisguised, Herr Hirsch, and now a party has come. Next time it will be a larger one still, and then it will be all over with the sacred valley of the Hadhramout. Saleh, meanwhile, was doing all he could to annoy us. When we were talking over our difficulties with Imam Sharif, he strutted in with a bill for the camels. My husband said, 'It is already paid.' 'I shall see about the others then,' Saleh said. 'They are ordered already.' 'Your groom Islam will not go with you,' said Saleh. So I told him, 'He won't get the chance. We would not have him if he were paid, and though we have paid him beforehand, we willingly lose our money. I must then speak to the Sultan about him for you.' I said, 'The Sultan has decided what he will do with him, and I don't think he will like it. Haidar Aboul will not go with you.' This made us very angry, as we had seen that Saleh had been tampering with him, lending him his donkey and his sandals when he walked, and whispering with him. He tried to separate everyone from us. Haidar had promised to go with us all the way, and later Imam Sharif brought him to me when I was at home alone, and made him repeat his promise and assurance that he had never told Saleh he would not go. Saleh also wanted money, but was refused. He got 100 rupees a month, and 200 were prepaid at Aden. He gambled, and my husband wished to keep the contents of our money bags for our own use. We calculated that at the cheapest, for soldiers and siyara and camels, Bir Borhat would cost 130. Saleh had put all the servants in a most terrible fright. and a soldier had told them that if we went beyond Shibahm we should all be killed, and that we should find no water by the way. So we had to explain to them the plan of going by Wadi bin Ali, and to comfort them as well as we could. These people never seem to think that we value our own lives as much as they do theirs. Majd was also closed against us. The Sultan of Siwan and the Sayyids had sworn on the Koran not to let us proceed on our journey. The Kattiri had also sworn and sent messages to the Tamimi of Bir Borhat, the Jabari of Wadi bin Ali, and the Nahadi, and they were all against us. We had another day of anxiety and uncertainty as to when we should really start, as the camels were not collected till late. We watched eagerly from our tower, counting them as they arrived by twos and threes. We were rather in a despair as we sat dining in a yard, for at this time we were started with our own cookery, and dined near the kitchen, which Matthaios had been able to make in an arched recess of the enclosure, where there were high hills of date stones kept to be ground to paste for cattle food. He could not be allowed to defile a Mohammedan kitchen. After a few minutes, however, my husband had an idea, which was to go to Sheher somehow, and turn up inland from thence. There were plenty of Tamimi there to help us, and we could thus get to the east side of the Kattiri. Saleh was to know nothing till all was settled. February 7th was a very weary day of waiting, for we had mended and cleaned everything we possessed, and we packed and hoped the camels would come, expecting to be off on the morrow. But it was not till evening that people, I cannot remember of what tribe, came to bargain with us, and the bargaining continued next morning. So we made all baggage ready to be tied into bundles, for we had no doubt we should start on the 8th at latest. First they said we must go by the Wadi al-Ain, their own home, and this we knew was that they might blackmail us. But they told us it was from want of water on the high ground, over which we must travel for 6 days, and that we must take 2 camels for water. Then they said we should take 17 days in all, and were to pay for 20 at more than double the usual fare. We should have to go back on our old road as far as Adab. Then 3 days in the Wadi al-Ain region, the same road near Habal Gabrain, go on to Gefet, and then turn eastward to Sheher. We were perfectly horrified at this plan. The price was great, and the Sultan seemed not to think it possible to go against the Bedouin. But far worse in our eyes was the thought of our map, as we should see no new country, instead of taking a turn or a climb that would have added miles to it. They left us, and we were sitting on our floor in the deepest depths of dark despair, when news came that these camel-men, having made a fresh plan for more extortions, i.e. that there was to be no limit to the number of camels, save their will in loading them, the Sultan, being indignant, was thinking of sending for other men. When we heard that, we roused up and concocted a new plan, which was to send for the Sultan and ask him to get the Jabiri and make them take us by the Wadi bin Ali. So he came and agreed to this. We were not to go so long over the highland, but to go up and down at least twice, which would suit us in our map. The Sultan told us we should find running water, and that it was a shorter way to Sheher. Besides this, there lurked in the background, not to be revealed till the last moment, a design to get the Tamimi to come to a place in Wadi Adim and take us to Bir Borhat, a name truly terrible to Matthaios and the Indian servants. We were in high spirits, and agreed that no matter what our fate might be, we were having a delightful evening. Truly, I think the pleasures of hope are not sufficiently appreciated, for even if your hopes are never realized, the hoping has been a great happiness. On the 8th, those extortionate men of Wadi al-Ain sent to say they would take us by the Wadi bin Ali, turning out of the Wadi Hadhramout at El Gran, crossing the Wadis bin Ali and Adim, and reaching Sahah, where we could branch off for Bir Borhat. This offer was declined, for we were watching and waiting for the Jabiri, and at night we heard that the brave Jabiri were at Shibahm, whereas our messenger had been sent to Wadi bin Ali. They said they wondered at not hearing from us, as the Sultan had engaged their camels and promised to let them know when they would be wanted. It was a great mystery to us why the Wadi al Ain people had ever been sent for. The Jabberi thus defied the Kattiri: "As sure as we come from Jabberi fathers and Jabberi mothers, we will take these people safely to Bir Borhut. And as sure as you come from Kattiri fathers and Kattiri mothers, you may do your worst, but still we will keep them safe." To which the Kattiri replied: "We do not wish to make war on you, and we do not care where you take them, so long as it is not into our country." As soon as we had finished our breakfast next day, a message came to say our horses were ready, and we were to go and drink coffee at the little tower the sultan has in the plain. Most of the party walked. There were only horses for 5. A donkey carried a water skin, and our donkey, Masoud, carried halters for every animal. There were 2 wazirs, the son-in-law, the sultan of Hurrah, and a good many servants with carpets for us to sit on, and a teapot. We sat there for about 2 hours doing nothing but look at the green, an occupation for which this house is expressly built. A gun announced the arrival of the men of Al Jabir, and the sultan sent a man to kill a goat and receive them. Our great joy at their coming was nothing compared to our extreme satisfaction at parting with them later on. I cannot say much for my skill as a physiognomist, for I have it recorded that I liked the looks of our Mokadam, that is chief of our kafila, or leader, Talib bin Abdullah, son of the Jabberi sheikh, and that I did not care for the looks of our new groom Salem. I was quite wrong in both cases. There were also Salah bin Yamani and another Jabberi. We were certainly this time to start next day, but with another change in our route, I believe on account of water. Instead of going by El Grand, we were to go by Wadi bin Wab, retracing our steps as far as Farhud. Very early in the morning Imam Sharif came to us and told us that the Jabberi had not sufficient camels with them, and that we must take camels of Mandab the first day or two, and that others would meet us in the Wadi bin Ali. So there was little hope of a move that day. The Jabberi afterwards said the Mandab way was much the longest, so we changed again. We delayed several days longer at Al Koton, hoping against hope that the Sultan of Tirem would grant us permission to pass through his territories, that we might prosecute our journey. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 13. Farewell to the Sultan of Shibahm. Our departure from Al Koton on February 12 was almost as serious an affair as our start from Makall. Sultan Saleh, with the instincts of true hospitality, not only refused to receive remuneration for our entertainment, but loaded us with presents of food for the way and fodder for our animals, intimating that bakshish to some of his dependents would not be altogether unacceptable. With the object of receiving rewards for their services, the grand viziers, the mounshi, a scribe, the hall porter, the water carriers, the slaves who had waited on us, were all brought in a barefaced manner to our room. As we descended the stairs, expectant menials lined the passages. We had to remember the grooms, the soldiers, and the gardeners. Never again will the irksome custom of tipping be half so appalling as when we left the palace of Sultan Saleh. The sultan wished to fire off 7 guns at our departure, but this we declined. He came about a mile with us, and then went to Shibahm to send an answer to the letter from the Tatmimi, saying, on their eyes they would meet us at Sa'ah. He also determined to stay away a few days, as he should find his house very dull when we were gone. It had been such a great break in the monotony of his life having us, and he had so much enjoyed the society of Imam Sharif, that he was always promising him houses, wells, lands, slaves, and wives, if he would only return and settle down in the Wadi Hadhramout. An old and confidential relation of his was to accompany us all the way, and the Wazir Salim bin Ali came as far as our first camp, 2 hours off, in the Wadi Hadira. Here we could plainly see the formation of these valleys, abrupt at the end and like a circus, not made by streams descending, but like creeks and bays of a gigantic fjord. There is not much cultivation in the little valley. This is the road to Shahir. There are two approaches to the Akaba, one by the Wadi Hadhramout and one by the Wadi bin Ali, which is the way to Shahir. We had to enter the Wadi bin Ali sideways by climbing over the Akaba from Wadi Hadhramout, owing to the opposition of the Kattiri who hold the mouth of the Wadi bin Ali. The wazir departed in the morning with a Martini Henry rifle which my husband sent to the Sultan. This gave rise to the report which we heard afterwards, that we were distributing arms, of which we had 500 camel loads. That day we had a very tiresome adventure. Starting off early before our caravan with several Jabberi, we intended to ascend to the plateau before the heat of the midday came on. We were accompanied by a few soldiers, who it turned out did not know the way, and having ridden for an hour and a half up a narrow gorge with wild figs, wild date, and fan palms growing around us, and really magnificent cliffs 700 to 800 feet high on either side of us, reddish in color, and with fossils in the limestone strata, a truly fearful and awe-inspiring place, we suddenly came to an abrupt termination of our valley, having wormed ourselves along, chiefly on foot, and found that unless Sindbad's rock came to our assistance, we could not possibly get out of it. Consequently, we were regretfully obliged to retrace our steps, having spent 3 hours in much toil, but glad of having had an opportunity of following one of these valleys to its bitter end. It appeared that our supposed guides had never been there in their lives. We scrambled down this wadi and into the wadi to our right. The way truly was difficult, the valley narrowing and nearly blocked up by perfectly perpendicular cliffs. Our caravan and servants were anxiously awaiting us at a curious spot called Makall, about a quarter of the way up the cliff, where the road which we had missed goes through a natural tunnel about 20 yards long, from lovely pools of rainwater preserved in its recesses, with which we eagerly refreshed ourselves. The rest of the ascent to the plateau was marvellously steep. The camels had to be unloaded, and 2 fell down. All the baggage was carried by men, up crag after crag, and sometimes there was no sign of a path. I never could have imagined it possible for camels to ascend the roof-like slope of rock up which they had to clamber for the last 50 yards, and indeed one poor animal did fall, and injured itself so that it had to be unloaded and taken back, whereupon those Bedouin who did not own it heartlessly regretted that it had not been killed, as they would have liked some of its flesh for supper. Just at the end everything had to be unloaded again, and the camels literally dragged up to the top, while we sat dangling our legs over the cliff. Such yelling and shrieking I never heard among the Bedouin. Our soldiers and our servants all calling each other rascals, and no one doing much more than he could help. And inasmuch as we had about 5 Salahs, 4 Mohareks, and other duplicated names amongst our men, the shouts of so-and-so, son of so-and-so, made us fully realize the clumsiness of Arab nomenclature. When we clambered up to the Akaba, it looked dreary and lifeless, silent and lonely and stony, but it soon became lively enough, for we were a large kafila, about 50 people and 24 camels. We had, by very good fortune, a great deal of cloud that day, but also some tremendous sun. We sat eagerly counting the camels as they came into view, and had great anxiety about 8 of them, and were obliged to send 2 soldiers back to search for them. We meant to proceed farther as water was 2 hours on, and some of the first arrived camels were reloaded. But after all we felt we must wait for those 8 camels and send back to Makall for water. We could not encamp very comfortably, for the camel which had fallen and hurt his chest had our bedding and night clothes, and Imam Sharif's tent poles, and besides this our kitchen box was missing and we had had no luncheon. So another camel was sent down to get those necessaries. It was dreadfully windy, much dust blowing, and so stony that we could only have a peg in each corner of our tents. Rain was threatening, so the baggage was all stacked under the outer fly of our tent. The soldiers behaved most helpfully, and the brave and bold Jabberi had not yet once mentioned bakshish in our hearing, and were most polite. They were better looking men than others we had seen, all tall, slight, wiry, and very muscular, a higher type than the Kailiki, and much more dressed. The three principal ones wore turbans, red and yellow. They said they were so very sorry for losing the way that none of them felt quite well when they thought of our inconvenience. I could not sleep that night, so I got up and put on my dressing gown and sat near the door with my head out, and so was fortunately ready to slip out when I heard a trailing picket and found Zubda rushing up and down, looking for water, I suppose. We were so short of it that we had washed in a very little without soap, and one horse had drunk that, and the other the water the chickens were washed in. I caught him, but as I could not possibly drive in the picket, I tied him to a packing case and then had to collect his food, which was blown all over the place, and take it there for him. On February 14, in consequence of the want of water, great was the hurry to start. We were off about 6:30 and travelled till 1 o'clock without stopping or getting water. The horses only had half a pint each that we had washed in. We should not have been so extravagant as to wash that much if we had not wanted to let the horses drink. The plateau here offered features that were new to us. It is, as it were, in two stories. From the bottom of a wadi you reach first a slope or talus of loose stones, then a cliff, then another slope of loose stones, and a cliff, and next comes the main Akaba, and on this again a great deal more of the upper story is left than we had hitherto seen. The upper part is from 80 to 100 feet above the lower. Sometimes it is in the form of an isolated, flat-topped hill, larger or smaller, and sometimes like a kind of centipede, and in the gullies between the legs of these centipedes are to be found whatever remain of frankincense trees. For vegetation is very sparse on the Akaba. Showered about everything are small bits of black basalt. We had several ups and downs, and passed wadis running in close to us before we began to descend by what must have been a fearful road for the camels, down the two precipices and the two flights of rolling stones into the Wadi bin Ali. The way was far better than that of the day before. The very Jabberi never saw such a road as that, they said. When we started descending, we saw the village of Bazahel below us, the Jabberi capital. It has a picturesque modern fort built on old Himyaritic foundations. When we reached it, the soldiers fired guns, and we were very kindly received by the inhabitants, who led us to a house they had prepared for us. We excused ourselves from inhabiting it, saying it was better not to have our baggage carried up, but we would gladly rest in it. The house seemed very clean. It was of mud, of course. The walls of it and the stairs had all been scraped into furrows and curves, and also the dados of the staircase and room were decorated with a kind of basket pattern, and the floors were also in a raised pattern. Carpets were spread, water brought, and with great kindness they locked us in that we might not be disturbed. Only our own party were in this room, the soldiers in another. Matthias had joined himself to the vanguard to see what happened to us, so my husband shared his horse with him. He had been terrified the day before at the fear that we had been carried off. The Indian servants and the botanist joined us just as coffee with ginger and other spices were brought. Our host had long wrestling with the lock before he could open the door, and after this we were desired to bolt it on the inside. We had a pleasant camp, with palm trees to shade each cooking fire, no starers being allowed. A woman here joined our kafila for protection for a few stages. Even I never saw her face. She always wore her mask and her hat, and looked a most ungainly object. I dare say I looked the same to her. The Sultan of Shibahm had sent a man on horseback up that dreadful wadi to our last camp to thank us for the gun, and to warn us by all means to keep on the highlands for fear of the hostile Kattiri. At Bazahel, Abdullah Mara bin Talib bin Said, chief of the Jabberi, welcomed us to his own house later in the day, a most unwonted piece of hospitality. He is much stained with indigo, a very elastic and naked sovereign, who bends his fingers back in a way horrible to behold when he wishes to emphasize his remarks, as he did when he spoke of the Kattiri and his wars with them. and is constantly losing men in raids, as is also the case in his fights with the Hamoudmi. As we sat around drinking his coffee, he boasted of his direct descent from Jabir of Hael, the friend and counselor of Mohammed, and told us that his family pedigree was safely kept at Turin with those of all the surrounding tribes of Arabs. Somehow or other we did not care for the Jabiri at all afterwards, and for the rest of our journey to the coast, our quarrels with Talib, the son of Abdullah, and the difficulties he would throw in our way were daily sources of annoyance to us. We left Bazahel at 6:30 next morning with the intention of climbing up to the tableland again. The Wadi bin Ali is not very wide and the ground is bare, though there are many villages scattered about. At rather a large one, where the Wadi forks, and which we reached at 8 o'clock, we were to begin our ascent. To our dismay the camels were made to sit down, and the camelman said we must stay there the night, as there was no water up above. We declared we knew there was, and that we would go on. They must fill the 20 water skins which we always carried. Some men were inclined to go on, but were overruled by the majority. After half an hour's contention we rode away with a good many people, leaving a few soldiers with the baggage, to show our determination to proceed, we being told that the others would be afraid to stay behind. We sat down once or twice in full view of the village to survey the camels and wonder if they were coming, and much perplexed were we. We had expected to change camels the following day, and this was the last day with those men, who by delaying us wished to spin out another day's journey at 25 rupees. Those soldiers who were with us recommended us to push on round a corner where the wadi ran in and conceal ourselves behind rocks, which there stood up between the path and the village, that the camel men might not think there was any hesitation on our part. So men and beasts and I were carefully hidden, and one who peeped without his turban reported that some camels were rising and finally 8 starting. When we reached the tableland, we had to go a long way round to avoid a good many little wadis, which were all quite steep, before we reached the water. At the edge of the tableland are some little shelters used by hunters to shoot gazelle, which come down the gullies that to us appeared inaccessible. Near the water, the soldiers made us climb down to the first story of a small wadi, where we sheltered under a shelf of rocks which overhangs the whole end of it. When I was cool, I clambered up and found a hollow or depression above our heads, with a few tufts of grass and some shrubs, so I took down some bits of shrubs as samples on approve to the horses, and as they did approve, they were sent up to graze. We lay on our saddle-cloths till 3, pretty hungry, when the 8 camels came, and a good long time after the others arrived. Also the relation of the Sultan Saleh joined us on a riding camel, an old man, Salam bin Mohammed by name. He said the camels had been changed, and the money paid in advance for this day taken from those men. We had a cold, windy night at this place, Farash. No one had tents but our own party. Even the Sultan and other gentry lie in the open on journeys. Our horses were given a supper of dates, which are considered very strengthening and which they much enjoyed. The tribe of Al-Jaber possess the parallel wadis, Adam and Ben Ali, and the road between them across the Akaba is much traversed and apparently an ancient one. We went across on the level, 8 miles, and then descended by a narrow valley leading into the Wadi Adam. The way was made longer by its having to wind about to skirt the wadis, which cut into it like a fringe. Sometimes we were only half a mile from our former or future track. Once we heard a gun fired, and looking across we saw a kafila of 50 camels, a much larger one than our own, slipping behind a hill to hide from us, and presently some men climbed up to peep. We, that is to say my husband, Imam Sharif and I, with the 3 chief Jabiri, the relation, and some soldiers and others, all gathered up together and stood at gaze without returning the gunfire, which was meant to find out if we had any bad intentions. Our own camels were very near the strange kafila, and that party was terribly frightened. I think the fright was mutual. When we had gone some distance and were out of sight of the strange caravan, we were amused at seeing the soldiers and the Jabberi all in line, running on at a double, firing guns and shouting, "Ho! Ho! Ho! Ho!" My husband asked the relation what chance we had of being robbed, as this seemed a convenient place, but he comfortingly said, "We need not be much afraid, for we have the chief of the robbers with us." This was really true. The place where we were to climb down into the Wadi Adim was tremendously steep. It really seemed very like trying to climb down the sides of a teacup. I wondered how we and the camels and horses would ever do it. However, we all did, and the valley became first a crack and then a little wider, and the road then was not so very bad in its own wild way. As soon as the valley became a little flat, the men wanted to stop and wait for the camels, but we said we would rather be in the village of Ghail Omer, which they said was only just around the corner. So we went on, but for fully 2 miles, till the Wadi Adim crossed our path. It was full of palms on the far side, so we went over there, but were made, whether we would or no, to return to the mouth of our little wadi again. They said on account of food for the camels. There was a fearful row when we crossed the valley to make us go back. There were daggers out and loud shouts that my husband and I were rascals, Haramai, and Imam Sharif a dog, and Matthias and the rest of the servants were in great alarm. We were now in much anxiety and perplexity, for we were told that the Tamimi had not come, and they were to have been at Ghail Omer before us, to fetch us to Bir Borhut. We ourselves were not at the appointed place, for we were kept pent into the little wadi. We were told that 2 men had been murdered on the way to Shahir, but we never made out who they were. Also that a Sayyid and a lot of the Amri tribe had come. So the relation took my horse and went off to investigate them. Next morning we thought it well to be ready and to look undismayed. The Sayyid with the 10 Amri joined us, and we all turned into the Wadi Adim to our right and south. The valley is most fruitful and well worth seeing. There are miles of palm woods. It is about 100 feet higher than Wadi Ben Ali. The slope is greater and the mountains lower. It is the most frequented caravan route from Shahir to the Hadhramout. We passed plenty of people coming up, and one day we met a caravan of 150 camels from Shahir, with Hadrami merchants returning from India to enjoy the fruits of their rascality and end their days on the sacred soil of Arabia. There were little tents on the camels for women, and they seemed to us to have very few armed men. The stream Ghail Omer is the first running one we saw since Al-Ghail. It comes from the small Wadi Loban and is very considerable. Wadi Adim is quite the gem of the valleys that we explored. There is a ziyarat, or place of pilgrimage, which attracts many people to the tomb of a Sayyid Omer, called after Omar, one of the 4 successors to Muhammad. The Jabberi seem, in spite of possessing this rich valley, to be a poor tribe. There is a large population scattered in small homesteads. They have slaves, who live in little huts made of palm branches, with the interstices plastered with mud. 10 more Jabberi joined us, so when we reached Sa'ah in 2 hours and a half, we were more than 80 people, with 25 camels, 2 horses and 3 donkeys. We dismounted in a dense crowd in a field of dry earth cut up into squares with hard ridges, so our floors were most uncomfortable. Naturally we dared do no damage by having them dug smooth. On our arrival at our camping ground, and while we were waiting for our tents to be ready, always a weary, irksome time to the way-worn traveller, I was surrounded by women all masked. They seemed highly astonished at a safety pin I was taking out, so I gave, or rather offered it, to an old woman near me. She wanted to take it, but several men rushed between us and roared at us both, and prevented my giving it to her. I stood there, holding it out, and she stretching out her hand, and 1 or 2 men then asked me for it for her. So I put it down on a stone, and she took it away and seemed pleased. But a man soon brought it back to me on the end of a stick, saying, "They did not know these things and were afraid of them." There was no news of the Tamimi, and many told us they would not come. But we still kept up our vain hopes, as they had promised to come and wait a day or 2 for us, bringing with them a sierra of the Minhali and of the Hemaumi. However, we were never allowed to get to the trysting place, as we afterwards thought, because the Jabberi wanted to keep the fleecing of us in their own hands. Not one of our party, with the exception of Imam Sharif, wished to go to Bir Borhut, and they all encouraged each other in discouraging us. About a mile before reaching Sa'ah, we saw an old fortress on a spur jutting out of the precipice, with a cut road leading to it, so of course we determined to visit it. We accordingly set out about 2 o'clock, my husband and I, Saleh on the donkey, some soldiers, some of our Asir of Jabberi, and my camera. But we came to a standstill when first 4, then 9, and at last 14 men were seen on the top of the ruins, pointing guns at us. They said they would not let us advance without paying, and we feared to come to terms, as our Jabberi first said they were Amri, and then a tribe of Jabberi with whom they were at war. In this uncertainty we had to turn back, and my husband complained to the Sheikh of Sa'ah, who said that this blackmailing had been planned by one of our 3 best Jabberi, Said bin Islam, who went with us, and that he would send men of his own with us in the morning. In the morning they came, sure enough, and first asked for $1 to buy coffee, but my husband said no, he would give bakshish if he found writing, but if he found no writing he would give nothing, and in any case nothing till we returned. As we heard no more of them after they had retired to think over it, we were sure there could be no inscription. Besides, we had seen that the cornerstones were the only cut ones, the others were all rough. After dinner we and Imam Sharif had another serious council. Finding ourselves in a regular fix, we determined to stay on one more day at Sa'ah to give the Tamimi a chance to join us, for if we were baffled in getting from here to Bir Borhut, we must get to Shahir as quickly as possible and try from there to reach Bir Borhut. We wished to dismiss our camelmen, but they said they would not let us do so, nor allow anyone else to take the loads. They said they would take us for 1 rupee a day each camel, but we did not know how many days they would take. They had also said that they would stop where we pleased, or go on all day if we liked, but we had had experience which led us to doubt this. They had now been asked to name their stages. Kafilas can go in 7 or 8 days. We determined that our next attempt to go to Bir Borhut should be with fewer camels. It is a great mistake for explorers in dangerous countries to have collectors with them. They are a great drag and an extra anxiety. The preparations they can make are necessarily all made by guesswork, as no one can tell what is to be found in an unknown country. If we had known, we should never have carried the huge spade and fork, which were hated all the way by everyone, or the quantities of cases of spirits of wines, and receptacles for large animals, and the dozens of gins, snares and traps of every description for things that we never found. Of course, in the case of our expedition, there are certain plants and reptiles which would not yet have emerged from their primeval obscurity, and it is a great consolation to feel that something was accomplished in that way. For everyone who is added to such an expedition, the leader has one more for whose life and health he feels a responsibility, one more whose little idiosyncrasies must be studied by all the rest, and who may endanger the safety of all by his indiscretions with regard to the natives, and one more who must be made to pack and be ready in time, or willing not to stray away in times of danger. Mere servants do not so much matter, as they are under control, though the fewer of them the better, as they are human beings who must be fed and carried, but those above them, and who, though not entitled to a seat in the council, feel free to make comments, are the hardest to deal with. Before we went to bed that night, Hadhramout, the second interpreter, came and swore on the Koran that the relation had promised the camelmen 2 rupees each. Still we lay down happy in the assurance that we would be at Shahir in 7 days. But after a night much disturbed by guns for a wedding, the first news that greeted us was that those camelmen wished to leave us. They were told that they could not do so. They were bound to take us to Shahir. They then said they would not go in 7 days. Who had arranged such long stages? They were told their sheikh had. Then we agreed to go in 8 days, hoping that in the end they, finding they would lose no money, would allow us to gain time. Some hours after, the little crooked sheikh sent to say that if those men would not take us in 7 days, he would get others. The relation was not of much good to us. There is here no law, order, authority, honor, honesty, or hospitality, and as to the people I could only describe them as hateful and hating one another. It must be an awful life to live, forever unable to stir without a sierra even a few miles. The rude Carthaginian Boer cannot have been as bad as these Arabians. After this they came and said we should go in 13 days. Later the sheikh sent to say he would send 20 soldiers and make them take us in 8 days. This my husband declined, as we knew he had no power even in his own village. Then the brother of the sheikh came to ask for a present for him, which was refused, and the sheikh said afterwards we could not trust that brother, he was a liar. At last another list of different stages was brought, and they swore by God and upon the Koran that they would take us in 7 days. All the time we were in Sahah we had to remain in our tent, tightly tied in, for if we did not we were quite deprived of air by the crowd, which became thicker and thicker, driving the foremost nearly into the tent headlong. I sewed strings to the extreme edges of our doors, which lapped half a yard, and this extension of size was very welcome. We afterwards found these strings useful and pleasant, but we always called them the Jabiri strings, in remembrance of these tormentors. If, thinking the crowd had dispersed, we ventured to open the tent, a scout proclaimed the fact, and we were again mobbed. Our tent was 7 feet 6 inches square, and we found this quite large enough when it had to be pitched on a slope or on a narrow rocky ledge, when trees had to be cut down to make room in a forest, or when it was among the boulders of a river bed. Imam Sharif's tent was larger, and though it looked more stately in a plain, he sometimes had not room to pitch it, and had to sleep with his servants. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 14. Harassed by our guides. We never could ascertain whether the Tamimi had come or not. So on February 18, having given up all hope of joining them, and changed 10 camels, we set out, but not before 9 o'clock. After Sahah, the Wadi Adim becomes narrow, stony, and uninteresting, and our way lay for a good part along a stony river bed, gradually mounting, but almost imperceptibly. For several days we pursued the course of this valley, and had we known what would befall us as we approached the head of Wadi Adim, I think nothing would have induced us to take this route. It appears that a very wicked branch of the Hamoumi tribe hold a portion of this valley, and determined that their enemies, the Jabiri, who stole their cattle and plundered their caravans, should not have the exclusive patronage of the lucrative English travellers on their way to the coast. To our surprise, at 12 o'clock we stopped at a well, Bir al-Gahuz, when our men began to unload the camels. They said they were only just waiting for the Hamoumi Sierra to come up, and that they had already arrived at Sahah. The Hamoumi are a small poor tribe of Bedouin who occupy the lower end of Wadi Adim. They hire out camels to caravans and do a great deal of the carrying business. Their villages consist of miserable little hovels gathered round forts, placed at intervals down the valley, so that they can see from one to another. They have many flocks and herds, for there is actually pasturage for them, and many of the shepherds live in caves, there being plenty in the sides of the valley, which are composed of pudding stone. They wall up front. We considered that, as Talib bin Abdullah, the chief of the Jabiri and so notorious a robber, was our Moqaddam, we had better keep friends with him. Therefore we spoke him fair. He and his companions came and wrote their names after a list of stages, and made a most solemn oath they would do anything we liked. And after we had sat for an hour or more in the sun, waiting for the Hamoumi, they said we must pass the night at Bir al-Gahuz, still swearing to the 7 days. We therefore encamped, and very soon the Jabiri came and asked my husband for a sheep, but he said he would not give one now, but later in the journey he would do so, if he found we were getting on well. So they went away, but soon came back for $27 as a siyara to the Hamoumi. My husband said he had agreed for 25, but they said they had spent $2 on a messenger to fetch the Hamoumi. The Jabberi were by way of having $110 for their asir, 40 first and the rest at Sheher. They would not move next morning, the 20th, without the whole of the money, so they had to be given that and the $27 for the Hamoumi. Besides this, they always demanded their camel hire every evening. They next said the way was very dangerous, and we must take men from 5 other tribes, though we could not imagine how so many could be accommodated in that wilderness, and pay $20. As my husband refused, and asked them to reflect upon the consequences of their conduct, the soldiers came and now said they recommended him to pay and recover the money at Sheher. Otherwise they, the soldiers, said they would give up their weapons to the Jabberi as a pledge that they would pay $40 at Sheher. We said they might, but Talib told us that if we did not pay they would give the Hamoumi their money and all go back themselves. We then summoned Imam Sharif and had another council of 3. The servants, meanwhile, used often to be leaning in at the tent door, scanning our faces and begging us to do anything the Jabberi wanted, and moaning that we should never see the ocean any more. The Jabberi had gone away, as my husband said he must think over this, so we consulted together. We at first quite decided to return to Al Koton and try to reach the coast by Wadi El Ain, and, if we could not have the camels, to load our own 3 animals with necessaries and money, leaving all else behind, and perhaps to slip by Siwan in the night. So Talib was recalled and told that we would go back, that we were now convinced of the dangers of this road, as we saw he was afraid himself, and as he had told us of 2 places where murders were always committed. But afterwards we thought it wiser to consent to pay the extra $30, in all 57, as asiyar to the Hamoumi, all the tribes mentioned being varieties of Hamoumi. The money was to be placed on the Quran, and taken thence by Talib with an oath that, if the Sultan of Sheher thought it unnecessary, it should be refunded. Sa'id bin Iselem and 3 soldiers witnessed this, but Talib would not allow the Hamoumi to be present. Instead of taking Talib's gun as a deposit, the soldiers were to keep the money in their hands. We were still to be at Sheher within the 7 days, and not now to wait 2 or 3 days for 5 tribes. Though we did unpack a Quran and make Talib bin Abdullah swear on it, we did not then understand that merely swearing on the binding is nothing. The Quran must be open, and some places are better than others. Oaths by the life of a son, or to divorce a favourite wife, are really good. We being, as I say, ignorant, the oaths were broken. My husband and I now felt quite conquered, and it must be admitted we had reason. We had a horrible evening of dust storms and hurricanes, and were dreadfully afraid of the tent being blown down. In the morning we packed, and the baggage was taken out to be tied in bundles, when Talib demanded the $11 camel hire for the day before. In vain was he told that all was packed, and he should have them at the next stage. No, he would not go away without his money, so at great inconvenience we had to pay on the nail. We had not gone an hour before we stopped, unloaded, and changed our camels for Hamoumi camels. Now all is peace, said Talib bin Abdullah, and in the same breath asked for $2 for 2 extra camels that we had had before we reached Sahah. My husband refused. But when we reached our stage, Talib asked for that day's pay, and would not take it without the $2. Of course my husband refused again, saying we were not responsible for those 2 camels, that Talib had contracted to take us and our baggage, and that now we had 22 camels instead of the 15 with which we arrived at Al Koton. Equally, of course, he knew he must pay, and did. We settled ourselves under some thorny trees at Bir bin Aboudin, where there are 2 wells with good water. It is larger than most Hamoumi villages, and has palm trees and many large badom trees. Besides the Hamoumi, Jabberi, and Yafai, there are many small subsidiary tribes, or rather families, forming little independent communities of their own in this region. To continue the life of Talib bin Abdullah, as soon as he had received the last mentioned money, he and his companions and the Hamoumi had a great and loud quarrel. Our money, being so bulky, was in bags scattered about among all the baggage, but we always had one store bag in my box, and my husband had some for current expenses. The camel men thought all the money was in a certain bag that was solemnly carried into the tent every night. While they shouted, we filled the bag with a certain amount of dollars, meant to represent our entire fortune, and placed it on the table. We had become great hypocrites, but now we both decided that sweet words were of no avail. Whenever Imam Sharif was sent for, the servants crowded around, scanning our faces and in despair themselves, saying, "Our lives are sacrificed," and making great lamentations about their wives and families. It was very hard sometimes to keep our voices and countenances cheerful while holding counsel with Imam Sharif as to how we ought to act, for sometimes it is right to haggle over fourpence, and sometimes it is right to pay through the nose. It is difficult indeed, when you are cudgelling your brains, not to knit your brows, even if you only wish to decide if you will take your umbrella or not. Talib had not been absent from us an hour when he again arrived, saying he wanted $4 to pay a debt he owed in Bir bin Aboudan. It was to come out of the $30 still owing for the Siyara, and to be paid at Shahir, he said. He was of course told that the money for the Siyara had been fully paid up, $70 before the Sultan of Shibahm, and 40 at Sahah. Talib bawled a good deal, and my husband pointed to the money bag and said, "If you want my money, take it, but call it by no other name than robbery. Take all at once instead of bothering me perpetually, and I will settle with you at Shahir." When they heard this they were frightened, and went away saying, "Oh, no, no, we do not want that." They were soon back, and said they wanted $4 on their food money, 4 annas a day, but not at all unless we wished. They then acknowledged before the soldiers that the Siyar was fully paid up, and that Talib had made a mistake about those $2 that he had obtained for the camels. In the meantime we had been planning to get our most urgently needed things ready to load on the horses and to walk to Shahir, only 65 miles, but such miles! However, we knew our enemies had the advantage of knowing the way and the water places, which we did not, and could climb like monkeys over places where we could not take horses. I am sure we should never have found the way over such mountains where camels sat down and slid, and we did much the same, sometimes quite involuntarily. Saleh at this time seemed disposed to do his duty. The money, $30, that had been extorted the day before for a siyar to the Hamoumi, who had not yet turned up, and given to the soldiers, was by them put into Saleh's keeping, as he had a box that could be locked. In the night Talib came to Saleh and said, "6 Hamoumi are here. Give me the money for them." "Wait till morning," said Saleh, "and I will give it to you before Mr. Bent, Imam Sharif, and everybody." But when he offered it to him then, he said, "No, keep it." We had gone a little ahead next morning, February 21, Talib, Imam Sharif, and I, with the needful escort, my husband having to ride a camel as his horse's back was sore, and had proceeded an hour on our road when bang went a gun high up in the rocks to our left, near the village of Kauna or Kautna, and bang went another, so we stopped, and with some hesitation 5 of the soldiers and some of the Jabberi went forward, getting round behind the shelter of some trees. There were 7 men up in the rocks, and a tower in the village was crowded. They constantly fired from both places. The camels soon came up, and we all dismounted and stood together with our animals, Basha, Zubda, and Masoud, close by. This shooting and parleying went on for half an hour. We thought at first that they would only fire over our heads, but a bullet struck the ground very near us. We could not make out what it was all about. There were so many different suggestions made to us the cause. Some said the people of the village wanted to come with us as siyara, and some that they wanted to fight the Hamoumi, who had lately taken their camels. Our men shouted, "Siyara, siyara," and the men on the tower, "Come no nearer. By my God, you shall not come on. We are fighting, and we will slay him who dares to stir a step." Talib said, "Now we can go neither backward nor forward," and amazed us by asking for no money. At last the soldiers came back from the village and told us to advance, so we mounted and rode through the village amidst uncomplimentary remarks from the scowling inhabitants. We were told some people had gone on to intercept us, and accordingly about half a mile farther there were more shots, this time to our right. We of course came to a standstill, but Talib, in spite of the shooting, rushed at Mausad's bridle and dragged Imam Sharif down into the river bed, calling excitedly to the rest of us to hurry on. We passed safely, and you may be sure looked in every rock and bush for enemies. Hardly a quarter of a mile on, and where the valley is about 300 yards wide, there was a small tower to our left, and we saw a lot of men rushing into this and appearing on the battlements. We knew they would shoot at us, and I was watching for the puff. The first shot threw up the earth nearly 2 yards from my horse's nose, and the next seemed to say "Tch!" just at the back of my neck. It went just between my husband and Imam Sharif, who were on foot behind me. Every one ran as fast as the rocky ground let them, to some trees out of sight of that tower. But not knowing whether we were not going to meet with more shooters, we always had our revolvers ready, though no one knew that. Our safety lay in being unarmed in the enemy's eyes. We kept them for worst need. The Sheikh of Kauna said his name was Abdullah Bal Jabali, of the tribe of Obathani. There are 2 other small tribes, Zayden Sheikh Ebenadun and Shibahm Sheikh Bengadan. After that last firing there were no more that day, and we slept peacefully at Naïda, which we reached about 12:30, and where the inhabitants were quite friendly, bringing us all the food we asked to buy. The valley seemed to come quite to an end, but took a sudden turn eastward just before we reached the village. It is rather a pretty place, but the spot on which we were encamped was dreadfully dirty, and we were so afflicted by dust storms that our books were covered while we read, and the colour of our clothes and bedding obliterated, and we had to tie our hair up in handkerchiefs to keep it clean. We always had quilts of turkey red or some other cotton, for when we lay down our beds often became sandy and the quilts could easily be shaken or brushed, and besides protected the blankets from burrs and grass thorns. We were by ourselves in the afternoon when Talib came quite alone and with an air of secrecy to ask for his $11 for that day's camel hire. I rushed out to the kitchen and brought Matthias as a witness. Then Talib asked for $2, and when my husband began to call Saleh, he said he did not want them and went away. He was soon back again, however, with Saleh, to ask if my husband wished to pay any more for a siyara of the people we were coming to. My husband said no, and after some talk Talib said he would not ask it if my husband did not wish. I told Talib the very next thing he would get would be my husband's money bag. So he retired. Later he came for $30 to send to some people that night, but my husband told him to send his own men for them, and not afterwards to say he had paid a messenger. The money would only be paid into those people's own hands. We lay down with no great certainty of peace for the morrow, when we expected to reach Ghaida. All, however, went quietly that day, much to our relief. My husband had been induced to pay a rupee to send a scout up the mountain to look behind rocks and bushes for dangers, but we passed on our way completely unmolested by the shepherdesses, young and old, who were all we met with in the shape of human beings. The valley became narrower. We rose higher and the cliffs were cavernous. Sometimes the valley seemed quite to finish up, but then it always took a turn again. Much of the way was over large round stones, most horrible for the horses. We passed a water place 2 hours after we left Naïda, though Talib had made us stop there because he said there was no water within a day's journey, and we found ourselves stopped at Rabba, 2 hours at least before Ghaida, where we expected to be. Talib still sticking to it that we should be at Shahir in 3 more days. He only asked for 4 annas, for coffee to drink at the great tomb of a wali, Sheikh Salim bin Abdullah Mola al-Mohager, who was buried near a mosque and a tank, the foot bath of cattle, from which we drank pea green water, boiled and filtered of course. Altogether Rabaa is a pretty village, but much exposed to wind. The tribes thereabout are Mahri, Gohi, and Sabani. February the 23rd was a weary day. Talib had asked leave to go to Sufela to arrange something with the sheikh soon after our arrival at Rabaa, saying he would not be away long. He did not go all day, but at night said he was now going, and would take 60 rupees a siyar then, but was told we would take it ourselves. In the morning the Hamoumi refused to load up, saying they had not been paid the $27. Talib was absent, but being fetched said he was keeping the money, as otherwise the Hamoumi might leave us anywhere they liked. In the meantime the soldiers, according to their habit, instead of keeping their weapons for our safeguard, once more gave up their swords and guns to the Hamoumi. They always were pledging them to our enemies as an earnest that we would do what they wanted. The Hamoumi loaded the camels on the oath of Talib that they should have the money that night at Sufela, a place that we were to pass, and which the day before we were told it was impossible to reach in one stage. They swore to take us to Bir Baokban. We started about 10 o'clock, and at 11 the camels were stopped at Sufela, and the men said they would wait a quarter of an hour, to which my husband consented. They then began to lead the camels away to feed. So my husband stoutly said that if they did that, he would get other camels. Neither he nor any of us knew how or whence these other camels could be procured, but it had the desired effect, and they left the camels sitting among their loads. Saleh was sent to arrange with the wretched little sheikh, and remained away till after 2 o'clock. A soldier was sent to fetch him, and then arose a tremendous uproar. First they said we should stay where we were, then that we should go only a short distance, and on a different way to that already settled. After that we were told we could not go to Al-Figra or Al-Mahdi, as these were recognized places for murders, and we were told the same of Ghail Babwazir. Also a good many different numbers of days were mentioned for our journey. My husband said he would camp at Sufela, but they quickly loaded up for Bir Baokban, they said. The sheikh was given $15, and he told us he would send 4 of his sons with us. I must say that after those 4 or 5 hours of being stared at and called bad names, I was pretty tired. We none of us remarked that 3 of the soldiers, all the Jabberi, and the 4 sons stayed behind. I was riding with Imam Sharif, 2 Indians, 4 soldiers, and the groom leading Zubda, whose back was still sore. When we came to a fork in the way, the soldiers asked a passing man, which is the way to Ghail? The man looked puzzled. So were we. I said, we want to know the way to Bir Baokban. No, no, Ghail, said the soldiers. And when I said Baokban again, they laughed scornfully. Our kafila came up, and I rode to my husband and told him I was sure we were being led out of our way. We were guided down a rocky slope into a valley not more than 200 feet wide, with thick woods up each side and a sandy bottom. Here we were stopped by a good many shots from each side, and retreated a little without turning our backs, and then looked about for the 4 sons. There was another row, of course, and my husband said we would return to Sufela, but we were told at last that we might pass, so we did, and one of the shooters soon joined us and asked for a rupee for coffee, but was refused, and then said he would let us go to Bir Baokban if he got a rupee, but he did not insist. We now thought it well to ask where we were, and were told that it was Hadhramout, a place we had never heard of before. My husband said we should return to Sufela, and carried off a string of camels. There was a great consultation, amid much roaring and shouting. I rode fast at the head of the kafila to see what was happening, my husband still going back with about 6 camels, the others going on, they said, to Bir Baokban. I then galloped back over the stones to the soldiers who were behind, and said, "Your sultan has placed you under our orders. Go and get those camels back." "No, no," they said, "it is quite safe to go on," and ran back as hard as they could. I then rode back quickly to my husband, and found him in abject distress. One of his camels had shed its load, and was seated on the ground. The soldiers remained behind, sitting on a bank. After long counsel we determined to go on to a village close by, where we joined the other camels. We had barely time to set up the tents before dark, and our store of bread and charcoal stood us in good stead. The Indian party were dreadfully late getting to bed. Dismay reigned supreme amongst us all. Saleh came into our tent and said, "The man who shot at us says you cannot go on tomorrow. Today we only shot our bullets in the air, but tomorrow we shall shoot at you." We thought of going back to Sufala and sending to the Sultan of Sheher for help, but where could we find a messenger? When we were in bed, Saleh came and said 2 men with the matches of their guns alight were standing by our tent, some of those that had shot at us, and said they wanted 4 or 6 annas, as they were returning to Sufala. They refused to take 4 then, so my husband said they had better come about it in the morning. Morning revealed that these were some of our own camelmen, who were just pretending to be the shooters in order to get money, and also we found out that Talib had employed the shooters to give us the fright, in order to delay us, that the Jabberi and the soldiers might have a feast at our expense in the village, and time to eat it. They did not reach camp till 11. Next morning the soldiers brought my husband 12 of the $15 the sheikh had received, being part of the original 30, said to be for the 3 other tribes of the Hammami, saying that he was a very wicked man, as he had not sent his 4 sons, so they had only left him $3 for the feast. Hardly had my husband put this by, when Talib came and had to be given $36 for SCR to the Mahri. Plainly we were in their hands, and had to pay whatever Talib chose, as we might be hemmed in at any moment. We felt as if we were in a net. The $11 camel hire, which we had kept out, having gone to make up this sum, and the camel men refusing to load without it, we had to unpack again to get it for them. Sufala, where we had endured such a disagreeable delay, is on the tableland, 3,150 feet above the sea level, with excellent air, excellent water, palm and other trees, and would make a first-class sanatorium for Aden. It is 10 miles inland from Sheher as the crow flies. About 8 o'clock next morning we started, not knowing precisely whence or whither, and determined to keep together as much as possible. We followed for miles the bed of a stream, which collects all the water from this part of the Akaba, and gradually develops into Wadi Adam, the great approach to the Hadhramout. There is a fortress on a hill 3,500 feet above the sea level, the highest point in this part, Mabel Gabran being 4,150 feet, and near Dizba the highest point is 4,900 feet. After some miles on the Akaba we plunged into a valley about 200 feet wide and wooded with palms. The earthen cliffs were about 60 feet high and the bed sandy. By this time we neither had a liking for valleys, cliffs, trees, nor people. We did not feel pleased at being led straight across the valley to a band of armed men, in a most unpleasant situation for us, if they meant mischief. These were only Jabberi travelling, and they were told that we were friends of the Sultan of Sheher and not going to stay a minute. I suppose they would have fired if we had not been introduced to them. We were glad to reach Bir Baokban at 11:30. It is a well in a bare place at the mouth of the valley. Talib did not wish to stay there, for the water is brackish, and he wanted us to go on before the camelmen came up. But we waited, and they and the Jabberi had a loud and angry quarrel, and we were told there was no water nearer than Al Madi, and some of them wanted to stop at a place halfway to Al Madi and send for water. We could make neither head nor tail of it. Talib then asked my husband which he wished to do, for so it should be. But as he knew it was a case of "you may do what you like, but you must," answered to that effect. Whichever Talib liked, we were in his hands and could not choose. After great hesitation we encamped in a windy, dusty, but rather pleasant place near Bir Baokban. There were many tombs on the way. One had 3 upright stones, which the Hamoumi camelmen touched and then kissed their fingers. They cheerfully told us that many caravans have been robbed here and men murdered. Pleasant news for us. We asked them why we had been fired on, and they said that the people believed we poisoned the wells. The soldiers came and shouted at us a good deal, saying, "Why do you hire Bedouin to protect you? Are we not here? Do you not trust us?" We soothed them with flattering words, and then Talib came and extorted $9 more. In the morning we had to pay $3 to 3 men who said they had seen 4 men, which 4 men ran away. We were informed that we were to pass through 3 tribes that day, and should have a good deal of trouble on the way to Dizba, the place halfway to Al Madi. As a matter of fact, we were pretty sure that these later scares were only got up to frighten more money out of our pockets. The soldiers were told to go in front, but they often sat down and lit a fire for their water pipe, got behind, or rode a camel. Though we went up and down a good deal, it was not too steep to ride all the way, and though there were watchings and scoutings, we saw neither man nor beast, nor any habitation of the 3 tribes. As we went along, my husband was told that an old woman, whom we never saw, had come and said that the men of Al Madi would not let us pass, and that we must write to the Sultan of Sheher to send us 200 soldiers. There is water at Dizba, though we were told there was none till Al Madi. We encamped in a sheltered spot, a sort of pot between low hills. We ought, according to the solemn contract, to have been at Sheher by that time. We talked over the plan of sending to Sheher, and decided that doing so meant much pay to the messenger, $30 or $40 more SCR, and, what was worst, 4 days' delay. It would also cost $44 in camel hire. So we decided it was far better to push on, for our delay would only give time to more enemies to gather round us. It would likewise be far cheaper, and so it subsequently turned out. From being hypocrites we now became liars, and my husband said he had not so much money left, and that he had already paid 4 rupees to send men on the morrow. There was some talk of our all going by night and getting past Al Madi, but in that case our own men would only fire on us to frighten us. Next we heard that there was no village at Al Madi where we could buy forage. We had but little left, though plenty of dried bread. Then 3 Jabberi came and said they were getting lame, and wanted $8 to buy a donkey out of their food money, but my husband said he had paid so much for a siara that he had not enough to pay that till we reached Sheher. There was an idea that they would shoot round us in the night, for they spoke of the dangerous situation in which we were, and wanted $6 or $8 to pay for scouts on the hills, but went away when my husband said he would see about it in the morning. In case they did, we determined to remain silent in our beds that they might be unable to locate us, and in that case they would not fire at our tents for fear of hitting us. We had a very cold night. The dew in the morning was streaming off our tent in heavy drops. Talib said, "The people of Al Madi do not want money, but our lives and souls." We did not think they meant to kill us, but only to frighten money out of us. We also overheard some conversation about our lives and baggage being in peril. We had not far to go, but the way was very intricate. At sunset we 3 had a great council and sent for Saleh. The soldiers, having been flattered, were fetched too, as we now thought we had them on our side, and we threatened to ruin them and their families, or to give them good bakshish if they did well by us. My husband said we had decided that in the future he would not give another pie, not to eat, but there are a good many pies in an anna, and also pice, but that, as the camelmen spoke of stopping between Dizba and Al Madi, we would have some food ready to eat on the journey, and get the soldiers to force them on, and if we had to stay, to load the horses and start the following morning to Shahar. The soldiers agreed on promise of a good sheep next day. The Hamoumi camelmen were promised coffee and sugar, so they agreed also. When they were all gone, Saleh, to our unbounded amazement, said that Said and Talib had confided to him 114 rupees on account of his having the locked box, so he brought them to us, and amid shouts of laughter they were engulfed in our bag. By the by, we actually had 2 of the Al Mahdi people with us, so we ought to have been safe, or what is the good of a siara? In the morning an awful object met our view. This was a soldier, a very ugly black man, who was dragged along on his knees by his arms and shoulders to our tent. He had been struck by the cold, his companions said. He seemed to be perfectly helpless, and to have no control or use of any muscles save those which were at work making the most horrible grimaces. I ran to the kitchen and fetched our tea, to the rage of Matthaios, who said he had no more water to replace it, and that as it was we could not have a cupful each. It was poured down his throat in a very rough way, but refused to stay. My husband gave him some of an unknown medicine that he said was specially used for such cases, and this brandy just trickled out of his mouth, so they dragged him away to their own fire, still in a kneeling position. They then opened his jacket and burnt him a good deal with a hot sword, and he was given tepid water to drink, which stayed down very well. When we were about to start, he was held upright by 2 men. A thick square shawl was put rather carelessly over his head with the fringe over his face, and pushed back off his shoulders to allow his arms to come out through an aba, a kind of cloak with armholes, which was also put over his head. They came out so high up, of course, that the hands stuck out on a level with his ears. High up over his elbows and far above his waist a turban was wound, and a muffler was put round his neck and mouth. He hobbled along with 2 supporters and leaning on a spear, with the shawl streaming on the ground like a train, a very absurd sight. In about an hour he was quite well. Talib, not knowing of our little plan of going with the Hamoumi to Al Mahdi, came and told us how very dangerous Al Mahdi was, and that it would be far better to go by Ghail Babwazir, if only the camel drivers would agree. If they would not, he would put all our most necessary things, i.e. our money, on his own camel, and we would ride secretly off together. It is needless to say we did not consent, as it would have been good by Talib and money. Then Allah, the chief of the camel men, came and said he would not go unless he got 6 secret dollars for himself and 6 for the others, and said he would, like Ananias and Sapphira, swear he had only 6. Imam Sharif and Saleh again perjured themselves in our behalf to such an extent that my husband and I could hardly sit by. But we must speak the language of the country, I suppose. From Dizba we passed over very high ground, 4,300 feet, with a cold, refreshing wind from the sea. It seemed to us a healthy climate. In a little narrow pass is a rude tomb near the rough stone cabin of a sainted lady called Sheikha, where our soldiers and camel men made their devotions. I had a very uncomfortable ride, for on the way we saw an aloe of a kind we had not seen before, and which proved to be new enough to obtain the name of Aloe luntiti. The botanist sawed off the head of it, which is growing now in Kew Gardens, and we knew he dared not try to take it on his camel, as the men always quarrelled over every weight that was added to the load. So I told him to go on and leave it, as if he did not care for it, and then I tied it to the off side of my saddle, and had to ride hanging heavily on my left stirrup, as otherwise I should have been overbalanced, and my horse would have got a sore back. On arrival I dismounted in a quiet place, put the aloe down with my jacket thrown on it, and later fetched it into the tent under cover of my feminine draperies, and at night it was smuggled into some package. On one occasion, when no one had been riding for some days past, a felt saddlecloth somehow was left behind by us, so one of our own men was forced to carry it in his hand till I discovered it, and tied it to my saddle, for he was not allowed to put it on a camel. I tell you this to show how very disobliging they were to us. Mariala is the name of a disgusting pool or cistern of the very dirtiest water, on a bare and lonely hillside, where we were exposed to wind and cold, and where we encamped in much the same state of perplexity as usual. Soon after our arrival my husband was asked for $8 to send 15 men up the hills to look for murderers. He refused. Then the camel men said they would not start without 6 men to go ahead, but that was refused too. Next morning we started for Al Madi. We wound up and down over bare ground, and could see no danger for miles. At a point on the highland we waited for the camels to come up. They came and passed to the southward on a well-trodden path. Talib called out to them to stop, and said that he would not go that way, and that we should not, and that the men were taking us into danger. He pointed to the southwest, but we did not like parting from our baggage. Talib then asked my husband which way he pleased to go. 'Which is best?' he asked. 'I do not know,' said Talib. 'Very well,' said my husband, 'we will follow the camels.' On we all went in great doubt, and the Jabberi told us awful stories of the Hamoumi intentions. We had 5 armed Jabberi, 7 soldiers, and 12 Hamoumi, all armed, including 2 little boys. The soldiers, so brave the night before, said, 'We can do nothing, we are afraid. If we fired a gun, or if they fired, hundreds of people would come and they would kill us.' They never either raised their weapons or their tongues in our defence. They said the Sultan of Sheher would not be able to go himself or send soldiers into these parts, and that the Al Madi people wished to decoy us to Al Madi and kill us. The Jabberi said the same, and Talib again wished us to ride off with him. The Hamoumi said it was all Talib's fault, for he owed a great deal of money at Al Madi, and was afraid of going thither. The Hamoumi then said they would take us to Ghail, Barb Wazir, or Barb Azir, or Bob Wazir. But we must keep it a secret from Jabberi and the soldiers. Saleh said to them, 'My dear friends, tell me the truth. Where are we going? I also am an Arab and a Muslim, and I swear by my Koran and my religion that we will give you $40 and spend 2 days in Ghail Babwazir, during which you will have your $11 a day, and we will engage you on to Sheher and give you good bakshish and a good character to the Sultan and 2 nice turbans.' We gasped in amazement at this. 'Oh,' said Saleh, 'I only read them something from the Preface of the Koran. We are not bound at all. If I had to swear falsely on the Koran, I should have to be given a great many guineas.' We never knew the name of the place where we slept that night. Talib came in the morning and said he could not persuade the Bedou Hamoumi to go to Ghail Babwazir. We told him that they had agreed to do so, and he was very angry at our having settled anything without him. Then Allah said he could not go in 2 days, so he was led aside and privately threatened with public betrayal as to having taken $12 and saying he only had 6. Then they all wanted payment in advance. But the same threat to Allah availed to avert this bother, and we set out, told that we should go as far as Gambla. We had, after all, to part from the camels, which went a more roundabout way, while we climbed down 1,000 feet over very steep rocks, with the use of hands as well as feet, the horses being with us, to a place not very far from water. The horses were sent to fetch a little, while we awaited the camels more than half an hour, and ate some food we had with us. The horses had been badly off, and had only bread and dates, for the camel men would sell us no forage. When they arrived they said we must stay where we were, and there was a fierce row as usual. They also demanded their $11, but gave up sooner than unload, as we said we would not stop. At one time, when we had been waiting a long while for the return of those camels which had gone to fetch skins of water, Talib caused our horses to be saddled, mounted his camel, and started. but my husband would not go on to Gambla when the camel men had refused to go there. Then we all laid down on rough stones, scorching in the sun for hours, wondering what would happen and whether we could get any farther that day. But at length we suddenly were invited to start. We had a very steep climb up on foot and then down, and pitched our tents for the night in a very bare little hollow. We were very sorry for the horses. It was sad to see them turning over the stones, and we longed for some real horse food for them. The soldiers sent a letter to Sheher to announce our arrival, and they wished to send for more soldiers, but we begged them not to do so, as they were quite useless. Sa'id bin Iselem in this lonely spot came to Saleh and wanted some money to buy something, where there was no one to sell. Saleh said the money was still in his box, and to make his words good, smuggled it in again in a most clumsy but quite successful way. Allah's secret had twice to be threatened next morning, for different reasons, before we could start, and then they all roared that they would none of them carry our chairs. We all travelled on foot still, as there was much climbing to do. We climbed down 2,000 feet, very steep in parts, to Gambla. Gambla is a verdant and palmy place where we could buy so much food for our hungry horses that at length my Basha turned his back on his big pile, and came with long green streamers hanging from his sated mouth to doze beside me. There was a struggle, of course, to stay the night at Gambla, and we were told we could not reach Ghail Babwazir till very late, but we said we did not care how late, and Allah was once more privately drawn aside and again threatened about the $12, so it was agreed we should go on. We waited, however, a long time, and seeing no camels collected to load, I said very loud, "Call all the Hamoumi together here, and tell Allah that the very last moment has come." Allah rushed about and soon had us on our way. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 15. Retribution for our foes. We reached Ghail Babwazir in 3 hours, at 5:30, passing through several oases. It is a large town. Some children, as I came round a corner, cried, "Let us flee! Here is a demon!" Afrit. All the guns of our escort were fired, and we were ushered into a house where there was a good-sized room with some matting. We were all very tired, hot and hungry, but alas for Arab hospitality! No coffee was brought, not even water, and when our servants asked for water and wood, "Show us first your money," was the answer they got. We had a very public visit from the governor, who is called Sultan, and who asked us if we had had a pleasant journey, and wondered how we could have been so many days on the road. He was told of all our troubles, and took the Hamoumi Mohammed, who shot at us, a prisoner, and his jembia, or as they say in Southern Arabia, gehembia, without which he is ashamed to be seen, was given into my husband's custody. Our expedition all passed a peaceful night, thankful to be in security after 18 days of anxiety, never knowing what ambushes we might be led into. But Talib, we heard, did not sleep at all, and was quite ill from fright, as contrary to his wishes he was, said the sultan, to be taken to Sheher with us on the morrow. Ghail Babwazir is an oasis, or series of oases of rank fertility, caused by a stream the water of which is warm and bitter, and which is connected by channels cut in the rock in various directions. Acres and acres of tobacco, bananas, Indian corn, cotton, and other crops are thus produced in the wilderness, and this cultivation has given rise to the overgrown village. The stream was discovered about 500 years ago by one Sheikh Omar, and before that time all this part was waste ground. This fertilizing spring rises under a hill to the east, where a large reservoir has been cut out. Above on the hill are some Arab ruins, places where things were stored, and there is a road up. Canals, cut some 20 feet deep, like the qanats of Persia, conduct the water to the fields. The chief product is tobacco, known as halmalmi tobacco. Our roof happened to command a view of the terrace where a bride and her handmaidens were making merry with drums and coffee. In spite of the frowns and gesticulations of the order keeper, who flourished her stick at us and bade us begone, we were able to get a peep, forbidden to males, at the blushing bride. She wore on her head large silver bosses like tin plates. Her ears were weighed down with jewels, her fingers were straight with rings, and her arms a mass of bracelets up to the elbow, and her breast was hidden by a multiplicity of necklaces. Her face, of course, was painted yellow, with black lines over her eyes and mouth, like heavy moustaches, and from her nose hung something which looked to us like a gold coin. The bride herself evidently had no objection to my husband's presence, but the threatening aspect of her women compelled us reluctantly to retire. On the 29th we set out for Sheher, or Sheher Bandar, as it is called. A most cheerful set of people, at least as far as our own immediate party was concerned. Some of the others had little cause for pleasant anticipations. We were in advance of the baggage camels, riding our horses and donkey, and accompanied by Talib, without his dagger, on his camel. Matthias, the Jabberi, and the soldiers surrounded the prisoner Mohammed, attached by a long rope to my husband's horse, an arrangement not invented by my husband, but which we enjoyed very much, and no wonder, after all we had suffered. The servants all thought that as soon as might be, after getting to Sheher, we should take ship for Aden, and many were the plans made for vengeance upon Saleh once he was safe in our clutches on board that ship. We, however, had quite another design, which was that my husband and Imam Sharif and I should go off to Bir Borhut, if the safety of our lives could in any way be guaranteed, we taking only Noura, one of the Indian servants, as our own attendant. Of course the others would be with their master. Several times we went by small passes through gypsum hills, lovely to behold, and twice we passed water not so bitter as Ghail Babwazir. We had plenty of up and down hill, but never had to dismount. The way was for the most part arid and uninteresting. 4 years before, in these passes, the Hamoumi had attacked a caravan and killed 9 men, taking 80 camels and 2,000 rupees. They must have had a siyara, though, from some tribe. Each tribe has its fixed tariff. The Hamoumi have $27, the Jabberi 70, the Tamimi 100, etc. And when this sum is paid, if you have only one of each tribe with you, you are safe. When we had gone 2/3 of our way, we reached a palm-shadowed village called Sarafa. Here we went into a house to eat our luncheon and obtain some coffee, which had to be prepaid. We reached Sheher about 4 o'clock. The last 3 miles going eastward were close along the shore at low tide. It was quite delightful, and we were very much amused at all the crabs we put to flight. We were very glad to dismount in the middle of the town, at the gate of an old castle, and were shown up into a room about 50 feet by 30 feet, with a good many chairs, tables, and sofas, arranged stiffly and all dusty. Indian cotton carpets covered the floor, and there was a great number of very common lamps with lustres. We waited wearily nearly an hour, while the Sultan Hussein Mia and his brother Sultan Ghalib Mia put on their best clothes, and at last we became so out of patience that my husband sent a message to the wazir, asking him to be kind enough to send a man to point out to us a spot where we might pitch our tents, and an answer then was returned that the sultans were coming. When they appeared, very gorgeous, our letter from Aden was given, with that from Sultan Saleh of Shibahm, and my husband requested leave to make a camp. Sultan Hussein looked around him and asked if this room would not do. Imam Sharif explained to him that we were rather a large party for such accommodation, the whole of our expedition being then present in the room, that we should require separate apartments, and therefore would prefer a private house. We were given tea in crockery of the commonest kind. I had an odd cup and saucer, which both leaked badly, and I feared my cup would fall into 4 pieces. But they had come from afar, and I dare say the sultans would be astonished at the care we take of cracked cups from foreign parts. We were then led on foot quite to the other side of the town, where there was a summer house, partly constructed and partly furnished. The builders were on one side and we on the other. We had a room with a carpet, a settee, and 2 little tables, and set up our own beds and chairs. We had rather a good dinner, served by an Indian butler who could talk English, so we had hopes of being very comfortable. The summer house at that time consisted of 2 very long rooms, back to back, and several rooms at each end projecting so as to form a veranda for each of the long rooms. The back one was quite unfinished then, and upstairs there were only rudimentary walls traced out, 3 or 4 feet high. There was a great square wall surrounding a piece of desert in process of being transformed into a garden. The sea sand came quite up to the wall. We found the heat intense, so we had our tent somehow fastened up on the roof to sleep. All the sides had to be tied up for coolness, but the defences against mosquitoes and fleas were very stifling. Goats had been kept on the roof, and hence the fleas. We could only stay there till sunrise, and then had to betake ourselves to our suffocating room to find the flies wide awake. We had to use our mosquito curtains by day on their account. In Shibahm the mosquitoes are awake by day only, and at Aden both by day and night. Imam Sharif found great favour in the eyes of the 2 sultans, who asked him to supper every day. The conversations he had with them about us, and the letters they had received from their cousin at Shibahm, did us far more good than the letter from the Wali of Aden. They said this gave them no idea other than that my husband was only a merchant or a person of that rank. They were very hospitable to us while we were in their town. They examined into our complaints with regard to the treatment we had experienced on our journey. Mohammed, who had shot at us, and Allah, the one who had extorted the money from us, were both imprisoned, and this money was made to pay for our last 2 days' journey. Talib was forced to repay the $30 and sent to summon the heads of those villages which had fired upon us, his sword being taken from him as a disgrace, and all were to wait in Sheher till after Ramadan was over to be judged. This of course was pleasing to us. However, no money could repay us for the anxiety of this journey under the protection of the Jabberi, and we considered it as quite the worst experience we had ever undergone in the course of any of our travels. On reflection, we could attribute these troubles neither to any indiscretion on our part, nor to neglect of care on the part of the Sultan of Shibahm. We have always been perfectly polite in respecting the prejudices of the inhabitants of the countries through which we have travelled, never, on the one hand, classing all non-Europeans as natives, and despising high and low alike as inferior to ourselves in intelligence and everything else, nor, on the other hand, feeling that, having seen a few men, not quite as white as ourselves, in no matter what country or continent, we thoroughly understood how to manage these niggers. Sultan Saleh did, assuredly, his very utmost to secure our safety and comfort, quite disinterestedly. He absolutely refused to take a sum of money, saying, "I want nothing, I have plenty." When we determined to have some money melted, and to have a silver gilt present made for him, he heard of our vain inquiries for a non-existent jeweller, and earnestly begged that we would do no such thing. He loved the English, and only asked that my husband would mention him favourably to the English government, and this favourable mention has gained him nothing. If when my husband asked that a reliable interpreter should be recommended to him, he had been sent a man favourably disposed towards ourselves, and capable of inspiring respect in others, instead of a little clerk aged 20 from a coal office, a fanatical Moslem who hated his employers, we should have been in a much better position, and have been able to pass on from the Jabberi to the Hamoumi, whereas travelling with the Jabberi through the Hamoumi country, we had to encounter their enemies as well as our own. Sheher is a detestable place by the sea, set in a wilderness of sand. Once it was the chief commercial port of the Hadhramout valley, but now Makall has quite superseded it. For Sheher is nothing but an open roadstead with a couple of bagalas belonging to the family of al-Kahiti, which generally have to go to Hami to shelter. and its buildings are now falling into ruins, since the Kattiri were driven away. Why anyone should choose such a place for a town and continue to live in it is mysterious. It is a place so unpleasant with flies and fleas that the inhabitants often go to sleep on the seashore. The doors of the houses are very prettily carved all over, also the cupboards and lintels to doors. We tried to buy some but could not. They have texts from the Koran carved on them. We were not allowed to buy them, for fear we should work magic with them. There is a very picturesque mosque with a sloping minaret, white domes, palm trees, and a well, and hard by a house we saw a miniature mosque, a sort of doll's house built for children who play at prayers. They can just crawl into it. It is hung with lamps, and the children make mud pies of various shapes, which they put in it. Especially during Ramadan they are encouraged to play at mosque, and the lamps are lit up every evening. It is 3 feet high and 3 feet square, and has its little dome, minaret, and parapet like other mosques. There is an imposing gateway to the town, but built in a kind of Romanesque style which does not suit Arabia, with long guardhouses on each side, and various quaint weapons and powder flasks hung upon it. Ghalib, the eldest son and heir of the chief of the Al-Kattiri family, ruled here as the vicegerent of his father, who is in India as Jemadar or general of the Arab troops, nearly all Hadhrami in the service of the Nizam of Hyderabad. Ghalib was quite an oriental dandy who lived a life of some rapidity when in India, so that his father thought it well to send him to rule in Sheher, where the opportunities for mischief are not so many as at Bombay. He dressed very well, in various damask silk coats, and faultless trousers of Indian cut. His swords and daggers sparkled with jewels. In his hand he flourished a golden-headed cane, and as the water is hard at Sheher, he sends his dirty linen in dhows to Bombay to be washed. He was exceedingly good to us, and as we wanted to go along the coast for about 80 miles, to get a sight of the mouth of the Hadhramout valley near Sehut, where it empties itself into the Indian Ocean, he arranged that the chief of the dreaded Haumami tribe should personally escort us, so that there might be no further doubt about our safety. Sultan Hussein had married a daughter of Sultan Saleh 2 years before, when she was 11 years old. The Al-Kaiti family have bought up property all round the town, and talked of laying out streets and bringing water to Sheher. We heard that one brother had to leave all his share in money, and had 22 lakhs of rupees, about 150,000 pounds. We became very tired of Sheher before we finally left, having to stay a week while arrangements were made for our onward way, and on account of Ramadan no communication could be held with anyone, or business be done till sunset. We seemed all day to be the only people alive, and then at night we could hardly sleep for the noise. Our only pleasures were walks at sunset along the sand, picking up lovely shells, and watching the crabs, and we used to sneak out as quietly as we could, for fear of being pursued by soldiers. Our little walks were very much shortened when we had an armed escort dogging our steps. Once we got a mile away, but were fetched back for fear of the Haumami, Sheher being quite on the frontier. There is a round black basaltic mountain, which they call the Haumami mountain. The Haumami tribe occupy nearly all the mountainous district east of Sheher, between the Hadhramout valley and the sea, and they are reported to be very powerful. Next to them come the tribe of the Mahra. Even Sultan Ghalib himself cannot ride far out of his capital unprotected, because the Haumami are his foes. We tried to get leave to go to Sehut in the Mahri country, but that was impossible, and at last it really was settled that we should go to Bir Borhut and Kabr Houd. We were highly delighted, and fear broke out badly again among the servants, who dreaded the very name of those places. They gladly took permission to remain behind. All arrangements about Asira were made, and we were never to stop more than one night anywhere, and to return by a different way. And the day of departure was settled, but the day before that fixed, it became apparent that we Christians could by no means be permitted to go near Kabr Houd. and that the time occupied for the journey would now be 31 days, and we must wait till after Ramadan. It was to be a mere journey without our seeing anything that we wanted to see, and it was getting very late and hot, and we did not feel we could spend so long a time for so little. Therefore, we gave up all idea of seeing Bir Borhat and Kabr Houd that year. It was to have cost us $670 at 7 to the pound sterling. By the way, Teresa dollars are always spoken of as reals. You have to buy them dear, 2 rupees and a varying amount of annas, and are told they are very hard to get. They are tied up in bags, and you may very well trust the banker for the number of coins, but if you are wise you will examine them all for any dirty ones, or any that are least worn or obliterated, or that have any cut or mark on them, will be rejected and considered bad in the interior. When you return to civilization, you hasten to the banker to change these dollars, and you sell them cheap, for you are told that there is now little demand for dollars. They are quite going out of use, and rupees only are used. Quite a fable. No matter how many extra annas you may have paid, the dollar only passes for 2 rupees in the interior. We lost 1,100 rupees on this one journey between our departure from Aden and our return to Aden. We next settled to go to Mosaina along the coast, and still to start on the appointed day. Therefore we were up betimes, what little baggage we were to take being bound in bundles the day before, packed our beds, and then we waited. It was not certain till 4 o'clock that no camels were coming. No one could do anything, as the Sultan had no power beyond his own dominions, and the camelmen were all foreigners. However, next morning 7 camels came, and we were quickly on the road, causing great terror to the crabs. When I say the road, I mean the sand at low tide. We had the chief of all the Hamoumi with us, a very old, rich, and dirty man, but most precious to us as a safeguard. 2 of his sons were kept as hostages in Shahar till we should return in peace. We also had the governor of Kasr with us, as well as men of the various little tribes whose country we were to traverse, as Asiara. The camels and Asiara cost $12. The camels were hired by the job, 12 days, so it would not pay them to dawdle. We had told the sultans how Saleh had behaved, and asked them to keep him under their eyes till our return, and this is how we managed without him as interpreter. We talked English to Imam Sharif, he talked Hindustani to his Afghan servant Majid. Majid talked his own tongue to an Afghan whom we annexed at Shahar, and he could speak Arabic. We got on very well, but as such a party had to be assembled to say important things, we had to struggle to express simple things ourselves. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ken Masters. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 16. The Hadhramout. Coasting eastward by land. The journey was delightful, nearly all the way by the edge of the sea, past miles and miles of little mounds thrown up by the crabs in making their holes. Daily they make them, and they are daily washed away by the tide. They live in holes higher up, but these are refuges for the day while they are scavenging in the sea. They were nearly under the feet of the horses. Near Sheher we passed the mouth of the Arfa river, where there is water, and near it are horribly smelling tanks where they make fish oil. We had to make a deviation of 2 miles inland to cross the estuary of the Wadi Gharid, and then go down to the sea again, but the last mile was over a low cliff covered with a smash of huge shells. It must be a furious place in a storm. We passed a wretched hamlet consisting of a few arbours and a well, whose waters were both bitter and salt. Hami, Hot, where we stopped, is 16 miles from Sheher. It is most picturesquely situated at the foot of some low spurs, volcanic in nature, and is fertilized by a stream so very hot that you can hardly put your hands in it. Indeed, in the tanks where it is collected in large volume, it is quite impossible. It is much cooler in the little irrigation channels, which have hard beds from the incrustation of the sulphur. The water is very nasty when hot, but much better when it cools. We did not enjoy our tea at all in Hami. We were encamped in a delightful spot under both date and coconut trees, and hot baths were a pleasure to everyone. I had to wait a long time till mine in the tent was cool enough. There was a great flutter when we arrived on the scene, for there were a large number of women and girls bathing. They did not seem to mind their own relations seeing them, but on our approach they rushed into their blue dresses and fled. This sulphurous stream makes the crops grow prodigiously, and we walked through fields of jowari and Indian corn as high as our heads. At our camp we had a delicious sea breeze, but in our walks abroad we got an occasional whiff of the little fish which were being boiled down to make oil for lamps and colours used in ship painting. We paid a visit to the governor of Hami, who received us on the roof of his house, where many were assembled. And scarcely had he greeted us when they all fell to praying, the mullah standing in front to lead, and all the others standing in a row behind. After that they gave us coffee with no sugar, followed by tea with far too much, and they pressed us to stay with them and partake of their evening meal, but we declined politely and retired to our camp. On March 11 we started for Dis without any rows or brawls whatever. Dis is 15 miles off. We never went down to the shore at all that day, but travelled over a barren, undulating country which runs out to sea and forms Ras Bagashwa. We went for half a mile close above the sea on a cliff 20 or 30 feet high, with many shells, some in an ordinary state, some half petrified, and some wholly so, but none embedded in the stone. After travelling 3 hours and a half we passed over and amongst a range of low hills, a volcanic jumble with earths of all colours, seams of gypsum stuck up edgeways, and many other things. I used once to sigh and groan over not having brought a geologist with us, but I was wiser by that time. It was enough to think of his specimens and their transport, to say nothing of the responsibility for his safety. Still, my husband and I often wished we knew more of the geology than we did. When the geologist does visit these parts, he must make a special bargain with his camel men, not based on his apparent, present, visible luggage, but upon what it may expand to. He might arrange to pay at the end according to the results of his journey. On one of the dreadful days with the Jabberee, the man whose camel carried the botanical boxes positively refused to load up on account of having seen stones with lichen put in, and but for the fact of his being last and that all the other camels had started, we might have had to throw the things away. There was nothing to see at Dis but a sudden oasis of fertility caused by a ghail, but the report of an inscription led my husband a long wild goose chase. The district is very populous, and from the old forts near it, evidently has been and is a very prosperous place. We had a great many patients, and were nearly driven wild with starers. To avoid the crowd, we pitched our tent tight up against a field of sugar canes, but so anxious were the populace to see me that the whole field was trodden down, and no one seemed to mind. There were perpetual shouts for the woman to come out. On this part of the journey, as well as in the Hadhramout, I was always simply spoken of as the Horma, of which the plural is harem, and never as bibi, lady. There were some very light-skinned Arabs at Dis, with long dark hair, which they dress with grease, wearing round their neck a coconut containing a supply of this toilet requisite for the purpose. Most of them affect red-plaid cotton turbans and waistcloths, a decided relief to the eye from the perpetual indigo. We had a very damp night, not from rain but from dew, though there is more rain in this part than in the interior. We had an uninteresting march next day over desert and many stones, up and down hill, past a village called Haida, and went somewhat out of our way to see a rock with bitumen or asphalt oozing out of it. We went 15 miles and encamped near Bagashwa, on the margin of a large and pretty pool made by recent rains, with bushes round it. Though pretty, this pool was not clean. Almost before we could dismount, the camels were unloaded, and in it my horse immediately followed, and likewise all the camel men, and by the time our vessels could be unpacked to fetch the drinking water, the soldiers were washing their clothes. Consequently, our water was turbid and of mingled flavours. Later my husband took a bath and said he felt as if he was sitting in warm oil. My horse for 2 days after this was afflicted with a mysterious bleeding from the mouth, which we did not till then discover was caused by 3 leeches under his tongue. We did not like to put the bit in, so the immense iron ring which was usually round his chin hung round his neck and clanked like the clapper of a bell, while the nose was thrust through that part meant for his ears. Some pastoral Bedouin were encamped near here, whose abodes are about the simplest I ever saw, just 4 posts stuck in the ground with a roof of mats to afford some shelter from the sun. On this roof they hang their cooking utensils, their only impedimenta when they move. One old woman was boiling a pot of porridge, another was grinding grain on a stone, another was frying little fish on a stick, whilst the men were engaged in picketing the kids on a rope with a very loose noose round each little neck, and preparing the oil cakes for their camels. We had just sunlight left to photograph them, and perpetuate the existence of this most primitive life. Young camels are reared here. We were so lucky as to discover a scorpion that had travelled in our tent from Dis before it could do us harm. That day one of the Bedou soldiers came to me and asked me in a confidential sort of whisper, "Are you a man or a woman?" We were 5 hours on our journey to Kasr, 11 miles, which was our next stage, over stones first, then over heavy sand to the shore again. There were not so many shells, seaweeds, corals, crabs, madrepores, sponges, and flamingos as we had seen near Sheher, but hundreds of seagulls sitting in the shallow water and quantities of porpoises. The lobster shells which lie about are a beautiful blue mixed with red. The great stretch of basalt which runs for fully 15 miles along the coast, with Kasr in the middle, caused us to mount onto the rocks some little distance before reaching Kasr, and when we got quite near we sat on a rocky hillock, contemplating the town and awaiting our kafila that we might arrive with all the dignity due to the governor. All our baggage was on 5 camels, and the old Sultan of the Hamoumi on the 6th, so we really need not have had the 7th. That dirty old Bedou owns many houses in Khail Babwazir and other places. The governor was a very thin old man, very like Don Quixote, his scanty hair and beard dyed red with henna. He had been governor 5 years before, and was now reappointed at the request of the town. So great were the rejoicings manifested by the firing of many guns. Some came to meet him at the rock, some stayed in the town, some appeared on the tops of the numerous towers, but no matter where they were, one and all, as well as those who came with us, fired off their guns whenever they liked, under our noses, in and from every direction. Our animals did not mind one bit. The governor and all the foot passengers arrived in the town with their feet twice the natural size from the clinging mud through which we had to pass, and which necessitated great scraping of feet and picking out between toes with daggers. We were most pleasantly received and taken upstairs in the governor's castle to a roofless room with a kind of shed along one side, and here we subsided on mats very hot, and soon a most powerfully strong tincture of tea with much sugar, ginger, and cinnamon was administered to us, and though the kind old governor was so busy being welcomed by his happy old friends, He was always coming to see that we were properly attended to. We had our camp in his yard, where we had a very comfortable room, and enjoyed having his wall round us very much. In the evening we went on the shore and about the town. The town is on a small point, and, approached from the west, it seems to lie 4 square, and to present a very strong appearance, with its yetts, its castle, and a. We rode in by the gate on the northern side, and were surprised to find that the side towards the sea had no wall, but only 4 detached towers. There were fishing boats on the beach, with the planks just sewn together with cords. The long line of black basalt, jutting into capes here and there, is thought by the Arabs to be formed by the ashes of infidel towns. The tiny port of Kasr is just a nook, where the boats can nestle behind a small, low, natural breakwater of the basalt. Boats lie on either side, according to the wind. Next we went to Raida, 3 hours all along the top of the cliff. The old Hamoumi Sultan was with us, of course, otherwise there would have been no safety for us beyond Kasr. We had a dreadful experience passing the village of Sarar. The smell from the cemetery was so awful that even the Bedouin had to hold their noses for many yards on both sides of it. The village of Sarar only consists of 3 large mud houses and a good many bamboo shanties. We were amused by a man whom we met alone, his terror of us was so great. As we approached he lit his match, got his gun all ready, and left the path seeking cover. But our people shouted, "What good can you do? You are one and we are many, and besides we mean you no harm." So he came forward, and there was great laughter both at and with him. Raida is a large fishing village. Certainly there are strange eaters in these parts. The Ichthyopagoi here prefer their fish generally in a decayed state, and one of our Hamoumi soldiers had a treat of lizards, which he popped in the fire to roast and ate whole. We did not get much farther eastward that year, with only 2 hours farther to Rakhmit, a very uninteresting journey, but we were buoyed up by hopes of some very delightful inscriptions that were described to us. One on the way to Mosaina, to which we were supposed to be going that day, and another in a cave quite close to Mosaina. When we reached the river bed at Rakhmit, a spot in the mountains about 5 miles off was pointed out. So after very much and long consultation with the aged Sultan, we decided it would be safer to camp where we were, see Mosaina the next day, and return to the same camp. However, when we were quite prepared to go the 5 miles, it appeared that it might be dangerous. It was in the country of no one then present, so we could have no siyara, and the old Hamoumi chief said it would be bad for his sons, the hostages, so this plan had to be abandoned. Afterwards it was revealed to us that the cave is 20 miles from Mosaina on the Akaba, that there is no water near, no village at Mosaina, no means of getting forage. So, as in that case farther progress was useless as well as impossible, we proposed to return the following day to Kasr, helping ourselves, if possible, with a boat from Raida. It took us 3 hours to return to Raida, where an old Seyyid took us into his house and led us to a little clean room, 10 feet by 6 feet, and there we settled down on the matting to rest and have our luncheon till 1 o'clock, when we started, leaving the baggage camels to follow. How thankful we were that, tastes differing, there were people in Arabia who could look upon us as harmless and pleasant individuals. Everyone had been nice to us, and we had had no difficulties whatever, and been treated like human beings just because we had not that horrid little Saleh Hassan with us. The more civil people were to us, the more enraged we were with him, and I think if the servants had carried out their threats against him when he should be on the dhow, the masters would not have interfered. It is 15 miles from Raida to Kasr. We were quite determined, after the severe lesson we had had 2 days previously, to go windward of Sarah. When we passed a well there, I was requested to detach myself from the party, and go and let some women see me. And then the soldiers begged that I would show off Basha prancing about, that the women might see that I did not want holding on. And finally they shouted "Shiloh!" to make him gallop away amid screams of delight. I dare say these women had never seen a horse. The sultans at Sher had only 3. We had already sent Zubda back to Koton. The soldiers were very fond of terrifying my horse when passing a village, and I wanted to stare about to show him off. In avoiding Sarar we got into great difficulties with the loose sand. We went over it half a mile, and when we reached the sea there was so narrow a strip of firm sand that our animals being too much afraid of the rising tide, we had to make our way up again. We reached Kasr about 5:30, warmly welcomed by Don Quixote, who gave us coffee while awaiting our Khalifa, which was, to our surprise and delight, only half an hour behind us, not having been fighting with the sand. We were made more angry with Saleh by finding that water, wood, forage, eggs, fish, and a little milk had been prepared for us beforehand. My night was disturbed by the old Hamoumi chief choosing the eave of our tent just beside my ear to say his prayers. Quiet nights, however, must not be expected in Ramazan. Next morning we were off at 8, of course dragging the poor wizened old gentleman with us on a camel. 2 hours, 6 miles up the Wadi Shirwan to see a ruin at the village of Mabel, where there is a running stream. At the entrance to Wadi Shirwan the ruins are situated. They consist of a large fort, circular on one side and about 40 feet in diameter, built of round water-worn stones set in very strong cement, dating from the same period as those at Khail Babwazir. Evidently the medieval inhabitants of Arabia chose these 2 points for good water. Tobacco is also grown here besides other things. The water is really good and sweet. We behaved with the greatest temerity in entering these ruins. No one now living had been in before we did. The building is the abode of Jinni, and no one who goes in is ever able to come out by the same door. We were so fortunate as to be able to do so. On the road we saw a stone, and were told that a Jinni, or Guinea as they are called in southern Arabia, was bringing this to help to build the fort when he was met by another Jinni, who said, "Why do you bring stones when the fort is finished?" So he dropped it in disgust. Jinni are able to get sufficiently near to heaven to hear the conversation of the angels, and there are various incantations to make them reveal the whereabouts of hidden treasures. One called Darb el Mendel, carried on with a handkerchief, is much in vogue. Mabel nestles under a big pointed rock on the highland which sticks up aloft, and to which we heard that the Kafirs used to tie their horses. Bottles were stuck into the graves as ornaments, and built onto the tops of buildings. We rested beneath a bedome tree, which showered its little fruits on us, and made as many inquiries as possible in a crowd of starers who were all very polite. We heard that Wadi Shikavi is the end of Wadi Mosila. It runs parallel to, and is almost as large as, the Wadi Hadhramout. Khail Benzamin is the principal town in it. At last, feeling that our work and our researches were as thoroughly done as in our power lay, we arose and turned our faces toward England. End of chapter 16. The Hadhramout, coasting eastward by land. Recording by Ken Masters. Chapter 17 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ken Masters. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 17. The Hadhramout, coasting westward by sea. Though we rose so early next morning that we dressed by candlelight, we were not up nearly so early as Imam Sharif, who, being sleepy and misled by a candle in our tent, aroused his followers and made them light their fire for breakfast at midnight. Kind old Don Quixote and many others walked with us a mile to Ras Dis, where we were to embark. This is the harbour of the town of Kosseir. Ras Dis is not near Dis, as Ras Bagashwa runs out between them. Probably before the interstices of the black rock were filled up, there may have been a decent harbour for small craft. 2 forts guard the way to Ras Dis, and near it are 2 walis, or sheiks' tombs, which afford perfectly safe store places to the fishermen. All their gear, anchors, ropes, sails, wood, fish, and what not, are heaped round the tombs, and none dare touch them. Having been carried into a filthy boat, we scrambled into a sambuca, crammed and stuffed with the baggage, 8 passengers, including the Afghan interpreter. There was a little deck 3 feet by 4 feet at its widest, where Imam Sharif and I were packed, the steersman sitting in a little angle, leaning against my gaiters. About 10 o'clock Matthäus began to make some tea, but soon had to retreat to the bow, very sick. My husband finished this cookery, and from a small hole in the baggage handed me what little food he could reach. But soon everyone was expanded over the baggage, no one having room for his legs. Imam Sharif was soon a wretched heap, and not an appetite was left among our party but my husband's and mine. We had nothing but a little halwa, sweetmeat, and no water, till the end of our 18 hours' voyage. So we rather envied the others who seemed unconscious of the smells of cockroaches, bilge water, and fish oil, as well as of the great heat, for we had no awning. The wind was favourable, but there was little of it, and, fearing it would fail entirely, we planned to land, taking food, which would then be attainable, and the 1 blanket we each had kept out, not knowing how long we should be at sea and lie in the sand, but we wasted an hour of great trouble in a vain attempt. The shore was too shelving, so we dressed ourselves in our blankets and settled down to catch bugs. We had seen few by day, but by night they kept us busy, for they swarmed over us with their descendants and their remote ancestors. Once we saw some operations which made us think we were going to tack, but to our dismay we perceived the captain hovering over his bedding, and found that he had put the ship to bed, and we were meant to be violently rocked in the cradle of the deep till morning. But he was firmly reasoned with, and at 2 in the morning, worn and weary, we were borne ashore at Sheher. It being Ramazan, we easily found the Indian cook of the house, and asked for some boiled eggs, but not till 4 did we get some very nasty fried ones and tea, and then lay down on the floor anyhow, to fight with mosquitoes and fleas, our baggage and beds being still on board. Regular quarantine measures were carried out as regards bugs when it came. I felt too weak to stir till luncheon was brought to me at 12, there having been some difficulty as regarded breakfast. The horse, donkeys, camels, Siara people, and soldiers all came in by land next day. A period of waiting and hoping for a ship to take us to Aden now set in. Our annoyances were rather aggravated by some Indian converts to Mohammedanism being taught their prayers well within our hearing. A promising ship was said to have gone to Hami for water, and anxiously we turned our eyes in that direction for 3 days, till we were in such desperation that my husband went down to find any small boat to take us as far as Makall, but the ship had come at last, and we were able to leave. Hussein Miah and Ghaleb Miah took leave of us with such friendliness and hopes of seeing us the following year, which they did. Miah is a kind of title. We were told that the captain had gone on board with the baggage, but we found it covering a vast expanse of sand, live hens, dead foxes, swords, spears, and other strange things, making it look very unlike Christian baggage. We also had quantities of coconuts, that we might have some palatable water on the voyage. A bargain was made with much shouting in a great crowd to put us and all belongings to us on board for $4. I was quietly looking on when a man came suddenly behind me and whipped me up, seated me on his shoulder, and carried me off into the sea. It required all my balance to keep safe when so suddenly seized. I did not know I was being scrambled for as the lightest person. I hate that way of being carried, with my 5 fingers digging into the skull of my bearer, with one of his wrists placed lightly across my ankles, while he holds up his clothes with the other. And I do not like being perched between the elbows of 2 men, whose hands are clasped far beneath me, while I clutch their dirty throats. It is much nicer to be carried in both arms like a baby. Our ship lay tossing so far out that we had to be put in a good large boat first, and as I sat amidships I was well ducked when those who had been pushing the boat off all jumped in, shedding sheets of water from their garments. Our ship did not look smart. On the contrary, it looked so untidy that it had a kind of mossy, woolly, licheny appearance. There was no ladder, so it was rather hard to climb up the side in that uneasy sea. My first care was to scramble up ropes and various other things to survey the little deck, sure that Saleh had taken care of himself. There were 2 charpoys or stretchers tied one to each side of this little deck, and we determined that Imam Sharif should have one and the botanist the other. Saleh's things were settled on the latter. I at once ousted them and lay down till the proper occupant appeared, looking evidently anxious to assume a recumbent position. Saleh then put himself and his property in a place which I told him was inconvenient, as no one could pass. "I only stay here a little while," he said. "Mr. Lunt has my place." "Your place?" I said. "How did you get a place?" "I told the Nakhoda to keep that place for me." I said, "Had you first asked Mr. Bent where he wished you to sleep, or where he wished Mr. Lunt to sleep?" "No." "Well, remember that Mr. Bent is master on board this ship, and I am mistress," I said. "I have given that bed to Mr. Lunt, and you can go there, and as you have a habit of spitting on floors and carpets, you will now spit overboard, or you will move." So Saleh began to take a back seat. He was positively afraid to be among the servants. Any excitement at sea is welcome, and we now began to take a great interest in him and Mahmoud. We were anxious as to whether they would be seasick or not. You might wonder why we cared, but this is the reason. If they were seasick, their fast of Ramazan would be broken, and all their previous fasting would go for nothing. They would gain nothing by going on with it, and might eat as much as they liked. All the Indian party had taken advantage of the excuse of travelling to eat as usual. Mahmoud soon broke down and rejoiced greatly thereafter. But Saleh reached the end of the day and his evening meal in safety, but his fast came to an abrupt termination early in the morning. Does it not seem a wildly funny idea that putting food into your mouth by the back door, the throat, involuntarily, should be quite as bad for your soul as voluntarily putting it in at the front door, the lips? We started at 5:30 and reached Makall at sunrise the following morning, Easter Sunday, March 25th. Our arrival being announced, the Sultan Manasseh invited us to see him, and he and his ugly sons were all dressed up again, and we had tea and halva. Saleh kept running about trying to whisper to all the wazirs. My husband kept him under his eye as much as possible, but once he escaped and ran back and begged the Sultan for a box of honey and a carpet. He only got the former, so he returned and was very abusive to my husband, saying it was his fault. I told him he could say what he liked at Aden, but had better be quiet as long as he was on the sea with us. My husband graciously gave permission to ship a cargo of frankincense, and the ship was filled with delightfully sweet, clean bales on which our luggage and men could be accommodated, and we were glad of the ballast. We had 3 more days and nights on the sea, and during the last had a miserable fear of a calm, but at last a fine wind sprang up, and we whizzed along, all sitting up in our beds, loudly rejoicing with one another on the prospect of our arrival at the haven where we would be, which took place at sunrise on March the 27th. I am thankful to say that the work of our expedition was successful in all its branches, but what we should have done without Imam Sharif Khan Bahadur I cannot tell. He was the greatest help to us in every way, and it was an untold comfort to have one brave person as anxious to get on as ourselves. I have always been sorry that the map was made on so small a scale, 8 miles to an inch. It would have been more useful to future travellers had it been larger. The spelling had, of course, to be according to the ancient Indian method, and not that now recommended by the Royal Geographical Society, to which I have adhered myself. The year before, when we were embarking for England on board a Messagerie steamer at Aden, we noticed an Indian gentleman standing in the angle of the landing of the ladder to let us and our baggage pass, and little we thought how well we should know that Indian gentleman, and he on his side had no inkling how far he would travel 2 successive years with all that baggage around him. It would have been so interesting could we have guessed. Imam Sharif was returning from Zanzibar, and leaving that ship to tranship for India. End of chapter 17. The Hadhramout, coasting westward by sea. Recording by Ken Masters.
Chapter 18 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 18. Merbat and Al-Hafa. After returning from our expedition to the Hadhramout in 1894, we determined the next winter to attempt the ambitious adventure of making a journey overland right across Southern Arabia from Maskat to Aden. On our way we hoped to revisit the Hadhramout, to explore those portions which we had been compelled to leave unvisited the former winter, and so to fill up the large blank space which still exists on the map of this country. Experience taught us that our plan was impracticable. The only possible way of making explorations in Arabia is to take it piecemeal, to investigate each district separately, and by degrees to make a complete map by patching together the results of a number of isolated expeditions. Indeed, this is the only satisfactory way of seeing any country, for on a great through journey the traveller generally loses the most interesting details. My husband, again to our great satisfaction, had Imam Sharif, Khan Bahadur, placed at his disposal, and as the longest way round was the quickest and best, we determined to make our final preparations in India and meet him and his men at Karachi. We left England at the beginning of November 1894, and at Aden, where we were obliged to tranship, we picked up our camp furniture, which we had deposited there on our return from Wadi Hadhramout. Imam Sharif came on board to meet us at Karachi, and we also received a letter inviting us to stay at Government House, where we were most kindly entertained by Mrs. Pottinger, in the absence of her brother, Mr. James, the Commissioner in Scinde. This was very delightful to us, as we had already stayed in Reynolds Hotel when on our way to Persia. Matthäus had absolutely refused to come with us for fear we should carry out our great wish of going to Bir Borhut, and indeed the very name of Arabia was odious to him. Of course, being in India, we had to take 2 men in his place, and accordingly engaged 2 Goanese, half Portuguese, one Diego S. Ana Lobo, a little old man, as butler, and the other Domingo de Silva as cook. The former could speak English and Portuguese, the latter neither, only Hindustani. We took them back to India with us the following spring, keeping Lobo as our servant during the time of our stay there. We had a calm and pleasant voyage of 3 days to Maskat with Captain Whitehead on British India Steam Navigation's steamer Chanda, arriving just in time to escape a violent storm, which lasted for days, and in its commencement prevented our landing at the usual place. We had to go round a little promontory. There was also a good deal of rain, which cooled the air considerably. We were the guests of Colonel Hayes Sadler in his hospitable residency, and he interested himself kindly in our affairs, giving us all the help he could in our arrangements, as did also Dr. Jayakar, the Indian doctor. We intended first of all to penetrate into the regions of the Jebel Akhdar, and then to pass through the territory of the Jenefa tribe to Gubet al Hashish, which takes its name not from land grass but from seaweed. There a boat was to meet us and take us westward. In this way we should avoid a stretch of desert which the Bedouin themselves shrink from, and which is impassable to Europeans. We could not procure any information about our journey to the Jebel Akhdar, as it does not appear to be the fashion at Maskat to go inland. However, both our old friend the Sultan Faysul and Colonel Sadler took infinite trouble to arrange for our journey. Camels were hired and a horse for me, and the sheikhs of the tribes through whose country we should have to pass were summoned to escort us. Owing, however, to the illness of some of our party, we were at the last moment obliged to defer the expedition, though we had made all the preparations we could for the great cold we should have to encounter. The change of climate would have been injurious to Imam Sharif and 2 of his men. As events proved, it was fortunate we did so, for the insurrection, which I have already mentioned, broke out almost immediately afterwards, and in all probability we should not have returned alive to relate our experiences. We next determined to go by sea to Merbat, and thence explore the Dhofar and Gara mountains. The Sultan offered us the use of his batil, which was preparing to go to Zengiber, as they call Zanzibar. We found on inspection that it was a small decked boat with a very light upper deck at the stern, supported by posts. They were busy smearing the ship with fish oil. We were told it might be ready in 3 days, and we might take 7 days or more over the voyage. However, we were delivered from this long voyage, for, unexpectedly, a steamer arrived most opportunely for us. As it was not the pilgrim season, and as there was no cholera about, we ventured on this steamer, which is one of those that ply under the Turkish flag between the Persian Gulf and Jeddah. The captain was an Armenian. In fact, all the steamers belonging to Turkey are run by Armenian companies and manned by Armenian sailors. The captain of the Hodeida was not too exorbitant in his demand of 500 rupees to drop our party at Merbat. The steward could fortunately speak Greek. We left Maskat on Monday, December 17, and had a very calm voyage. But this being our 5th steamer since we left home, we were anxious for a little dry land journeying. We saw the high mountains all Tuesday, but nothing on Wednesday after early morning. The coast recedes and becomes low where the desert comes down to the sea. We passed the Kuria Muria Islands in the night. They are inhabited by the Jenefa tribe, who pursue sharks, swimming on inflated skins. On Thursday we passed very curious scenery, a high Akaba, just like the Hadhramout in the background, and for about a mile between this and the sea a volcanic mass of rocks and peaks and crags of many hues. After passing this we were at our destination, and at 3 o'clock in the afternoon we left the steamer to land at Merbat. We were conveyed to the shore in 3 boats, one of which was called El Libot. It is only fair that the English who have borrowed so many nautical terms from the Orientals should now in their turn provide the Arabian name for a boat. Cutters and jolly boats have taken their names from Katira and Jalibot. Merbat, which is 64 miles from Maskat, is the first point of the Dhofar district after the long stretch of desert has been passed. It is a wretched little spot consisting of some 50 houses and a few Bedou huts, with about 200 inhabitants. It is built on a tongue of land, which affords shelter for Arab dhows during the northeast monsoon. The water supply is from a pool of brackish water. The excitement caused by the first arrival of a steamer was intense, and tiny craft with naked Bedouin soon crowded round us. After entrusting us to their tender mercies, our Armenian captain steamed away, and it was not without secret misgivings that we landed amongst the wild-looking inhabitants who lined the shore. We imagined we were being very kindly received when they pointed out the largest building in the place as our habitation, and my husband, Imam Sharif, our interpreter Hassan, and I joyfully hastened thither. Unfortunately, we had no recommendation to the headman of this place, and he evidently distrusted us, for after taking us to a fort built of mud bricks which offered ample accommodation for our party, he flatly refused to allow us to have our baggage or our servants therein. After entering a kind of guard room, we had to plunge to the right into pitchy darkness and stumble along, stretching out our hands like blind men, each taken by the shoulders and pushed and shoved by a roundabout way to a dark inner staircase, where we emerged into the light on some roofs. They wanted us to stay where we were, but not wishing to remain without conveniences, we succeeded in getting between them and the door, and then found our way out of the building and rejoined our servants and our baggage on the beach. We flourished our letter to Wali Suleiman in his face. We expostulated, threatened, and cajoled, and passed the whole miserable hour by the shore, seated on our belongings under the blazing afternoon sun, watching our steamer gradually disappearing in the distance. Hemmed in by Bedouin, who stared at us as if we had come from the moon, exceedingly hot, hungry, and uncomfortable, we passed a very evil time indeed, speculating as to what would be the result of the conclave of the old headmen. But at last they approached us in a more friendly spirit, begged our pardon, and reinstated us in the fort with our bag and baggage, and were as civil as they could be. To our dying day we shall never know what caused us this dilemma. Did they really think we had come to seize their fort, which we afterwards heard was the case, and interfere with their frankincense monopoly? Or did they think we had come to look into the question of a large Arab dhow which was flying the French flag, and was beached on the shore, and which we had reason to believe was conveying a cargo of slaves to one of the neighbouring markets for disposal? Personally, I suspect the latter was the true reason of their aversion to our presence, for the coast from here to Maskat has a bad reputation in this respect, and just lately Arab slave dhows have been carrying on their trade under cover of protection obtained from France at Obok and Zanzibar. The inhabitants have plaited hair and knobkerries. I believe they belong to the Genefa tribe. Finding Merbat so uncongenial an abode, with no points of interest, and with the malarious-looking swamp in its vicinity, and not being able to obtain camels or escort for a journey inland, we determined only to pass one night there, and after wandering about in search of interests which did not exist, we came to terms with the captain of a most filthy bagala to take us along the coast to Al-Hafa, the residence of Wali Suleiman, without whose direct assistance we plainly saw that nothing could be done about extending our expedition into the interior. It was only 40 miles to Al-Hafa, but owing to adverse winds it took us exactly 2 days to perform this voyage, and our boat was one of the dirtiest of the kind we have ever travelled on. In our little cabin in the stern the smell of bilge water was almost overpowering, and every silver thing we had about us turned black with the sulphureous vapours. These pungent odours were relieved from time to time by burning huge chafing dishes of frankincense, a large cargo of which was aboard for transport to Bombay after we had been deposited at Al-Hafa. One of the many songs our sailors sang when changing the flapping sails was about frankincense, so we tried to imagine that we were having a pleasant experience of the country we were about to visit, and even in its dirt and squalor an Arab dhow is a picturesque abode, with its pretty carvings and odd-shaped bulwarks. We were 25 souls on board, and our captain and his crew being devout Mohammedans, we had plenty of time and opportunity for studying their numerous prayers and ablutions. The plain of Dhofar, along which we were now coasting, is quite an abnormal feature in this arid coast. It is the only fertile stretch between Aden and Maskat. It is formed of alluvial soil washed down from the Gara mountains. There is abundance of water very near the surface, and frequent streams make their way down to the sea, so that it is green. The great drawback to the country is the want of harbours. During the northeast monsoons dhows can find shelter at Merbat, and during the southwest monsoons at Risout. But the rest of the coast is provided with nothing but open roadsteads, with the surf always rolling in from the Indian Ocean. The plain is never more than 9 miles wide, and at the eastern end, where the mountains were nearer to the sea, it is reduced to a very narrow strip, a grand exception to the long line of barren waste which forms the Arabian frontage to the Indian Ocean, and which gets narrower and narrower as the mountains approach the sea at Sayhut. Tall coconut palms adorn it in clusters, and long stretches of bright green fields refresh the eye, and at frequent intervals we saw flourishing villages by the coast. Tobacco, cotton, Indian corn, and various species of grain grow here in great abundance, and in the gardens we find many of the products of India flourishing, namely the plantain, the papaya, mulberries, melons, chilies, brinjals, and fruits and vegetables of various descriptions. We anchored for some hours off one of these villages, and paid our toll of dates to the Bedouin who came off to claim them, as is customary all along this coast, every dhow paying this toll in return for the privilege of obtaining water when they want it. The Gara mountains are now one of the wildest spots in wild Arabia, owing to the disastrous blood feuds amongst the tribe and the insecurity of travel. They had never previously been penetrated by Europeans. All that was known of the district was the actual coastline. Exciting rumours had reached the ears of Colonel Miles, a former political agent at Maskat, concerning lakes and streams and fertility unwanted for Arabia, which existed in these mountains, and our appetites were consequently whetted for their discovery. In ancient times this was one of the chief sources of the time-honoured frankincense trade, which still maintains itself here even more than in the Hadhramout. It is carried on by the Bedouin of the Gara tribe, who bring down the odoriferous gum from the mountains on camels. About 9,000 hundredweight of it is exported to Bombay annually. Down by the coast at Al Hafa there is a square enclosure or bazaar, where piles of frankincense may still be seen ready for exportation, miniature successors of those piles of the tears of gum from the tree trunks, which are depicted on the old Egyptian temple at Deir al-Bahari as one of the proceeds of Queen Hatasu's expeditions to the land of Punt. The actual Libaniferous country is, perhaps, now not much bigger than the Isle of Wight, and in its physical appearance not unlike it, cut off from the rest of the world by a desert behind and an ocean in front. Probably in ancient days the frankincense-bearing area was not much more extensive. Claudius Ptolemy, the anonymous author of the Periplus, Pliny, Theophrastus, and a little later on the Arabian geographers speak of it, and from their descriptions there is no difficulty in fixing the limits of it, and its ruined towns are still easily identified. After much tacking and flapping of sails, we at last reached Al Hafa, where Wali Suleiman had his castle, only a stone's throw from the beach. Our landing was performed in small hide-covered boats, specially constructed for riding over the surf, and was not completed without a considerable wetting to ourselves and baggage. After so many preliminary discomforts, a cordial welcome from the wali was doubly agreeable. He placed the room on the roof, spread with carpets, at our disposal, and he furnished our larder with the whole cow, and every delicacy at his command. The cow's flesh was cut into strips and festooned about in every direction, to dry it for our journey. Our room was, for Arabia, deliciously cool and airy, being approached by a ladder, and from our roof we enjoyed pleasant views over the fertile plain and the Gara mountains, into which we had now every hope of penetrating. We looked down into his courtyard below and saw there many interesting phases of Arab life. Al Hafa is 640 miles from Maskat in one direction and 800 from Aden in the other. It is therefore about as far as possible from any civilized place. Nominally it is under the Sultan of Oman, and I may here emphatically state that the southern coast of Arabia has absolutely nothing to do with Turkey. From Maskat to Aden there is not a single tribe paying tribute to, or having any communication with, the Ottoman Porte. Really, Al Hafa and the Dhofar were ruled over autocratically by Wali Suleiman, who was sent out there about 18 years before as governor, at the request of the feud-torn inhabitants, by Sultan Turki of Maskat. In his small way Wali Suleiman was a man of great capacity, a man who has made history, and could have made more if his sphere had been larger. In his youth he was instrumental in placing Turkey on the throne of Oman, and after a few years of stern application to business he brought the bellicose families of the Gara tribe under his power, and his influence was felt far into the interior, even into the confines of Nejd. With a handful of Arabs and a badly armed regiment of slave origin, he had contrived to establish peace and comparative safety throughout the Gara mountains, and thanks to him we were able to penetrate their fastnesses. Wali Suleiman was a stern, uncompromising ruler, feared and respected rather than loved. The Wali kept all his prisoners in the courtyard. When we were there he had 12, all manacled, and reposing on grass mats at night. These were wicked Bedouin from the mountains, prisoners taken in a recent war he had with the Mahri tribe, the casus belli being a find of ambergris, which the Mahri had appropriated, though it had been washed up on the Dhofar coast. One prisoner, a murderer, whose imprisonment was for 2 years, was chained to a log of wood, and he laid his mat bed in a large stone sarcophagus, brought from the neighbouring ruins of the ancient capital of the frankincense country, and really intended for a trough. Another, convicted of stealing his master's sword and selling it to the captain of a dhow, had his feet attached to an iron bar, which made his locomotion exceedingly painful. A Mollah prisoner was, owing to the sanctity of his calling, unfettered, and he led the evening prayers, and on most nights, for want of something better to do, I suppose, these prisoners of Wali Suleiman prayed and sang into the small hours of the morning. Day by day we watched these unfortunate men from the roof, and thought we had never seen so unholy a set of men. According to what we heard, they did not look so. Some were morose and chewed the cud of their discontent in corners. The younger and better looking ones were gallant, and flirted with the slave girls, helping them to draw up buckets from the well in the centre of the courtyard. The active minded cut wood for the household, and walked about doing odd jobs, holding up the iron bar which separated their feet with a rope as they shuffled along, or played with the Wali's little boy, 5 years of age, who rambled about among them. Goats, kids, cocks, and hens also occupied this courtyard, and the big white she-ass, the only representative of the equine race, as far as we could see in Dhofar, on which Wali Suleiman makes his state journeys to the various villages in his dominions along the coast, and which he kindly lent to me once when we went to visit the ruins. The ladies of the Wali's harem paid me frequent visits, and brought me presents of fruit and embarrassing plates of food, and substances to dye my teeth red, tambul leaves and lime. But they were uninteresting ladies, and their conversational powers limited to the discussion of the texture of dresses and the merits of European underclothing. On the very first morning they appeared before I was up, that is about sunrise. As I had put them off the evening before, I dared not do so again. My husband sprang out of his bed and got out of their way. I managed to put on a jacket sitting up in bed, and then, finding time allowed, a skirt, and had just got my hair combed down when in they trooped. I knew my shoes and stockings would never be missed, so I felt quite ready for the visit. They wore burkas on their faces, and had on a great deal of coarse jewellery with mock pearls and bad turquoises. Whenever they chose to come my husband had to depart, and I do not think he liked these interruptions. We were much interested in the male members of the Wali's family. His eldest son was paralyzed and bedridden, and he had adopted as heir to his position in Dhofar a nephew, who lived in a separate wing of the castle and had his separate harem establishment. Besides this, the Wali had two dear little boys, one of 12 and the other of 8, who constantly paid us visits, and with whom we established a close friendship. Salem, the elder, was a fair, delicate-looking boy, the son of a Georgian slave who was given to Wali Suleiman by Sultan Tourki of Oman. Some years ago she ran away with her boy to Bombay, but was restored to her husband, and now has been sent as a punishment to Zanzibar. She is a servant in the house of one of the princesses there. Salem would often tell us that his mother was coming back to him in a year or two, but we thought differently. The tragedy connected with little Mufak, the younger boy, a bright dear little fellow, very much darker than his brother, in fact nearly black, is far more heartrending. About 2 years before, his mother, also a slave, an African, was convicted of misconduct, and on her was visited the extremest penalty with which the Arab law can punish a faithless wife. In the presence of a large assemblage, the unfortunate woman was buried up to the waist in the sand and stoned to death. The poor little motherless fellows were constantly on the go, rushing hither and thither, playing with and petted by all. At one time they amused themselves with the prisoners in the courtyard. At another time they teased the Gara sheiks who sat in the long entrance corridor, and then they came to torment us, until we gave them some trifle which they forthwith carried off in triumph to show it to everybody. Both the little boys wore the large silver and gold daggers of Oman round their waists, and powder flasks similarly decorated hung on their backs, and when dressed in their best silk robes on Friday, they were the most fantastic little fellows one could wish to see. Wali Suleiman was, as I have said, an austere and unlovable man, but he was the man for his position. Taciturn and of few words, but this always to the point. Before he would permit us to go forth and penetrate into the recesses of the Gara mountains, he summoned the heads of all the different families into which the tribe is divided to Al-Hafa, and gave us into their charge, we agreeing to pay for their escort, their protection, and the use of their camels a fixed sum per diem in Maria Theresa dollars, the only coin recognized in the country. Such palavering there was over this stupendous piece of diplomacy. Wali Suleiman and the Gara sheiks sat for hours in solemn conclave in a palm-thatched barn about 50 yards distant from the castle, which takes the place of a parliament house in the kingdom of Dhofar. the wali, his nephew, and Arab councillors smoked their narghiles complacently, whilst the Gara Bedouin took whiffs at their little pipes, which they cut out of soft limestone that hardens in the air, and all drank endless cups of coffee served by slaves in huge coffee pots with long bird-like beaks, and we looked on at this conference, which was to decide our fate, from our roof, with no small amount of impatience. Before starting for the mountains, we wandered hither and thither over the plain of Dhofar for some days, visiting sites of ruins and other places of interest, and greatly admired the rich cultivation we saw around us, and the capacity of this plain for producing cotton, indigo, tobacco, and cereals. Water is on the surface in stagnant pools, or easily obtainable everywhere by digging shallow wells which are worked by camels, sometimes three together, and so well trained, that at the end of the walk they turn by themselves, as soon as they hear the splash of the water into the irrigation channel, and then they walk back to fill the skin bucket again. The coconut palm grows admirably here, and we had many refreshing draughts of the water contained in the nuts during our hot rides, and in pools beneath the trees the fibre of the nuts is placed to rot for making ropes, giving out an odour very similar to that of the flax pits in the north of Ireland. Between Capes Risout and Merbat we found the sites of ruined towns of considerable extent in no less than 7 different points, though at the two capes where now is the only anchorage there are no ruins to be seen, proving, as we afterwards verified for ourselves, that anchorage of a superior nature existed in the neighbourhood in antiquity, which has since become silted up, but which anciently must have afforded ample protection for the boats which came for the frankincense trade. At Takha, as we shall presently see, there was a very extensive and deep harbour, running a considerable distance inland, which with a little outlay of capital could easily be restored. After a close examination of these ruined sites, there can be no doubt that those at spots called now Al Balad and Robat, about 2 miles east of the wali's residence, formed the ancient capital of this district. We visited them on Christmas Day, and were much struck with their extent. The chief ruins, those of Al Balad, are by the sea, around an acropolis some 100 feet in height. This part of the town was encircled by a moat still full of water, and in the centre, still connected with the sea but almost silted up, is a tiny harbour. The ground is covered with the remains of a Mohammedan mosques, and still more ancient Sabaean temples, the architecture of which, namely, the square columns with flutings at the 4 corners and the step-like capitals, at once connects them architecturally with the columns at Adulis on the Red Sea, those of Koloe and Aksum in Abyssinia, and those described by Monsieur Arnaud at Mariaba in Yemen. In some cases these are decorated with intricate patterns, one of which is formed by the old Sabaean letters, and X, which may possibly have some religious import. After seeing the ruins of Adulis and Koloe, and the numerous temples or tombs with 4 isolated columns, no doubt can be entertained that the same people built them. As at Adulis and Koloe there were no inscriptions which could materially assist us, this may be partly accounted for by the subsequent Mohammedan occupation, when the temples were converted into mosques, but besides this the nature of the stone employed at all these places would make it very difficult to use it for inscribing letters. It is very coarse and full of enormous fossils. This town of Al Balad by the sea is connected by a series of ruins with another town 2 miles inland, now called Robat, where the ground for many acres is covered with ancient remains. Big cisterns and water courses are here cut in the rock, and standing columns of the same architectural features are seen in every direction. With the aid of Sprenger's Alte Geographie Arabiens, the best guidebook the traveller can take into this country, there is no difficulty in identifying this ancient capital of the frankincense country as the Temple of Artemis of Claudius Ptolemy. This name is obviously a Greek translation of the Sabaean for some well-known oracle which anciently existed here, not far, as Ptolemy himself tells us, from Cape Risout. This name eventually became Zufar, from which the modern name of Dhofar is derived. In the year of the Lord 618, the town was destroyed and Mansura built, under which name the capital was known in early Mohammedan times. Various Arab geographers also assist us in this identification. Yakut, for example, tells us how the Prince of Zufar had the monopoly of the frankincense trade, and punished with death any infringement of it. Ibn Battuta says that half a day's journey east of Mensura is Al-Akhaf, the abode of the Adites, probably referring to the site of the oracle and the last stronghold of the ancient cult. Sprenger sums up the evidence of old writers by saying that the town of Zufar and the later Mansura must undoubtedly be the ruins of Al-Balad. Thus, having assured ourselves of the locality of the ancient capital of the frankincense country, for no other site along the plain has ruins which will at all compare in extent and appearance with those of Al-Balad, we shall, as we proceed on our journey, find that other sites fall easily into their proper places, and an important verification of ancient geography and an old world centre of commerce has been obtained. The ruins at Al-Balad and Robat were last inhabited during the Persian occupation, about the time of the Crusades, 500 of the Hejira. They utilized the old Himyaritic columns to build their mosques. Some of the tombs have beautiful carving on them. In the ruins of one temple, the columns were elaborately carved with a kind of fleur-de-lis pattern, and the bases decorated with the floral design, artistically interwoven. I had dreadful difficulty with a photograph which I took of these columns. I developed it at night, tormented by mosquitoes, and in the morning it was all cracked and dried off its celluloid foundation. I put it in alum, and it floated off half an inch too large in both directions. If I had had a larger plate on which to mount it, it would have been an easy enough job, but I had not, so I was obliged to work it down onto the original plate with my thumbs. It took me 7 solid hours, and I had to be fed with 2 meals, for I could never move my thumbs nor eyes off my work. I felt very proud that the cracks did not show when a magic lantern slide was made from it. There was a great deal of vegetation among the ruins. Especially beautiful was a very luxuriant creeper called by the inhabitants asaleb. It has a luscious, large, pear-shaped red fruit with seeds which, when bitten, are like pepper. It has large flowers which are white at first and then turn pink. On our way home from Al-Balad, we stopped to rest under some cocoa palms, and stones and other missiles were flung up by our guides, so the coconuts came showering down in rather a terrifying way. The men then stuck their gatrifs in the ground and banged the nuts on them, and thus skinned them. Then they hacked at them with their swords till they cut off the tops like eggs, and we enjoyed a good drink of the water. End of chapter 18. Recording by Sienna Sayre, Fresno, California. Chapter 19 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 19. The Gara Tribe. We left Al Hafa on December 29. after waiting 6 days for camels. There was much difficulty in getting a sufficient quantity, and never before had camels been hired in this manner. It was hard to make the people understand what we meant or wished to do. When at length the camels were assembled, they arrived naked and bare. There were no ropes of any kind or sticks to tie the baggage to, no vestige of any sort of pack saddle, and we had to wait till the following day before a few ropes could be procured. A good many of our spare blankets had to be used as saddle cloths, that is to say, under the baggage. Ropes off our boxes, straps, rawhide riems that we had used in South Africa, and in fact every available string had to be used to tie it on, and the Bedouin even took the strings, which they wear as fillets round their hair, to tie round the camels' necks and noses to lead them. There was great confusion over the loading, as all that ever yet had been done to camels in that country was to tie a couple of sacks of frankincense together and hang them on. The camels roared incessantly, got up before they were ready, shook off their loads, would not kneel down, or ran away loaded, shedding everything or dragging things at their heels. Sometimes their masters quite left off their work to quarrel amongst themselves, bawling and shouting. Though we were ready at 7, it was after midday before we were off, though Wali Suleiman himself superintended the loading. Camels in Dhofar are not very choice feeders, and have a predilection for bones, and if they saw a bone near the path they would make for it with an eager rush extremely disconcerting to the rider. Fish, too, is dried for them and given them as food, called kei by the Gara and oma by the Arabs, as also is a cactus which grows in the mountains, which is cut into sections for them. They are fine sturdy animals, and can go up and down hill better than any camels I have ever seen. The fertile Gara range is a great breeding place for camels, but as there is no commerce or communication with the interior, the Bedouin do not make much use of them themselves, but sell them to their neighbours who come here to purchase. My husband, Imam Sharif, and I had each a seat on a separate loaded camel, with our rezais or lahafs, thick cotton quilts, on the baggage. 6 of the servants rode in pairs, while one walked, all taking turns. We went about 8 miles westward the first day, and considered it a wonderfully good journey. We stopped at the edge of the plain, about half a mile from the sea, at Ras Risout, where some very dirty water was to be obtained under a rock. We passed some ruins with columns 4 miles west of Al Hafa at Aukad. The approach to the mountains is up narrow gullies full of frankincense trees. We had a stormy and quarrelsome start next day, after a delay caused by my husband's camel sitting down constantly and unexpectedly, and the stoppage because 2 possible enemies being descried, it was deemed needful to wait till all the camels came up that we might keep together. When they arrived, we waited so long that we got up, told them that we did not want to be kept all day on the road, and began to mount our camels, saying we would return to the wali at Al Hafa. In the end they began quarrelling with each other and made peace with us, and next we set off to a place farther north than they had before intended, where there was good water in a small amphitheatre of mountains. We went up a lovely gorge with ferns, trees, and a running stream, as different as possible to the aridity of the Hadhramout. January 1, 1895, began with a wild goose chase after some ruins consisting of a circular wall of loose stones about a foot in height, very likely only a sheep pen. The camels were much quieter and the Bedouin very friendly. We only travelled an hour and a half, having gone round some spurs, and found ourselves in a round valley, back to back with that we had left, and about half a mile distant from our last camp. It was surrounded by some very high and some lower hills, and we were just under a beetling cliff with good water in a stream among bulrushes, reeds, and tropical vegetation. There was a Bedou family close by with goats. They sold us milk at an exorbitant price, and asked so much for a kid that we stuck to our tinned meat. The Gara, in whose country we were now, are a wild pastoral tribe of the mountains, travelling over them hither and thither in search of food for their flocks. They are troglodytes of a genuine kind, and know no home save their ancestral caves, with which this limestone range abounds. They only live in rude reed huts like ant hills, when they come down to the plain of Dhofar in the rainy season for pasturage. There is a curious story connected with the Gara tribe, which probably makes them unique in Arabia, and that is that a few years ago they owned a white sheikh. About the beginning of this century an American ship was wrecked on this coast, and all the occupants were killed save the cabin boy, who was kept as a slave. As years went on his superior ability asserted itself, and gained for him in his later years the proud position of sheikh of all the Garas. He lived, married, and died amongst them, leaving, I believe, 2 daughters, who still live up in the mountains with their tribe. The life and adventures of this Yankee boy must have been as thrilling and interesting as any novelist could desire, and it is a great pity that the white sheikh could not have been personally interviewed before his death, which occurred over 20 years ago. Sprenger supposes that the tribal name Gara or Kara corresponds to the ancient Ascites whom Ptolemy places on this coast, but as the Ascites were essentially a seafaring race and the Gara are a pastoral tribe of hill Bedouin, the connection between them does not seem very obvious. It is more probable that they may correspond to the Carrei mentioned in the campaign of Aelius Gallus as a race of southern Arabia, possessing, according to Pliny, the most fertile country. As for weapons, the Gara have 3, and every male of the tribe carries them. One is a small shield, gob, of wood or shark's skin, deep and with a wooden knob at the centre, so that when they are tired and want a rest, they can turn it round and utilise it as a stool. The second is a flat iron sword with a wooden handle, actually made in Germany, for we saw a dhow arrive from Zanzibar whilst we were at Dhofar, which brought a cargo of such swords. The Bedouin purchased them with avidity, and were like children with a new toy for some time after, bending them across their naked shoulders, and measuring them with their neighbours to see that they were all equally long, handing them safely about by their blades. These swords are simply flat pieces of iron, made narrower at the top to leave a place for the hand to grip them. There is no form of hilt of any kind. They are used to cut down trees, split logs, scrape sticks, and cut meat into joints. They have scabbards covered with white calico, which are not always used, and there are no straps to attach the sword to the person. The third weapon is a wooden throw stick, made of specially hard wood called miet, which grows in the mountains. It is about a yard long and pointed at both ends. It is called gatrif. The Gara are wonderfully skilful at hurling it through the air, and use it both in battle and for the chase with admirable precision. They have hardly any guns amongst them, and what they have are only of the long matchlock class. In fact, they do not seem to covet the possession of firearms, as our friends in the Hadhramout did the year before. Every man clutched the sword and got Rif in one hand very tightly, as there was nothing to prevent their slipping, being both pointed. The little pipes which they use are of limestone, soft when cut and hardening in the air. They are more like cigarette holders than pipes. The thorn extractors used by the Gara tribe are like those used by most of the other Bedouin, a knife, a sort of stiletto, and tweezers. They sit down on the wayside and hack most heartily at their feet, and then prod deeply with the stiletto before pulling the thorn out with the tweezers. Certainly black skins are not so sensitive as white, and though of course I do not approve of slavery, I do think a great deal of unneeded pity has been wasted on slaves by people who took it for granted that being men and brothers they had the same feelings as ourselves, either in mind or body. No one with the same feelings as we could go so readily through the burning cure, kaya. In Mashonaland I have seen people walking on narrow paths only suited to people who have never learnt to turn out their toes, all overhung with thorny bushes which not only tore our clothes but our skins. The black people only had white scratches as if they were made of Morocco leather. If by any chance a knock really brought a bit of flesh or skin off, and blood annoyed them by streaming down, they would clutch up a handful of grass with a dry leaf or stick and wipe the wound out quite roughly. We had never put ourselves into the charge of such wild people as the Garas, far wilder in every way than the Bedouin of the Hadhramout, inasmuch as they have far less contact with civilisation. The Bedou of Southern Arabia is, to my mind, distinctly of an aboriginal race. He has nothing to do with the Arabs, and was probably there just as he is now, centuries before the Arabs found a footing in this country. He is every bit as wild as the African savage, and not nearly so submissive to discipline, and is endowed with a spirit of independence which makes him resent the slightest approach to legal supervision. When once away from the influence of Wali Suleiman, they paid no heed to the orders of the soldiers sent by him, and during the time we were with them we had the unpleasant feeling that we were entirely in their power. They would not march longer than they liked, they would only take us where they wished, and they were unpleasantly familiar. With difficulty we kept them out of our tents, and if we asked them not to sing at night and disturb our rest, they always set to work with greater vigour. 17 of these men, nearly naked, armed as I have described, and wild looking in the extreme, formed our bodyguard, and if we attempted to give an order which did not please them, they would independently reply, "We are all sheiks, we are not slaves," and at the same time they paid the greatest deference to their chief, the old Sheikh Sehel, and expected us to do the same. Sheikh Sehel was the head of the Beit al-Kathan, which is the chief of the many families into which the Gara tribe is divided, and consequently he was recognized as the chief of all the Garas. He was a wizened, very avaricious looking old man, who must have been close upon 70, and though he owned 500 head of cattle and 70 camels, he dressed his old bones in nothing save a loin cloth, and his matted grey locks were adorned and kept together by a simple leather thong twisted several times round his forehead. Despite his appearance he was a great man in his limited sphere, and for the weeks that were to come we were completely in his power. He had the exclusive charge of me and my camel, which he led straight through everything, regardless of the fact that I was on several occasions nearly knocked off by the branches of trees, and if my seat was uncomfortable, which it often was, as well as precarious, for we all sat on luggage indifferently tied on, we had the greatest work to make Sheikh Sehel stop to rectify the discomfort, for he was the sheikh of all the Garas, as he constantly repeated, and his dignity was not to be trifled with. The 17 sheikhs got half $1 a day each for food, their slaves a quarter. Our expedition nearly came to an untimely end a very few days after our start, owing, as my husband himself confessed, to a little indiscretion on his part, but as the event serves to illustrate the condition of the men we were with, I must not fail to recount it. During our day's march we met with a large company of the Al Katan family pasturing their flocks and herds in a pleasant valley. Great greetings took place, and our men carried off 2 goats for an evening feast. When night approached they lit a fire of wood, and piled stones on the embers so as to form a heated surface. On these they placed the meat, cut in strips with their swords, the entrails, the heads, and every part of the animal, until their kitchen looked like a ghastly sacrifice to appease the anger of some deity. I must confess that the smell thereof was exceeding savoury, and the picture presented by these hungry savages gathered round the lurid light of their kitchen was weird in the extreme. Daggers were used for knives, 2 fingers for forks, and we stood at a respectful distance and watched them gorge. And so excited did they become as they consumed the flesh that one could almost have supposed them to be under the influence of strong drink. Several friends joined them from the neighbouring hills, and far into the night they carried on their wild orgy, singing, shouting, and periodically letting off the guns which the soldiers sent by Wali Suleiman brought with them. We retired in due course to our tent and our beds, but not to sleep, for in addition to their discordant songs, in rushing to and fro they would catch in our tent guys and give us sudden shocks, which rendered sleep impossible. Exasperated at this beyond all bearing, my husband at length rushed out and caught a Bedou in the very act of tumbling over a guy. Needless to say, a well-placed kick sent him quickly about his business, and after this silence was established and we got some repose. Next morning, however, when we were prepared to start, we found our Bedouin all seated in a silent, solemn phalanx, refusing to move. "What is the matter?" my husband asked. "Why are we not ready to start?" And from amongst them arose a stern, freezing reply: "You must return to Al Hafa. We can travel no more with you, as Theodore has kicked Sheikh Sehel." For by this time they had become acquainted with our Christian names, and never used any other appellative. We felt that the aspect of affairs was serious, and that in the night season he had been guilty of an indiscretion which might imperil both our safety and the farther progress of our journey. So we affected to take the matter as a joke, laughed heartily, patted Sheikh Sehel on the back, said that we did not know who it was, and my husband entered into a solemn compact that if they would not catch in our guys again, he would never kick His Majesty any more. It was surprising to see how soon the glum faces relaxed, and how soon all ill feeling was forgotten. In a very few minutes life and bustle, chattering and good humour reigned in our camp, and we were excellent friends again. It was on the 3rd day after leaving Al Hafa that we passed through one of the districts where frankincense is still collected, in a narrow valley running down from the mountains into the plain of Dhofar. The valley was covered for miles with this shrub, the trunk of which when punctured emits the odoriferous gum. We did not see any very large trees such as we did in Sokotra. The Bedouin choose the hot season, when the gum flows most freely, to do this puncturing. During the rains of July and August, and during the cool season, the trees are left alone. The first step is to make an incision in the trunk, then they strip off a narrow bit of bark below the hole, so as to make a receptacle in which the milky juice, the spuma pinguis of Pliny, can lodge and harden. Then the incision is deepened, and after 7 days they return to collect what are, by that time, quite big tears of frankincense, larger than an egg. The shrub itself is a picturesque one, with a leaf not unlike an ash, only stiffer. It has a tiny green flower, not red like the Sokotra flowers, and a scaly bark. In all there are 3 districts in the Gara mountains where the tree still grows. Anciently, no doubt, it was found in much larger quantities. But the demand for frankincense is now so very limited that they take no care whatever of the trees. They only tap the most promising ones, and those that grow farther west in the Mari country, as they produce an inferior quality, are not now tapped at all. The best is obtained at spots called Hoye and Haski, about 4 days' journey inland from Merbat, where the Gara mountains slope down into the Nejd desert. The second in quality comes from near Cape Risout, and also a little farther west, at a place called Chisen near Rakhiout, frankincense of a marketable quality is obtained. But that farther west in the Mari country is not collected now, being much inferior. The best quality they call Leban Lakt, and the second quality Leban Resimi, and about 9,000 hundredweight are exported yearly and sent to Bombay. It is only collected in the hot weather, before the rains begin and when the gum flows freely, in the months of March, April, and May, for during the rains the tracks on the Gara mountains are impassable. The trees belong to the various families of the Gara tribe. Each tree is marked and known to its owner, and the product is sold wholesale to Banyan merchants, who come to Dhofar just before the monsoons to take it away. One must imagine that when this industry was at its height, in the days when frankincense was valued not only for temple ritual but for domestic use, the trade in these mountains must have been very active, and the cunning old Sabaean merchants, who liked to keep the monopoly of this drug, told wonderful stories of the phoenix which guarded the trees, of the insalubrity of the climate, and of the deadly vapours which came from them when punctured for the gum. Needless to say, these were all false commercial inventions, which apparently succeeded admirably, for the old classical authors were exceedingly vague as to the localities whence frankincense came. Merchants came in their ships to the port of Moscha, which we shall presently visit, to get cargoes of the drug, but they probably knew as little as we did of the interior of the hills behind, and one of the reasons why Aelius Gallus was sent to Arabia by Augustus in his unsuccessful campaign was to discover where Arabian gold and frankincense came from. Early Arabian authors are far more explicit, and we gather from Makrisi, Ibn Khaldun, and others something more definite about Dhofar and the frankincense trade, and of the prince of this district who had the monopoly of the trade, and punished its infringement with death. These writers, when compared with the classical ones, assist us greatly in identifying localities. The Portuguese knew about Dhofar and its productions, for Camoens in his 10th Lusiad 716 writes, "O'er Dhofar's plain the richest incense breathes. But not until Dr. Carter coasted along here some 50 years ago was it definitely known that this was the chief locality in Arabia which produced the drug. Myrrh, too, grows in large quantities in the Gara range, and we obtained specimens of it in close proximity to the frankincense tree. The gum of the myrrh tree is much redder than ordinary gum arabic, whereas the frankincense gum is considerably whiter. The commerce of Dhofar must have been exceedingly rich in those ancient days, as is evidenced by the size and extent of the Sabæan ruins on the plain. They are the most easterly ruins which have been found in Arabia of the Sabæan period, and probably owe their origin entirely to the drug trade. For the first few days of our journey we suffered greatly from the unruliness of the camels. They danced about like wild things at first, and scattered our belongings far and wide, and all of us in our turns had serious falls, and during those days boxes and packages kept flying about in all directions. Imam Sharif had his travelling trunk broken to pieces, and the contents scattered right and left, and some treasured objects of jewellery therein contained were never recovered. So scarce did rope become during our journey that the Bedouin had actually to take the leather thongs which bound their matted locks together to lead the camels with, and rope was almost the only thing they tried to steal from us while we were in their company. At length our means of tying became so exhausted that we had to send a messenger back to buy rope from Wali Suleiman, and obtained a large sackful for 2 rials. Our new supply of rope was made of aloe fibre, barely twisted in one thin strand, and at every camp we had to set up a rope walk to make ropes that would not break. The Garas were always cutting off short bits to tie round their hair or their necks. The servants, headed by Lobo, had to be very sharp in picking up all the pieces lying about after unloading, or we should soon have been at a loss again. We originally understood that Sheikh Sehel was going to take us up to the mountains by a valley still farther west, but for some reason which we shall never know he refused. Some said the Mahri tribe was giving trouble in this direction, others that the road was too difficult for camels. At any rate we had partially to retrace our steps, and following along the foot of the mountains found ourselves encamped not so many miles away from Al-Hafa. End of chapter 19. Recording by Sienna Sayre, Fresno, California. Chapter 20 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 20. The Gara Mountains. At length we turned our faces towards the Gara Mountains with considerable interest and curiosity, and prepared to ascend them by a tortuous valley, the Wadi Gersid, which dives into their very midst, and forms the usual approach for camels, as the mountain sides in other parts are too precipitous. After riding up the valley for a few miles, we came across one of the small lakes of which we were in quest, nestling in a rocky hole, and with its fine boulders hung with ferns and vegetation, forming altogether one of the most ideal spots we had ever seen. That arid Arabia could produce so lovely a spot was to us one of the greatest surprises of our lives. Water birds and water plants were here to be found in abundance, and the hill slopes around were decked with fine sycamores and acacia trees. amongst the branches of which sweet white jessamine, several species of convolvulus, and other creepers climb. The water was deliciously cool, rushing forth from 3 different points in the rock, among maidenhair and other ferns, into the basin which formed the lake; but it is impregnated with lime, which leaves a deposit all down the valley along its course. Evidence of the mighty rush of water during the rains is seen on all sides. Rubbish is then cast into the branches of the great fig trees, and the Bedouin told us that at times this valley is entirely full of water and quite impassable. Next day we pursued our way up the gorge of Gersid, climbing higher and higher, making our way through dense woods, often dangerous for the camel riders, and obliging us frequently to dismount. Merchants who visited Dhofar in pursuit of their trade knew of these valleys, and not unnaturally brought home glowing accounts of their fertility, and thus gained for Arabia a reputation which has been thought to be exaggerated. In the Wadi Gersid, amongst the dense vegetation which makes the spot a veritable paradise, we came across many Bedouin of the Beit al-Kathan family tending their flocks and dwelling in the caves. They were all exceedingly obsequious to Sheikh Sehel, and we soon found that he was a veritable king amongst them, and forthwith we gave up any attempt to guide our own footsteps, but left ourselves entirely in his hands, to take us whither he would, and spend as long about it as he liked. One thing which interested us very much was to see the greetings of the Bedouin. For an acquaintance they merely rub the palms of their hands when they meet, and then kiss the tips of their respective fingers; for an intimate friend they join hands and kiss each other; but for a relative they not only join hands, but they rub noses, and finally kiss on either cheek. Whenever we met a party of their friends on our way, it was a signal for a halt that these greetings might be observed, and then followed a pipe. At first we rather resented these halts, but they take such a short time over their whiff of tobacco, and are so disconsolate without it, that we soon gave up complaints at these delays. They literally only take one whiff and pass the stone pipe on, so that a halt for a smoke seldom lasts more than 5 minutes, and all are satisfied. Sheikh Sehel met many of his relatives in the Wadi Gersid, and his nose was subject to many energetic rubs, and the novelty of this greeting, about which one had vaguely read in years gone by, excited our interest deeply. But at the same time we were thankful we were not likely to meet any relatives in the valley, and to have to undergo the novel sensations in person. Every afternoon, when our tents were pitched and our baggage open, whole rows of Bedouin would sit outside asking for medicine. Pills of special violence, of course, and quinine were the chief drugs required. And then we had many sore eyes and revolting sores of every description, requiring closer attention. As to the pills, we had some difficulty in getting the Bedouin not to chew them, but when one man, Mas'a by name, solemnly chewed 5 Holloway's pills, and was very sick after so doing, it began to dawn upon them that our method was the right one. Most embarrassing of all our patients was old Sheikh Sehel himself. Fortune had been kind to him in most respects. She had given him wealth and power amongst men, and the fickle goddess had bestowed upon him 2 wives, but alas, no offspring, and to seek for a remedy for this, to a savage, overwhelming disaster, he came with his headmen to the tent of the European medicine men. It was in vain for my husband to tell him that he had brought no remedy for this complaint. They had seen him on one or two occasions consult a small medicine book, and their only reply to his negative was, "The book, get out the book, Theodore," and he had solemnly to pretend to go through the volume before they could be convinced that he had no medicine to meet the case. It was curious to hear their morning greeting, "Sabak, Theodore, Sabak, Mabel." The women of the Gara tribe are timid creatures, small, and not altogether ill-looking. In fact, the Garas are, as a tribe, undersized and of small limbs, but exceedingly active and lithe. The women do not possess the wealth in savage jewelry which we found to be the case in the Hadhramout the previous year, nor do they paint themselves so grotesquely with turmeric and other dyes, but indulge only in a few patches of black sticky stuff like cobbler's wax on their faces and a touch of antimony round their eyes and joining their eyebrows. They wear no veils, and at first we could not get near them, as they ran away in terror at our approach. They have but poor jewelry, silver necklaces, armlets, nose, toe, and finger rings. One evening, when up in the mountains, we were told that the harem wished to see us, and we were conducted to a spot just out of sight of our tents, where sat three females on the ground looking miserably shy, and in their nervousness they plucked and ate grass, and constantly, as we approached, retreated 3 or 4 steps back and seated themselves again. Presently, after much persuasion, we got one of them to come to the tent and accept a present of needles and other oddments, the delight of womankind all the world over. Altogether these Gara women formed a marked and pleasant contrast to the Bedouin women in the Hadhramout, who literally besieged us in our tent and never gave us any peace. It is interesting to read in the Periplus, page 32, a description of this coast and of the high mountains behind, where men dwell in holes. We often went to visit the troglodytes in their cave homes, where we found men, women, and children living with their flocks and herds in happy harmony. The floor of their caves is soft and springy, the result of the deposits of generations of cattle. In the dark recesses of the cave the kids are kept during their mother's absence at the pasture, and though these caves are slightly odoriferous, we found them cool and refreshing after the external heat. In some of them huts are erected for the families, and in one cave we found almost a village of huts, but in the smaller ones they have no covering, and when in the open the Gara cares for nothing but a tree to shelter him. All their farm implements are of the most primitive nature. The churn is just a skin hung on 3 sticks, which a woman shakes about until she obtains her butter. Ghee or rancid butter is one of the chief exports of Dhofar. They practice too a pious fraud on their cows by stretching a calf skin on a stick, and when the cow licks this she is satisfied and the milk comes freely. They have but few pots and pans, and these of the dirtiest description, so when we got milk from them we always sent our own utensils. In these valleys, by rocks near the streams and under trees, live, the Bedouin told us, those curious semi-divine spirits which they call jinni, the propitiating of which seems to be the chief form of religion amongst them. One morning, as we were riding up a narrow gorge beneath the shade of a beetling cliff, our guide suddenly set up a sing-song chant, which they continued for fully 10 minutes. Alaik Sobera, Alaik Sobera were the words which they constantly repeated, and which were addressed, they told us, to the Genii of the rocks, a supplication to allow us to pass in safety. Genii also inhabit the lakes in the Gara mountains, and it is considered dangerous to wet your feet in them, for you will catch a fever. We could not induce the Bedouin to gather a water plant we coveted in one of them for this reason. They inhabit, too, the caves where the people dwell, and have to be propitiated with suitable offerings. In fact, the fear of Genii and the skill of certain magicians in keeping them friendly are the only tangible form of religion that we could discover amongst them. When at the coast villages they outwardly conform to the Mohammedan customs, but when away in their mountains they abandon them altogether. During the time we were with them they never performed either the prayers or the ablutions required by the Moslem creed, and the only thing approaching a religious festival amongst them that we heard of is an annual festival held by the Garas in November by the side of one of their lakes, to which all the members of the different families repair, and at which a magician sits on a rock in the centre of a group of dancing Bedouin to propitiate, with certain formulas, the Genii of the lake. Amongst the Bedouin of the Hadhramout we notice the same absence of religious observances and the same superstitious dread of Genii. But at the same time I fully believe they have their own sacred places and festivals, which they conceal as much as possible from the fanatical Moslems who dwell amongst them. A Bedouin never fasts during Ramadan, and does not object to do his work during the month of abstinence, but he goes to mosque and says his prayers when occasion brings him to the coast. It seems to me a curious coincidence that in many other Mohammedan countries we have visited we have come across the same story of concealed religion as practised by the nomad races. We have the Ali Ullahi in the Persian mountains, about whose secret rites horrible stories are told. We have the Ansairi and the Druses in the Lebanon, and the nomad Yoroks of Asia Minor, and the Dunme of Salonika, about all of whom the strict Mohammedans of the towns tell you exactly the same story that we heard about the Bedouin of southern Arabia. They are all looked upon as heathen by the Moslems, and accredited with secret rites and ceremonies about which no definite knowledge can be gained. And thus it would seem that throughout the length and breadth of Islam there are survivals of more ancient cults which the followers of Muhammad have never been able to eradicate, cults which no doubt would offer points of vast interest to the anthropologist if it were possible to unravel the mysteries which surround them. We were for ever hearing stories of Genii amongst the Gara Bedouin, and all we could gather was that when propitiated they are friendly to the human race. Old Sheikh Sehel and his men stuck to it that they had constantly seen Genii, and their belief in them seems deeply rooted. This word is pronounced Guinea in southern Arabia. On January 4 we were at Beit el Katan. We had to climb on foot. The valley became narrower as we went on, and the cliffs at the side were full of long caverns, with great stumpy stalactites and stalagmites, looking like teeth in gigantic mouths. The rocks we had to climb up were very rough and rugged, but where millions of camels' feet in thousands of years had polished them, they were quite smooth and slippery. When we got above the woods, all very hot, we were able to ride again, at an elevation of 2,600 feet, on undulating grassy ground. We encamped under 2 large fig trees, and the weather being cloudy and windy were glad to find a quantity of wood ready gathered, the remains of a night shelter. There was muddy water at a little distance. The climate seems most healthy, in winter at least. Three kinds of figs grow here. Some are little purple ones with narrow leaves, and some large red ones with broad leaves. Leaving the Wadi Ghursid, we had a beautiful journey. We too enjoyed every minute of the 3 hours and a half. We went up the valley through a thick forest of lovely trees. There were myrtles, ilex, figs, acacia, and a quantity of other trees, with climbing cacti and other creepers, and great high trees of jasmine. Sometimes it was hard enough to get through the bushes and under the trees, perched up aloft on our camels. We were down in the river bed part of the time, and then climbing through the forest to get to the top of the falls. Above the forest rise tiers of cliffs, and there were trees at the top on a tableland, as well as large isolated trees on most of the mountain tops, sheltering many birds. We had to wait fully an hour for our tent, as the servants' camels were somehow belated, and it was considered to be all owing to the jinni, whose abode we passed. Large white bustards assembled round our camp. Once we were settled, there was the usual run on the medicine chest. A very nice Bedou soldier, a man, the head one, was given 5 pills into one hand by my husband, and as he insisted on grasping his weapons with his other, he had such difficulty in consuming them that I had to hold a cup of water for him to sip from. Madar trees grow about, and the Bedouin make clothes from the silky fibres. We ascended a good deal the following day, to a point whence our view extended over the great central desert. It looked like a blue sea with a yellow shore. We then turned a little to the south, then north again, and found ourselves among a quantity of wooded spurs, and on the edge of a deep wooded wadi. Right up to the tops of the mountains, which reach an elevation of about 3,000 feet, the ground is fertile and covered with grass, on which large herds of cattle feed. Clusters of sycamores and limes, growing here and there, give to the undulating hills quite a park-like appearance. As we happened to be there in the dry season, the grass was all brown and slippery, and there stood around us acres upon acres of hay, with no one to harvest it. But after the rains, the aspect of the Gara hills must be as green and pleasant as those of Derbyshire. The dry grass often catches fire, and from the mountains in various directions we saw columns of smoke arising as if from the chimneys of a manufacturing district. The country through which we travelled for the next 2 days is covered with thorny bushes and ant hills, and is more like Africa than Arabia. The ant hills, though very extensive, were not so fantastic as those we saw in Africa. We were going eastward over high ground. We decided to halt for 2 nights near a pretty little hole full of maidenhair fern, where there was water. It was nice and clean at first, but even at the end of the first day it was much diminished and very muddy. Travellers like ourselves must be a great nuisance drinking up the scanty supply of water which might last the inhabitants for a long while. We had hoped to get a good rest after our many days of marching, but while we were here there came on the most frightful hurricane from the north. It blew steadily for 2 days and nights, and put all rest out of the question. With difficulty could we keep our tents erect. When we were in ours we had to be tightly tied in, and sit next to the sunniest wall. In the evening, when the wind abated a little, we used to sit by a large fire, dressed in blankets. The piercing blasts quite shrivelled up our poor unclad conductors, who crouched in an inert mass round log fires which they made. We were obliged to remain inactive, for they said the camels would not move during this wind, though I believe the cause of inaction rose more from their own dislike to travel in the cold, and so inert were they that we could hardly get them to fetch us water from the neighbouring spring, their whole energy being expended in fetching huge logs of wood to keep the fires burning, and I think they were all pleased when the time came to descend to the lower regions again and a warmer atmosphere. We were afraid to start before the sun was up for fear the camels would be too cold to move, and he did not visit us very early. Sheikh Sehel promised to take us across the Gara border into Nejd if we wished, but as it would have entailed a considerable delay and parley with the sheikhs of the Nejd Bedouin, and as we could see from our present vantage ground that the country would afford us absolutely no objects of interest, we decided not to attempt this expedition. On leaving our very exposed and nameless camping ground, we pursued our course in a north-east direction, still passing through the same park-like scenery, through acres and acres of lovely hay, to be had for nothing a ton. It is exceedingly slippery, and dangerous foothold for the camels. Consequently, numerous falls were the result, and much of our journey had to be done on foot. We and they used involuntarily to sit down and slide and be brought up suddenly by a concealed rock. To the south the descent is abrupt and rocky to the plain of Dhofar and the Indian Ocean, and the horizon line on either side is remarkably similar, for in the far, far distance the sandy desert becomes a straight blue line like a horizon of water. To the east and west the arid barrenness of Arabia soon asserts itself, whereas the undulating Gara range, like the Cotswold, is fertile, and rounded with deep valleys, and ravines running into it, full of rich tropical vegetation. On the second day we began again to descend a hideously steep path, and a drop of about 1,500 feet brought us to a remarkable cave just above the plain, and only about 10 or 12 miles from Al Hafa. This cave burrows far into the mountain side, and is curiously hung with stalactites, and contains the deserted huts of a Bedou village, only inhabited during the rains. Immediately below this cave in the Wadi Nahast are the ruins of an extensive Sabaean town, in the centre of which is a natural hole 150 feet deep, and about 50 feet in diameter. Around this hole are the remains of walls, and the columns of a large entrance gate. We asked for information about this place, but all we could get in reply was that it was the well of the Adites, the name always associated with the ruins of the bygone race. They also said the Minqui had lived in the town. In my opinion, this spot is the site of the oracle mentioned by Ptolemy and others, from which the capital of Dhofar took its name. It much resembles the deep natural holes which we found in Cilicia in Asia Minor, where the oracles of the Corikian and Olbian Zeus were situated. It is just below the great cave I have mentioned, and as a remarkable natural phenomenon it must have been looked upon with awe in ancient days, and it was a seat of worship, as the ruined walls and gateway prove. Furthermore, it is just half a day's journey east of the city of Mansura or Zufar, where Ibn Battuta somewhat contemptuously says is al-Akhaf, the abode of the Adites, and there is no other point on the plain of Dhofar where the oracle could satisfactorily be located from existing evidence. Some time, perhaps, an enterprising archaeologist may be able to open the ruins about here and verify the identification from epigraphical evidence. When we reached the valley, Imam Sharif said, "We do not know how we got down that place, for all of our feet was each 36 inches from the other foot. We had such trouble squeezing through the trees too." We encamped not at all far from the deep hole, and at first were too hot and tired after our tremendous clamber to look around, but my husband found it in his sunset stroll and came and called to me to hurry out while light yet lingered, in such joyful tones that I asked, "Is it Dianae Oraculum?" Before starting in the morning we went to visit some troglodytes, dirty but pleasant, and willing for us to see all there was to be seen, and as anxious to see us; indeed they wished to see more of me than I thought convenient, but fortunately my husband's collar stud came undone, and they all crowded to see his white chest amid shouts of "Shuf Theodore!" (Look at Theodore!). One of these people had fever and another neuralgia. We found neuralgia pretty common in Arabia. Quassia chips were given to each to steep in water, but carefully tied up in different coloured cotton bags. Our way was very uninteresting, due south to the sea at Rizat. My husband's camel required repacking, and he and Hassan managed to lose sight of the rest of the kafilah. Imam Sharif and I went on without perceiving that the rest had stopped. We had to wait an hour to be found. I dismounted and sat in a circle of 13 men. When one of them wished to attract my attention, he tapped me on the knee with sword or stick, saying, "Ya, Mabel!" (Oh, Mabel!) One of the first days I heard them consulting what my name might be. Several were suggested, but at last they thought it must be Fatima, and to try called Ya Fatima. I said my name is not Fatima. Then they asked, and thus they learnt our names. They said they did not wish us to give them orders of any kind, as they were sheikhs, certainly not through the soldiers. We are gentlemen and they are slaves, and if we choose we can kill them. What is it to us? We shall have to pay 400 rials, but we can give a camel each and can well afford it. We are rich. I must say these men were often very kind to me. End of chapter 20. Recording by Sienna Sayre, Fresno, California. Chapter 21 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 21. The Identification of Abyssopolis. We now pursued our way along the coastline of Dhofar in easterly direction. Wali Suleiman entertained us for a night at a farm he had built at a place called Rizat, the land around which is watered by an abundant stream. His garden was rich in many kinds of fruits, and on our arrival, hot and weary from the road, he spread a carpet for us under the shade of a mulberry tree while our camp was pitched, and ordered a slave to pick us a dishful of the fruit, which was exceedingly refreshing. Besides this, he provided us with papayas, gourds, vegetables, and all sorts of delicacies to which we had been strangers during our wanderings in the Gara mountains. In this genial retreat Wali Suleiman passed much of his time, leaving behind him at Al Hafa the cares of state and the everlasting bickerings in his harem. The next morning, refreshed and supplied with the requisites for another journey, we started off again in our easterly course towards Takha, the most important village at the east end of the plain of Dhofar. As we rode across the plain, we were perpetually harassed by the thought as to where the excellent harbour could be, which is mentioned by all ancient writers as frequented by the frankincense merchants, and which modern writers such as Dr. Glaser and Sir E. H. Bunbury agree in considering to be some little way west of Merbat. Yakut tells us how the ancient ships on their way to and from India tarried there during the monsoons, and he further tells us that it was 20 parasangs east of the capital. The Periplus speaks of it as Moscha, Ptolemy as Abyssapolis, and the Arabs as Merbat. But as there is no harbourage actually at Merbat, it clearly could not be there. So as we went along we pondered on this question, and wondered if this celebrated harbour was, after all, a myth. It was a most uninteresting ride along this coast, flat and for the most part barren, broken here and there by lagoons of brackish and evil-smelling water and mangrove swamps. On the way we saw antelopes and foxes with white bushy tails. One night we encamped by one of these river beds on slightly rising ground, and were devoured by mosquitoes, and so pestilent are these insects here that they not only attacked us, but tormented our camels to such a degree that they were constantly jumping up in the night and making such hideous demonstrations of their discomfort that our rest was considerably interfered with. When we reached Takha after a ride of 15 miles, we found ourselves once more amongst a heap, or rather two heaps of Sabaean ruins, which had not been so much disturbed by subsequent occupants as those at the capital, but at the same time they were not nearly so fine, and the columns were mostly undecorated. There were also some very rough sarcophagi. The Wali of Takha received us well, and placed his house at our disposal, but it was so dirty we elected to pitch our tents, and encamped some little distance from the village. On the following morning the Wali sent us with a guide to inspect some ruins round the neighbouring headland, which forms one end of the bay, of which Ras Risout is the other. The rock of which it is composed is white in all the sheltered parts and where the path is polished, and nearly black in the exposed parts. When we reached the other side of this promontory, to our amazement we saw before us a long sheet of water stretching nearly 2 miles inland, broken by many little creeks, and in some parts fully half a mile wide. This sheet of water, which is called Khor Ruri, had been silted up at its mouth by a sandbank, over which the sea could only make its way at high tide, and the same belt of sand separated from it a fortified rock, Katia by name, which must formerly have been an island protecting the double entrance to what once must have been an excellent harbour, and which could be again restored to its former condition by an outlay of very little capital and labour. We were the more amazed at coming across this sheet of water, as it is not marked in the Admiralty chart. Surely there can be no doubt that this is the harbour which was anciently used by the merchants who came to this coast for frankincense. It would be absolutely secure at all seasons of the year, and it is just 20 parasangs from the ruins of the ancient capital, exactly where it ought to be in fact, and probably the Arabs called it Merbat, a name which has been retained in the modern village on the sheltering headland, where we landed when we first reached Dhofar. As for the name Moscha, given in the Periplus, it is like Mocha, a name given to several bays on the Arabian coast, and I think we discovered why Ptolemy called it Abyssapolis, as I will presently explain. We ascended the rock at the entrance, took a photograph of the sheet of water, and felt that we had at last succeeded in reconstructing the geography of this interesting bit of country. I hear that the Egyptologists are in search of a harbour to which the expedition to the land of Punt was made under the enterprising Queen Hatassu. Some imagine that this coast of Arabia was the destination of this expedition, and I herewith call their attention to this spot, for I know of none other more likely on the barren, harbourless coast between Aden and Maskat. If we take the illustration of this expedition given in the temple of Deir al-Bahari, we have, to begin with, the frankincense trees, the long straight line of water running inland, the cattle and the birds, then the huts which the Bedouin build on tall poles, approached by ladders, from which they can inspect the produce of their land and drive off marauders, look exactly like those thereon depicted. All that we want are the apes, which certainly do not now exist in the Gara mountains, but it is just the spot where one would expect to find them, and in a district where the human race has been reduced to the smallest point, there is no reason why the kindred race of apes should not have disappeared altogether. Apes still exist near Aden. We had great difficulty in getting the camels to face the water and carry us to the peninsula, the water being halfway up their sides. On climbing up we saw columns lying about, and there had been a wall all around the summit. It had originally been built in courses with roughly squared stones, as we could see near the doorway, but the present wall is of ordinary broken stones. Leaving the harbour behind us, we again approached the mountains, and, after journeying inland for about 8 miles, we found the valley leading up to the mountains choked up by a most remarkable formation caused by the calcareous deposit of ages, from a series of streams which precipitate themselves over a stupendous wall in feathery waterfalls. This abyss is perfectly sheer, and hung in fantastic confusion with stalactites. At its middle it is 550 feet in depth, and its greatest length is about a mile. It is quite one of the most magnificent natural phenomena I have ever seen, and suggestive of comparison with the calcareous deposits in New Zealand and Yellowstone Park, and to those who visited this harbour in ancient days it must have been a familiar object, so no wonder that when they went home and talked about it, the town near it was called the City of the Abyss, and Ptolemy, as was his wont, gave the spot a fresh appellative, just as he called the capital the Oracle of Artemis. About a quarter of a mile from the western side of the whole abyss is a small conical mountain, about 1,000 feet high, which looks as if it had once stood free but were now nearly smothered by the petrifaction of the overflowing water. It rises above the level top of the cliffs, and has about a quarter of a mile of abyss on one side, which is only 300 feet in depth, and half a mile on the other. It is all wooded. The larger side and the upper plain is called Derbat, and the smaller Merbat or Merga. The 3 days we spent in exploring the neighbourhood of this abyss were the brightest and pleasantest of all during this expedition. Our camp was pitched under shady trees about half a mile from the foot of the abyss, whither we could wander and repose under the shade of enormous plantains which grew around the watercourse, and listen to the splashing of the stream as it was precipitated over the rock to irrigate the ground below, where the Bedouin had nice little gardens in which the vegetation was profuse. One day we spent in photography and sketching, wandering about the foot of the rocky wall, and another day, starting early in the morning, with one camel to carry our things, we set off to climb the hill by a tortuous path under shady trees, which conducted us along the side of the hill, and got lovely glimpses of the abyss on both sides through the branches. On reaching the summit we found ourselves on an extensive and well timbered flat meadow, along which we walked for a mile or so. It was covered with cattle belonging to the Bedouin grazing on its rich pasturage. It seemed like the place Jack reached when he had climbed up the beanstalk. At length we came to two lovely narrow lakes, joined together by a rapid meandering stream. Delicious spots to look upon, with well wooded hills on either side, and a wealth of timber in every direction. We lunched and took our midday siesta under a wide spreading sycamore by the stream, after walking up alongside the lakes for nearly 2 miles. Fat milch cows, not unlike our own, were feeding by the rushing stream. Birds of all descriptions filled the branches of the trees. Water hens and herons and ducks were in abundance on one of the lakes. Bulrushes and water weeds grew in them. It would be an ideal spot in any country, but in Arabia it was a marvel. The trees were loaded with climbing cactus and a large purple convolvulus with great round leaves. We wanted to get some water plants, easily to be obtained if any one would have entered the lake in which they grew, but the jinni or genie who lives there, our old friend the genius of the Arabian Nights, was so dangerous that the plants had to be hooked out with sticks and branches tied to strings. Sheikh Sehel maintains that he has seen Guinea in that neighbourhood. This wide-spreading meadow can be watered at will by damming up the streams which lead the water from the lakes to the abyss, and in a large cave near the edge of the precipice dwells a family of pastoral Bedouin who own this happy valley. Before leaving the higher level, we went to the edge and peered over into the hollow below, where, far beneath us, was our camping ground among the trees, and in the sun's rays the waterfall over the white cliff gave out beautiful rainbows. We had to cross much swampy ground, and got our feet wet, without catching the inevitable fever. Imam Sharif camped away from us one night, and found that the streams which feed them have their source up in the limestone, about 2 days' journey from them. The Bedouin are exceedingly proud of them, and in the absence of much water in their country they naturally look upon them with almost superstitious awe and veneration. Perhaps in Scotland one might be more inclined to call them mountain tarns, for neither of them is more than a mile in length, and in parts they are very narrow, yet they are deep, and as the people at Al Hafa proudly told us, you could float thereon any steamer you liked, which may or may not be true, but their existence in a country like Arabia is, after all, their chief cause for renown. This really is Arabia Felix. If ever this tract of country comes into the hands of a civilized nation, it will be capable of great and useful development, supposing the harbour restored to receive ships of moderate size, the Gara hills, rich in grass and vegetation, with an ample supply of water and regular rains, and furthermore, with the most delicious and health-giving air, might be of inestimable value as a granary and a health resort for the inhabitants of the burnt-up centres of Arabian commerce, Aden and Maskat. It is, as I have said, about half-way between them, and it is the only fertile stretch of coastline along that arid frontage of the Arabian Peninsula on the Indian Ocean. Every November a fair or gala is held up here by the side of the lakes, to which all the Bedouin of the Gara tribe come and make merry, and the fair of Derbat is considered by them the great festival of the year. A round rock was shown us on which the chief magician sits to exorcise the genie of the lakes, and around him the people dance. There is doubtless some religious purport connected with all this, But, as I have said before, it is extremely difficult to get anything out of the Bedouin about their religious opinions. Like the Bedouin of the Hadhramout, they do not observe the prayers and ablutions inculcated by the Mohammedan creed, and the Arabs speak of them as heathen, but beyond this we could not find out much. Their language, too, is different from anything we had heard before. They can understand and converse in Arabic after a fashion, but when speaking amongst themselves, none of our party, Arab or European, could make out anything they said, and from such simple words as we were able to learn, such, for example, as oft for Wadi, a valley, Shur instead of Yom for day, and Ko instead of Nar for a river, we were led to believe that they speak an entirely different language and not a dialect as in the Hadhramout. As we passed through the hay, the Gara had gathered up a lot of it in sacks, which they put under the camels' loads by day and used as beds by night, and between times applied to quite a different purpose. One of these sacks was used as a combined dish and strainer when they boiled their rice. The rice was turned out of the pot, and as soon as the cook had scraped it all out with his hands they sat round, and fed themselves with handfuls of it. After another day spent over sketching, photography and measurements, we felt we had thoroughly explored the neighbourhood of the abyss, so we started back to Al Hafa to prepare for our departure from Dhofar. It took us 3 days to get there. We stayed a night on the way on some high ground above one of the swamps, and on the second day stopped to visit Hamran or Hameron, where the wali had built a small fort and a farm, which supplied him when at Rizat with butter, vegetables and fruit. He also grew tobacco there. We found ourselves once more in our old quarters in the castle, where many fleas had been born in our absence, while the flies and mosquitoes were not diminished. The wali had more prisoners. We again visited Rabat and the other ruins. The interests which centred in this small district, the ancient sites, the abyss, and, above all, the surprising fertility of the valleys and mountains, the delicious health-giving air, and the immunity from actual danger which we had enjoyed, combined in making us feel that our sojourn in Dhofar had been one of the most enjoyable and productive of any expedition we had hitherto undertaken, and that we had discovered a real paradise in the wilderness, which will be a rich prize for the civilized nation which is enterprising enough to appropriate it. End of chapter 21. Recording by Sienna Sayre, Fresno, California. Chapter 22 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 22. Sailing from Kasr to Aden. Our object had been to go across from Dhofar by land to the Hadhramout across the Mari country. Wali Suleiman had done all in his power to help us, but without much success, as the Gara were more or less at war with the Mari, who are a dangerous warlike tribe. When we first left Al Hafa, a message had been sent to the Mari chiefs to come and arrange about our journey, but on our return we found that only 2 had come. They said if we would give them 200 rials, that is about 12 pounds, they would let us go through their country, but they made no allusion to the request that they would arrange with the Minahali, Amri, Katiri, and Tamimi. As far as we and the wali could make out, they would only have let us go a certain way along their coast, and then we should have been in difficulty about a ship. The reply from the Sultan of Jedid was also unfavourable, so we had nothing left but to hire a batil and set sail along the coast for Kishin, to the Sultan of which place my husband had a letter from the British political agent at Maskat. We took leave of Wali Suleiman with much regret, and had we foreseen all the disappointments that were in store for us, we should, I think, have stayed far longer under his favourable influence. We were sorry afterwards to hear of his death. A rebellion broke out in which his castle was knocked into ruins, and in the battle he, his eldest son, and little black Mufok were all killed. A long sea journey in an Arab batil is exceedingly uncomfortable. We had a cabin in the stern, open all around. A sail was stretched in front to secure our privacy. It was so low that we could by no means stand or even sit up except on the deck, as 3 feet 6 inches was the height of this place. It was roofed over with palm stalks supported on posts overlaid with matting, so slippery that Imam Sharif and Hassan, the interpreter, had to tie themselves with ropes, as there was nothing to prevent their sliding into the sea. I stayed in my camp bed for 6 days, as there was nothing else to do. Our servants crowded every space on the outer part of the deck in and on boxes. We had some palm leaf matting hung on the port and southern side to shield us from the sun, and much rejoiced that we were not deprived by the sun of the glorious views which unrolled themselves along our starboard side. When morning came, Lobo used to creep in across my husband's feet and bring our basins to our bedsides, and when our toilette was finished he used to creep in and fetch them, and then creep back and, spreading the breakfast on the floor, squat in the middle and hand us our food. The gunwale of the batil was only 3 inches from the level of my bed. Airy as our cabin was, bilge water was our torment. We had started on January 23, the weather being cool and overcast, about 11 o'clock, and reached the village of Rakhiot in 30 hours, only 40 miles. We called there to do a civility to the wali, and leave 2 soldiers there. This is the end of Omani influence, and there is a small fort as a protection against the Mahri. There was a contrary wind and such a violent swell that we rocked and tossed for 30 more hours in front of the small village, whence parties of inhabitants came to stare at us. It is on a small flat space, with high hills and cliffs all around it. We started at last and got at least 2 miles, when we were awakened by a great gale. I was nearly blown out of bed. The sail was taken down, and we were in some danger, as it was feared the mast would give way. We anchored, and the wind seemed to blow from all sides at once. The small boat was nearly smashed against the rudder. The stars were shining brightly all the time. We started again at dawn, and did not go more than 3/4 of a mile in the whole day, the wind being so contrary. One of the peculiarities of our navigation was that whenever we tacked we went completely round. At sunset we had to cast anchor again and lie tossing till 3, and then went on well. While at anchor we heard shouts and cries to come to land, but our sailors would do nothing of the sort. They said a single man might often be seen calling that he was wrecked, and asking to be fetched away, but a party of armed men would be behind a rock, and come out and murder the benevolent crew and steal the boat. It was really delightful in the morning to open my still sleepy eyes, and, without moving, to see the lovely picture which seemed to be passing before me, not I before it, of beautiful mountains with their foreground of water, every fold and distance filled up and separated by soft vapours. Then sunrise began to paint the rocks red, and black shadows came and changed their shapes, and presently all became hard and stony looking. Passing Ras Hamar, which is the next cape to Risot, we had seen easily how it had acquired the name, for it looks like a donkey drinking, with its nose in the water and its ears cocked. This shows particularly from the west. In the pilot book of that sea, it is stated that it is called Hamar, or Amar, from its red colour, but it is not red. The two peculiar peaks on its summit are noticed. The wind died away about 9, and we shook about and went round and round, but in the afternoon we had a good wind, and at noon of the next day, January 28, we were before Kishin. The Sultan was at his village, 3 miles inland, or more correctly, in sand, a hot walk. He is a wizened little old man, who can neither read nor write, and was poorly dressed, visitors being quite unexpected. The village of Kishin, the Mari capital, consists of a few scattered houses and some Bedou huts of matting and poles placed in a dreary sandy waste, very different from the fertile plain of Dhofar, and more like the surroundings of Sheher. When my husband asked for the Sultan's assistance to go into the Hadhramout, he said, "No one ever goes that way. It is full of robbers." Of course he was civil enough, as my husband showed him the letter from Maskat, but he seemed to have little authority. I think his followers were sorry to see such a likely prize depart unmolested. Those on board were rather alarmed at the length of time consumed in these negotiations. The old Sultan Saleh is father to the Sultan of Sokotra, which belongs to the Mari tribe, and brother to the Sultan of Sayhut, another robber chief, who is equally averse to admitting Europeans to his dominions. The fact is that these tribes object to European inquiry, as they know they would no longer be able to exist in their present condition. My husband extracted from him a letter to his brother of Sayhut. After our futile attempts to penetrate into the Mari country, there was nothing left for us but to start again in our boat for Sheher, and rely on the promises which Sultan Hussein al-Kaiti had given us the year before of sending us under safe escort to the eastern portion of the Hadhramout valley, which must contain much of interest, not yet having been explored by Europeans. So we set sail again, and were soon passing country that we had ridden over on camels. Ras Fartak is the great landmark, but the fine scenery ends at Jadid. Looking back, the rich colouring of the capes seeming to overlap one another, and the great height give a most impressive effect. The slopes are adorned with feathery looking trees, and there are many little sandy beaches, and there were also many deep caverns. For 2 days we saw hardly an inhabitant. Between Jedid and Ras Fartak the land is low and recedes, and as we sailed along we decided that it was the mouth of some big valley from the interior, and after careful cross-examination of the Sultan of Kishin and our sailors, we gathered that this was actually the mouth of the great Hadhramout valley, which does not take the extraordinary bend that is given in our maps, but runs in almost a straight line from west to east, and the bend represents an entirely distinct valley, the Wadi Mosila, which comes out at Sayhut. We were 2 days getting to Sheher, anchoring both nights. The first, as dirty weather was causing alarm, was a very noisy one, the servants and sailors talking and singing all night to be in readiness. The second night we were put to bed very quietly among the strange and weird stacks of rocks at Ras Dis, and had a heavy shower of rain, which, of course, penetrated our matting roof. When we reached Sheher, a messenger was sent ashore with a letter to Sultan Hussein, and the message was returned inviting us to take up our quarters in the same unfinished palace where we had lived 10 months before. One of the first people to greet us was the nakhoda of the ship on which we had gone to Aden from Sheher. The word reis for captain is never used. Ghaleb Mia was at the house to meet us, and we were much interested by finding that the governors of everywhere round about were in Sheher to give up their accounts. He of Hagarain was scowling, but they of Dis, Koser, and Haura seemed friendly and pleased to see us. We heard good accounts of various patients, and were especially pleased to hear that the daughter of the governor of Dis, who had for some time been bedridden with a bad leg, had been well ever since our visit, quite cured by Holloway's ointment. The next day there were great negotiations and plannings as to our future course. Our scheme was that we should go from Sheher to Inat in the Hadhramout valley, down to Bir Borhut and Kabr Hood, and thence eastward to Wadi Mosila, back to Sheher by the coast, and then try to go westward, or, as to us appeared preferable, to go up by the Wadi Mosila to Wadi Hadhramout, and then try to get to the west without returning to Sheher. There we stuck for some days, listening to any gossip we could hear, and taking evening walks by the sea, guarded by soldiers. We were told that Sultan Saleh of Shibahm had lost his head wife, the sister of Manassar of Makall, but had consoled himself by marrying 4 others about 2 months afterwards, and had divorced 2 of them already. The family of Al-Kaiti are not very good friends among themselves. A soldier discharged by Saleh of Shibahm is always quickly engaged by Hussein of Sheher, and if Hussein dismisses a servant he is sure of a place with Manassar. They stop each other's letters and annoy each other in many ways, but are always ready to unite if any strange foe assails their family. Manassar had quarrelled with his wife, the daughter of Saleh, because Saleh, on the death of his wife, had refused to marry a 3rd daughter of Manassar, as his dying wife requested. Hussein had only 1 wife and no children. There had been great trouble with the Hamoumi, and only 3 months before 2 soldiers had been killed about half a mile from Sheher. Ghaleb Mia and Hussein Mia dared not go to Imbula or anywhere outside their walls without 40 or 50 men, and when Salah's daughter, who is married to the Seyyid, came to Sheher, she had to come by a circuitous route with an escort of 500 men. When a Bedou has committed a murder, he runs to the houses of the Sayyids, where there is sanctuary, and gets absolution on paying $400 or $500, according to the rank of the murdered man. Thus travelling is difficult unless you have paid siyar, and a relation of the siyara is kept in prison at Sheher. All this time the behaviour of the sultans and their hospitality to us were very different to what it had been the year before. They sent us no presents of food, nor did they ever invite Imam Sharif to a meal, which they had constantly done when we were last there. Their manner was stiff and constrained, and they said they themselves had been badly treated for their kindness to us, and that they were now considered Kafirs themselves. The fact is that all the Mohammedan world was in a state of restless activity, as the jihad or holy war was being preached. And now I will tell a most remarkable circumstance, quite the most extraordinary in this book. Sultan Hussein told my husband on February 1 that a consul had been murdered at Jeddah. We were most excited about this, and anxiously inquired about it when we reached Aden, but heard that no murder had taken place, nor did it till May, when several consuls were murdered. This proves that it must have been a very long arranged plan, and that the Sultan knew of it and thought it had had time to be carried out. No doubt all this accounted for his bad reception of us. After a good deal of illusory delay, the Sultan declared he could not in any way be responsible for our safety if we went anywhere from Sheher, so we had to bow to the inevitable and put ourselves on board a dhow belonging to Kutch, bound for Aden. The captain and sailors were all Hindus, and to our amusement our Mohammedan party were as unclean as ourselves. The crew would not let us touch their fire and water, and filled our vessels themselves without touching them, very good-humouredly, and they made up an extra galley for us by putting some sand in a wooden box, and here Christians and Moslems had perforce to cook together. Of course we did not mind, but there was much laughter at the expense of the others, in which indeed they joined, for they bore their adversity amiably when it brought strange cooking fellows. On reaching Aden we still desired to penetrate into the Jebel Akhdar, so looked out for a ship going to Maskat. We could find none, therefore we embarked for India with all our company. I am not going to describe India, but will only tell of our money difficulties. So ignorant were we and everyone at Maskat as to what money was in use in Dhofar, that we were persuaded that it was necessary to take an immense quantity of small change in the shape of copper coins about the size of a farthing, supposed to be Omani. We had 4 wooden boxes bound with wire, about 1 foot long and 5 or 6 inches high and wide, delivered to us, all closed up, and said to have a certain sum in each. Soon after we set out, we opened one of these boxes to get out some money and have it ready, but found in it so many and various kinds of coins, all the same size, that we opened all the boxes, making quite a mound on the ground to sort out the German East Africa, English East Africa, Zanzibar, and other useless coins, and then packed them neatly up, an awfully troublesome and dirty job. We kept out what we thought would pass, but behold, all were useless. No one would look at anything but Maria Theresa dollars and Indian coins down to 2 anna pieces, nothing lower. All these boxes therefore had to return to Maskat, and when paying off the interpreter Hassan, a most respectable person with large, round, gold spectacles, my husband asked him to be kind enough to take his money in these boxes and change at Maskat. No, he would only have good silver dollars, and sadly he rued his want of good nature. We two and Lobo, whom we retained, went to a hotel in Bombay, but Imam Sharif, Khan Bahadur, his 4 men, our Goanese cook, Hassan, and a certain young Afghan, Ahmet, who had been a sort of odd man and tent pitcher, went to a caravanserai, and after Hassan's steamer had departed to Maskat, Imam Sharif came and told us the doleful tidings that Ahmet had disappeared with the good silver dollars and the gold watch and chain of Hassan. No doubt he then regretted he had not taken the boxes of copper. End of chapter 22. Recording by Sienna Sayre, Fresno, California.
Chapter 23 of Southern Arabia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by MaryAnn Spiegel. Southern Arabia by James and Mabel Bent. Chapter 23. Coasting along the Red Sea. In the winter of 1895, though we still wished to continue our investigations in Arabia, we found it impracticable, owing to the warlike state of the tribes there, so we decided to turn our attention to the other side of the Red Sea and travel once more in Africa. Parts of Africa have to be discovered, and other parts rediscovered. Each little war and each little journey contributes to the accomplishment of both these ends with surprising rapidity, but the geographical millennium is looming in the distance when the traveller will no longer require his sextant and theodolite, but will take his spade and pruning hook to cultivate the land this generation is so busy in discovering. That winter we added a few square miles to a blank corner of the map where rediscovery was necessary, and where rediscovery will go on apace and produce most interesting results, when we have finished conquering the barbarous followers of the Khalifa and restore law and order to that wide portion of Africa known as the Eastern Soudan. For the Soudan, meaning in Arabic the country of the blacks, really extends from the Atlantic to the Red Sea. Little did we think when we started to explore the western shores of the Red Sea that the explosion with the dervishes was so near, otherwise I think we should have turned our steps in another direction. We had with us Mr. Alfred Comley, who took numbers of beautiful photographs, and Lieutenant, now Captain, N.M. Smith, D.S.O., Queen's Bays, kindly attached to our expedition by Colonel Sir F. Wingate, and to his exertions we owe the map. My husband had always thought it foolish to engage an interpreter unknown to him, on his own responsibility, and would only have one recommended by the official of our government. The choice made for us on this occasion was not at all successful. He tried to make out that he was the principal leader of the party, and his impedimenta far exceeded ours. He may or may not have been sent to keep us from going more than 10 miles from the coast, but no explorer would wish to remain within the limits set down in the Admiralty chart. My husband found it necessary to dispense with his services when we were at Mersa Halaib, and we got on far better without him. Our first task was to choose a ship. It was exciting work rowing about in the harbour of Suez in order to find one that would suit us. A letter from our interpreter had told us we could have one at £120 a month, a sum which our great experience of sailing boats told us was quite too large. When we started our search, having refused this, we were only shown wretched boats in which we could hardly sit and certainly not stand. We espied one we thought would do, and said nothing at the time, but afterwards my husband and Matthäus went off by themselves and engaged her for £35 a month, and I do not think that a better ship was to be found in Suez. Certainly there was none worth £120. Our boat was an Arab dhow of 80 tons, named Kasr, and we at once put her into the hands of a carpenter, who boarded off 2 cabins for us 4 whites in the big open stern cabin, leaving a sort of veranda in front of them, about 8 feet in depth, where we lived by day. Campbell Bay, who lives at Terra Plain, pronounced by the English Terra Plain, kindly lent us 2 water tanks containing half a ton each. We embarked late on Christmas night, and by the murky light of lanterns the ship looked most dreary and uninviting. But when we had furnished it, by laying down our tent carpet and beds, and hanging sheets of coloured calico over the gaping boards of our walls, and had put up the cabin bags, we were quite snug. We always had to close in our veranda with a sail at night, for when the ship swung round at anchor we were exposed to the north wind. Our captain, Rees Hamaya, turned out an excellent fellow, as also did the servant sailors he had under him, and though at times they would quarrel loudly enough amongst themselves, the only points of discord which arose between them and us had reference to the length of time they wished to stop in harbour and the length of distance they wished to go in a day. Ill-fed, dirty, unkept men as our sailors were, we got to like them all, from the elderly dignified Mohammed, who thought he knew more about navigation than the captain, to Ahmet Faraj, the buffoon who played the tom-tom and made everybody laugh. This worthy individual was the recognized leader of all the festivities with which they regaled us from time to time, consisting of very ugly songs and yet uglier dance, the chief art in which consisted in wagging their elastic tails with an energy which mortals further removed from the monkey origin could never hope to approach. We travelled all the first night, but the second we anchored near Sophia Island, and the third at a place called Sheikh Ganem, in front of the Ashrifi Light, and the 4th day found us at Kasr, which means Little Castle. The government steamer, Abbas, which had started one day after us and gone straight down outside, had only got in 2 hours before us, and we had been inside, through the reefs, and stopped all night, so we thought we had not done badly. We stayed 2 nights in the harbour to make our final victualling arrangements. Kasr, our last really civilized point, is now a wretched place, though twice in its existence it has been of importance, owing to its road connection with Kenna on the Nile. 5 miles to the north of the present town are the ruins of the old Ptolemaic one, Myos Hormos, Kasr Kadim, where the Red Sea fleet in ancient days assembled to start for India. 20 years ago it was a favourite point for the departure of pilgrims from Mecca, and the P&O had offices there, which are now turned into camel stables. Kasr is waiting for a railway before it can again recoup its fortunes. There are 2 mosques of pretty architecture, with courses of dark red stone from Kenna and white Kasr limestone. There are also diaper and fretwork patterns. The pillars are similarly decorated and are quaint and picturesque. The tombs of the Abada sheikhs have melon-shaped domes, and there are endless dovecotes, chiefly made of broken old amphorae built into walls. Along the whole coastline from Kasr to Sawakin, one may see that there are no permanent places of residence, if we except the tiny Egyptian military stations, with their fort and huts for the soldiers. At Haleb, Mohammed Gol, and Darour, it is practically desert all the way, and is only visited by the nomad Abada and Bisharan tribes when, after the rains, they can obtain there a scanty pasturage for their flocks. During the Ptolemaic and early Arab periods, the condition of affairs was very different. Several considerable towns stood on this coast, now marked only by heaps of sand and a few fallen walls. In spite of its aridity, this coast has a wonderful charm of its own. Its lofty, deep serrated mountains are a perpetual joy to look upon, and the sunset effects were unspeakably glorious, rich in every conceivable color, and throwing out the sharp outline of the pointed peaks against the crimson sky. The nature of this coastline is singularly uniform, and offers tremendous obstacles to navigation, owing to the great belts of coral reefs along it, through which the passage was often barely wide enough for our dhow to pass, and against which on more than one occasion we came in unpleasant contact. The Bay of Berenice, for example, was for this reason known in ancient times as Akathartos Kolpos, and is still known as Foul Bay. It can only be navigated with the greatest care by the native pilots accustomed to the various aspects of the water, which in many places only just covers the treacherous reefs. All boats are obliged to anchor during the night either just inside the reefs or in the numerous coves along the coast, which are caused by the percolations of fresh water through the sand beds of rivers into the sea, and these prevent the coral insect from erecting its continuous wall. The rapidly succeeding little harbors formed in the coral reef are called Mersa, or anchorage, by the Arabs, from Mersat, anchor. Sometimes when the coral reef rises above the surface low islets have been formed, with sandy surface and a scant marine vegetation. By one of these, named Sial, we were anchored for a night, and on landing we found it about 3 miles in length, some 50 feet in width, and never more than 4 feet above the surface of the sea. On its eastern side the shore was strewn with cinders from the numerous steamers which ply the Red Sea, and quantities of straw cases for bottles, out of which the ospreys, which live here in large numbers, have built their nests. Turtles revel in the sand, and corals of lovely colors line the beach, and at one extremity of the islet we found the remains of a holy sheikh's hut, with his grave hard by. Many such holy men dwell on promontories and on remote island rocks along this coast in sanctified seclusion, and they are regularly supported by the Bedouin and pearl fishers, who bring them food and water, neither of which commodities is to be found in such localities. Our sailors on New Year's Eve took a handsome present of bread and candles, presented to them by us, to a holy man who dwelt on the extreme point of Ras Bernas, and had a long gossip with him concerning what boats had passed that way and the prospects of trade, i.e. the slave trade, in the desert regions. They burnt incense before his shrine, and the captain devoutly said his evening prayer, whilst he of the tom-tom, Ahmet Faraj, stood behind and mimicked him, to the great amusement of his fellows, a piece of irreverence I have never seen before in any Mohammedan country. Still I think our sailors were as a whole religious. They observed their fasts and prayers most regularly during Ramazan, and their only idea of time was regulated by the 5 prayers. "We shall start tomorrow at 'God is great,' and anchor at the evening prayer," and so forth, they used to say. It is difficult to estimate how far these coral reefs have changed since ancient days. There is a lagoon at Berenice, which looks as if it had been the ancient harbour with a fort at its extremity. Now there are scarcely 2 feet of water over the bar across its mouth. But all ancient accounts bear testimony to a similar difficulty of navigation down this coast. At the same time, it is manifest that this coastline is just the one to have tempted on the early mariners from point to point, with its rapid succession of tiny harbours, and its reefs protecting it from heavy seas. More especially must have been the case when the boats were propelled by oars, and in one's mind's eye one can picture the fleets of the Egyptian queen Hattusu and of King Solomon from Ezion-Geber, creeping cautiously along this coast and returning after 3 years' absence in far distant regions, laden with precious freights of gold, frankincense, and spices. In later days, Strabo and Pliny tell us how flotillas of 120 ships proceeded from Myos Hormos to Ochlis in 30 days on their way to India, going together for fear of the pirates who marauded this coast, and in those days the settlements on the Red Sea must have presented a far livelier aspect than they do now. On both shores we find a curious instance of the migration and adaptation of an entirely foreign kind of boat. Some Arabs who have lived in Singapore, and Singapore is as favorite a point for Arab emigration as America is for the Irish, introduced dugouts in their native harbors, and these have been found so useful in sailing over the shallow coral reefs in search of pearls that they now swarm in every Red Sea port, and steamer loads of dugouts are brought from the Malay Peninsula. The Arabs call them houris, why I cannot think, for a more uncomfortable thing to sit in when half full of water in a rolling surf I never found elsewhere, except on a southeast African river. At the present moment the coast between Ras Bernas and above Sawakin is the hotbed of the slave trade, carried on between the dervishes of the Nile Valley and Arabia. Regular Egyptian Coast Guard boats keep matters pretty clear north of Ras Bernas, and we can testify to their activity, for we ourselves were boarded and searched by one. But south of this, before the influence of Sawakin is reached, there is a long stretch of country where the traffic in human flesh can be carried on undisturbed. Troops of slaves are sent down from the Nile Valley to the Dervish country at certain seasons of the year, and the petty sheiks along the coast, owing a doubtful allegiance to the Egyptian government, connive at this transport, and the pearl fishing craft which ply their trade amongst the coral reefs are always ready to carry the slaves across to the opposite coast, where the markets of Yembo, Jeddah, and Hodeida are open to them. This will, of course, be the case until the Dervish power is crushed, and the Soudan opened out for more legitimate trade. As we sailed along we passed hundreds of these pearl fishing boats engaged in this dual trade, and nothing could be more propitious for their pursuits than the absolutely lawless condition of the tribes by the coast. At Berenice, for instance, there are absolutely no government or inhabitants of any sort. Nominally, one of our Nile frontier subsidized sheikhs, Bashir Bey, Gabran of Assuan, has authority over all the country between the Nile and the Red Sea, but the coast has been visited more frequently by dervish emirs than by Bashir Bey. One Nasré, a dervish emir, is said to have resided in the mountains behind Berenice for some time past, and, with a small following, collects tithes of cattle from the nomads, and sees to the safe conduct of slave caravans. The collecting of usur, or black coral, as they call it, a fossilized vegetable growth, is a third trade in which these boats are employed. From these pipes are made, and beads and the black veneer for inlaying tables. The navigation of an Arab dhow is no easy task, with its clumsy arrangements for sails, when there is a strong north wind behind it and reefs in every direction. 3 men are perpetually in the bows on the lookout for rocks, and indicate the presence of danger to the steersman by raising their hands. The gear of these boats is exceedingly primitive. They do not understand reefing a sail, hence they are obliged to have no less than 5 different sizes, which they are constantly changing as occasion requires. They use a clumsy cog-wheel for raising and lowering the sails, and do it all by main force, singing silly little distiches and screaming at the top of their voices as they haul the ropes. The arrangement for bailing out the bilge water is extremely laborious. A large trough, with channels on either side, is erected in the center of the boat, in the middle of which the water is bailed by skins from below, and the stenches during the process are truly awful, as the water flows out of either channel according to the roll of the ship. There is always a large surface of wet wood to dry up. Leaving Kasr on the last day of 1895, we reached Ras Bernas on the second day of 1896, stopping, of course, each night, always rolling and tossing about, and always keeping a sharp lookout for coral reefs, the watchers shouting advice continually to Rees Hamaya. We were supposed to owe our safety in getting through some dangerous reefs, with not a yard to spare on either side, and escaping our other difficulties, to the lucky fact of Rees Hamaya's having discovered amongst the plants that my husband had collected in our walks ashore one of the order of Compositei, which he pounced on gladly and hung on the bow of the Taisir as a protection to us. He pointed out another thing, a shrub called tuldum, with tiny yellow flowers on green stalks, good to tie round the arm to make one see far. Ras Bernas is a long, wandering cape composed of rocky hills of ironstone and silicate, curiously blended together, with shoals and rocks and coral reefs and sandbanks hanging on it in very shallow water. It is about 25 miles long and ends in a sandy spit. We encamped at the head of the lagoon and spent several days amongst the ruins of this old Ptolemaic town of Bernice, and made sundry excavations there. In its center is an old temple of the date of Tiberius Caesar, the hieroglyphs in which are rapidly becoming obliterated. All around is a sea of mounds covered with sand, where the houses stood, mostly built of madrepora and laid out in streets. On the surface are to be found numerous glass beads, Roman coins, bracelets, etc., and a great number of fragments of rough emeralds. From the celebrated emerald mines in the mountain behind we pick up fully 50 of these, besides a large quantity of olivines or peridots, cornelians, and crystals, testifying to the wealth of these parts in precious stones in ancient days. A few startled Ababda nomads came to visit us. At first they inspected us at a distance, but gradually gained courage and came to our camp, and we were able to purchase from them 2 lambs to replenish our larder. With its emerald mines, its harbour, and its great road terminus, Berenice must have been one of the most important trade centres of the Red Sea, though, judging from the plans of the streets we made out, the town cannot have been a very large one. In digging we turned up immense quantities of textiles in scraps, fine and coarse, nets, knitted work, as well as weaving, plain and in colours, and bits of papyrus in Greek cursive hand. The wretched Abda tribes were constantly at war with one another, and the dervish Khalifa could make his authority felt about here with a small handful of resolute men judiciously placed. Nasr had, I believe, done this for some time past with only 30 men. The nights here were very cold, the thermometer going down to 46 degrees Fahrenheit. There were a few gazelles about, but we saw no other animals. The Bedouin brought us large shellfish in those great shells we see polished at home. When boiled the fish comes out. It is in shape like a camel's foot. They call it gamel. In taste it is like lobster and oyster combined, but it is tough as pin wire. We had a great tossing for 3 days after leaving Berenice, and stopping every night. End of chapter 23.